In the opening quarter, trailing by 20 points dampened the spirits of the two commentators in the CCTV sports studio. As the new season commenced, Chinese sports media fervently proclaimed the Houston Rockets as contenders for the championship, meticulously analyzing each player to create an illusion of formidable strength for the fans. Frequently targeted by Li's screens, Francis struggled to navigate through the picks, rendering Yao Ming's performance on the court quite unflattering. With a significant deficit, Yu Jia in the studio shifted the conversation to other topics, mentioning an interview with Coach Mike Brown, who had been asked about Yao Ming's developmental trajectory. Coach Brown opined that Yao must enhance his physicality, specifically by gaining muscle. Zhang, what is your perspective on this suggestion? Re-entering the game, Li hit a three-pointer from the left wing, prompting Zhang Weiping to exclaim, "What a beautiful shot." He then elaborated, stating that to truly establish oneself in the league, physicality is paramount. Yao must bolster his competitive edge, which would stabilize his scoring. Moreover, to reach the conference finals in the Western Conference, Yao will encounter even more outstanding big men. Maintaining competitiveness and honing his physique are indeed essential. Yao is known for his resilience, and this challenge will not deter him. As the two conversed in the studio, the lackluster Rockets failed to mount an effective counterattack. By halftime, the outcome was all but decided, with the score at 36-60. A fatigued Yao experienced a lengthy return sprint, gasping for breath upon reaching the locker room during the break. The back-to-back away games posed considerable challenges for him, particularly given the Knicks' rapid pace. Coach Mike Brown, upon entering the locker room and assessing the player's physical condition, felt a sense of resignation. He indeed wished to direct the ball to the interior, yet the Knicks excelled at defending against elite centers. The strategy for tonight's game was straightforward. On certain plays, Francis would pass to Yao in the low post without any double team during positioning, but upon receiving the ball, everything changed. Li would typically slide swiftly, perfectly timing his interference as Yao released the ball, collaborating with teammates to double team. Gasol's task was to push Yao away from the basket. Such a simple tactic led to Yao committing 3 turnovers in the first half. With a shooting line of 3 for 8 and perfect free throws at 4 for 4, he recorded 10 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 turnovers, a rather mediocre performance for the pivotal interior player, consequently leaving the Rockets far behind. However, it was essential to muster their spirits, regardless of the game's outcome. Facing the defending champions presented a valuable learning opportunity. Steve, in the second half, I need to see your response. I do not wish to witness an early abandonment of the game. Basketball is round, and anything is possible. After delivering this motivational speech, Mike Brown adjusted his glasses and continued to share encouragement with his assistant coach, refraining from mentioning tactical concerns. As the third quarter commenced, the defensive intensity waned, allowing the Rockets to regain some semblance of dignity. At Madison Square Garden, the New York fans were already in a state of exuberance, reveling in their team's commanding lead, which was the source of their joy. After playing for half a quarter, Yao Ming did not return to the court. Faced with the accelerating pace of the Knicks, the excessive back-and-forth running proved too taxing for the towering player. Ultimately, this highly anticipated game among Chinese fans ended in a disheartening defeat for the Rockets, with the Knicks triumphing decisively at 82-112, elevating their record to 34 wins and 3 losses. The New York crowd remained as usual, largely indifferent to the Rockets' plight, continuing to chant the name of Liu post-game. In New York, Yao Ming struggled to garner significant support from Chinese fans, as the atmosphere was dominated by pure winning enthusiasts, with many being ardent supporters of Liu. Francis had a lackluster performance, shooting 5 for 14 from the field, 1 for 5 from beyond the arc, and 5 for 7 from the free throw line, amassing 16 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 4 turnovers. Many players did not hold Liu in high regard. Rather, they resonated more with Allen Iverson. And Francis was no exception. He found the current team culture of the Knicks unappealing. The incessant cheers cast a shadow over Francis's demeanor. Upon returning to the locker room, Yao Ming, feeling dejected, quietly remarked, "This is my issue. I find it difficult to defend against the pick and roll. We need to reconstruct our defensive system." Francis was taken aback by his junior's sudden confession, prompting Mobley to look up at Yao Ming as well. Once the Rockets boarded the team bus, the assistant coach briefed Mike Brown on the locker room dynamics. A pensive expression crossed Brown's face. He too sensed that the team lacked sufficient strength. Ultimately, he assured the coaching staff in hushed tones, "I will discuss this with the team. Perhaps we should contemplate strengthening our roster sooner rather than later. Thank you to the readers for their subscription support. Chapter completed. Chapter 320. The plan. Give the ball to Lee on January 12, 2004, at Madison Square Garden. New York fans witnessed yet another scoring fest. The Mavericks faced off against the Knicks, and with 2 minutes and 35 seconds left in the third quarter, Michael Finley assisted Dirk Nowitzki, who hit a three-pointer from the right wing, bringing the score to 99-99. The high-scoring action incited raucous cheers from the New York crowd. Those who purchased tickets were certainly entertained. Coach Nelly persistently urged his players to retreat on defense, as the Mavericks operated in an almost unguarded state, relying on simple man-to-man coverage. As Nowitzki assumed the center position, mutual offensive exchanges became the norm during the regular season. By the end of the third quarter, both teams had opportunities to surpass the 100-point mark, prompting many fans in the front rows to rise and applaud. Offense was indeed more visually appealing than defense. Let's go Knicks. During the final possession of the third quarter, the fans continued to vocally support their home team. Liu began to control the clock upon crossing midcourt. Nash was performing admirably tonight. With few half-court battles, he compensated for his shortcomings by running. Observing Liu waste time near the logo, Nash refrained from applying pressure, maintaining a respectful defensive distance, a consensus shared among all players in the league. Time quickly dwindled, and soon less than 10 seconds remained, with the Mavericks opting for man-to-man coverage rather than double-teaming. As the clock approached the 6-second mark, Liu finally initiated his move. Nearing the three-point line, he dribbled the ball under his left leg, swiftly changing direction in front of him. With a series of deft movements, he drew closer to his defender. Noticing Liu's intentions, Nash, standing on the three-point line, began to actively interfere. Lowering his body's center of gravity, Liu once again dribbled under his legs. And in the split second he switched the ball to his right hand, he executed a sudden in-and-out move. As he maneuvered the ball inward, Liu's body swayed to the left front, prompting Nash to instinctively slide to the right, thus losing his defensive position in an instant. With a deft left sway followed by a right thrust, Liu broke free from the defense and took a large step to the right front. He then abruptly halted at the arc's peak, denying his opponent the opportunity to close in from his side, and launched a quick jump shot from beyond the three-point line. As the basketball soared through the air, the timer's light illuminated, and the roar of the crowd intensified. Some fans raised their hands in anticipation as they watched the ball swish through the net. Wow! With the Knicks surpassing the century mark in scoring by the end of the third quarter, MSG commentator Marv Albert could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "A thrilling game. An astonishing display of scoring." Witnessing such a match on a Monday night surely delighted the fans in attendance. Walt Frazier was equally astounded, knowing that the fourth quarter would likely see scores exceeding 120 points. In today's NBA, such scenes are rare. The Mavericks indeed showcased their formidable scoring prowess, with both teams' possession counts surpassing 90 by the game's conclusion. Compared to the previous defensive struggles, tonight's game was undeniably more exhilarating. With a shooting record of 12 for 19, including 5 for 9 from three-point range and a perfect 6 for 6 from the free throw line, Liu had already amassed 35 points. On the Knicks bench, Coach D'Antoni was taken aback by the opponent's tenacity and the intensity of the offensive battle. Nowitzki, with a tally of 9 for 16, 3 for 8 from beyond the arc, and 3 for 4 from the charity stripe, had contributed 24 points, continuing their offensive efforts. They could not maintain such efficiency indefinitely. What we need to do is accelerate the pace of the game. D'Antoni, seated prominently, barely mentioned defense, instead focusing on instructing the forthcoming rotation to keep up the tempo. Similarly, the veteran Nelson neglected defensive strategies, advising the incoming small player Travis Best, when the opportunity arises, take the shot. We must believe in ourselves. Stay active, shoot decisively, and keep the pace with the opponent. The Mavericks' rotation appeared formidable on the surface, with Best and Marquis Daniels in the backcourt, and Antoine Jamison, Michael Finley, and Antoine Walker in the frontcourt, opting for a smaller lineup. The Mavericks sought to quicken the pace, a strategy mirrored by the Knicks, who paired Knight and Roger Bell in the backcourt, with Hill, Prince, and Stoudemire up front. Defensive concerns had been cast aside by both teams. It was now a contest of pure offense. Back at his seat, Liu wore a relaxed expression. This game was not overly taxing, and while Nash's defense was quite aggressive, evading him was remarkably effortless. In a rare departure from his usual position on the bench, D'Antoni stood at the sidelines, passionately directing the game much like the venerable Nelson. Both coaches appeared to relish the frenetic pace of this chaotic contest. Throughout the majority of the game, Ewing was tasked with invigorating Gasol, yet this strategy proved ineffective tonight. The formidable German opponent derived a significant portion of his offense from three-point shots, with a smaller fraction stemming from penetrating drives. Back-to-the-basket plays were notably scarce. Observing the relentless pace on both ends of the court, the gorilla found himself reflecting with his companion Li Yu, 7-time All-Star. Had it not been for the shortened season, this would surely be your 8th. In the league, the 1996 draft class had already assumed the mantle of veterans. Approaching his 26th birthday, despite the inevitable passage of time, Li Yu felt a newfound strength. Being a veteran has its advantages. One garners greater respect. Ewing reminisced about his own career, recalling that true respect from analysts began to manifest with the acquisition of his championship title. Noticing Nowitzki preparing to enter the game, the gorilla was reminded of the German's reputation, leading him to muse, to overturn certain stereotypes. One truly requires the endorsement of a championship. Following a trade, the Mavericks had not fared well, resulting in persistent critiques directed at Nowitzki from analysts. The sharpshooting big man unfortunately bore the label of being soft. As the game approached the 3-minute mark, both teams faltered with consecutive turnovers, leaving the scoreboard untouched. An anxious Nelson shouted in frustration as Anton Jamison fumbled the ball on the left wing. Following a steal by Hill, the diminutive Knight advanced to receive the ball. And during a semi-transition offense, the Knicks raced past their opponents across half-court. In a V formation, Stoudemire established a screen on the left elbow and swiftly rolled to the basket. However, Knight, with the ball in his left hand, failed to shake off Best in time. His bounce pass lacked precision, and Stoudemire, arriving late, was stripped of the ball by Antoine Walker. A collective sigh resonated from the New York crowd as the bench players entered, maintaining the offensive rhythm, yet the game devolved into a series of blunders. Not every guard excels at executing pick-and-rolls. The stark contrast was evident when Nash and Li Yu were on the court, as the game flowed with greater ease. With 8 minutes and 52 seconds remaining, Stoudemire committed a foul, prompting Walker to assume the free throw line. Both head coaches, in unison, opted to reintroduce their starting lineups. For the Knicks, Grant Hill took a breather while Prince remained on the floor. The Mavericks retained Daniels with Nowitzki continuing at the center position. Returning to the bench, Stoudemire was in a sour mood, as he detested the back-and-forth running. This season, Knight had endured numerous injuries, leading to fluctuations in his performance, which had consequently diminished Stoudemire's opportunities for easy baskets. Upon re-entering the game, Li Yu stood beyond the three-point arc, jesting with Nash. Given the Mavericks' current record, there's a substantial chance you'll miss the All-Star selection. I could use a few extra days off. The All-Star game is rather tedious. Leaning on his knee, Nash appeared unfazed, fully aware of his impending omission from the All-Star roster. In the Western Conference, the first position is occupied by Francis and Gasol. The former benefits from the endorsement of Yao Ming, while the latter boasts a more commendable record. Nash, who finds himself in a contract year, speaks with ease. Yet his exclusion from the All-Star game will undoubtedly affect him, providing the Mavericks an opportunity to negotiate a lower price. Antoine Walker's free throw breaks the scoring drought, with the score standing at 101-102, yet the Mavericks remain relentless in their pursuit. It is a rarity for opponents to drag the game into the fourth quarter, much to the delight of New York fans, who continue to chant in unison, "Let's go Knicks." At this moment, Coach D'Antoni becomes animated, vocally instructing the players to create space for the offense. Li Yu, receiving the ball from the baseline, leisurely brings it across half-court. Observing the Mavericks persist in their man-to-man defense, he lowers his center of gravity at the arc, holding the ball in his right hand as he accelerates forward. While leading the ball, he pivots and lengthens his strides, prompting Nash to slide defensively to the left. Li Yu deftly dribbles behind his back, creating a clear shooting lane. Adjusting his body position, Nash quickly closes in, but Li Yu, now back at the three-point line, performs a series of between-the-legs dribbles, evading Nash's attempt to disrupt the play. Unbeknownst to him, Nash has already positioned himself closely, instinctively sliding to the left as Li Yu, feigning a drive, takes a significant step before explosively launching the ball from his spot, retreating effortlessly. The sudden stop causes Nash to stumble, and before he can leap for a block, Li Yu releases a rapid jump shot from beyond the arc. Swish! The three-pointer finds nothing but net, reigniting the electric atmosphere in the arena. Coach Nelson remains composed, gesturing for Nash to continue the offensive play. On the ensuing baseline inbounds, the Mavericks advance with remarkable speed. Liu leads the defense while Antoine Walker sets a screen in the backcourt. Upon reaching the top of the arc, Nowitzki establishes his position. As Nash swiftly navigates behind the ball, switching to his right hand and accelerating towards the basket. Gasol follows Nowitzki, splitting off to the left wing, while Liu quickly maneuvers through, managing to catch up to Nash's side despite being half a step behind. With no one guarding the Knicks' interior, Kurt Thomas is forced to shift to the left near the baseline to defend Walker, creating an excellent opportunity for Nash to drive straight to the basket. Realizing Liu has caught up, Nash deliberately slows down as he approaches the paint, leaning into his defender, launching himself with 3 powerful strides. He nears the right corner of the hoop, only to face a block. Anticipating this, Liu leaps high, and although Nash elevates his shot's arc, Liu's left fingertips make contact with the ball mid-flight. This slight alteration in direction results in the ball hitting the backboard and rattling out. Off balance, Nash tumbles out of bounds, and Liu secures the rebound, swiftly transitioning into an offensive push. As Nash scrambles to his feet, he pursues from behind, while the Mavericks, responding to Coach Nelson's shouts, retreat rapidly to establish their defensive positions back in half-court. Coach D'Antoni likewise vocally reminds the Knicks to again spread out. At the arc, with the ball in his left hand, Liu faces the closely guarding Nash and suddenly executes a quick between-the-legs dribble. As Liu lowered his center of gravity and switched the ball to his right hand, he seized the opportunity to execute a swift dribble beneath his legs while his opponent, Nash, was still repositioning himself. Helplessly, Nash watched as Liu maneuvered past him on the right side, effortlessly breaking into the paint. Oh, what a splendid display of skill. The New York fans erupted in cheers as Nowitzki noticed Liu had swiftly advanced to the front of the basket, prompting him to leap forward in an attempt to block the shot. Anticipating the moment, Liu took off with his left foot and with a graceful motion, executed a layup with his left hand. The basketball soared over Nowitzki's fingertips, and in the aftermath, the latter inadvertently struck Liu's shoulder. Squeak. Swish. Wow. The whistle blew, and the ball went in, sending Madison Square Garden into a frenzy. A smile broke across Liu's face as he subtly shook his head at the Mavericks players before strolling to the free throw line. In less than a minute on the court, the Knicks had rapidly scored, inciting the elated fans to chant, MVP, MVP, MVP. After successfully completing the additional free throw, the Knicks extended their lead. Coach Nelson immediately called for a timeout, while Nowitzki, feeling dejected, lamented the several opportunities he had squandered. We're performing admirably. Keep pushing, Michael. I want to see you actively seeking the ball rather than waiting in the corner. Upon hearing the coach's words, Michael Finley nodded, aware that his lackluster performance in the first half meant he needed to step up in the third quarter. Following the timeout, during the first possession of the Mavericks' offensive play, Nash confidently advanced past half court and passed the ball to Finley on the right wing. Facing Artest's defense, Finley executed a series of quick feints with his left foot before swiftly crossing over to break through with his right hand. With rapid footwork and physicality, Finley engaged in a battle with Artest, who attempted to swipe the ball with his left hand while subtly tugging at Finley with his right. Under such defensive pressure, Finley was forced to decelerate as he approached the right block, spinning rapidly to rise for a contested fadeaway jumper. Bang! Artest's tenacious defense caused Finley's shot to veer wildly off course, ricocheting off the backboard and landing in Pau Gasol's hands. Receiving the ball, Liu pursued the Mavericks across half court once more. Noticing that the opposing team had completed their defensive matchups, he observed the two wings had followed their assignments to the corners. With the ball in his left hand, Liu sidled laterally, slowing down as he approached the left wing. Prince immediately cut along the baseline, drawing away his defender, while Artest shifted from the corner to the right wing. Still unguarded, Liu suddenly pivoted forward, executing a quick scissor step, while simultaneously pulling the ball back with his right hand. Nash instinctively slid backward to the right, only to hear two sharp sounds as the basketball vanished from his view. "Oh, play God!" the exuberant announcer Albert exclaimed, witnessing Nash's balance falter as Liu's swift change of direction left him sprawled on the floor, prompting another gasp of astonishment. OMG. With his right hand pressed against the floor, Nash could only watch as Liu, with the ball in his left hand, drove straight to the basket. leaving him no time to alert his teammates. Nowitzki attempted to assist in defense, yet Liu's speed was too swift. Caught under Gasol's grasp, he could not leap adequately, only managing to extend his right arm as he ascended. With a sudden compression in his chest, he lost all sense of balance. Liu, leaping from both feet, disregarded the block. With his left hand clutching the ball, he pulled back his arm and collided with the defender midair, briefly suspending himself before delivering a thunderous dunk. The arena erupted with a resounding boom and a piercing squeal as the whistle blew, heralding Liu's spectacular slam dunk that sent the front row fans into a frenzy, jumping and shouting in unrestrained excitement. Upon landing, he crashed heavily onto the floor, while Nowitzki, lying beneath the basket, could only watch as Liu pounded his chest in front of the camera, joining the fans in a passionate roar. Two players had hit the ground in one play, and Walter Fraser echoed the fervor, exclaiming, "Oh my God!" He instinctively remarked, "Li has showcased his remarkable physical coordination. If only all teams defended like the Mavericks, we could frequently witness Li's dazzling performances." As Nowitzki was helped to his feet, he felt dazed, soon breaking into a wry smile, aware that for the next month, this stunning dunk would be replayed incessantly. Perhaps Liu had been somewhat lackadaisical this season, making this scene all the more exhilarating for the New York fans, who erupted once more, chanting, "MVP, MVP, MVP." After Liu converted an additional free throw, the score gap widened to double digits. In the ensuing minutes, the Mavericks endeavored to replicate their earlier fluid offense, yet Nowitzki and Antoine Walker repeatedly missed their shots, plunging the team into a scoring drought. On the other side, the Knicks relied on Liu's one-on-one against Nash, interspersed with simple drives and assists. Although a few three-point attempts fell short, the rising score brought a broad smile to D'Antoni's face on the sidelines. As the fourth quarter progressed, the defensive intensity waned, allowing Nash and Nowitzki to finally sink some shots, and with the referees beginning to whistle, the Mavericks regained a modicum of dignity. With just 1:08 remaining in the game, Antoine Walker's three-pointer from the right wing missed, and Liu secured the long rebound near the free throw line. Nash retreated rapidly, yet in his waning stamina, he was easily overtaken by Liu. As they collided on the three-point line, Liu swiftly maneuvered the ball and, with his left hand, slipped past Nash, who had lost his defensive position. No longer committing fouls, Nash staggered to a halt, watching Liu take three powerful strides before soaring into the air for a left-handed, one-handed slam. On the sidelines, Spike Lee appeared even more exhilarated than Liu. Bouncing with joy, after high-fiving Liu, he exuberantly shouted to the fans behind him, "Oh, the Knicks are champions." Immersed in their self-celebration, the New York fans momentarily overlooked the Mavericks, reveling in their elation. In the final moments, both teams exchanged baskets, and as the final buzzer resonated, the score settled at 111 to 136. In the final segment, the Mavericks were thoroughly overwhelmed by Liu's personal offensive prowess, achieving an impressive 7 out of 9 from the field, including 2 out of 4 from beyond the arc and a flawless 5 out of 5 from the free throw line, amassing a remarkable 21 points in a single quarter. Liu, feeling quite at ease, expressed his enjoyment of such games and his admiration for the Mavericks' defensive strategy during a post-game interview with MSG. On Tuesday, January 13th, TNT's program, in addition to previewing the broadcasted game, focused heavily on discussing Liu's season-high performance. He played for 39 minutes, shooting 19 out of 28 overall, 7 out of 13 from three-point range, and 11 out of 11 from the charity stripe, culminating in an astonishing 56 points, along with 7 rebounds, 16 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks, and 1 turnover. Liu's monumental double-double was exuberantly celebrated by New York media, dubbing him the king of the fourth quarter, Clay Lee. However, the New York Times front-page headline may have exaggerated, as this was the only game this season in which Liu excelled in the fourth quarter. Nevertheless, the title held little significance. The victory was sweet for the fans, who felt uplifted by the headlines. In the studio, the director revisited the thoughts of Coach D'Antoni from his interview the previous night. Too many shots in the fourth quarter? No, we have detailed statistics. Li's isolation plays are the Knicks' most effective strategy. Basketball is about putting the ball in the basket, and with a nearly 80 shooting percentage, I believe Li could afford to shoot even more. Yes, as long as there's no double team or help defense from the opponents. We'll ensure the ball is in Li's hands in the final quarter. Sometimes, victory is that simple. As he spoke, The mustachioed coach laughed heartily, exuding an air of confidence that left the Knicks trio momentarily speechless. Earl Johnson, noticing his teammates' hesitant expressions, humorously inquired, "Why the long faces, guys? What do you think of Coach D'Antoni's remarks?" Kenny Smith, perusing the statistical data, finally managed a wry smile and responded with a hint of resignation. "A true shooting percentage of 85.3. I'm at a loss for words regarding Lee's performance. Perhaps Coach D'Antoni is indeed correct. After all, basketball is not overly complicated, and we have witnessed numerous instances where superstars rely on their individual talents to secure victories." Charles Barkley, shifting the perspective, quietly remarked, "Lee could easily blow past Steve Nash in one step, yet he insists on showcasing his flashy dribbling. If I were Nash, I'd have given him a punch." Nonetheless, Lee's mastery of the game was undeniable. The Knicks recorded 93 possessions while committing a mere 10 turnovers, which was indeed the secret to their success. On today's ESPN SportsCenter, Liu dominated the top 10 plays, claiming 6 of them, prompting fans to cheer exuberantly. Kenny Smith, upon hearing his partner's remark, shrugged and playfully retorted, "I disagree with your viewpoint. We must acknowledge that Lee's ball handling is spectacular, and fans relish such displays. Let us not forget that this year's All-Star voting is still ongoing, and I wholeheartedly support Lee in continuing to showcase his talents." After a brief discussion about the performance of the Knicks over the past 2 weeks, Earl Johnson reminisced about the game between the Cavaliers and the Lakers in 79-89. With the absence of O'Neal and Malone, and Kobe playing merely 17 minutes, the Lakers, competing at home, only managed to widen the score gap in the fourth quarter. Injuries in veteran basketball inevitably lead to prolonged recovery periods. Phil Jackson's disdain for Kobe was also revealed by ESPN. Despite the Lakers' commendable record, they lack the aura of champions. "Kenny, you ought to have a better understanding of backcourt players. Can Peyton regain his former playing condition?" In response to Earl Johnson's inquiry, Kenny Smith found it difficult to answer, ultimately resorting to platitudes. Given Peyton's age, experiencing fluctuations in form is quite normal. With adequate rest, I believe he will swiftly recover his game. With 42 minutes on the court, Peyton's statistics read 5 out of 22 shots, totaling 13 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 6 turnovers, nearly leading to a collapse in the game. This veteran had displayed commendable form 2 months prior, but by mid-January, his performance began to decline. Charles Barkley, disliking his partner's vague opinions, took the floor to assert, "I believe it is quite challenging for Peyton to reclaim his previous level of play. He does not fit into the Lakers system, and even in pick-and-roll situations, he does not excel. Considering the Lakers' age dynamics, I find it difficult to envision them defeating the Knicks. Can you imagine the Lakers scoring 136 points in a single game? It highlights the disparity in star quality." Earl Johnson also reviewed the game's statistics, noting that LeBron shot 6 out of 20, scoring 16 points, while the Cavaliers led for 3 quarters, but only managed 14 points in the fourth. This indeed has been a challenging season for the Lakers. At times, Kobe even had to fly to Denver, which affected his performance. Barkley interrupted his partner, stating earnestly, "These issues are of his own making. I do not appreciate such excuses." In the 2 games against the Mavericks, Kobe's performance was lackluster, with one game resulting in 9 out of 23 shots and another in 4 out of 18. Even if he were to miss the All-Star selection, I would not be surprised. For the Lakers to aspire to win the championship, they ought to pray for O'Neal's swift recovery. Kenny Smith observed Barkley beginning to speak out again and felt a sense of resignation, knowing that criticizing the Lakers would inevitably attract complaints. On January 14th, during a matchup against the Nuggets, Kobe was absent once more, yet Peyton found his form again. Under Carmelo Anthony's leadership, the Lakers achieved a resounding victory. The rookie Anthony only managed to score 6 points in the first half and finished the game with 14 points from 17 attempts, a performance insufficient to lead his team to victory. Peyton, on the other hand, shot 9 out of 13, efficiently scoring 21 points, making a strong comeback that contradicted TNT's commentary. After the victory, Peyton, in an interview, did not forget to deliver a jab. "The media only cares about statistics and boasts about personal performances. I know how to win games. I am not concerned about how many points I score in a single match. I only care about the outcome." After triumphing in this match, the Lakers' record improved to 24 wins and 11 losses. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves also secured a victory against the Spurs that evening, maintaining their lead in the Western Conference with a record of 26 wins and 11 losses. The Spurs, having lost, held a record of 26 wins and 13 losses, surpassing the Lakers as well. Despite the defeat, Tim Duncan shone in Coach Popovich's strategy, contributing significantly during the game. He played for 45 minutes, achieving 14 field goals out of 26 attempts, 8 successful free throws from 15 attempts, and accumulating 36 points, 20 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, and 1 turnover. Duncan dominated the matchup against Garnett, securing 11 offensive rebounds. However, the Spurs struggled with their perimeter performance, as Parker was overwhelmed by Gasol, who led the team with an impressive 33 points and 9 assists. The championship guard Sprewell scored efficiently, netting 24 points on 10 of 19 shooting, further exploiting the Spurs' backcourt weaknesses. In a post-game interview, a disappointed Duncan lamented the team's inadequate preparation for the match, asserting that they should have emerged victorious. Having been a reliable source of scoring for several seasons, Duncan felt the pressure mounting, prompting Popovich to increase his motivational speeches. New York fans remained indifferent to other teams. That night, the Knicks achieved yet another resounding victory against the Magic at home. The final score was 92-120, igniting a fervor in Madison Square Garden. McGrady recorded 26 points, 7 rebounds, and 9 assists, shooting 9 of 27 from the field and 2 of 7 from three-point range. Along with 6 out of 8 free throws, Houston contributed 21 points on 8 of 18 shooting and 5 out of 6 from the line. Despite the commendable performances of the two core players, the team's defensive capabilities faltered, culminating in a record of 12 wins and 26 losses. As the Magic fell back into a losing streak after a brief resurgence, the lively atmosphere of Madison Square Garden evoked a sense of nostalgia for Houston. This season, plagued by recurring knee injuries, Houston's performance had become unpredictable, and the losses were certainly linked to his condition. McGrady exited early through the player tunnel. While Liu inquired once more about his old teammates' injuries, Houston shared that the medical team had advised surgery, but he preferred conservative treatment, believing the team still had a chance to reach the playoffs. Upon hearing this, Liu furrowed his brow, cautioning that even if they secured the 8th seed, the injury-riddled Magic would be at a disadvantage. I recommend you undergo surgery sooner rather than later. Forcing yourself into the playoffs and facing us in the first round would be unwise. Houston shook his head, disagreeing with this perspective. Making the playoffs is still a form of success. At the very least, it provides some closure for the fans. On the evening of the 16th, the Knicks welcomed their final home game of the week. This season, the Supersonics also faced injuries, with Ray Allen returning after a 2-month hiatus, as he sought to regain his competitive form. However, it was Rashard Lewis who faltered that night, shooting a disappointing 3 of 11 in the first half, squandering Allen's efficient performance. By halftime, the Knicks led by 18 points. In the third quarter, the Knicks intensified their efforts, outscoring the Supersonics 29-19, which led the final period to devolve into garbage time. In the end, the Knicks triumphed decisively over their opponents. Liu played for 28 minutes, achieving an impressive 10 out of 15 field goals, including 5 of 8 from beyond the arc, and perfect from the free throw line at 5 of 5, amassing 30 points. For rebounds, 11 assists, and 2 steals, without a single turnover. Ray Allen also performed admirably, shooting 6 of 12 overall, with 3 of 7 from three-point range and a flawless 6 of 6 from the charity stripe, efficiently scoring 21 points. Both teams are set to face back-to-back matches tomorrow, allowing Liu only a brief exchange of pleasantries with his friends. The timing of Ray Allen's return from injury is fortuitous, as he has a chance to be selected as a reserve for the All-Star game. In late January, the Knicks were greeted with a favorable schedule, continuing their winning streak. After victories against the Bulls, Raptors, Celtics, and Hawks, the team's record soared to 42 wins and 3 losses. In the Eastern Conference, such a record virtually secures a playoff berth. During the back-to-back match on the 24th, returning to Madison Square Garden, New York fans anticipated witnessing Liu once again overpower the rookie Wade, only to find that the latter would be sidelined due to injury. The streetball king, Alston, who rarely made the starting lineup, faced a nightmare under the scrutinizing gaze of coach Stan Van Gundy. In his 34 minutes on the court, Alston managed only 1 of 8 shooting, hitting 1 of 5 from three-point range and 1 of 2 from the free throw line, finishing with a meager 4 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, and 5 turnovers. The streetball king spent most of the game merely passing the ball beyond half court, transforming into a dribbling guard. Wang Zizi once again failed to secure playing time in tonight's game. Fortunately, the loss did not dampen the post-game revelry, as Liu treated his friends, with John Wallace and the Heat players celebrating in style. The proud African-American brother's vanity was greatly satisfied, and disregarding Wade's feelings, he continued to boast the next day on the flight. "Don't let Lee's superstar status fool you. He never puts on airs with his good friends. If it weren't for honing my skills, I might have chosen the Knicks." The atmosphere was charged with flattery from the fans, while a visibly displeased Wade kept a stern expression throughout the game, as New York fans chanted, "Where is Wade?" The rookie Wade, still lacking the resilience, was thoroughly demoralized by the jeers from the crowd. Wang Zizi listened to John Wallace's boastful remarks. Though he had been invited to Liu's home every time he visited New York, his limited English prevented him from boasting himself. Approaching the All-Star game, most players were striving to showcase their talents. The Lakers, hindered by injuries and an incomplete roster, faced consecutive losses the previous week. The Spurs, embarking on their Eastern road trip, also succumbed to defeat against the Bucks. On the 27th, facing the Knicks in another back-to-back challenge, the Spurs encountered yet another humiliating defeat. At the end of the first quarter, with a score of 12-31, Duncan, heading to the bench, angrily hurled his towel without waiting to sit down. The amused fans reveled in the spectacle, loudly taunting from behind the Spurs bench. Ginobili went 0 for 3, scoring merely 2 points. While Parker failed to score at all with 0 for 4, Bowen and Nestorovic combined for 4 points, and Duncan managed only 6 points from 3 of 7 shooting. Sitting before his players, Popovich struggled to find words. He was acutely aware of what a 19-point deficit signified. Noticing Duncan's disappointed gaze, Popovich felt a surge of urgency and instinctively remarked, "We still have a chance." However, he abruptly fell silent mid-sentence. Fortunately, at that moment, the assistant coach began to advise the players while holding the tactical board, alleviating the awkward tension. With the starters struggling, Popovich swiftly initiated a roster rotation. Yet, he felt helpless as the substitutes, Devin Brown, Malik Rose, and Robert Horry, frequently committed errors. The team's poor outside shooting performance compounded Duncan's difficulties against double teams, resulting in 8 turnovers in a single quarter. Popovich was disheartened by such a display. The Spurs, with a fractured mindset, continued their lackluster performance into the second quarter, as the players on the court persisted with their mistakes. By halftime, the score stood at 32-59, with the Spurs' 15 turnovers allowing the Knicks, who had struggled with their outside shooting, to seize control of the game. As the second half commenced, the New York fans had seemingly lost interest in the proceedings, and the dejected expressions on the Spurs bench only brought them amusement. Ultimately, the Spurs fell to a disheartening 80-112 defeat, marking their third consecutive loss. Pau Gasol shone brightly that evening, playing for 31 minutes and achieving impressive statistics: 24 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, 2 blocks, and just 1 turnover on 9 of 15 shooting, along with a perfect 6 of 6 from the free throw line. After the game, the Spurs players retreated early to the locker room, and Gasol, when interviewed by TNT, expressed his joy. When asked about the All-Star starting position, Gasol displayed remarkable humility. "I am uncertain how many votes I will receive. I merely wish to relish the experience. You know, I cannot play like Lee. I am a technically skilled big man, and I may not be able to deliver the breathtaking dunks that fans desire. If I am fortunate enough to secure a starting position, I just want to express my gratitude to the fans and my teammates for their support." On January 29th, the NBA announced the voting results for the 2004 Los Angeles All-Star Game. Liu garnered 2.66 million votes, once again named the top vote-getter, despite injuries. Carter received 2.02 million votes, placing second. The Eastern Conference All-Star starters included Liu with 2.66 million votes, Jason Kidd with 1.14 million votes, Vince Carter with 2.02 million votes, Grant Hill with 1.74 million votes, and Pau Gasol with 1.65 million votes. The Western Conference All-Star starters comprised Allen Iverson, whose team struggled with a 19-24 record due to injuries, received 980,000 votes, and missed the starting lineup. Seemingly embarrassed, he declined interviews from Philadelphia sports media. Tracy McGrady, with 1.02 million votes, also missed the All-Star starting roster, a consequence that was expected given the Magic's poor performance. On the 30th, the Knicks faced off against the Celtics, and prior to the game, Liu, in an interview, refrained from discussing his status as the top vote-getter, instead continuing to advocate for his teammate. Ron deserves an all-star spot. I cannot think of anyone in the league whose defense rivals his. Liu laughed heartily and boasted exuberantly. In contrast, the host's O'Neal garnered only 1.45 million votes, consequently losing his starting position. This prompted the Shark to voice his grievances once more before the game against the Timberwolves, exclaiming, "I do not understand why fans do not vote for me. I remain the most formidable big man in the league." Grateful acknowledgments to the readers for their subscription support. This chapter concludes. On February 3, 2004, the NBA announced the reserve roster for the Los Angeles All-Star Game. The Eastern Conference reserves included Byron Davis, Allen Iverson, Ron Artest, Tracy McGrady, Kenyon Martin, Ben Wallace, and Jermaine O'Neal, while the Western Conference reserves featured Sam Cassell, Ray Allen, Peja Stojakovic, Dirk Nowitzki, Andrei Kirilenko, Brad Miller, and Shaquille O'Neal. Following the announcement of the reserve roster, discontent emerged. On the Eastern side, McGrady and Iverson's teams had disappointing records. Their inclusion in the All-Star lineup sparked resentment. Although the Bucks lacked several star players this season, with Van Horn and Red still present, their performance surpassed that of two high-profile teams. Upon the release of this roster, recently recovered Ray Allen, during an interview, expressed his belief that Red deserved an All-Star spot, stating, "I know him. He works diligently in training. Had we parted ways with George Karl sooner last season, perhaps the Bucks would have fared better." The subject of his remarks, Michael Redd, had yet to respond. But Allen seized the opportunity to voice his opinions. Bucks fans felt disheartened at the thought of relinquishing their star player and a first-round draft pick, only to receive a fleeting tenure with Gary Payton in return. The dismissal of George Karl did little to quell the fans' discontent. Meanwhile, the fervor surrounding the All-Star Game was overshadowed by the recent Super Bowl wardrobe malfunction incident. During the duet between Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake, a sudden wardrobe mishap allowed viewers a brief glimpse of the adorned star. CBS subsequently issued a statement clarifying that this incident was not part of the rehearsal plan. Both parties extended apologies, firmly asserting that the exposure was purely accidental and not a publicity stunt. In a mere 2 days, Janet Jackson's official website was inundated with furious messages, and the Federal Communications Commission received a plethora of protest emails. In summary, the Super Bowl wardrobe malfunction incident sparked widespread discussion across the United States. On the evening of the 3rd, buoyed by his all-star selection, Artest delivered an outstanding performance against the Suns. In 35 minutes of play, he achieved 21 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. With shooting statistics of 8 for 15 from the field, 2 for 5 from beyond the arc, and 3 for 5 from the free throw line, the Knicks triumphed over the Suns, thereby averting a consecutive losing streak. At the end of January, during a back-to-back match against the Pacers, the Knicks' winning streak came to an abrupt halt. As the All-Star weekend approached, the team, boasting a significant lead in the standings, commenced a substantial rotation of players. After a 2-day rest, they were poised to strike hard once more, and the atmosphere at Madison Square Garden remained electrifying post-game. This season, 4 starters from the Knicks were selected for the All-Star Game, much to the delight of New York fans. In an interview, Artest could hardly contain his joy, exclaiming, "It feels wonderful to see dreams come true. I must thank my teammates and express my gratitude to Lee for his recognition." Following this loss, the Suns' record fell to 17 wins and 33 losses, with no signs of improvement since Alvin Gentry took over as head coach. Anthony Hardaway has managed to evade significant injuries this season, maintaining a commendable attendance record, yet his performance has notably declined. Similarly, Stephon Marbury is in excellent physical condition, his statistics appearing satisfactory, yet he has been unable to lead his team to victory. Prior to the All-Star Game, the Knicks' schedule was relatively relaxed, and among all the teams in the league, Mike D'Antoni was the earliest to prepare for the second half of the season. In the first week of February, the Knicks had only 2 games to play, allowing for a 3-day respite before facing the Heat on Saturday. The scouting report was particularly astute, indicating that Wade, having lost part of his meniscus, indeed posed a considerable injury risk, aptly dubbed the bankrupt version of Lee. On the evening of the 7th, Wade once again sat out due to injury, disappointing the Heat fans. No players from the 2003 draft class were selected for the All-Star Game. Regardless of how they were praised, these newcomers were still akin to ordinary players in their initial foray into the league, grappling with the rigors of competition. Before the game commenced, in the visitors' locker room, Lee also gave an interview, stating, "Injuries are the arch nemesis of athletes. if one aspires to greatness. Maintaining a healthy body is paramount, while the regular season is indeed crucial as it pertains to playoff matchups. The Heat should not be overly concerned with playoff considerations at this juncture. Perhaps, like the Cavaliers, they ought to contemplate how to embark on a rebuilding phase. Losing could potentially yield benefits. With a record of 20 wins and 30 losses, the Heat still harbored hopes for the playoffs halfway through the season. Lee's remarks were tinged with humor, especially considering Pat Riley's penchant for bold declarations prior to the new season. This game was not broadcast nationwide, and TNT reporters were less concerned with the outcome than with querying Lee. Why did you decline the league's invitation to participate in the individual challenges at this year's All-Star Game? Currently holding the records for both the three-point contest and the skills challenge, Lee smiled at the question. No player relishes finishing second. It is evident that if I participate, the championship is mine. I wish to leave some opportunities for other players. Should anyone break my records in the future, I shall consider re-entering the competition. The sports journalists surrounding Lee found his somewhat brash statements irrefutable, as records are notoriously difficult to surpass. Recently, Grant Hill attended the Grammys with his singer wife, which resulted in his absence from 2 games. However, this did not diminish his popularity. After the revelation of the Knicks collective gathering, it indeed had a certain impact. Grant Hill's image as a devoted husband resonated more with some fans. When discussing this year's All-Star starting positions, Hill could not help but boast. Since the new season commenced, our performance has consistently led the way, and I believe Court should also be selected for the All-Star game. The Knicks' record undoubtedly surpasses that of the Magic and the 76ers, making Court deserving of a starting position. Recently, I have often heard Liu and Hill alternately praising each other. While organizing his sneakers, Court Thomas remarked with a smile, "Honestly, I just prefer not to match up against those giants in the Western Conference." The Western All-Star starting lineup remains unchanged, boasting a significant height advantage. The accompanying New York reporter felt a tinge of regret, wishing to see all 5 starters selected for the All-Star game. In the locker room, Stoudemire felt a pang of disappointment. Recently, his knee had shown some minor issues, prompting the coaching staff to promptly place him on the injury list. Mutombo's playing time has notably increased. Compared to the younger players, this veteran has proven to be quite resilient, having avoided any injury since joining the Knicks. As the evening's game commenced, both teams engaged in a fierce offensive battle. Under Odom's leadership, the Heat trailed 59-36 at halftime, falling behind by 23 points. The left-handed magician shot only 2 for 10, managing just 8 points in the first half, leaving the attending Heat fans utterly bewildered by Odom's performance. Ultimately, with core players underperforming, the Heat faced yet another disheartening defeat, losing 115-76, as the Knicks concluded their schedule for the first week of February. Mutombo, who came off the bench, recorded 4 blocks, and during a post-game locker room interview, he playfully teased himself. "The little guys on the other side think I've aged. But I feel better this season. I still consider myself young. Perhaps my age has been misrecorded. I should be 30. On the Knicks side, they entered a state of relaxation, while the defeated Heat were in low spirits. Injuries seemed to plague them whenever they faced the defending champions. Despite Wade's genuine injury, many commentators criticized his avoidance of confrontation. Lee destroyed Wade in just 1 game. What a timid fellow. Wade is destined not to become the next Lee. I do not see in him a thirst for victory. Perhaps Pat Riley has misjudged him. Wade is not the cornerstone of the Heat." On Sunday, the Heat faced off against the Pacers on the road, and the multitude of criticisms left Wade feeling numb. Making a return from injury as a substitute, Wade performed decently, shooting 5 for 7 and making 5 of 10 free throws, contributing 15 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers. The Heat lost once again, 91-97. Such a performance did not earn him praise. Instead, during the post-game press conference, Wade faced mockery. "Wade, why did you choose to return in an away game? Does this imply you fear matching up against Lee?" During a press conference, an ESPN reporter posed a question that elicited muffled laughter from the background. The rookie, Dwayne Wade, was incensed by such overt mockery and could not help but retort loudly, "I only received the team's medical clearance for this game. No one desires to return to the court and aid the team more than I do. I swear, we will make it to the playoffs." Before the All-Star weekend commenced, the Knicks achieved a commendable record of 2 wins and 1 loss. After a comfortable victory against the Clippers and the Hornets on the night of the 11th, they faced a back-to-back challenge against the Mavericks. The coaching staff opted for early substitutions, leading to an unfortunate ankle injury for the diminutive Nate, who had just begun to regain his form. He expressed his frustration, noting that every time he found his rhythm, an injury would abruptly halt his momentum. Throughout the current season, his attendance has been remarkably poor. Fortunately, with a week of rest during the All-Star weekend and no structural damage, Nate could reassess his physical condition. With a record of 49 wins and 5 losses at the season's midpoint, the Knicks held a significant lead, and even if they decided to forfeit some back-to-back games, they were likely to secure the top position in the league. Due to injuries, Wade did not garner many votes during this year's All-Star selection. In contrast, LeBron James amassed 720,000 votes. Despite missing out on the All-Star game, his popularity remained largely unaffected by the team's struggles. The Cavaliers suffered another defeat against the Nets in their final game before the All-Star break, with a decisive score of 105-85, dropping their record to 12 wins and 41 losses, firmly anchoring them at the bottom of the standings. The Nets displayed exceptional defense, while the so-called chosen one faltered, shooting 2 for 13 and finishing with a meager 9 points, 2 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 5 turnovers. Following a conflict between Jason Kidd and Byron Scott, the Nets parted ways with their head coach at the end of January, appointing Lawrence Frank as his successor. This was not Kidd's first clash with a coach. Hiring a rookie coach clearly indicated the Nets' concession. Unlike Kidd, LeBron James did not seek to dominate the team. Under the guidance of a championship coach, he played with fervor, becoming the most motivated player on the Cavaliers. Particularly during home games, James gave his all on the court. Any lackluster performance could simply be attributed to limitations in his skill set. In light of this, Cavaliers fans, alongside Jeff Van Gundy, expressed their support for James, all sharing a belief in the process. After the game, the bald-headed young coach provided James with a motivational boost during an interview, stating, in his rookie season, LeBron must adapt to the intensity of the league and the relatively dense schedule. In the lengthy regular season, he needs to learn to self-adjust. Success never comes by chance. I see the future in him. Compared to the beginning of the season, his defensive improvements are evident. I am pleased with the team's current performance. And we must all remain patient with LeBron. Ultimately, he will fulfill his potential. In interviews, Jeff Van Gundy consistently speaks highly of his players, and most sports media find his remarks to be quite reasonable. No one questions the coaching abilities of the bald-headed young coach. In the current Eastern Conference, it may be more prudent to continue accumulating talent and undertake a rebuilding process over several years rather than merely stumbling into the playoffs only to be eliminated in the first round. Local sports journalists in Cleveland unwaveringly support the team, and after an interview, one could not help but exuberantly shout, "Coach Van Gundy, we believe in you. You will lead the Cavaliers to break the curse and claim the championship." Hearing such declarations frequently, Jeff Van Gundy waved to the crowd, exuding an air of a celebrated coach, even in defeat, and the bald-headed young coach felt a sense of pride, pondering the essence of a championship mentor. On February 12th, as the majority of NBA teams entered a state of respite, Hook unveiled the iteration of Lee Yu's signature shoe. That evening, Hook took the opportunity of the product launch to host a pop concert at the Hammerstein Ballroom in Manhattan, inviting several renowned singers. A mundane product release would not attract the masses. The youth prefer vibrant atmospheres. This time, there was no groundbreaking technology. Lee Yu's sneakers merely represented a standard iteration, returning to the Hyperdunk series. In recent years, it appeared that Hook was attempting to carve out 2 paths for Lee Yu's footwear, one line featuring new technology at a higher price point, and another with standard iterations sold at more accessible prices. Coupled with the colorway remakes of older shoes, this trifecta has garnered widespread acclaim for Lee Yu's signature line, satisfying the diverse needs of all fans. In contrast to the Shoke series endorsed by Carter, Lee Yu's signature shoes have achieved comprehensive market coverage, while the Shoke's prices have steadily declined each year. Hook attributes the lackluster sales to Carter's waning popularity, deliberately neglecting to mention that the Shoke's line is as stiff as a brick. Lee Yu's shoes, while appearing flamboyant, primarily rely on air cushioning technology, with the upper and midsole showcasing new innovations. However, there seems little left to boast about in that regard, leaving the design as the sole area for improvement in recent years. As the atmosphere intensified with the arrival of performers, media reporters flocked to interview designer Eric Eva, who is the mastermind behind all of Lee Yu's shoes. Shortly after his interview, Liu made his way to a corner where Matt Parker and Hook's chief financial officer, Blair, were gathered. Blair had been the chief financial officer at PepsiCo's Asia division before 1999 and had firmly established himself at Hook in recent years. Following Liu's collaboration with the Deloitte accounting firm, he forged a friendship with the CFO, who hailed from Deloitte, dressed impeccably in a black suit. With meticulously groomed facial hair and slightly graying short hair, Blair presented the initial impression of an energetic older white man. Upon spotting Liu, Blair immediately beamed, exclaiming, "Li, last year our international sales surpassed domestic sales for the first time. Your influence in Asia has even eclipsed that of Michael Jordan." Surrounded predominantly by staff from Hook, and with no journalists present, Liu, clad in a deep blue suit, jestingly remarked upon hearing the conversation, "You ought to place more value on my signature shoes." Fans can perceive sincerity. When it comes to colorway replicas, remember not to compromise on quality, or else we may face legal repercussions. I stand with the fans on this. High prices are acceptable, but there must be some integrity. In recent years, Hook has frequently faced allegations of labor exploitation. Despite having standardized labor conditions in their factories, labor organizations in the United States still feel oppressed. Over the past 2 years, Hook has embarked on another acquisition spree, seemingly neglecting the technological aspects of their footwear. With both Liu and Michael Jordan possessing formidable marketing prowess, there appears to be a growing sense of complacency. Matt Parker, who is yet to be promoted to CEO, took Liu's teasing in stride, responding with a hint of schadenfreude. "Perhaps we should consult our future CEO, Mr. William Perez. This is a strategic matter for him." Blair, unbothered by the sardonic tone of Parker, chimed in. "Perez is a marathon runner and an avid golfer, having served as CEO in the consumer goods sector for over 30 years. The internal response to the personnel changes at Hook has largely been supportive, though Blair remained uninvolved in these discussions. At this juncture, he shared good news with Liu. "The board has approved a lifetime contract regarding your personal brand, provided it does not involve equity. Prepare your agent and legal team accordingly. Last year, we acquired Converse, and this year the company aims to make significant strides in the international market. Li, this is your opportunity. There's an Asian tour planned for the off-season, and it's all set in motion." With Blair winking at him, Matt Parker smiled in agreement, and Liu sensed that the division of profits could be further negotiated. Hook only disclosed information to Liu following the product launch, displaying a somewhat aloof attitude with their no rabbit, no hawk approach. "It seems I must prepare for a celebratory gathering in advance." Liu did not exhibit overwhelming joy, but rather a subtle smile, recognizing that this situation was mutually beneficial. Nonetheless, business remains business. Despite their amicable relationship with Liu, finalizing the contract would require further negotiations, placing the onus on the agents and legal teams. Reflecting on the upcoming Asian tour, Blair's expression shifted to one of nostalgia, recalling his time living in Japan and China while working at Pepsi. At that moment, Matt Parker patted Liu on the shoulder and casually inquired, "How about securing another championship? I believe Asian fans would adore the number 6. Seeing both men laugh, Liu, brimming with confidence, nodded and replied, "Absolutely. This year, no one stands a chance against the Knicks, surpassing Michael Jordan in championships. I am certain the fans will relish this event." As the All-Star weekend approached, the trade between the Hawks and the Trail Blazers ignited fervent discussions among commentators. The Hawks sent out Eddie Curry, Dandy Cow, and Theo Ratliff in exchange for Wesley Person and Rasheed Wallace from the Trail Blazers. The long-rebuilding Atlanta Hawks have struggled with their performance, ultimately leading the team to lose faith in the process and part ways with cornerstone player Eddie Curry during his contract year. The departure of Rasheed Wallace from the Portland Trail Blazers also suggests that the team is no longer willing to spend to endure defeats and is preparing for a rebuild. In recent years, the Blazers have been formidable rivals to the Los Angeles Lakers, although the OK duo secured only one championship. Their consistent appearances in the conference finals have been quite commendable. With the dissolution of this old rivalry, the Lakers have also faced their own challenges. Leading up to All-Star Weekend, the highly anticipated matchup between Shaquille O'Neal and Yao Ming ended in another defeat for the Lakers, bringing their record to 31 wins and 19 losses after a loss of 87-102. In the first half of the season, the Lakers enjoyed a relatively easy schedule, yet their performance has steadily declined. This season, the venerable coach, often referred to as KFC Old Man, lost his position as an All-Star coach. The Western Conference All-Star coach is now Flip Saunders of the Timberwolves, while Mike D'Antoni continues in the East. And Rick Carlisle of the Pacers has taken the all-star coaching position. Following a loss to the Rockets, O'Neal faced ridicule, especially after having previously voiced sarcastic complaints. In a direct confrontation, Yao Ming emerged victorious. O'Neal played for 41 minutes, shooting 5 of 12 from the field and making 14 of 19 free throws, leading the Lakers with 24 points, in addition to 9 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, 4 blocks, and 3 turnovers. Yao, on the other hand, played for 37 minutes, scoring 29 points on 10 of 21 shooting and making 9 of 11 free throws. In this defeat, the Lakers found fewer excuses. Gary Payton scored efficiently with 19 points on 8 of 11 shooting, while Kobe Bryant managed 14 points on 4 of 7 shooting, including 4 of 5 from beyond the arc. Meanwhile, Vladimir Medvedenko struggled, scoring only 3 points on 1 of 13 shooting, yet the role players were not to be blamed. Post-game, O'Neal reiterated, "We are still searching for our rhythm. Injuries have impacted the team's strength. I remain the most formidable big man in the league." O'Neal's insistence on his dominance seemed primarily directed at the Lakers' management. United in their disdain for Bryant, both KFC Old Man and O'Neal were at odds with him. O'Neal sought a lucrative contract, while Phil Jackson aimed to eliminate players he disliked to gain greater authority. Bryant, also in a contract year, faced challenges as he frequently traveled to Denver, impacting his performance, yet he too required impressive statistics. After the loss, Bryant refrained from complaints, although he endured O'Neal's taunts. His feelings of guilt having vanished, the entire team is striving to feed Shaq, yet we still lost. It was evident that Yao had outperformed him, securing his position as a starting center in the All-Star game without question. While Bryant retained his starting spot, O'Neal, despite receiving more votes, was relegated to the bench. Upon learning of these developments, O'Neal was informed of a skirmish in the Lakers' locker room, which was only diffused through the intervention of veteran Karl Malone. Upon arriving in Los Angeles on the 13th, Liu witnessed the Lakers' internal drama unfold. It appeared that there was a leak within the team. As an ESPN columnist vividly described the internal conflict. Throughout the day, Liu had to accompany the staff of the Hook, participating in various activities. Apart from taking photographs and signing autographs, Scarlett had to attend an NBA press conference in the afternoon, responding to various inquiries. Recently, she had been preparing for the upcoming Oscars in Los Angeles. By evening, she welcomed Liu into her apartment, perhaps weary of her mother's incessant chatter. Scarlett had just moved out, spending most of her time in New York after completing her last film, having indulged in a rare high-calorie junk food meal. Liu felt elated as he watched Scarlett joyfully adjusting her pearl earrings in front of the mirror. He immediately approached her, embracing her and suggesting, "You should pair it with a pearl necklace. This is your first award, a moment worth commemorating. Perhaps we should also purchase a pair of black pearl earrings." Due to their frequent filming of short videos together, they understood each other well. As he held her gently, whispered words filled the air, and Scarlett's breath quickened. "It's not the Oscars. Winning won't increase my pay. I look dreadful in that film, but I do cherish this gift. Do you think wearing accessories would enhance my beauty?" Although the gift was not extravagant, it held significant sentimental value, lifting Scarlett's spirits as she offered him a piece of candy. Watching her soft features in the mirror, her voice turned husky. "Why harm this beautiful body? I adore pink pearls." Leaning forward, Liu buried his head close to her, as he indeed preferred minimal accessories. The following morning, an early rising Liu began calling the girls, showering them with sweet words. It was not until midday that Scarlett groggily awoke, eventually playfully frolicking in the bathroom before nestling into Liu's embrace, too languid to move. Liu, shirtless, paid no mind to her playful antics as he managed his emails on his laptop. As Scarlett explored his firm muscles, she planted a kiss on his stubble, exclaiming, "You seem particularly happy today." The girl unabashedly wrapped her arms around Liu from behind, sensing his excitement from the early hours. "I am simply delighted for you. You are becoming more beautiful." After kissing him, Liu's mind wandered, realizing that his talent panel had finally changed. Michael Jordan's extraordinary core strength had vanished. Another top-tier talent had been fully absorbed, signifying an enhancement in his physique, a passive increase in skill, and it felt splendid. Thanks to the support from book friends for their subscriptions. Chapter 322. The All-Star Game also has its disparities. Daily chapter. On February 14, 2004. Most NBA players had begun their vacations, while those who enjoyed the limelight gathered in Los Angeles. The Lakers, as the host team, should have garnered the most attention. But due to their mediocre performance and star player Shaquille O'Neal losing his starting position, coupled with Kobe's off-court troubles, their popularity waned. During the afternoon's photo shoot, O'Neal wore a long face, as if everyone owed him millions, remaining silent and refusing interviews. Not only were there issues regarding the All-Star game, but securing a lucrative contract was also proving to be quite challenging. In a month's time, he will reach the age of 32, entering the twilight of his professional career. O'Neal is resolute, recognizing that this is his final opportunity to reap substantial rewards. This year's Eastern Conference All-Star team will don blue jerseys emblazoned with the word ESD diagonally across the chest, while the Western Conference will sport white jerseys, both featuring identical designs. O'Neal, a veteran of the league, finds himself in the disheartening position of having failed to secure a starting role for 2 consecutive years, a situation that undoubtedly bruises his pride. In stark contrast, Kevin Garnett greets everyone with a friendly bro and shares warm exchanges with reporters, his face radiating joy. It is evident that this MVP contender is in high spirits. At the Staples Center, Garnett appeared to have claimed O'Neal's spot, rallying his fellow Western All-Stars. He noticed several players wearing sour expressions, seemingly dissatisfied, prompting him to clap his hands and exclaim, "Smile, guys. Tim, lighten up, don't be so serious." Yao Ming exhibited a simple nervousness, while Francis beamed with delight. The Spurs, boasting a record of 35 wins and 18 losses before the All-Star game, found Duncan overshadowed by Garnett, leaving him unable to smile. Among the reserves, Gasol supported Garnett with a brilliant smile, though his alien appearance detracted from the cheerfulness of his grin. Peja, Nowitzki, Kirilenko, and Brad Miller appeared indifferent, while Ray Allen maintained a serious demeanor, with few smiles shared among them. As for O'Neal, his face revealed clear discontent, particularly as he faced the prospect of another photo op with Yao Ming, an experience he perceived as a personal affront. Garnett, realizing that his teammates seemed to be in low spirits and largely unresponsive, decided to entertain himself. Positioned at the center, he beamed brightly, playfully contorting his face while posing with the basketball. When Garnett and Gasol posed for a photo with Coach Saunders, he nearly stretched his grin to the back of his head, feeling as though he had become the star of this All-Star weekend. On the Eastern Conference side, aside from Iverson, Carter, and McGrady, who were in poor spirits, the atmosphere was largely joyous. Kidd, having secured a rare starting position, brought his family along to Los Angeles. Yet this did nothing to dampen his good mood. Knicks players dominated the All-Star roster, naturally congregating for cheerful photos, savoring the moment. Byron Davis, despite frequently facing criticism, never displayed the arrogance of Iverson and had long since embraced a more humble persona. The bearded player thoroughly enjoyed this year's All-Star weekend, even requesting the photographer to capture a solo shot of him and Liao. As Liao settled with the ball, Davis gestured as if wearing a crown and vocally proclaimed, "At the end of this season, the greatest player in history is Li." The crowd joined in the cheer, leaving Liao in a state of bemusement as he shook his head and remarked, "I'm only 26. Please don't make me sound like I'm 36. I am still a young player." As Iverson observed from the sidelines, his eyes twitched at the spectacle of sycophantic adulation surrounding him. After completing a photo shoot, the previously vocal peers fell silent, while the exuberant artist, having successfully ousted him and secured a spot in the All-Star lineup, exuberantly declared, "The All-Star games in recent years have been too soft. This year, as long as I step onto the court, I will give it my all and help Lee secure an award." Grant Hill echoed his sentiments, striking poses and smiling brightly for the cameras. However, the boisterous artist soon found himself under Shaquille O'Neal's fierce glare. The home team rightfully deserved to be in the starting lineup for awards. And after enduring incessant provocations over the past few days, the Shark was on the verge of snapping. Carter and his shoe controversy had sparked some debate, leaving him feeling rather despondent, particularly regarding his relationship with the Raptors. Despite his All-Star selection, the perpetually injured Carter remained in low spirits. Meanwhile, Ben Wallace joined in the revelry, gathering Lee and a few others for a group photo with the Knicks. Over the past few years, Wallace had amassed numerous accolades, and although he still held a disdain for artist, the two found common ground in their collective camaraderie. Lee should have received the award last year. With us here this year, I believe the league can present the award early. With his hair tousled, Wallace struck a pose and boasted about winning to present Lee with a trophy. Kobe, upon hearing the Eastern Conference players boast, felt his smile wane. The hook he had hoped to latch onto had vanished after an illegal breach, and with sponsors withdrawing, both coaches and teammates had begun to harbor animosity towards him. Despite being in his home arena, Kobe's demeanor remained somber as he posed for photographs. Coach Carlisle, however, was unfazed by the players' banter. After snapping a couple of photos with Shaquille, he engaged in light conversation with Saunders. During this All-Star weekend, both coaches could simply relax as their players completed their photo sessions. Following the shoot, Gasol and Nowitzki exchanged greetings. Both being international players with shared experiences from recent encounters on European courts. After the interviews, everyone would return to their respective homes, with the evening reserved for the Rookie Challenge, a time of leisure. Yao Ming, preparing for the evening's competition, remained closely attached to Francis. Numerous Chinese sports media representatives attended, especially following Yao's victory over Shaq, which had secured him a starting position in the All-Star game, emboldening many. After fulfilling some photo requests from staff, Lee greeted Yao, advising him, "Enjoy the game, disregard the media reports, and pay no mind to the sentiments of the Los Angeles fans. Winners are not welcome here." With Shaquille's starting position usurped, the local sports media would undoubtedly be unkind. Yao was acutely aware of such external judgments, and Lee, knowing Yao often surfed the web for news, felt it necessary to offer a reminder that the evening's game would likely attract jeers. After listening to the theory of basketball capitalists, although Yao Ming did not alter his perspective, he gradually acclimated to the basketball culture of America. "I know. I haven't read the newspaper lately." After sharing a fist bump, Yao Ming leaned down to whisper, conversing rapidly in Chinese, leaving the sports journalist from Los Angeles bewildered, unable to grasp the unfolding discourse. Before dinner, Liu returned to the apartment in Westwood, where Scarlett had chosen to reside primarily due to its proximity to UCLA and convenient shopping options. The safety of this neighborhood was rather questionable. Back in 1988, gang conflicts had erupted here. Despite years of revitalization efforts, this area had continued to decline, in stark contrast to the recent construction boom near the Staples Center, which had attracted wealthier residents through upscale housing projects. Upon returning to the apartment, Liu was greeted by Hunter, who appeared somewhat dejected, seemingly exhausted by his sister's incessant nagging. Clothes were strewn about haphazardly, while Scarlett, standing in front of the mirror, animatedly criticized her brother's girlfriend. "That girl expects gifts after just a casual touch? Who does she think she is? Are you really wealthy? Why not find a girlfriend in New York instead of coming to Los Angeles to be deceived?" The young girl, clad in an oversized t-shirt, grew increasingly agitated. Casting aside her clothes and turning to strike her brother. Clearly irked, Scarlett expressed her frustration over someone else using her belongings as gifts. Liu embraced the young girl. Despite Hunter's impressive height of 190 centimeters, he instinctively retreated to the sofa. "I merely gave her a brooch." Scarlett, with her fists raised in indignation, gestured animatedly, recalling the numerous times she had indulged in extravagant purchases. Learning that the girl had sold the gifts after receiving them left her infuriated. "Get the car. I need to change clothes. I don't want to hear about that girl anymore." Without allowing Liu a chance to interject, she scolded her brother until he left the room. In Hollywood, there were many predatory women skilled at ensnaring men, and Hunter, still too young, had not grasped the nuances. Having spent less than 2 months in Los Angeles, he had already fallen victim to a romantic deception. Liu gently brushed his fingers through the girl's curly hair, helped her out of her t-shirt, and chuckled. "You weren't even angry yesterday. Honestly, getting deceived a few times could be beneficial. Consider it a lesson learned." Revealing her fair skin, marked with a few red impressions, Scarlett showed no sign of embarrassment, but rather puffed her chest in annoyance, saying, "Those journalists will mock us when they catch wind of this. I even suspect they do it on purpose." Supporting her waist, Liu assessed her reflection in the mirror, assisting her in donning a bra and selecting a vintage white shirt. After some deliberation, he chose a pair of beige casual trousers. Nodding in approval, he felt as though he were crafting a life-sized figurine. Scarlett playfully donned her new attire, and Liu fastened her belt, marveling at the blend of youthful exuberance and mature charm reflected in the mirror. The young girl twirled in front of the mirror, thoroughly pleased with her appearance, before turning and leaping into Liu's embrace, kissing him passionately. This delightful little game is often played by the two, and the young ladies frequently indulge in dressing up Liu, thus enhancing their mutual affection. A fervent kiss leaves the young girl breathless, and as Liu embraces her, he seemingly discovers something anew. He turns and picks up a lipstick, noticing her tilting her charming face. and cannot help but apply it with care. You look absolutely exquisite tonight. Upon hearing the compliment, Scarlett, giggling as she links her arm with Li Yu, gazes into the mirror and joyfully exclaims, "Tonight, I shall outshine those two superstar singers." The reason for her meticulous preparation is primarily due to the presence of the dazzling Beyoncé, who will also be watching the game with them that evening. Following her solo career, Beyoncé achieved tremendous success at this year's Grammy Awards and at the Los Angeles All-Star Game. She is set to perform during halftime. In addition to Beyoncé, Christina Aguilera will also grace the occasion, responsible for singing the opening number. Perhaps influenced by the spirit of Valentine's Day, Scarlett is particularly cheerful during their private moments, chattering incessantly once they get into the car. The driver, Hunter, remains sullen and silent, continuing to bear the burdens of his college life. Upon noticing Li Yu's subtle eyebrow raise, he finally feels at ease. "Had I known, I would have stayed in Manhattan." That evening's Rising Stars Challenge showcases the celebrated 2003 draft class. Among the first-year players are the highly regarded rookies Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, and LeBron James. The second-year team features Amare Stoudemire and Tayshaun Prince from the Knicks, alongside familiar faces like Yao Ming, Manu Ginobili, Carlos Boozer, and Mike Dunleavy Jr. Li Yu is flooded with memories as he sits in the front row. Within the Staples Center, as the rookie players perform impressive dunks, the atmosphere grows increasingly vibrant. The director frequently directs the camera towards Li Yu, who is surrounded by Beyoncé and others, including Grant Hill and his celebrity wife, naturally drawing the attention of onlookers. Christina Aguilera, having dyed her hair black to shed her youthful image, has begun to adopt bolder fashion choices, accessorizing her figure with various adornments, occasionally teasing Hunter beside her. Aguilera exchanges playful glances with Scarlett, clearly aware of the latest gossip. At this moment, Beyoncé's figure is curvaceous and in peak form, while Li Yu finds himself less focused on the game, engaging in whispered conversations with the iconic singer. "You might want to consider AKS Capital. Your agent is quite protective of you, but we are indeed the most stable hedge fund," he suggests. The future affluent woman is undoubtedly a promising client. For years, Li Yu has been seeking investors for his company, which is pivotal for achieving genuine financial freedom. Beyoncé's father has always viewed Wall Street as a den of deceit. Yet after spending some time in New York, she has come to comprehend the essence of Li Yu's wealth. In response to his teasing, Beyoncé remains unfazed. Although the setting may not be entirely fitting, she assures him, "My father merely worries for me, but when it comes to investments, I shall definitely prioritize you." Beyoncé, adorned in a black dress, captivated the attention of many. Despite her relationship with Jay-Z, she remains an impressive figure, akin to a goalkeeper who can still score. In the eyes of numerous black athletes, she embodies the ideal goddess, and following her Grammy triumph, no one doubts her financial trajectory. The couple engaged in hushed gossip. While on the court, Stoudemire relentlessly racked up points. The players, caught off guard, watched as James and Anthony executed numerous dunks. The head coach for the rookie team is Doug Collins, with AC Green as the assistant coach. The duo occasionally rose to their feet, cheering loudly. The second-year team is helmed by Lakers legend Michael Cooper, with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as the assistant coach. Throughout the second half, the second-year team maintained a lead, sitting on the bench with smiles whenever the camera panned their way. In the commentary booth, Marv Albert and Mike Fratello discussed Stoudemire's performance this season with the Knicks. Despite being hampered by injuries, he has made significant strides. His finishing efficiency under the basket has improved, as has his defensive positioning. The coaching staff of the Knicks has been generous with playing time, and once his rookie contract concludes, Stoudemire will have the opportunity to secure a starting position. Observing the exceptionally talented Stoudemire score consecutively, Fratello could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Albert, focusing on the performance of Princeton, expressed his admiration, noting that while Anthony and James excel, he believes Princeton has outshined them, demonstrating an understanding of how to contribute to the team's victories. On the court, Princeton just executed a steal, advancing to a 1-on-0 situation and emphatically dunking the ball. The Lakers fans in attendance immediately responded with boos, as they jeered at any player from the Knicks. Both teams showcased their dunking prowess, culminating in a final score of 116-144, with the second-year team emerging victorious. Stoudemire, having scored 36 points, was ultimately named the MVP of the Rookie Challenge, prompting applause from Lee and others. Yao Ming was ill-suited for such an exhibition, receiving limited playing time while supporting from the sidelines. James tallied 33 points. Yet the rookie team suffered a significant defeat. Despite a commendable performance, victory eluded them. Anthony, with 17 points, observed Stoudemire lifting the trophy with a hint of disdain, while Wade looked on with envy. New York media often ridiculed him, and Wade aspired to earn accolades to validate himself, yet the Heat's performance remained mediocre, leaving him out of the All-Star conversation. In the skills challenge, Baron Davis claimed the trophy, though he failed to break Lee's record. The three-point and dunk contests featured lackluster performances, with the Nuggets' Wycheck Leonard barely advancing from the first round with 18 points. In the final stage, Peja and Kyle Korver each scored 16 and 15 points, respectively. Ultimately, Leonard secured the championship with a consistent performance, scoring 18 points. The slam dunk contest. Despite the presence of the esteemed Magic Johnson as a judge and a spirited atmosphere, failed to deliver an engaging spectacle. Fred Jones of the Pacers triumphed over Jason Richardson to clinch the championship. On Sunday the 15th, sports media began to critique this year's events, asserting that the excitement of the dunk contest paled in comparison to the actual dunks witnessed during the rookie challenge. As for the three-point contest, no one has yet managed to surpass the record set by Lee. It raises the question of why our players continue to struggle with shooting even when unguarded. Meanwhile, gossip columns captivated the public's attention, reporting that Lee and Beyoncé were seen together post-competition. Even with Scarlett Johansson by his side, some tabloid journalists boldly claimed Jay-Z had been cuckolded. Such varied news offered Lee a glimpse into the lifestyle of Los Angeles as he perused the morning papers. Both Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant did not attend the game last night, leading to excessive media speculation. The Los Angeles Times reported in a somewhat conspiratorial tone that Shaq and Kobe hadn't spoken in months, insinuating that Kobe was on the verge of being traded during the offseason, with Phil Jackson having issued an ultimatum to the management. This account was particularly compelling and appeared well-founded, especially given that O'Neal is the dominant figure on the team, making it seemingly easy to oust the fourth star. However, none of the reports mentioned O'Neal's age, conveniently overlooking the fact that the Big Shark is now a veteran player. As the broadcasting partner, TNT noted that the All-Star Game's viewership was lackluster. During the afternoon's build-up to the main event, Charles Barkley revisited the debate over the caliber of stars, suggesting that the waning interest in the All-Star weekend stemmed from a general disaffection with the players themselves. In my view, the disparity among All-Star players has never been greater. The absence of Lee from the competition has clearly dampened enthusiasm. Although I may not be fond of his performances, he has undoubtedly salvaged this era in some respects. Kenny Smith, witnessing his partner place the blame for dwindling viewership on the players, could only respond with resignation. It also relates to the format. Perhaps we should consider some changes rather than cling to tradition. Personally, I remain hopeful for the evening's All-Star Game, confident that the players will deliver an exhilarating performance for the fans. Earl Johnson seized the opportunity to summarize without allowing Barkley to interject, stating that the evening's contest should feature a showdown between Lee and O'Neal, with reports suggesting that the Eastern Conference All-Stars were rallying behind Lee for the All-Star MVP award, an enticing prospect for the fans. However, as the All-Star Game commenced at 8 p.m., Lee was met with resounding boos from the Los Angeles crowd. Over the years, he has become the most despised player among Lakers fans. From the moment he stepped onto the court, the jeers were incessant, prompting the Chinese sports media present to realize that the boos directed at Yao Ming were negligible by comparison. The cacophony of boos drowned out any cheers. And in such an environment, Lee naturally refrained from showcasing his full prowess, when executing a stunning maneuver only to be met with vehement disapproval from the front-row fans. One's spirit is inevitably affected. As the match commenced, Kidd struggled to stifle his laughter, reveling in the sight of Liu being booed. Throughout the first half, within his limited playing time, Liu transformed into an unyielding scoring machine. Kidd, in perfect synchrony, facilitated the play, quickly recognizing the exceptional rapport developing between them. With 5 minutes and 8 seconds remaining in the first half, both teams reintroduced their primary lineups, with O'Neal taking Yao Ming's place, becoming a starter in the match. The Shark had just executed a dunk beneath the basket when the Eastern Conference promptly initiated a fast break. Kidd sprinted with the ball, charging forward. Hill and Liu, equally in tune, halted their semi-transition attack at the left elbow. As Liu accelerated toward the basket, they positioned themselves to set a screen without the ball. After a momentary lapse, Kobe, who had been closely guarding, lost his defensive position, allowing Liu to penetrate straight to the basket, with Garnett failing to return for defense in time. Before nearing the three-point line, Kidd lofted the ball high towards the upper left of the hoop. Liu, having evaded his defender and nearing the paint, leaped into the air, catching the ball with his right hand, momentarily suspending himself before executing a powerful dunk. The crowd erupted with cheers at the splendid display, but soon, the jeers from Lakers fans followed suit. Upon landing, Liu gave Kidd a thumbs up, acknowledging the perfectly timed pass. Within just one quarter, they had discovered a spark of synergy. The towering figures from the Western Conference could only retrace their steps back to half-court, while O'Neal sought the ball in the low post. But Gasol diligently maneuvered to obstruct Francis's passing lane. Ultimately, Garnett stepped up to set a screen, receiving the pass at the free-throw line before missing a jump shot. Carter collected the long rebound, and the Eastern Conference immediately launched a counterattack. Kidd accelerated across half-court after receiving a pass, reaching the arc's apex, where Liu feigned an aggressive cut from the right wing before swiftly sidestepping to retreat. Briefly evading Kobe's pursuit, Liu successfully caught the ball on the right wing. With a deceptive pump fake, Kobe rushed forward, successfully drawing the defender's focus. Liu promptly dropped the ball with his right hand, executing a fluid step to break through. As Kobe hurriedly pivoted to adjust, before he could react, Liu smoothly pulled the ball back between his legs, quickly stepping back to launch a jump shot from the right wing. Swish! The three-pointer found nothing but net. On the Eastern All-Stars bench, all raised their right arms, collectively displaying three fingers. Witnessing the widening gap in the score, a frustrated O'Neal shot an irritated glance at Kobe, muttering, "Don't treat this like an exhibition game." Despite the whisper, O'Neal remained agitated, continuing to voice his discontent, ultimately provoking Kobe. The latter, who had been diligently defending, suddenly slacked off in the ensuing minutes. As both teams ignited with intensity, the Eastern All-Stars began to double-team the towering players, showcasing textbook defense on how a point guard disrupts a big man's reception. The perfectly timed double-team left O'Neal feeling uncomfortable every time he received the ball. Coupled with two turnovers from Kobe that resulted in easy transition points, the Sharks' defense faltered, ending the first half with a score of 58-69, as the Western All-Stars trailed by 11 points. After the commencement of the third quarter, Liu continued to score relentlessly. As the latter half of the quarter ushered in the rotation lineup, Ray Allen casually attempted shots, only to miss repeatedly. The score stood at 30-38 as the third quarter concluded, provoking a chorus of boos from the Staples Center. Observing the score of 88-107, commentator Marv Albert remarked habitually, "Lee will conclude the match in the fourth quarter. Tonight, he is fully immersed in scoring mode." Mike Fratello also did not anticipate such seriousness in the All-Star game, noting that the contest had become somewhat tedious. "I appreciate this type of game. Compared to a shootout with no defense, this level of competition is more rare in an All-Star match." On the Eastern All-Star side, Iverson displayed a subdued performance. Yet Coach Carlisle discerned the player's intentions and limited the undersized player's minutes in the fourth quarter. Despite the Western All-Stars making a vigorous effort to catch up, with O'Neal persistently demanding the ball, Liu consistently responded in a timely manner, while Kidd cleverly began to control the pace of the game. With 2 minutes and 6 seconds left on the clock, as the shot clock approached its limit, Liu received the ball at the logo position and swiftly unleashed a surprise shot. Swish! The three-pointer found the net flawlessly. The score stood at 118-130, with the Eastern Conference maintaining its lead. As O'Neal approached the free-throw line, the boos intensified. After several unsuccessful free throws, the Shaq completely lost composure, vocally expressing his frustration on the court. "FK, you're doing this on purpose." To which a teammate replied, "Buddy, we just aim to deliver an extraordinary game for the fans." Kidd responded and began to run down the clock, ultimately forcing Francis to commit a foul. The two sides commenced a free throw duel, with Liu finding amusement in the situation. As the final buzzer echoed through the arena, the boos reverberated throughout. The Eastern Conference triumphed with a score of 123-136. At the conclusion of the game, Liu raised his hands high in celebration, applauding the fans in attendance. With 12 of 19 shooting, including 5 of 8 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 4 of 4 from the free throw line, he amassed 33 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals. It was without question that Liu would receive the highest scoring accolade of the night. Observing the increasingly agitated O'Neal amidst the escalating boos, Coach Carlisle could only shake his head and smile wryly. This truly has been an exceptional All-Star game. Following the All-Star weekend each year, most sports commentators are more focused on the movements of various teams. For teams aspiring for championship glory, the conclusion of the All-Star weekend presents an opportune moment for targeted reinforcements. However, this year's circumstances are somewhat unique. As the sports media in Los Angeles and New York erupted into a heated debate, ignited by the recent All-Star weekend, on the morning of the 16th, the Los Angeles Times began advocating for O'Neal, stating, "Fans wish to witness a more thrilling duel, rather than a contest of three-point accuracy." Lee has ruined this year's All-Star weekend, leading his team to attempt 40 shots from beyond the arc, prompting many fans to demand refunds. Meanwhile, the New York Times, preparing to relocate to its new headquarters, resumed its sharp editorial style following the scandal surrounding a fabricated Pulitzer Prize. Lee transformed the All-Star weekend into a more exhilarating experience, rendering the basketball competition more authentic. However, the post-game antics of Shaquille O'Neal and the ignorance of certain Los Angeles fans tarnished what was otherwise a splendid match. Despite the mutual criticism exchanged between the teams, the sports section's front page featured a photograph of Lee embracing the MVP Crystal Trophy alongside David Stern. While the home team players may have felt aggrieved, the award presenter Stern and recipient Lee remained unaffected, both beaming brightly before the cameras. O'Neal left the venue prematurely, damaging the locker room door, an incident later reported by ESPN. A morning column even elaborated on the scene where O'Neal vented his frustrations towards Kobe. As the two exchanged greetings in the locker room, traditionally, the home team star player is expected to receive accolades. Yet, unwritten rules do not always hold true. When faced with a rival who shows no regard, the award often goes to the player with the best performance post-victory. This year, Lee did not yield. And with the likes of Peja, Nowitzki, and Miller merely playing a supporting role in the Western All-Star team, they fell short with a dismal 6 out of 27 from beyond the arc, ultimately overwhelmed by the Eastern All-Stars. With the Lakers aiming to secure a higher ranking in the latter half of the season, they resumed training the day after Sunday's game. O'Neal, who had avoided interviews, finally responded to some questions at noon with an expressionless demeanor. When confronted about the loss despite a significant advantage in the paint, he glared at the TNT reporter. The opposing team made 17 three-pointers, and their bench played seriously. We approached the game with a performance mindset, while clearly, our opponents did not. I am not interested in discussing All-Star Weekend any further. It was merely a minor award, and my focus is now on the championship. O'Neal's sensitive nature elicited quiet chuckles from those present, as an ESPN reporter shifted to more pressing matters. Shaq, can the Lakers mount a comeback in the second half? Home court advantage is crucial in the playoffs. Since Malone's knee injury, the veteran has been sidelined completely. It is worth noting that last season with the Jazz, Malone was in excellent health, yet upon joining the Lakers, he has been out of action. Despite the roster's disarray, O'Neal maintains substantial confidence in his team. We certainly hope to secure home court advantage, but my primary concern is the team's health. I do not believe there is anyone in the Western Conference who can challenge us. Perhaps the Timberwolves have performed well in the regular season. But should we meet in the playoffs, I will demonstrate my dominance. With a deep voice, O'Neal concluded his remarks, leaving no room for rebuttal as he promptly turned to depart. Kobe, as a representative of the host team during this All-Star weekend, found little joy in the experience. His popularity has waned significantly, and many media outlets have lost interest in interviewing him prior to addressing his legal troubles. What troubled him further was the genuine disdain that Phil Jackson harbored towards him. KFC did not engage in conversation with Kobe throughout the morning. Most of the news from ESPN holds a kernel of truth. Phil Jackson and Shaquille O'Neal have even shared a pair of trousers, contemplating a trade for him. Recently, only the injured Malone has shown concern for Kobe, their bond having grown so intimate that they now share family meals together. As the film session concluded, most players departed to prepare for their afternoon rest and sustenance. Malone noticed Kobe lingering alone in the locker room and called over his younger companion. Recently, I've discovered a delightful Mexican restaurant, Kobe. Pay no heed to Shaq, nor should you immerse yourself in those tedious headlines. Kay will be joining us. Let us invite Vanessa as well. We must learn to savor life. Kobe smiled appreciatively and readily accepted the invitation. Though he was oblivious to the smug satisfaction in his elder brother's eyes, I believe Vanessa will surely enjoy it, Carl. Thank you all. On the 16th, Lee returned to Manhattan with the Knicks main squad. The team boasts an impressive record, allowing for a comfortable adjustment in the latter half of the season. Some back-to-back away games and judicious rotations will not jeopardize their playoff berth. In the afternoon, Liu arrived at the Tarrytown Training Center, where General Manager Glenn Grunwald has been actively seeking trades but has yet to find a willing partner. The Trailblazers could potentially engage in a trade with the Hawks, as the latter could benefit from acquiring a rookie like Eddie Curry. Meanwhile, the Knicks are intent on offloading Knight and the towering Wright, attempting to leverage scraps and draft picks, but with both players underperforming this season, interest in their trades is scant. Moreover, the Knicks draft picks hold little value, having consistently landed at the 29th position for several years, with second-round selections also being the last of their kind. The probability of unearthing a competent rotation player through the lottery is dismally low. Liu's home features a room filled with numerous trophies, while Glenn Grunwald's office is adorned with countless photographs. The rotund Grunwald and Liu gaze at a championship photo from 1998. Time flies, doesn't it, Lee? We never anticipated the Knicks would achieve such success. However, we have had our misjudgments. Mr. Norman assessed that Stoudemire's knee indeed harbors significant injury risks. Of course, this is merely his seasoned opinion, and it is not promising news for us. Although Norman Scott has officially retired, he remains involved in the medical affairs of various New York teams. His extensive experience lends credibility to his conclusions. The knee is vital to a player's athleticism. The surgery Ewing underwent was performed by Norman himself, and while it was highly successful, the gorilla's physical prowess still declined. This conclusion resonates with Liu's recollections. This season, Stoudemire's playing time has been half compared to Kurt's, yet his offensive performance has been remarkable. The beastly power forward can penetrate the paint purely on talent, and the New York media believes the rookie has a promising future. There is no need to dwell on events that have yet to unfold. The team's roster structure is solid, and Prince and Raguable can adequately support the second unit. Liu harbors no concerns regarding injuries. The towering Wright, despite his lackluster performance this season, can still serve as a formidable shield. Mutombo has firmly established himself in the role of the backup center, and this veteran consistently contributes nearly 2 blocks per game while displaying commendable rebounding skills, albeit his finishing ability has notably declined. The primary rotation remains unscathed by injuries, with all players in excellent form. Even if Stoudemire were to unexpectedly falter, the current roster would still possess the capability to triumph over other teams. Glenfield shakes his head, recognizing that the considerations of general managers and players differ significantly. The depreciation of assets poses a substantial risk. Should a contract be offered and a player suddenly underperform, it would profoundly impact the team's composition. The league is likely to introduce new provisions during the offseason, and Liu is poised to secure a maximum salary contract, which would inevitably place financial pressure on the Knicks. In truth, there exists an opportunity to acquire Rasheed Wallace if Stoudemire were to be traded. The likelihood of the other party agreeing to the transaction is high. However, Coach D'Antoni remains opposed, as he envisions a promising future for Stoudemire. Glenfield shrugs, noting that the desire to trade a past-his-prime all-star reflects the inclination of the curly-haired owner, yet it has faced unanimous opposition. While Wallace is undoubtedly a star player, any trade would disrupt the existing roster structure. An aging all-star is unlikely to accept a bench role, as Wallace would certainly demand a starting position. In light of the team's significant lead in standings, dismantling the current structure and jeopardizing team chemistry is a folly only the foolish would pursue. James Dolan's proposal was rejected, as he merely wished for all 5 Knicks players to become all-stars, a scenario that would surely delight the fans. Upon hearing Glenfield gossip about the management's scathing comments directed at the owner during All-Star Weekend, Liu couldn't help but smile. Currently, the team's situation is essentially one of effortless victory. Doing nothing could very well yield a division championship and another opportunity to advance to the finals. No one relishes the prospect of unforeseen risks, and the owner bears no blame. If a trade were to result in a lost championship, who would be held accountable? After indulging in enough gossip, Glenfield finally made his request. Lee, if you are averse to collaborating with veterans, it would be wise to engage in recruitment during the off-season. A call to the right players would likely yield positive responses. This year's draft, particularly the last pick of the first round, is unlikely to yield a suitable point guard. With Knight's decline due to injury, if a trade cannot be executed, surrendering him may be necessary. Liu nodded, acknowledging that this task is indeed manageable. As long as the veteran is amenable to a bench role, he would gladly welcome them. I am rather curious. What sort of provisions will the league unveil? Glenfield chuckled, asserting that for the Knicks. The specifics of the provisions hold little significance since the owner ultimately foots the bill. It is highly probable that you will be allowed to secure the maximum salary sooner, thereby constricting the Knicks salary cap. Frankly, after many years in the league, this is the first instance I have observed team owners wishing for players to earn more. In the contract year, while some players may indulge in lethargy, the team must inevitably offer an extravagant contract, and Liu has no choice but to comply, as everyone yearns to witness him secure a maximum salary. On the morning of the 17th, the New York Post reported that the NBA is preparing to introduce new provisions for Liu, alongside predictions that he may receive a starting salary under the salary cap of 35, which would be advantageous for the Knicks. In a grand market like New York, any sum Liu earns can be recouped. The management's frustration towards James Dolan stems from this very point. With circumstances looking so favorable, why invite unnecessary trouble? Although the specific provisions have yet to materialize, they represent a significant opportunity for young players, as dreams ought to be nurtured. And an additional chance to earn substantial income is undoubtedly a positive development. If one player occupies 35 of the salary cap, it implies that constructing a competitive roster will necessitate paying hefty luxury taxes. Yet players often envision themselves as the next Liu. Following the revelation of this news, players shared their enthusiastic endorsements during interviews. Shaquille O'Neal, feeling envious, expressed his views in an interview, stating that superstars deserve to earn substantial incomes, and the league should have instituted such provisions long ago. Players like myself and Lee should have owners ready to cut checks. Seizing this opportunity, the Shark also reached out to the late Mr. Buss, expressing his desire for a lucrative contract in the twilight of his career. While most of the '96 draft class will likely not benefit from these provisions, as team owners are not foolish and will not part with money without reason, Ray Allen, though unable to secure a maximum salary himself, extended his blessings upon returning to Seattle. Lee should earn more. I know him, and he has sacrificed greatly for this. The best players deserve the best treatment. Lee is worthy of a supermax salary. Amid the fervor surrounding the impending new provisions, the confirmation of an additional team joining the league next season was also announced. Furthermore, a three-team trade occurred that day. The Hawks sent Rasheed Wallace to the Pistons. The Celtics traded Chris Mills to the Hawks and sent Mike James to the Pistons. The Pistons dispatched Serafin Krebla, Bob Sura, and a 2004 first-round draft pick to the Hawks, while sending Chucky Atkins, Lynch Hunter, and another 2004 first-round draft pick to the Celtics. The Pistons successfully reinforced their lineup with an all-star big man, as Malisic failed to gain Larry Brown's trust, leading the team to opt for a more seasoned player. After only a few games with the Hawks, Rasheed Wallace was off to Detroit. TNT's program, keeping pace with current events, naturally commented on this trade. Kenny Smith, as always, voiced his approval. In last year's playoffs, the Pistons lost 55 rebounds across 4 games. Wallace is indeed exceptional, but the team still requires a formidable big man to protect the rim. When you concede a significant number of rebounds, victory becomes elusive. I believe Joe Dumars and coach Larry Brown made the right decision. In the previous season's Eastern Conference semifinals, the Detroit Pistons consistently struggled with rebounding, leading to an urgent need for a formidable big man. Consequently, they selected Darko Milicic in the draft. However, due to a coaching change, Larry Brown harbored doubts about the rookie, resulting in a subsequent trade. This move was a highly strategic reinforcement for the Pistons. Charles Barkley, known for his disdain for his partner's compliments, began to discuss the caliber of superstars. To contend with a superstar, one must possess another superstar. While I hold Wallace in high regard, there exists a significant disparity between him and players like Lee. If the Pistons' ambition is merely to reach the conference finals, they may achieve that. However, if they aspire to vie for the championship, they remain far from it. Earl Johnson, upon hearing these remarks, added with a serious demeanor, according to the current standings, the Pistons might fall to 4th place, which could lead to a likely matchup against the Knicks in the semifinals. Reaching the conference finals is, in fact, no easy feat. This comment elicited laughter from Charles Barkley, perhaps striking a humorous chord, as he suddenly erupted in laughter within the studio. Kenny Smith and Earl Johnson exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly perplexed by the humor. Once Barkley regained his composure, he remarked, "I just had a sudden thought. Do you think the Pistons might intentionally lose games to avoid facing the Knicks? I understand their reasoning, But the notion of teams ranked 4th and 5th deliberately tanking their records amuses me inexplicably. Kenny Smith furrowed his brow. Recognizing the potential offense to Pistons fans, I firmly believe that the Pistons will make a strong push in the latter half of the season. Why would they want to lose? They can contend for the 2nd or 3rd seed. Losing is certainly easier than winning, isn't it? Trust me, this is undoubtedly a more favorable choice. After making this statement, Charles Barkley ceased his jest and continued earnestly. Regardless of the adjustments the Pistons make, they cannot defeat Lee. Relying solely on defense will not suffice against the Knicks. In the playoffs, the most crucial element is response. Unfortunately, even with this trade, I fail to see anyone on the Pistons capable of shouldering such responsibility. Thus, to play through the season, to deliberately underperform, and to secure an advantageous position to evade the Knicks could also be regarded as a form of success. The latter half of the season had yet to commence when the loquacious Charles Barkley made a pointed remark about Lee. On the evening of the 17th, at Madison Square Garden, the Knicks hosted the Pistons. This All-Star weekend had been quite pleasant for the Knicks. Both teams started slowly. Hamilton, in particular, struggled with his shooting, going 1 for 9 in the first half, managing only 2 points. Despite a lackluster offensive display, the Knicks maintained their lead. As Larry Brown made his way to the locker room, he shook his head inwardly, fully aware that relying solely on defense would not secure victory. Perhaps the All-Star weekend has taken its toll, as Ben Wallace also struggled in the first half, shooting just 1 out of 5 from the field and making only 1 of 2 free throws, accumulating a mere 3 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 turnovers. In the locker room, only the starting player Darvin Ham continued to motivate everyone, proclaiming, "The game is not over. We still have a chance." The opponent is also not in great form. We simply need to minimize our errors and put the ball in the basket to narrow the gap. Billups nodded in agreement, but remained silent, fully aware of what a double-digit deficit signifies for the Knicks. Upon entering the locker room, Coach Larry Brown adhered to protocol by discussing the key points of focus, subsequently allowing the assistant coach to offer some motivational words. The Pistons' current ranking is somewhat precarious. Due to recent trades, new acquisitions will not be eligible to participate for several days, and the team will inevitably face challenges in terms of cohesion. Consequently, a loss is an acceptable outcome, as their ultimate goal is the conference finals, and there is no shame in avoiding an early confrontation with the Knicks. As the second half commenced at Madison Square Garden, the New York fans erupted with chants of defense. Billups, receiving the ball along the baseline, was closely guarded by Liu and struggled to advance, nearly taking the full 8 seconds to cross half-court. The Pistons' initial offensive choice remained Hamilton, who swiftly maneuvered along the baseline from the right corner. Mehmet Okır's off-ball screen on the right side proved ineffective, as Arteas' subtle tugging prevented Hamilton from shaking off his defender in time. Upon reaching the left baseline, Ben's off-ball screen was more aggressive. He deftly positioned himself, using his body to impede Arteas' defense. The 3 players nearly collided at the left block, but as Hamilton accelerated outward, he ultimately escaped Arteas' grasp. In the left corner, Hamilton found himself open, yet Billups failed to deliver the pass promptly. In a moment of necessity, Hamilton continued to move with his hands raised, establishing his position at the top of the arc while Billups, pivoting, switched to his right hand before finally releasing the ball. Hamilton, receiving it near the free throw line, could not take a shot immediately, as Arteas had closed in on him. After a feint, he strategically released the ball with his right hand, manipulating Arteas' defensive focus, then quickly took a large step forward, halting abruptly to execute a swift jump shot. Bang! Arteas contested the shot, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Ben was boxed out by Kurt Thomas, and while the two grappled, Gasol had already secured the rebound beneath the basket. Wow! The superb defense ignited cheers from the crowd, while Hamilton, having shot just 1 for 10, appeared utterly lost this evening. Darvin Ham remained the most energetic player for the Pistons, consistently guarding Hill. As the two hastily crossed half-court, the Pistons displayed exemplary defensive discipline, positioning themselves effectively. As Liu advanced past half-court and noticed Ben stationed near the left baseline, he immediately signaled to Kurt Thomas. At that moment, Gasol proactively shifted towards the basket, preparing to receive the ball in the low post. As Kurt Thomas approached the left elbow area, Gasol positioned himself behind Okır. Although the receiving position was too elevated, Liu nonetheless delivered the pass. Simultaneously, Arteas in the right corner swiftly repositioned himself, moving closer to the right wing to provide a screen for Liu. Hamilton opted to switch defensive assignments, trailing Liu toward the right corner. At this moment, Gasol executed a deceptive feint towards the baseline, prompting Oker to instinctively alert his teammates. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Oker's left forearm sensed Gasol's rapid pivot. With a fluid motion, Gasol released the ball with his left hand, leaned into his defender to complete the turn, and with his right hand retrieved the ball, accelerating along the baseline. With 3 powerful strides, he surged past Oker, grasping the ball with one hand as he approached the lower left side of the basket, culminating in a thunderous dunk. Following the slam, Gasol erupted in exuberance beneath the rim, his fluidity reigniting the arena's atmosphere. The strategy of distancing Big Ben from the basket was designed to create isolation space for the big man, a tactical success that the Pistons players were only beginning to grasp. However, during the defensive possession, most of their focus remained fixated on Liu. Throughout the game, Gasol had effortlessly executed several isolation plays without encountering double teams since its onset. In the MSG commentary booth, Walt Frazier initially lavished praise on Gasol's performance, only to suddenly lament. Had Gasol exhibited this level of play during his rookie season, perhaps we would not have lost that championship. The equipment manager, Albert, was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing such what-ifs, having been thoroughly impressed by Gasol's performance in just 3 seasons. This season, many of our young players have matured. Lee is undoubtedly a competent leader. He has willingly relinquished some of his shot opportunities, knowing that this year is also his contract year. This is the essence of a true basketball player. Lee solely cares about victory. Despite numerous analysts suggesting that Liu's performance this season was merely a result of not winning the MVP award, New York sports media relentlessly praised Liu for sacrificing personal statistics for the sake of his teammates. This situation is difficult to assess, as Gasol indeed erupted during his contract year, elevating his statistics and consistently showcasing a vigorous performance, coupled with the Knicks' unwavering position at the top of the league. The team's chemistry improved remarkably, and the winning streak led many to believe that Liu had actively made sacrifices for the sake of victory. During the Pistons' offensive possession, Hamilton struggled to shake off his defender in a timely manner. In a moment of desperation, Oker moved up to the right elbow, receiving the ball and engaging in a simple give-and-go with Billups. After passing from the top of the arc, Billups feigned an interior cut before swiftly retracing his steps to receive the ball. Liu executed a quick slide, immediately maneuvering past the screen to once again pursue Billups closely. Although he had the opportunity to leverage his teammate's screen to break free, the explosive yet insufficient Billups found himself cornered on the right side by Liu. Observing his teammate's stagnant offense, Oker once more raised his arms for the ball, signaling for a repeat of the same tactical play. After delivering the pass, Billups intended to receive the ball once more through the give-and-go, but Liu remained tenacious in his pursuit. Out of caution, Billups ultimately chose to safely receive the ball away from the three-point line. After a couple of exhausting rounds, with time running out for their offensive play, Billups was left with no choice but to initiate a high pick-and-roll. Gasol stood at the three-point line as Liu maneuvered around from the baseline. Billups, holding the ball in his left hand, took a step back and, after a sudden stop at the arc's pinnacle, launched a long-distance three-point shot. Bang! The basketball ricocheted off the back of the rim and ultimately bounced out of bounds. Billups, filled with frustration, clapped his hands and helplessly trailed his teammates back on defense. As Liu crossed half-court, he waved again at Cato Thomas, while Gasol positioned himself in the right side block. Observing Liu, who was dribbling the ball with his right hand and shifting towards the right wing, Billups urgently called out to his teammates. However, as he turned to assess their positions, he momentarily lost focus. Suddenly, Liu, with the ball in his right hand, exploded with movement, swiftly pivoting to his left, retrieving the ball with his left hand and accelerating laterally. In an instant, he had evaded his defender, prompting Billups to slide over in pursuit. As he approached the left wing, he hadn't yet adjusted his body's center of gravity when he collided head-on with Cato Thomas. Executing the high pick-and-roll, Liu managed to shake off his defender. Faced with the oncoming Big Ben, he dropped his center of gravity and swiftly executed a crossover. Transitioning to his right hand, he propelled himself forward, squeezing between the two defenders and, in the blink of an eye, penetrated into the paint. Ben Wallace hastily chased after him, while Ham quickly arrived to assist from the left baseline. In front of the basket, Liu noticed the defense and slightly accelerated. drawing Big Ben to his side. As he charged forward, he leaped into the air. Both Wallace and Ham lunged to defend, but Liu, with the ball raised in his right hand, deftly pulled it behind his back midair and effortlessly flicked it to the left corner. Completely unguarded, Grant Hill received the pass, took a moment to aim, and then executed a smooth jump shot. Swish. The three-pointer found nothing but net. The score reached 40-61, with the lead exceeding 20 points, igniting a fervor in Madison Square Garden. Billups, trailing behind, nearly succeeded in a steal, only to clap his hands in exasperation once more. After celebrating with a high-five with Hill, Liu remained at the baseline, observing Billups' furrowed brow, and couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "You ought to learn to read the defense and try to anticipate our strategies. It shouldn't be that difficult." Billups, forcing a smile, was reluctant to respond. Had he been able to decipher Liu's intentions, he would have completed that steal. As the game progressed, Hamilton still struggled to find his shooting rhythm, with each attempt growing increasingly erratic. Meanwhile, the Knicks showcased a multifaceted offense, with a series of straightforward pick-and-rolls allowing Kato Thomas to repeatedly score from the free-throw line. The head coach refrained from calling a timeout, and the gap widened. Billups, feeling liberated, began to shoot three-pointers. The Pistons' scoring was sporadic, relying on free throws and second-chance opportunities, occasionally capitalizing on the Knicks' errant shots to execute some transition plays. With 3 minutes and 12 seconds remaining in the third quarter, after a missed shot from the right wing, Billups gifted Liu a long rebound and could only retreat in resignation. As he arrived at the left wing, Liu abruptly halted before nearing the three-point line, feigning a shot with his right hand. Billups instinctively lunged upward to create interference, while Liu deftly maneuvered the ball forward with his left hand, swiftly bypassing the defense. After taking a significant step, he abruptly halted at the left flank and executed a rapid jump shot. Swish. The three-pointer swished through the net, extending the lead to 55-80. Coach Larry Brown, maintaining a composed demeanor, called for a timeout and turned to rally the atmosphere crew. This marked only Liu's second successful three-pointer of the evening, as his shooting touch had been less than stellar. Albert, the team manager, expressed a hint of disappointment. He had hoped to witness more of Liu's spectacular performances once he regained his shooting rhythm, but the opponents had already conceded. By the third quarter, Liu had fully rediscovered his form, showcasing several dazzling fast breaks. Walter Frazier, noticing that Larry Brown had returned to the bench, began to jest about the adversaries. After the addition of Rasheed Wallace, the Pistons should be able to address their rebounding issues. However, they were unable to contain Liu, which was the crux of their defeat. I remain skeptical of this reinforcement. Their offensive problems persist. New York fans revel in such biased commentary, yet the addition of Wallace, an all-star big man, could indeed alleviate the team's offensive struggles. As the third quarter concluded, the score settled at 58-88, and the contest had lost its suspense. On the Pistons bench, Hamilton wore a look of dejection. With a dismal 2 for 15, he managed only 8 points in 3 quarters. Billups fared little better, hitting 5 of 14 with 12 points, and both players sat in silence, their performance eclipsed by ochre in the bench unit. Meanwhile, Wallace, listening to the roars of the home crowd, removed his headband in frustration and offered some words of comfort to his teammates. This was merely a regular season game, and come playoff time, we will double-team Liu. That will be our true defensive strategy. Just continue to shoot. A scorer must have faith in himself. Larry Brown observed as a few players on the bench began to converse, nodding subtly. Losing was not an entirely negative experience, as it could enhance their competitive acumen. During garbage time, Malisic still found no opportunity to play, his hopeful gaze towards the coaching staff gradually morphing into despair. "God, why did you place me on the Pistons?" At the conclusion of the match, the score read 8-1-1-2, with the Knicks having made a strong start to the second half, with a shooting line of 9 for 17, including 2 for 7 from beyond the arc and 4 for 5 from the free throw line. Liu amassed 24 points, 4 rebounds, 14 assists, 2 steals, and no turnovers. After delivering a double-double, Liu addressed the press regarding the new contract stipulations. When asked about his impending Supermax contract, he responded with a serene smile. "The provisions encourage more young players, which I believe is a positive development. To me, a max contract signifies respect." Following the All-Star weekend, the Knicks faced only 2 games in the upcoming week. After defeating the Pistons, they enjoyed 2 days of rest before comfortably overcoming the Jazz at home. On Sunday the 22nd, the Knicks were set to host the Cavaliers. The team has thoroughly descended into a state of disarray. Recently, LeBron James's statistics have surged impressively, filling the stat sheet in nearly every game. That evening, the Cavaliers once again clocked out after 3 quarters, with a score of 66-86, entering garbage time in the final period. Despite playing only 3 quarters, James's performance was commendable, shooting 7 of 20 from the field, 6 of 8 from the free throw line, amassing 20 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, and 4 turnovers. While he filled the stat sheet, a look of envy crossed his face as he sat, while the New York fans in attendance seemed insatiable, loudly chanting the name of Liu. Jeff Van Gundy has recently been applying pressure on the league regarding the addition of new teams seeking the #1 draft pick, a matter he adamantly opposes. The bald-headed young coach has long grown accustomed to the atmosphere of Madison Square Garden. Noticing James's expression beside him, he instinctively offered words of encouragement. As long as we can lead the Cavaliers to a championship, trust me, the Cleveland fans will unleash an even greater energy. You will become a hero of the city. All you must do now is maintain your patience. Those minor accolades are of little significance to you. The floundering Cavaliers are unlikely to allow James to secure the Rookie of the Year title. However, upon hearing the coach's encouragement and considering the team's circumstances, James accepted the outcome, determined to pursue greatness. I understand, Coach. I only wish to bring a championship to Cleveland. Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 324. The Quest for Second Place. Routine Chapter. At the end of February 2004, as the Pistons trade concluded, other teams merely made minor adjustments without any significant trades, leading analysts to refocus their attention on the Western Conference. As the latter half of the season commenced, the Lakers began to find their stride, achieving a flawless record of 3 wins and 0 losses in the first week following the All-Star break. Although they narrowly triumphed over the Trail Blazers and Warriors in back-to-back games, upon returning home to face the 76ers, the Lakers showcased their dominance once again. The score was 88-116, with both Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant maintaining their impressive form, clocking out after 3 quarters with ease. O'Neal, in 30 minutes, shot 12 of 18, scoring a game-high 29 points, while Bryant also excelled, scoring 28 points on 10 of 18 shooting. Allen Iverson continued to give his all, yet struggled against the Lakers' backcourt duo, playing 38 minutes with a dismal shooting performance of 3 of 18 from the field, and concluding with 13 points, 6 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals, 1 block, and 6 turnovers. In their last encounter, the Lakers had been without Bryant, and Gary Payton had exited early due to injury. Iverson had capitalized then, scoring 38 points on 15 of 29 shooting. With the backcourt roster now intact, Payton and Bryant completely overwhelmed Iverson. Before winning a championship, Bryant and Iverson shared a mutual respect, often encouraging one another in public forums. However, after securing the title and subsequently falling in the Western Conference semifinals last season, Bryant grew weary of comparisons between himself and Iverson. As long as he remained in good form, Bryant would seize opportunities to demonstrate the prowess befitting a champion guard, subtly signaling to the external world, "Do not compare me to Iverson." On February 22nd, the NBA announced the Players of the Week following the All-Star weekend. Dwayne Wade of the Miami Heat and Kobe Bryant of the Los Angeles Lakers were honored with the award. The Heat achieved a remarkable record of 3 wins and no losses, with Wade averaging 35.3 minutes of playtime, amassing 27.0 points, 4.3 rebounds, 3.0 assists, 0.3 steals, 1.0 blocks, and 2.7 turnovers per game. He attempted an average of 16.3 shots, boasting an impressive shooting percentage of 59.2, and made an average of 23-point attempts with a commendable 50% success rate. Additionally, he averaged 8.0 free throws with an 83.3 free throw percentage. Despite a modest output in three-pointers, Wade exhibited efficiency akin to that of the great Liu. In contrast, Kobe's performance was even more outstanding, averaging 38.7 minutes, scoring 31.3 points, grabbing 6.3 rebounds, dishing out 8.3 assists, securing 2.3 steals, and blocking 1.0 shots alongside 3.7 turnovers per game. He took an average of 19.0 shots with a shooting percentage of 59.6 and averaged 10.7 free throws with a 78.1 success rate. The Lakers also claimed 3 victories, and after receiving the Player of the Week award, Kobe felt an invigorated sense of confidence. With the support of his teammate Karl Malone, he expressed his self-assuredness during an interview, stating, "You may freely critique me, but basketball does not lie. I give my all in every game. I devote all my time to the training facility. For victory, I am willing to sacrifice everything." ESPN often indulges in the Lakers' internal affairs, and Kobe had grown weary of such rumors. He was aware of the head coach's discontent towards him, yet he remained undeterred, firmly believing that exceptional performance would earn him the trust and respect he sought. In the final week of February, Kobe continued his fiery form. Aside from a back-to-back loss to the Kings, the Lakers seized every opportunity, resulting in a surge in their record, with a standing of 38 wins and 20 losses. Their winning streak allowed them to equal the Spurs record, placing them third in the Western Conference based on tiebreakers. The Lakers would embark on an extended road trip. And despite Phil Jackson's disdain for Kobe, the team's remarkable form prompted the venerable coach to lavish praise. "This is the Lakers I have been waiting for. We delivered a flawless performance. Regular season records often do not convey much, as I focus on the team's chemistry, which evidently indicates that the Lakers are on the right path." With the team thriving, the Los Angeles Times began to join in the excitement, declaring, "The Lakers dynasty has officially commenced." On March 1st, the Knicks concluded their Western road trip at the end of February, returning to Manhattan. On this day, the NBA also announced the Players of the Month for February. Liu of the Eastern Conference and Kevin Garnett of the Western Conference were once again honored. The Knicks achieved an impressive record of 10 wins and 2 losses in February, suffering a defeat to the Mavericks at the beginning of the month, but comfortably overcoming the Rockets, Clippers, and Nuggets before ultimately falling to the Kings. With the diminutive Nate occasionally sidelined due to injuries, Liu's statistics showed a slight resurgence. He averaged 34.0 minutes of playtime, scoring 29 points, collecting 4.6 rebounds, providing 11.1 assists, making 3.0 steals, blocking 0.3 shots, and committing 2.1 turnovers per game. With an average of 178 attempts per game and an impressive shooting percentage of 52.3, Liu's performance stands out. He averages 77 three-point attempts, boasting a remarkable 43.8 success rate, alongside 79 free throws with a stunning 92.6 accuracy. While these double-double statistics may appear unremarkable at first glance, Liu, as a point guard, surpasses even Kevin Garnett in shooting efficiency. The Minnesota Timberwolves performed commendably in February, achieving an 11-4 record, thereby maintaining their position at the pinnacle of the Western Conference. Garnett, despite having exceptional statistics of 25.6 points, 13.7 rebounds, 5.0 assists, 1.6 steals, 2.2 blocks, and 2.7 turnovers per game, did not vocally assert his accolades, overshadowed instead by Liu. On the evening of March 3rd, at Madison Square Garden, amidst the adulation of New York fans, Liu waved to the crowd while cradling the trophy for Player of the Month. From the 76ers bench, rookie Samuel Dalembert absorbed the electrifying atmosphere, expressing a hint of envy. "The ambience here is wonderful. The fans are all behind Lee." Glenn Robinson discreetly curled his lip, harboring a discontent towards Liu, primarily due to his disdain for Ray Allen. Since departing from the Bucks, Robinson's career has been on a downward trajectory, and his physical condition has remained unchanged since joining the 76ers. Eric Snow cast a glance at the rookie, aware that such comments would likely irk Allen Iverson. Philadelphia fans have grown skeptical of the process. Iverson's injury-riddled season has tarnished his reputation, not merely due to his nocturnal escapades with friends, but primarily because of the team's losses. Although he is respected among players for his commendable spirit, serving as a tragic hero for a generation of newcomers, commentators focus solely on victories and statistics. Iverson's attendance has decreased this season, with a shooting percentage falling below 40 and three-point accuracy under 30. Such a performance has rendered him virtually obsolete in the eyes of analysts. With even Milwaukee's sports media taking jabs at him, coaches often consider various factors when selecting players. Michael Redd has outshone Iverson this season. Among the All-Star selections, Iverson's record is only marginally better than that of Tracy McGrady, yet his statistics place him at the bottom. Following the All-Star weekend, Iverson faced relentless mockery for over 2 weeks, particularly after a heavy defeat against the Lakers, prompting a new wave of criticism. Charles Barkley, who has consistently maintained that Iverson would gradually falter, has now become the most astute commentator as his predictions have materialized into reality. Before the game commenced, The 76ers rookies quietly lamented Li Yu's performance. The players are acutely aware that this season, Li Yu has indeed been coasting. His aggression on the court has noticeably diminished. Nevertheless, as the season has progressed beyond the halfway point, Li Yu continues to lead in scoring, assists, and steals. Such a display has genuinely surprised many players. The current state of the league reflects that even efforts to outscore Li Yu fall short. Each time Iverson visits New York, he wears a sullen expression, formerly attracting shouts of being overrated from fans. However, as his performance has dipped, many have begun to overlook him altogether. No one mocks Allen Iverson anymore. Nor do they discuss the Philadelphia 76ers, despite his status as an all-star. To the fans in New York, Iverson is merely a means to an end. For tonight's game, the coaching staff meticulously crafted a game plan. This was not merely due to the strength of the 76ers, but rather because, following the Lakers' decisive victory over their opponents, the Knicks felt the need to assert their dominance. As the first quarter commenced, Li Yu relentlessly sought out Iverson on both ends of the court, while the forwards engaged in vigorous defensive switches. The moment Iverson penetrated the paint, he was immediately met with a double team. Even in the event of a defensive lapse, the final line of defense, Gasol and Thomas, would strike hard, using fouls to restrain their adversary. As the first quarter progressed, Chris Ford, observing from the sidelines, noticed Li Yu applying pressure on Iverson from the backcourt and loudly urged his players, "Set the screen. Don't wait for the catch." The head coach's voice rang out, prompting Dalen Porter to hastily position himself on the right wing. However, as Iverson crossed half-court with the ball in his right hand, he waved his left hand, signaling that he did not require a screen. Once again, the court opened up. Iverson executed a quick crossover after a jump stop, switching to his left hand as he lowered his shoulder and accelerated. Li Yu slid defensively while attempting to disrupt him. The two collided, and as Iverson crossed the three-point line, he abruptly stopped, dribbling behind his back. Li Yu mirrored his movements, halting to interfere once more, transitioning to his right hand. Iverson was forced to pull the ball back, feigning a shoulder shimmy before taking a significant step forward with his left foot, once again lowering his shoulder to speed past. Li Yu first provided physical resistance, then deliberately granted Iverson some shooting space as they tangled toward the basket's lower right side. Approaching the baseline, Iverson made a powerful move for a layup, but Li Yu was well prepared, responding with force. As Iverson leaned into Li Yu, he was knocked off balance. Yet relying on his core strength, he executed a leaning jumper from the right side. The airborne Li Yu forced Iverson to rely solely on instinct for his shot. And as the ball soared, he loudly called out to his teammates, "Rebound." Li Yu's left hand grazed the bottom of the basketball, causing Iverson's attempt to miss the rim entirely, landing instead in Dalen Porter's hands for an assist. Instinctively catching the ball, Dalen Porter positioned himself for a bank shot. But Gasol was there to intercept, delivering a formidable block. "Wow!" cheered the New York fans, as Gasol regained possession and surged forward, the Knicks following suit into their opponent's half. Lying on the floor, Iverson gritted his teeth and rose, noticing Li Yu receiving the ball near midcourt, and he immediately sprinted after him. The 76ers defense was swift, having encountered such situations repeatedly, seeing their leader, Eric Snow, trailed closely beside Li Yu without engaging in a double team. Observing Li Yu slowing down to await Iverson's defense, Thomas and Gasol remained stationary near the baseline on either side. At the right corner, Adist had long since positioned himself, kneeling in readiness to seize a rebound, while Hill, similarly, remained stationary on the right flank, as a few players merely spread out to create space. As the opponent's defense closed in, Li Yu executed a swift behind-the-back dribble, transitioning to his left hand and slightly lowering his center of gravity. When Iverson advanced towards him, Li Yu deftly shifted the ball between his legs, now gripping it with his right hand. As the opponent attempted to interfere, he immediately pulled the ball back while feigning with his shoulder. Instinctively stepping leftward, Iverson, witnessing Li Yu's pivot, quickly slid back with frustration, desperately attempting to disrupt the rhythm of Li Yu's dribble through physical contact. With a low shoulder and an accelerating stride, Li Yu gained half a body's length, bulldozing through the defense. As he approached the paint directly in front of the hoop, he leapt and collided with Iverson, who was to his side. While Dalenbert jumped up to block, Li Yu skillfully drifted to the right, evading the defense. Mid-air, leaning back, he completed a fadeaway jumper just as the opponent descended. The arc of the basketball soared over Iverson's head, landing perfectly in the net. as D'Alembert could only turn to watch. Swish. The two-pointer went in cleanly. With 3 minutes and 4 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Knicks continued to extend their lead. The arena erupted in cheers. Witnessing their team's core player effortlessly outmaneuver the opposition was a sight the New York fans relished. Breathless from the impact, Iverson shot a furious glare at Liu, who appeared unperturbed, and instead of complaining to the referee, he resolutely continued his offensive play upon receiving the ball from the baseline. This time, Iverson's forceful drive from the left wing was met with a resounding block from Liu, who sent him sprawling to the floor, though the referee's timely whistle awarded Iverson a trip to the free-throw line. At the TNT commentary booth, Kevin Harlan, observing Iverson's relentless attacks, subtly remarked, "This may not be the optimal offensive choice. Iverson ought to recognize that his teammates are in good form tonight and should focus on facilitating." Much like he did earlier in the quarter, Doug Collins seemed to appreciate Iverson's competitive spirit, praising him with, "A star player must embody such tenacity to vanquish opponents through sheer skill. There's a hint of Michael Jordan in Iverson." This praise rendered Harlan momentarily speechless, as he could not reconcile Iverson with Jordan in any way. After making one of 2 free throws, Iverson had scored 3 points, but in the following minutes, he struggled to find the basket, leading the Knicks in a counterattack. Initially, the amused fans jeered, but as they witnessed Liu thoroughly neutralize Iverson, their enthusiasm waned. At 21-36, the first quarter concluded with the Knicks holding a substantial lead over their rivals. As March commenced, the Knicks faced a relatively light schedule in the first half of the month, with only 5 games, 2 of which were against the 76ers. This eased the burden on the coaching staff, allowing for extensive rotations. However, within the bench unit, Stoudemire had once again found himself on the injury list. Since being diagnosed with a potential injury risk, this rookie had adopted a strategy of cautious recovery. General Manager Glenfield harbored grave concerns regarding Stoudemire's knee issues. In the absence of pressure from the standings, health became the foremost priority. Grant Hill, seemingly indifferent to the game, noticed a group of individuals from the opposing party seated near the front row and couldn't resist leaning towards Liu to whisper, "It appears they are here specifically to see you." Liu had long been aware of the jovial group seated nearby, yet he paid them no mind. Following Clay's success in the primaries, it seemed the party aimed to mobilize all its resources, but that was of no concern to him. "I am merely an ordinary basketball player. Should the occasion arise, I would be willing to donate a few tens of thousands of dollars." Sipping his meticulously prepared drink, Liu shrugged and exchanged a knowing glance with Hill, as he seldom interacted with politicians in public, at most engaging in casual conversation with the mayor of New York. The tenacious Iverson made an early return in the second quarter. Although the opportunity arose amidst staggered play, his shooting touch was woefully absent, missing 3 consecutive attempts. As the primary lineups returned later in the half, Iverson appeared devoid of emotion, no longer fiercely defending Liu and lacking aggression in his offensive play, opting instead to facilitate ball movement. Throughout the half, Iverson managed to score a single field goal during a transition play, thanks to Liu's missed three-pointer, marking his only basket from the flow of play. The score stood at 35-62 by halftime, rendering the outcome devoid of suspense. Iverson's statistics revealed a disheartening 1 of 11 shooting performance, with 5 of 8 from the free throw line, yielding a mere 7 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists alongside 2 turnovers. As he walked towards the player tunnel, his head hung low. Although the New York fans had ceased their jeers, Iverson felt particularly disheartened. Struggling with his abilities, the absence of even the usual critics signified a waning relevance. In the second half, the 76ers' offense remained stagnant, with Kenny Thomas and Glenn Robinson attempting to shoulder the scoring burden while Iverson continued to falter under Liu's defense. By the end of the third quarter, the score had escalated to 52-90. During a nationally televised broadcast, such a significant disparity was disheartening, as Kevin Harlan lamented. Having spent an entire quarter discussing gossip, this season, both the 76ers and the Magic have been plagued by injuries. Iverson and McGrady have both seen a substantial decline. I admire their tenacity, yet I must advise players against competing while injured. Doug Collins expounded on Iverson's relentless spirit throughout the game, only for the latter to nearly miss the hoop entirely. At this juncture, the praise felt hollow. I concur with this perspective. The Knicks have excelled in injury management. However, both Nate and Stoudemire have still encountered health issues this season. Artest and Hill have also been unable to participate consistently, and D'Antoni along with the coaching staff have been vigilant in managing the playing time of the starters. For the 76ers to maintain their playoff aspirations, they must ensure the players' physical well-being. In the fourth quarter, Iverson sat on the bench with a towel draped over his head, having shot a dismal 1 of 16, with 7 of 10 from the charity stripe, ultimately finishing the game with a mere 9 points. The atmosphere was heavy with silence, as the team members dared not utter a word, uncertain of how to console Iverson given the grim nature of his performance. On the Knicks bench, Liu cast a glance at the technical statistics and, upon seeing Iverson's figures, let out a sigh of relief. In their remote confrontation, the Knicks emerged victorious, as the game concluded with a score of 78-114. Madison Square Garden erupted in jubilation, a resounding triumph that New York fans never tire of witnessing. Liu played for 30 minutes, achieving an impressive 10 of 18 from the field, 2 of 3 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 4 of 4 from the free throw line, scoring a game-high 26 points. Iverson, having departed early through the players' tunnel, had long ceased to exchange pleasantries with Liu, much like their silence during the All-Star game. His disdain for his rival had only grown. When Craig Sager interviewed Liu, the questions he had prepared remained unvoiced. Iverson's performance was so dismal that he felt no inclination to exacerbate the situation. "Lee, what plans does the team have for the upcoming March games? You still have the chance to break the historical best record." Following their victory, the Knicks' record improved to an impressive 56 wins and 6 losses, placing them firmly at the top of the league, significantly ahead of all other teams. In response to the inquiry about records, Liu candidly stated, "The team's goal is to have a complete roster before the playoffs begin, with everyone returning. While breaking records is certainly a wonderful achievement, we are more focused on entering the playoffs in excellent physical condition." Liu spoke with ease, as the first half of the month had been exceptionally favorable, allowing time for everyone to adjust their physical states. With a record of 22 wins and 39 losses, the 76ers had fallen far behind and were likely to miss the playoffs this season. After some customary commercial banter, Craig Sager finally posed the routine question. "We all know that injuries have impacted the 76ers this season. Lee, what are your thoughts on Allen Iverson's performance?" When mentioning his old adversary, Liu refrained from mockery and instead spoke earnestly. For a player of shorter stature, establishing oneself in the league is never an easy feat. Iverson has performed admirably this season. He has been battling injuries and is a true warrior. I admire his attitude towards the game. On March 5th, during an away game against the Raptors, Gasol once again shone, playing for 36 minutes and achieving 14 of 19 from the field, 7 of 8 from the free throw line, amassing 35 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, 3 blocks, and 2 turnovers. The 35 points marked a new career high for Gasol. The Raptors' Chris Bosh, stepping up in Carter's absence due to injury, also performed commendably, with 6 of 12 shooting, securing 20 points, 10 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 turnovers. Compared to LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, Bosh received less attention. Many fans became acquainted with this emerging player through the Raptors' gossip. Unlike the faux admiration for Wade, Bosh could be considered a genuine admirer of Liu, and despite the loss, he continuously praised Lee's performance. "We have faced each other several times this season, and each encounter has taught me so much. He is truly outstanding. He even understands our every tactical move. I find it difficult to articulate Lee's essence. I have watched Michael Jordan play, but I have never faced him on the court. In my heart, Lee is undoubtedly the greatest in history. His presence on the court perpetually influences the game." Following the conclusion of the first week of matches, analysts ceased to concern themselves with the Knicks, as the upcoming week promised merely 3 games against weaker opponents, destined for assured victories. On Sunday evening, the 7th, the Knicks faced the Wizards on their home turf. Kwame Brown finally received more playing time this season, yet he displayed mediocre performance, failing to showcase his talents. Since joining the Wizards, Arenas has boasted impressive statistics. Yet the team continues to falter in securing wins. The Knicks, despite their average form, capitalized on the Wizards' 20 turnovers, ultimately triumphing thanks to a decisive 30-16 third quarter. Arenas, having just arrived in the Eastern Conference, is yet to experience frequent defeats, and post-game, he remained in a jovial mood, embracing everyone. After engaging in mutual flattery with Lee, Arenas reluctantly departed, relishing the spotlight. Artist, somewhat dismissive of Arena's brotherly demeanor, grumbled upon returning to the locker room. This guy only knows how to showcase himself. After every game, it's as if he hasn't lost. Mutombo, with an air of familiarity, remarked that such personalities are common in the league. Only in this manner can one thrive. Often, business is business, and we must learn to coexist. For no one can predict their future. Artist had no intention of leaving New York, firmly believing the team would not abandon him, as he is a product of Queens. With an effortless victory secured, upon returning to the locker room, the players engaged in lighthearted banter. Hill was discussing the NCAA when he suddenly remarked, "This season, Duke and Connecticut have a chance to meet." Lee interrupted, aware that Hill would predict a Duke victory, and preemptively declared, "Connecticut will claim the championship once more. Their third title in history. I shall attend the finals in early April." The others booed playfully before resuming their betting. Every March Madness, they indulge in friendly wagers. And Lee had been consistently generous in recent years. On Tuesday the 9th, the Knicks returned home and easily defeated the Celtics. With this loss, the Celtics' record fell to 28 wins and 37 losses. Following coach John Carroll's takeover, management appeared somewhat indecisive. This record is rather awkward, with effort. There remains a chance for postseason play, but a lack of effort would render them inferior to the teams that have succumbed to losing streaks. Even if they secured the 8th seed, facing the Knicks in the playoffs would likely result in a swift exit. However, the absurdity for the Celtics lay in the fact that avoiding the playoffs is not a simple endeavor. After the defeat, Paul Pierce, in a post-game interview, asserted, "We still have a chance to enter the playoffs. I will not give up." Regarding the prospect of facing the Knicks in the first round, he expressed indifference, stating that he merely wished to be accountable to the fans. As often, victory or defeat holds little significance. Pierce's remarks at the press conference were also directed towards management. Rather than languishing at the season's end, it is far better to enter the playoffs and earn a commendable reputation. On the evening of the 12th, the Knicks faced their final match of the week. At the Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia, fans who purchased tickets to witness the game were left disheartened, as both Allen Iverson and the Big Dog Robinson were sidelined due to injuries. The absence of these two star players deprived the Knicks of a formidable opponent, allowing the 76ers to play with greater fluidity. As the game commenced, Philadelphia fans unleashed a chorus of boos directed at Liu, with many believing that Iverson's struggles stemmed largely from his numerous defeats to Lee. However, the jeers did little to alter the team's performance. After the 76ers managed to score only 12 points in the second quarter, the arena fell silent, with yet another game concluding at 107-87. The 76ers edged ever closer to a fishing holiday. Earlier in the month, as the Knicks effortlessly secured 5 consecutive victories, the New York media began to borrow heavily from the positive momentum. Sports Illustrated recently captured a grand team photo of the Knicks, preparing to release a special edition dedicated to the team before the commencement of the playoffs following the frenzy of March. Last year, the entire Knicks squad also graced the cover of Sports Illustrated, an experience that is undoubtedly enchanting for the role players. The Lakers' schedule in the first half of the month was similarly unchallenging. However, Kobe's recent travel to Denver impacted the team's performance. In the Pacific Division, the competition between the Lakers and the Kings is fiercely contested. Either team that surpasses the other can claim the division title, even if the Timberwolves ultimately withstand the pressure to secure the top spot in the West. The division championship could allow both the Lakers and the Kings to clinch second place. In this context, the gradually improving Spurs have suffered significant setbacks. Should the Timberwolves surpass them, the Spurs would find themselves relegated to third place, regardless of their record. The MVP race has intensified, now a contest primarily between Kevin Garnett and Tim Duncan. The Knicks currently lead the league, with Liu's statistics surpassing all other players, making the pursuit of the MVP this season essentially a battle for second place. Tim Duncan has recently encountered some injuries, following the Spurs' victory over the Warriors. Their record stands at 44 wins and 22 losses. Although they emerged victorious, Coach Popovich remained in low spirits. On Saturday the 13th, during an interview with sports media, Popovich voiced his frustrations regarding the league structure. Teams with superior records should not find themselves in such unfavorable rankings. I detest this outcome. In recent years, there has been a growing focus on statistics and championships, while certain issues have been overlooked. The league structure is but one aspect. Often, exceptional players fail to receive the recognition they deserve, which is a loss for the league. Tim should be awarded the MVP. He is the finest big man in the league, yet this season, his performance has been largely ignored. Players naturally pursue accolades, and Duncan is no exception. Having experienced a particularly frustrating defeat in last season's finals, which has left him genuinely aggrieved. In response, Popovich can only offer platitudes, seizing opportunities to extol Duncan's virtues before the media, engaging in elaborate praise. Originally, the ESPN reporter was solely focused on Duncan's injury concerns. However, upon hearing Popovich's grievances, he could not resist retorting. In the same division, the Timberwolves have outperformed the Spurs. Kevin Garnett's performance this season seems to eclipse that of Duncan, having earned the title of Player of the Month twice. When discussing the Timberwolves, Popovich's ire was palpable. Their salary far exceeds that of his team. When considering the MVP, one must also take into account the team composition. Garnett has Gasol and Sprewell by his side, while the Spurs are currently in a rebuilding phase. Leading a roster of rookies to such accomplishments clearly demonstrates Duncan's superiority. At this point, a TNT reporter, noting Popovich's escalating agitation, interjected, "Why not discuss the Knicks? Lee is the best player in the league, and this season he has guided his team to historic achievements." The mention of Lee rendered Popovich momentarily speechless. It was not merely the league structure that posed issues, but also the criteria for award nominations. Dismissing that line of thought, Popovich reaffirmed, "Duncan is the finest big man in the league. He deserves the MVP." Chapter conclusion. Chapter 325, Strengths and Limitations, Daily Chapter, on March 23, 2004. The NBA MVP candidates faced a direct confrontation. Although the supernova Tim Duncan remained silent, he had Popovich championing his cause. For over 2 weeks, whenever the opportunity arose, Popovich vigorously advocated for Duncan, portraying his potential MVP snub as a conspiracy. On the Timberwolves side, Saunders, having been elected as the Western Conference All-Star coach, continually rallied for Garnett. Coupled with Garnett's exuberant personality, who relishes self-promotion after victories, this left a significant impression on the sports media, as the narrative is crucial in MVP considerations. That evening's match marked the final encounter of the season between the Timberwolves and the Spurs. Prior to this, the Spurs had triumphed twice, leading the standings. Should Duncan lead his team to victory once more, his chances of securing the MVP award would be significantly heightened. Having recently returned from injury, Duncan was undeterred by the away game and was ready for battle. However, during the pre-game interview, Duncan's demeanor contrasted sharply with Garnett's boisterousness. He calmly addressed the MVP inquiries. "I am aware that the Spurs need a victory. We are currently trailing by 2 games. Winning tonight will help us narrow that gap. We need to secure home court advantage in the playoffs. Hence I will exert every effort tonight. I do yearn for the MVP, but my paramount desire is to lead my team to a championship." Sprewell, in good form recently, despite occasionally underperforming, proved indispensable to the Timberwolves' offensive prowess. In an interview, Sprewell extolled Garnett, striving to elevate his teammates' stature. "I have brought my championship experience to this team, and Kevin is a clever young man. He now understands how to claim a title. I shall exert my utmost efforts to assist the team. There is no doubt that we shall secure victory this evening, and Kevin shall be bestowed with the MVP title." The reporters from TNT nod in agreement, as the contributions of Gasol and Sprewell are manifestly evident. Echoing a saying within the industry, anything produced by the Knicks is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. Garnett, while not particularly fond of Sprewell's demeanor as a championship guard, understands the necessity of encouraging him to perform, lest an unfortunate lapse lead to a disastrous turn of events. Fortunately, that evening, Sprewell delivered an outstanding performance, igniting the game in the first quarter with an impressive 12 points on 6 of 9 shooting. By the conclusion of the first quarter, the Timberwolves led by double digits. The Target Center erupted with excitement as Minnesota's fans reveled in the dominance of their championship guard over the Spurs' perimeter defense. Bruce Bowen was merely an afterthought. However, this promising lead was short-lived, as the Timberwolves faltered in the second quarter. Garnett struggled mightily, and the deficit was swiftly erased. At halftime, the score stood at a tie, and Garnett's expression was one of displeasure. Thankfully, in the second half, Garnett rebounded effectively. Although Gasol's shooting was subpar, he exerted every effort in protecting the boards and orchestrating plays brilliantly. On the defensive end, Gasol effectively contained Parker, and even with Turkoglu's commendable performance, Parker's dismal shooting in the third quarter further solidified the Timberwolves' lead. The final quarter devolved into a defensive showdown, with Duncan failing to capitalize on several free throw opportunities. Ultimately, the Timberwolves narrowly clinched the victory. As the game concluded, the fans rose in applause, fervently cheering for Garnett. In a moment of triumph, Garnett thumped his chest twice, let out a roar, and gestured for the crowd to elevate the excitement. With the MVP award nearly within reach, Garnett was particularly exhilarated, for this was the highest honor of the regular season. The jubilant atmosphere at the Target Center unsettled Duncan, despite graciously congratulating his opponents post-game. He quickened his pace towards the player tunnel. In hindsight, numerous teams had endeavored to secure Duncan, yet upon joining the Spurs, his development did not align with the expectations set forth by certain analysts. Having reached the finals twice without securing a championship, no amount of praise could alter the stark truth. Championships do not lie. Gasol's shooting woes were evident, as he managed only 2 of 11 shots, tallying 14 points, 10 rebounds, 11 assists, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers. His triple-double underscored his dominance in the backcourt. Sprewell scored 20 points on 10 of 22 shooting, while Garnett achieved 27 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, 3 blocks, and 3 turnovers. With the trio performing in unison, the Timberwolves triumphed over the Spurs, bringing their head-to-head record to an even 22-22, while the Timberwolves boasted a record of 49 wins and 22 losses, outpacing the Spurs by 3 victories. Following the win, which all but secured the MVP title for Garnett, he returned to the locker room with a radiant smile. However, as he settled into his seat, his expression shifted upon overhearing an interview nearby. "I have fulfilled my promise, sharing my experiences wholeheartedly with my teammates. Lee had long advised me that players should focus on their strengths. Kevin has performed commendably, beginning to lead the team in a manner reminiscent of Lee. When we all excel in our roles, the Timberwolves will become an unstoppable force." Sprewell exuded the demeanor of a championship guard, eloquently speaking during an interview in the locker room. Reflecting on the wisdom imparted by his counterpart, Garnett felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, constantly reminding himself, "We are teammates, and the team needs him." Recently, as the Knicks returned to play at home, Liu has been resting at his abode in Manhattan. The ongoing MVP race has not captured his attention. Most evenings are spent in the company of the young ladies, watching dramas and engaging in conversation. After returning from Los Angeles, Scarlett, disregarding her mother's counsel, dyed her hair red. Since reaching adulthood, this young woman has developed significant disagreements with her mother, influenced by a life of luxury. On Tuesday night, Miranda seized a rare opportunity to enjoy some frivolity with the group, her interest piqued by Scarlett's crimson locks. Liu and Miranda have witnessed the young woman's growth, having known her since childhood, although she has yet to reach the legal drinking age. The effects of too much wine have rendered Scarlett somewhat dazed, leaning against Miranda and sharing her troubles. "Since turning 18, my mother has insisted that I publicly declare my political stance. I do not understand why. Just recently, we had a fierce argument. She wishes for me to express support for Rick in front of the media, but I hardly know the man. What does he have to do with me?" Miranda's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she observed the young woman, clad in a lightweight camisole, exuding both allure and softness. Embracing her waist, Miranda gently caressed Scarlett's smooth skin while leaning down to plant a kiss on her. Adopting the role of a caring older sister, she advised, "Of course, you are entitled to your political opinions, but you must also understand our needs. We require better tax policies to save on taxes and more effective means of tax avoidance. If it benefits us, we can support him." When Liu and Kristen returned to the 3rd floor with freshly baked treats, Miranda was both educating the young woman and playfully toying with her softness. Witnessing such a scene, Liu set down the chocolate chip cookie in his hand and cleared his throat, reminding them, "Scarlett is still a child. There is no need for her to grasp such matters, and she is not of drinking age yet." Observing the newly rounded curves of the young woman, the younger companion discreetly pinched Liu, noting that the child was indeed older than her. Unfazed, Miranda leaned down to kiss the young woman once more. Noticing her quickening breath, and effortlessly gathered Scarlett Johansson into her embrace, saying, "Last week, you did not afford him the opportunity to meet. And given your proximity to the mayor, he has sought an alternative way to reconnect with you." Liu found this trivial matter uninteresting. In contrast, the New York Attorney General, Spitzer, posed a far greater concern. The other party fixated on Axe capital, hoping to extract some benefits, yet the Democratic Party remained silent. instead desiring him to contribute financially as a gesture of support. Liu found this somewhat absurd. As long as they could ensure that the Wall Street sheriff would cease to trouble Axe capital, he would immediately lend his support. He would gladly donate a substantial sum to Mr. Rick's campaign office, but evidently, this was an improbable scenario, unless Spitzer intended to forego his future gubernatorial aspirations. He would continue to scrutinize Wall Street, as New Yorkers relished witnessing Spitzer imposing hefty fines on it. Miranda chuckled instantly. She had learned of the other party's ambitions through the past exploits of the Attorney General's wife at Sidley Austin. It was indeed impossible for him to abandon his gubernatorial campaign. His ambitions were far grander. The governorship was merely a stepping stone. Once Spitzer accumulated sufficient prestige, he would naturally aim for the White House. Let us earn a little less money. The returns on the stocks we've purchased over the years have also been commendable. Let us focus on our work, enjoy life. Wasn't Bobby planning to have a child? This is the perfect time to take a break. Upon finishing her words, the perceptive Miranda had already disrobed the young girl completely. Scarlett, who had consumed nearly half a bottle of red wine, was still giggling and twisting about, entirely unbothered by her exposed fair skin. The little follower blinked her large eyes, sensing Liu's mood, and quietly offered the handheld DV, stepping forward to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek, whispering, "Clay, don't dwell on such matters. Be happier." Scarlett, her face flushed on the sofa, laughed with her somewhat husky voice. "Come here, Clay. I specially changed my hair color. Don't you like it?" The giggling girl was soon ambushed by her little follower. And no longer engaging in trivial conversation, Liu also took hold of the DV, stepping into the moment to capture this beautiful occasion. In preparation for the playoffs, Liu had been tirelessly researching techniques to break double teams. By mid-March, the Knicks underwent extensive rotations, achieving a record of 6 wins and 2 losses after losses to the Bucks and the Pistons. Rasheed Wallace did not appear in the game against the Knicks, as this once-celebrated All-Star was still recuperating from injuries. Although they had lost 2 games, their record remained significantly ahead, even if they lost a few more in April. The subsequent Pacers would be unable to catch up. On the 29th, at Madison Square Garden, the Knicks triumphed over the Trail Blazers, concluding their March games. As the playoffs approached, James Dolan began increasing his presence at the sidelines. Following the game, MSG interviewed the curly-haired owner, and when asked about off-season contract renewals, James Dolan proclaimed with fervor, "Even if Lee occupies 50 of the team's salary cap, the Knicks will still build a championship-caliber roster around him. I am unconcerned with how much is spent. Like the New York fans, I only wish to see the Knicks claim the championship. In just a few years, our championship banner will adorn the arena. This transformation is all thanks to Lee, and the league's finest player certainly deserves the best treatment." Liu's personal salary accounts for over 1/3 of the team's total, and coupled with Gasol's maximum contract, it won't be long before the Knicks become the highest-paid team in the league. It is foreseeable that in the next decade, as long as Liu remains in New York, the Knicks will incur substantial luxury taxes, with Liu's salary continuing to escalate. However, this is not a significant concern for the Knicks. Considering Liu's age, it may be wiser to prioritize health over salary worries. After being traded to the Trail Blazers, Eddie Curry has not secured a starting position. At the draft, he had boasted with grand aspirations, believing himself to be the chosen one destined to lead his team to a championship and the pinnacle of success. Yet, reality proved to be harsh. Joining the Knicks, Gasol has transformed into an all-star center and is on the verge of securing a maximum contract, while Eddie Curry finds himself without a starting role and his statistics are rather unremarkable. Hearing fans still chant Gasol's name only deepens Eddie Curry's bitterness, as it seems the fans have completely forgotten him, showing little regard for his performance. "This treatment should have been mine. I should have joined the Knicks." Following their victory in this match, the Knicks record stands at an impressive 67 wins and 8 losses. Breaking the record set last season appears challenging, especially with 2 back-to-back games in April. Although Coach D'Antoni has only received 1 Coach of the Month award this season, it does not diminish his esteemed reputation. Since taking over the team, he has led them to outstanding records for 2 consecutive seasons, establishing himself as a highly sought-after championship coach. After the game that evening, Coach D'Antoni, smiling, summarized the team's performance in March during the press conference. "I am extremely satisfied with the team's condition. This month we faced difficulties, with several players encountering injuries. Yet, we ultimately united and achieved victory. As we enter April, the team will prepare earnestly for the playoffs. we will not underestimate any opponent. Currently, it appears that the Knicks may confront either the Celtics or the Magic in the first round. The former finds themselves in a precarious position due to their lack of timely tanking, while the latter is making a vigorous push, with McGrady and Houston battling through injuries in hopes of leading their team into the playoffs. For the sports media in New York, neither of these teams poses a significant challenge to the Knicks. Most sports reporters are primarily concerned with Li Yu's statistics. And an ESPN reporter quickly posed a relevant question. Will the team increase Li's playing time? Although he currently leads the scoring charts, McGrady has been narrowing the gap. This year's scoring champion statistics have seen a decline, primarily due to Li Yu's limited shot attempts. However, analysts express their frustration, noting that whenever McGrady approaches Li Yu, he often has a few lackluster games. The scoring consistency between the two is markedly different. Despite McGrady's best efforts, he cannot match Li Yu's stable scoring. Kobe, on the other hand, aspires to chase the scoring title, but the Lakers are struggling to score enough, resulting in a drop in his statistics this season. Allen Iverson has faced significant hardships, plagued by injuries. Although he has occasionally dazzled with impressive performances, the majority of his games have been disappointingly lackluster. Analyzing the data, it appears that unless Iverson relinquishes his pride and fully embraces a more selfless style of play, the title of scoring champion will elude this diminutive guard. Coach Mike D'Antoni refrained from making any promises to sports journalists, instead offering a gentle smile as he remarked, "Li is a genius. He truly does not concern himself with such accolades." Regarding playing time, Li manages it independently, with the sole expectation from the coaching staff being to maintain his health. On April 1st, Coach Carl Hahn led the Huskies to the semifinals, where they will face the formidable Duke University in the semifinals on the 3rd. Both Li Yu and Grant Hill fervently supported their alma mater, and as the NCAA finals approach, analysts have begun to shift their attention toward promising newcomers. The Knicks have already secured the top position in the league, allowing them to rest in the upcoming matches. Meanwhile, teams in the Western Conference continue to vie for position, each unwilling to fall behind at the last moment. With the return of Karl Malone, the Lakers have shown marked improvement in their recent performances. On the night of the 1st, in a home game against the Rockets, the Lakers demonstrated their dominance with a score of 85-93. Although the victory margin was slim, the Lakers effectively neutralized Yao Ming through strategic defense. In 33 minutes of play, Yao managed only 3 of 15 shooting, totaling 6 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 turnover. Following the game, Coach Mike Brown solemnly stated, "The demanding schedule poses a challenge for Yao. Let us not forget he is merely a sophomore, and he must work on becoming stronger. One game does not reveal much, and we remain fully focused on the playoff race." Shaquille O'Neal did not fare much better. With a performance of 7 of 17 from the field, 4 of 10 from the free throw line, yielding 18 points, 8 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 block, and 4 turnovers. The Lakers' success stemmed largely from their rebounding advantage, securing 18 offensive boards with a total of 35-58. Malone recorded an impressive all-around performance with 20 points, 14 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, 1 block, and 6 turnovers. The Lakers' aggressive style of play earned them 42 free throw attempts, despite the Rockets expressing their discontent. Such is the nature of playing at Staples Center. With a record of 52 wins and 23 losses, this victory has solidified the Lakers' lead in their division. In an interview, Kobe, who played for 45 minutes, smiled and remarked, "I feel the team's chemistry is improving. Karl's return has been tremendously beneficial. He remains remarkably strong, consistently grabbing 10 rebounds each game and hitting jump shots after screens. Young players must show respect to the veterans." While Malone's form is on the rise, Gary Payton appears to be declining. Overall, the Lakers' core group is finding their rhythm. On the evening of the 2nd, the Knicks faced off against the Nets on the road, with Kidd absent due to injury. Since late March, Kidd has been struggling with health issues, leading to the Nets being overtaken in the standings by the Pistons. With a record of 42 wins and 32 losses, the Brooklyn Nets are likely to secure the 4th position. This is certainly not an auspicious development for the team. Should they progress past the first round, they would face the Knicks in the semifinals, casting doubt on Kidd's promise to fans regarding a playoff appearance this year. The match was characterized by a lack of fervent defense from both sides, resulting in a high-scoring affair. However, for the New York fans present, this was a delightful spectacle, as the arena resonated with cheers throughout the game. Sitting on the bench, Kidd appeared disheartened, Such scenarios often unfold whenever the Nets meet the Knicks at home. Despite his acclimatization to this routine, the cacophony of applause still irked him. As the final whistle blew, the crowd erupted once again, with a final score of 1-1-4-9-8. Dressed in a gray suit, Kidd managed to muster a smile and warmly embraced Liu postgame, saying, "It seems we shall meet in the semifinals. Don't expect an easy victory over the Nets this time." Liu, who had played a mere 3/4 and was clad in training attire, found Kidd's words somewhat familiar. Nevertheless, seeing Kidd's enthusiastic demeanor, he responded diplomatically, "Meeting earlier is indeed favorable. It allows you more time to care for your health." Kidd maintained a strained smile, patting Liu's solid physique, which involuntarily drew a slight grin from him. As he made his way to the player tunnel, he glanced back at Liu interacting with the New York fans and, unable to contain his frustration, muttered under his breath, "Damn the home court." On the evening of the 3rd, the Knicks flew to Philadelphia to face the 76ers in a back-to-back away game. Coach D'Antoni opted for extensive rotation, granting considerable playing time to the bench players, including Matt Barnes, Rasul Butler, Maceo Baston, and Dan Gadzuric, with Allen Iverson and Glenn Robinson still sidelined by injuries. The attendance for this match was noticeably affected. As anticipated by Philadelphia fans, under Liu's orchestration, the bench players flourished. Rasul Butler sank 4 3-pointers, while Matt Barnes' tenacious defense limited Salmons to a mere 1-4-6 shooting performance. Gadzuric dominated the boards, grabbing 14 rebounds, 5 of which were offensive. Following the game, some disgruntled Philadelphia fans hurled their drinks onto the court. The boos and jeers were not solely directed at the Knicks. Iverson, clad in loose formal attire and adorned with chains, was also met with derision as he walked towards the tunnel. Security personnel had to escort some overly zealous fans out of the arena. From 1996 to 2004, the 76ers had never triumphed over the Knicks, and some unwilling to leave the premises even chanted for Iverson's trade. Coach Chris Ford had little to say about the game. The Knicks, clearly easing up in the latter stages, still managed to secure a decisive victory over the 76ers. Theoretically, the 76ers still had a chance to reach the playoffs, but many fans wished for the team to forfeit, as they could not bear to witness another drubbing at the hands of the Knicks. In a post-match interview, Coach Chris Ford humorously reflected on the defeat, remarking, "Even when the opponent fielded their bench warmers, we still succumbed by 38 points. I feel nothing but shame. Yet I urge you not to criticize the players. I shall take full responsibility for this loss, for that is my role within the team." Having taken over mid-season, Ford is acutely aware that he is merely a scapegoat, and he has little interest in continuing his tenure with the 76ers. The recent experiences of the Knicks have illustrated a poignant truth. As long as one possesses the requisite stature, anyone can be deemed a coaching genius. On April 5th, only one game commanded the attention of the basketball world, the NCAA championship. The University of Connecticut staged a remarkable comeback against Duke University, securing their place in the finals, where they would face Georgia Tech. The championship was held at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, a venue familiar to Liu, who had previously hoisted the O'Brien Trophy there. With Coach Calhoun contemplating retirement, former NBA stars from Connecticut gathered to support their venerable coach. Prior to the game, the broadcast frequently captured shots of Liu, Ray Allen, Hamilton, and Karen Butler. Dressed in a white t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes, Liu smiled and waved at the camera, as the arena reverberated with chants of MVP and the sound of boos. Among San Antonio fans, Liu is the most disliked player, and the local crowd expressed their displeasure vocally during the match. This year, Connecticut boasts a formidable roster, with Okafor standing out as an unmatchable force in college basketball. Among the perimeter players, Ben Gordon also possesses considerable talent. While the rotation may not be critical in the finals, the bench includes Charlie Villanueva, a name familiar to future Chinese fans. Following their triumph over Duke, Coach Calhoun exuded confidence, maintaining the aura of a distinguished coach before his team. The Supersonics currently hold a record of 35 wins and 42 losses, and even if they were to win all remaining games, the likelihood of missing the playoffs looms large. Ray Allen, feeling somewhat discontented lately, has excelled since returning from injury, with a three-point shooting percentage nearing 40. In his opinion, the Supersonics are undoubtedly talented, but seem to lack a championship-caliber coach. Before the game commenced, Allen could not help but quietly inquire of Hamilton, "Richard, what is it like playing under Larry Brown?" Hamilton, known for his honesty, acknowledged the generally positive atmosphere within the Pistons. Yet he instinctively expressed some reservations about Brown's meticulous nature. "I don't feel great. He is even stricter than Coach Calhoun and often lacks flexibility. I must concede, however, that Coach Brown's mastery of game details is outstanding, and I have learned a great deal." Karen Butler appeared to reminisce about his days with the Heat under Pat Riley, turning to whisper, "Those renowned coaches possess a strong desire for control. Honestly, I feel quite comfortable playing under McMillan. The Heat were always pushing us hard." After greeting some familiar friends, Liu plopped down beside Ray Allen, feeling utterly bewildered by their discussion regarding the coach's influence. Unable to contain himself, he interjected, "Coach, they cannot possibly affect the privileges of superstars. It seems today we are destined to claim the championship." While Ray Allen indeed enjoyed certain privileges, these conveniences did not translate into victory. Both Hamilton and Butler concurred with Liu's sentiment. They aspired to be privileged players, yet their abilities did not permit such aspirations. Observing the troubled expression of his close friend, Liu discerned that his discontent stemmed from fishing. With a tactical lean back and a nod to the fans behind him, he whispered, "Ray, you surely know the path to success. It is not difficult." Noticing Liu's raised eyebrows, Ray Allen smirked slightly. There are indeed shortcuts to success. He could engage in brotherly basketball. However, the Supersonics had shown earnestness, already extending a substantial contract. Despite enduring a tough time, Ray Allen still wished to remain the leader. "I am still young. Time is on my side, and the Western Conference will not always maintain the same dynamics." The atmosphere was raucous, and Hamilton and Butler failed to catch the nuances of their hushed conversation. Once the game commenced, everyone's attention shifted to the court. Georgia Tech's Jarrett Jack struggled with his shots, leading his teammates to similarly falter. Conversely, the substitute Will Bynum excelled, but Connecticut clearly possessed the superior strength. As the first half concluded with a score of 26-41, Liu rose to applaud enthusiastically. In the second half, the opponents mounted a counterattack. Yet Connecticut ultimately preserved their advantage, finishing the game at 73-82. As the final whistle blew, Coach Calhoun and the players embraced in jubilation, celebrating Connecticut's third championship title in 2004. Following the awards ceremony, Ray Allen gazed at the familiar scene, reflecting, "Championships are truly delightful." As the regular season neared its conclusion, the Knicks proceeded methodically with their rotation in the remaining 5 games. After delivering a decisive blow to the Pacers, they warmed up the Bulls in a back-to-back matchup. On April 12th, during their continued road trip, the Knicks suffered another defeat, this time against the Hornets. The opposing team was still vying for playoff positioning, with the bearded Davis grinning like a child after their victory. On the evening of the 14th, Jeff Van Gundy returned to Madison Square Garden once more. The Cavaliers had endured a dismal season, with a record of 21 wins and 60 losses, firmly planted at the bottom of the league. Even though LeBron James's statistics were becoming increasingly impressive, the Rookie of the Year award was likely out of reach. Among the 2003 draft class, Wade had experienced some attendance issues, yet he performed commendably in the latter half of the season, securing a playoff spot for the Heat. In the Western Conference, Carmelo Anthony also locked in a playoff berth, his statistics rivaling those of James, though his reputation suffered due to lack of league support. In this match, both teams eschewed vigorous defense, engaging in a high-scoring battle, thus presenting a delightful spectacle for the New York fans. As the fourth quarter commenced, LeBron James, seated on the bench, occasionally cast envious glances toward the championship banner hanging above the arena. The intention to offer Liu a lifetime contract stirred something within the chosen one. LeBron aspired to achieve success akin to Liu's, not only in the realm of basketball, but also to expand his influence beyond it. Jeff Van Gundy continued to direct from the sidelines, and assistant coach Tom Thibodeau, sensing James's thoughts, quietly reassured him. "The Rookie of the Year is merely a minor accolade. You are still young. You have already shattered several of Li's records this season, and no one doubts your capabilities." Despite the team's struggles, James remained relentless in his pursuit of statistics, filling the stat sheet in nearly every game during the latter half. The Cleveland sports media lavished praise upon him for breaking Liu's records, which filled LeBron with a sense of pride, though he responded with an outwardly calm smile. "I understand. During the off-season, I will continue to refine my physique. I need to enhance my resilience. I can hardly wait to embrace the next season." Thibodeau nodded approvingly. He admired James's enthusiasm and believed he was excelling as a forward, convinced that the Cavaliers would eventually find success. On the Knicks bench, Liu jested quietly with his teammates, having won a small fortune from the University of Connecticut's championship. Following Duke University's elimination in the semifinals, Grant Hill, resembling an ordinary fan, had been vocally criticizing this year's players for their perceived softness. While waiting for the game to conclude, Liu suddenly felt a slight numbness in his body and discreetly summoned his talent panel. Allen Iverson's extraordinary speed had vanished. Upon examining the attributes, he noted corresponding changes: speed, 96. The absence of specific values for some detailed attributes indicated that his body had yet to complete its transformation. Reflecting on the years of rigorous training that had finally borne fruit, Liu could not help but echo Coach D'Antoni's tactical retrospective: 72 wins and 10 losses. Physical attributes on the rise. What about the experience of failure? Yet, he would not permit mediocrity. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 326. Opportunities are ineffectual. On April 15, 2004. The majority of basketball analysts were engrossed in discussions regarding the rampant tanking within the NBA. As the season neared its conclusion, the race for the top draft pick intensified, with some teams abruptly realizing their predicament and embarking on a journey of consecutive losses. In this context, Jeff Van Gundy's Cavaliers presented a refreshing sight. Having clearly established their stance, we need to accumulate talent. The Raptors were the most disappointing to fans. The discord between Vince Carter and the team evidently affected the locker room. Rather than rallying in the latter half of the season, they continued to falter. Despite the off-season acquisition of Jalen Rose and the presence of promising rookie Chris Bosh, the Raptors' performance not only failed to improve, but deteriorated further. As the regular season concluded, Carter took the initiative to apologize to the fans. "I regret that we have let our supporters down. We should have been contenders in the playoffs, but certain off-court issues impacted our performance." The Toronto Raptors' finest achievement remains their appearance in the Eastern Conference semifinals. After being swept by the Knicks, fans held on to a glimmer of hope for the future, unaware that this moment marked their pinnacle. The ire of certain basketball analysts stems primarily from the dismal performance of Eastern Conference teams this season. Following the conclusion of the regular season, the standings were officially announced, revealing the 8 teams from the East that advanced to the playoffs. The Miami Heat with 40 wins, the Charlotte Hornets with 39, the Milwaukee Bucks with 38, and the Boston Celtics with 36. In contrast, the Western Conference playoff contenders included the Dallas Mavericks with 50 wins, the Houston Rockets with 42, the Denver Nuggets and Utah Jazz with 41 each. Outside of the playoff teams, the Eastern Conference witnessed a fierce contest for the bottom ranks, with the Cavaliers decisively outclassing the Bulls, finishing with a record of 21 wins and 61 losses, an abysmal season reminiscent of LeBron James' rookie year. The Bulls, striving for mediocrity, nearly caught up to the Cavaliers, ending with 22 wins and 60 losses, just a single victory behind. Adding to this, the Wizards recorded 25 wins, the Hawks 28, the Raptors 31, and the 76ers 32, indicating that nearly half of the Eastern Conference was embroiled in a struggle for failure. The Magic made a valiant attempt to secure a playoff position, but ultimately fell short with a record of 35 wins. In stark contrast, the Western Conference's last-place Clippers achieved 28 wins, while the Suns followed closely with 29. The Grizzlies and Trailblazers both secured 40 wins, and the Supersonics boasted 38 wins, highlighting the stark divergence between the two conferences. Some fans, disinterested in the regular season, lamented upon seeing the reports. No wonder the NBA's viewership continues to decline. Aside from the Knicks, no team managed to attain 60 wins, and with the Knicks equaling the second-best record in history at 72 wins, many analysts found themselves at a loss. On the morning of the 15th, ESPN released the regular season statistics, leaving most analysts in a state of stunned silence as they reviewed the data. The standout player, Liu, maintained his dominance on the scoring leaderboard with a remarkable total of 2-for-5 points, far ahead of second-place Kevin Garnett with 987 points, and third-place PJ with 964 points. Liu was the only player in the league to surpass 2,000 points this season, a staggering lead. In assists, he delivered an impressive 900. While second-place Stephon Marbury had 719, and third-place Steve Nash recorded 687. In steals, Liu achieved 224, with Sean Marion in second at 167, and Baron Davis in third with 158. In terms of true shooting percentage, three-point shooting, free throws, and free throw percentage, Liu consistently ranked at the top. A list has rendered sports commentators utterly speechless. Liu's evident lack of enthusiasm for the game has led to a dismal performance from star players. And despite their utmost efforts, they could not surpass the MVP selection, which has seemingly become a farce, given the Knicks' astounding record. Liu's statistics overshadow others. Yet he remains unrewarded due to inconsistent performances. Such circumstances have made this year's regular season MVP award exceedingly contentious. Even Kevin Garnett has chosen silence following the conclusion of the regular season. It's simply absurd. Award selections should not merely hinge on highlight reels. Voting sports media must analyze comprehensive data, team performance, and individual contributions, ultimately weaving narratives to justify their ballots. This season, Liu is unlikely to receive any accolades, and he has willingly adopted a laid-back approach, promoting other stars instead. Consequently, as the season concludes, the Knicks, with their remarkable 72 wins, have left the entire league in disbelief. One cannot blame Liu for withholding his support. On the morning of the 15th, the sports section of the New York Times featured articles that did not extol Liu's prowess, but rather highlighted the quest for another championship. The Knicks are poised to assert their dominance once again with a potential back-to-back title. On the morning of the 16th, the NBA announced this season's statistical leaders. Kevin Garnett claimed the rebounding title with an average of 139 rebounds per game. Liu secured the assist title with an average of 110 assists. Theo Ratliff regained the block title with an average of 36 blocks. And Liu effortlessly captured the steal title with an average of 27 steals. Unsurprisingly, he also claimed the scoring title with an astounding average of 293 points, easily defending this accolade. Having won the steal title for 3 consecutive seasons, Liu has become the first player in NBA history to achieve this milestone. Furthermore, he has extended his record to 255 consecutive games with at least one three-pointer. In his 8th professional season, at the age of 26, Liu has already amassed 5 scoring titles, 5 assist titles, and 4 steal titles. Such performance leaves commentators at a loss for words. If he continues for another 10 years, the majority of NBA records will undoubtedly belong to him. During the TNT program that morning, the trio naturally delved into the topic of awards. Kenny Smith, unable to contain his incredulity, addressed the camera with a tone of resignation, averaging 293 points, 46 rebounds, 110 assists, 27 steals, and 0.5 blocks, with an average of 177 attempts per game, shooting 52.8 from the field, and averaging 74 three-point attempts with a 43.5 success rate. Additionally, averaging 78 free throws with a 93.2 accuracy rate. This season, Liu's true shooting percentage reached 69.1, with an efficiency rating of 370. Although he has reduced his attempts and logged a career low of 333 minutes, he remains the best-performing player in the league this season. In the studio, Ernie Johnson was at a loss for words. Praising Liu could lead to an awkward moment for Kevin Garnett upon receiving an award. Yet, with 2 consecutive seasons of 70 wins, the Knicks have set a historic record that cannot be overlooked. After all, this is a singular achievement in history. This season, numerous teams have been plagued by injuries, which I believe is the primary reason for the subpar performances of many teams in the Eastern Conference. These injuries have also adversely affected the abilities of several players. Earl Johnson began to make a point, but Charles Barkley interrupted, asserting, "There are simply not that many excuses. I have long maintained that the current stars lack the requisite talent. They are simply incapable." Rules and injuries? A true superstar would never allow external conditions to constrain their prowess. Some players, labeled as scorers, fail to achieve even a shooting percentage of 40%, while others, despite having impressive highlights on television, average fewer points than Lee. If I were to play in this era, perhaps I too could become a scorer. Check my statistics. During the low points of my career, I outperformed these young players by a considerable margin. We cannot designate players with shooting percentages slightly above 40% as scorers. They are merely inefficient stat padders. I feel a sense of sorrow for the fans. This is indeed a lamentable era, where a cadre of average players has been elevated to roles that far exceed their capabilities. Kenny Smith, witnessing his partner's broadside, promptly seized the opportunity to shift the conversation, stating, "Earl speaks truth, had it not been for injuries. I believe Tracy McGrady in Houston could have led the Magic to the playoffs. McGrady's performance has significantly declined due to his back injury. Remember, Last season, he was the second-best player in the league, right after Lee. In a previous program, Charles Barkley had indeed extolled the Magic's performance for a time, only to face a harsh reality check in the latter half of the season. Now, when the topic arose, Barkley fixed his gaze and exclaimed, "Second best? Give me a break. My friend, I watched the games. McGrady did indeed score 62 points in a single game this season, but look at his opponents. The Wizards? They had no defense. And Arenas also scored 40 points in that game. As a core player, taking numerous shots, yet finishing the season with a shooting percentage below 40% indicates that he performed poorly in many matches. Imagine if Michael Jordan and Lee had such performances. How would we evaluate them? Would we still hold them in high regard? Stop making excuses. The reality is these players lack the necessary talent. Lee is fortunate, as he will dominate this era, perhaps only facing true challenges near the end of his career. Earl Johnson glanced at his two partners and then at the statistics in his hands, ultimately posing a thought-provoking question. Will he choose retirement like Michael Jordan? On April 17th, the playoffs of the 2003 to 2004 season officially commenced, featuring 4 games that evening. In the morning, the NBA announced the Defensive Player of the Year, DPOY, award. Ron Artest of the Knicks won decisively. Upon arriving in Manhattan, the Celtics were completely overlooked. No one interviewed them, nor did anyone pay attention to their game plans. Commentators did not discuss this matchup, as the Celtics' 2 victories barely equaled those of the Knicks. The disparity is indeed astonishing. As for the so-called Black 8 miracle, it simply does not exist in the face of such a significant gap in strength. During breakfast at the hotel, Pierce wore a grim expression, and the thought of witnessing Artest receiving an award later that evening did little to lift his spirits. Walter McCarty, often the target of ridicule, managed to secure a spot in the starting lineup as the season drew to a close. Each time he returned to Manhattan, he would boast about his experiences with the Knicks. "Lee is the greatest player in history. I knew from his rookie season that he was destined for greatness. We all enjoyed playing with Lee. He brought data, exposure, and the thrill of victory. That's Lee, my eternal brother." McCarty's exuberance seemed to elevate Lee to the status of his own kin, much to the amusement of the Celtics' atmosphere crew, while Pierce struggled to find his appetite. After joining the Celtics, Ricky Davis emerged as a pivotal scorer off the bench. Initially, he aspired to follow the brotherhood path alongside Lee, only to find McCarty outshining him in the art of boasting. The Celtics had not even contemplated winning. Their playoff berth was solely due to the Magic's misfortunes, or else they would have been off fishing long ago. Tonight at 8 p.m., the playoffs would commence, and the Knicks had canceled their morning film session, opting instead to warm up at Madison Square Garden in the afternoon. With joyous events invigorating his spirit, Artest felt a surge of energy after receiving his award, purchasing tickets for his friends and family to witness his triumph at home. Arriving early for warm-ups, he was approached by the waiting sports media, and in a moment of inflated confidence, he declared, "I should have won this award last year. I am the league's premier perimeter defender. Tonight, I will completely contain Paul Pierce. I've always said he doesn't deserve to be an all-star. He is overvalued, much like those who merely pad their stats." With a buzz cut, Artest had even etched NYK onto the back of his head. Were it not for the team's strict dress code requiring formal attire, he would likely have adorned himself with gold chains. Nevertheless, New York sports journalists relished Artest's bravado, finding merit in his words, believing that other stars were mere pretenders, while the Knicks boasted true superstars. Full of vigor, Artest's early warm-up may have led to overexcitement, resulting in numerous missed three-pointers that ultimately helped him regain his composure. Throughout this season, Artest participated in 70 games, battling minor injuries yet remaining predominantly healthy. He achieved a career-best average of 16 points, 6, 5 rebounds, 3, 4 assists, 2, 1 steals, 0, 6 blocks, and 2, 1 turnovers per game, with a shooting average of 14, 9 attempts, a field goal percentage of 44, 0, a three-point percentage of 35, 8, and a free throw percentage of 74, 0. In terms of efficiency, Artest also excelled. Although he often disparaged his opponents with a loud mouth, he backed up his claims, proving to be unparalleled in his defensive capabilities against primary scorers. Due to the difficulty of parking at Madison Square Garden, Gasol prefers to leave his vehicle in a nearby lot, allowing for a swifter return home after the game. On his way to the arena, he was besieged by fans, and once inside, sports journalists quickly surrounded him. After achieving back-to-back seasons with 70 wins and spending 3 years in New York, Gasol's proficiency in English has significantly improved, and he exuded confidence during interviews. This season, he participated in 80 games, averaging 24 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, 6 steals, 0 blocks, and 6 turnovers. His shooting percentage stands at 53, with a free throw percentage of 73.6. In his contract year, Gasol accomplished a double-double average of 20 and 10. When discussing the team's performance, Gasol expressed immense pride, noting that he is no longer the rookie who was overpowered by Shaquille O'Neal in the finals. 72 wins are not our limit during many back-to-back games. We will implement early rotations. Currently, the entire team is healthy, and I am prepared to showcase our dominance in the playoffs. I hope to face the Lakers again. Gasol still harbors regrets about his rookie season's losses, acknowledging that, aside from referee decisions, he was indeed the team's weakest link. When Kato Thomas and Grant Hill appeared at the arena, they jokingly remarked about the 72 wins. If we put in our all, perhaps we could break last season's record. Especially since Grant's numbers have dipped somewhat, similar to Lee. Kato Thomas feigned a casual demeanor, to which Hill chuckled modestly, stating, "Rookie players need more playing time. Being the top team in the league is sufficient for us. The championship is our goal." Kato has played all 82 games this year, and I believe increasing our rotation is beneficial. The only 2 players on the Knicks with perfect attendance are Lee and Kato, while Hill has participated in 72 games this season. After arriving at the arena, the Atmosphere Group also engaged in interviews. The achievement of 72 wins instilled confidence in everyone, with the usually reticent Prince uncharacteristically boasting, "With 2 consecutive seasons of 70 wins, I believe no one in the league can rival us." Lee arrived slightly later for warm-ups, having recently undergone an intense training regimen and relished the rare opportunity to sleep in until noon without a film session. The red-haired Scarlet seemed almost enchantress-like. Even though Lee was full of energy, after several days of being double-teamed, he found himself entering a contemplative state prematurely. Upon entering the arena, Lee was taken aback when the media's inquiries veered away from his statistics and the team's achievements, instead posing a rather absurd question. "Lee, with the season concluding, will you consider retirement?" The question from the TNT reporter left Lee bewildered, prompting an ESPN reporter to clarify that the inquiry stemmed from Charles Barkley's recent comments on a neighboring program about Lee's supposed disinterest in basketball. Unbuttoning his deep blue suit jacket, Lee noticed the gaze of the New York media upon him and couldn't help but respond with a laugh. "Why would I retire? My second contract is just coming to an end, and I am merely 26 years old. Unless the fans in New York lose interest in watching me play, I intend to remain with the team, as I have a deep passion for basketball, a sport that has brought me immense joy." Lee revealed a sincere smile in front of numerous sports journalists, perhaps due to an increased willingness to defend this season. He unexpectedly garnered an extraordinary talent, the remarkable defensive agility akin to that of Gary Payton. It is evident that the extraction of talent correlates with his own determination, and receiving such significant recognition brought Lee great happiness. The tickets for the first playoff game of the season at Madison Square Garden had long been sold out. Prior to the 8 p.m. tip-off, following the home team's entrance ceremony, league officials presented trophies to Lee and Artest. The scoring champion, assist leader, and steals leader trophies were displayed on a table at center court. After a brief photo opportunity with the trophies, Artest, grinning broadly while holding the DPOY bronze statuette, embraced the cheers of the fans. In the TNT commentary booth, Kevin Harlan gazed at the 2 trophy holders and exclaimed, "72 wins, an incredible record." Yet, considering the Knicks' perimeter defense this season, it seems quite reasonable. Through years of development, Artest has transformed into one of the league's finest perimeter defenders. Coupled with Lee and Hill, the Knicks' exterior defense is simply exceptional. Doc Rivers appears to be following the path of the bald-headed younger coach by participating in commentary. Upon hearing his partner's remarks, he added, "In comparison to the Pistons' defense, the Knicks' defense is equally formidable. Most importantly, they can execute fluid offense while maintaining high-intensity defense. This aspect is particularly crucial in the playoffs, and it is a key reason for the Knicks' success in recent seasons, as they consistently manage to respond with scoring. Tonight, the backcourt duo of Atkins and Wilsko will face a significant challenge. Among the frontcourt trio, Pierce must shoulder the burden of scoring, while McCarty and Mark Blunt must focus on protecting the boards." After a brief introduction of the Celtics starting lineup, Kevin Harlan found it difficult to continue the discussion. as the disparity in strength between the two teams was too vast. He believed that even if Pierce delivered a phenomenal performance, victory would remain elusive. This season, the Knicks averaged 110.8 points per game, ranking first in offensive firepower. Conversely, they restricted their opponents to an average of 87.6 points, placing them fourth in the league. With the players' growth, the Knicks have gradually evolved into a cohesive unit on both offense and defense, which is a primary reason they can often overwhelm their opponents within a single half. As the game commenced, the arena buzzed with excitement, and Coach D'Antoni, along with his staff, sat firmly on the bench, all wearing smiles as they observed the unfolding action. Following the opening tip, the Celtics initiated their first offensive play, but Pierce's attempted return pass to Atkins at the arc resulted in a turnover, which Liu seized upon effortlessly. In subsequent possessions, the Knicks scored consecutively, while Pierce and Atkins struggled to find their rhythm, failing to score even a single point within the first few minutes. With 7 minutes and 12 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Pierce finally broke the deadlock for his team, executing a step-back jumper from the free throw line to secure 2 points for the Celtics. However, the opposing team retaliated, and the New York fans erupted in a chorus of boos. After the basket, Pierce noticed Liu charging down the sideline and, while swiftly retreating on defense, vocally instructed his teammates, "Chalky, stay with him, be mindful of your defensive positions." Amidst the cacophony, Atkins struggled to discern his leader's words. Having already expended considerable effort on defense as a smaller guard, Liu swiftly transported the ball across half-court, denying the opponent the chance to set their defense. At the top of the arc, he executed a sudden stop, quickly alternating the ball between his legs before switching to his right hand and accelerating with a lowered shoulder. As he advanced, he lengthened his strides, disregarding Atkins, who slid defensively beside him, and with remarkable explosiveness, he surged past the defense. As Liu approached the left baseline, Blunt and McCarty had just established their defensive positions, but upon glancing up, they realized Liu had already penetrated straight ahead, leaving his teammates once again out of position. There was no time to collapse defensively, and the two interior defenders could only watch as Liu leaped into the air, grasping the ball with one hand to deliver a thunderous dunk. The arena erupted in cheers, while Atkins, stationed near the free throw line, helplessly raised his hands to his teammates, acknowledging his misstep. The Knicks extended their lead to 2-14, with all three of their initial scores coming from within the paint. Liu shook his head, finding it all too effortless against the 5 feet 9 inches guard. The Knicks had all 5 players contributing to the score. In the commentary booth, Kevin Harlan could hardly contain his excitement, suggesting that Coach John Carroll might want to consider employing double teams. Just as he finished speaking, the Celtics initiated their offense, with Pierce receiving the ball in the low post and using his left hand to maneuver past Arteas towards the basket. Having received a perfectly timed pass, Pierce took 2 steps before he could consolidate the ball, only for Court Thomas to aggressively close in and complete the double team. Meanwhile, the Knicks' defense began to collapse towards the paint, cutting off Pierce's passing lanes. The opponent was forced to halt, and Arteas continued to disrupt the play, while Thomas raised his arms to physically contest. In a moment of panic, Pierce could not find an outlet and hastily flung the ball towards the three-point line. The weak pass caused the basketball to travel slowly, allowing Liu, positioned on the left wing, to leap in front of Atkins and deftly tip the ball backward. The ball soared over Atkins' head, crossing midcourt, and upon landing, Liu skillfully pivoted, brushing off Atkins' attempt to grab him, and in an instant, he was across the midline. Oh! Amidst the cheers of the New York fans, Atkins stumbled and nearly fell as he failed to keep up with Liu. An uncontested fast break ensued, and Liu, after securing the ball in his right hand, accelerated towards the paint, soaring upward to rotate the ball before forcefully slamming it through the hoop. The audience roared with approval at the spectacular windmill dunk. It was a brilliant defensive delay by Court Thomas, executed at the perfect moment, and of course, Lee's anticipation of the ball's trajectory was nothing short of exceptional. Rivers' tone revealed a hint of envy as the Knicks continued to employ the rotation and double teams reminiscent of the Van Gundy era, with players increasingly seasoned and their defense reverting to its earlier form. Watching D'Antoni, who sat comfortably on the bench with a smile, Rivers sighed inwardly. What a fortunate fellow. At this moment, Pierce was visibly flustered. He seemed taken aback that the Knicks truly intended to double-team him. His face reflected disbelief as he glanced at the head coach, yet received no response. Atkins, seeking to avoid mistakes, passed the ball halfway across the court under Li's defensive watch. On the right wing, Pierce received the ball again, swiftly dribbling forward with his right hand. Noticing that Court Thomas was collapsing towards the basket, Pierce leaned against his defender and pivoted towards the paint, leaping and releasing the ball before the help defense could arrive. McCarty, receiving the pass, made no unnecessary movements and smoothly shot from the right sideline near the baseline. The Celtics executed a splendid play, bringing the score to 4-18. With his temperament fraying, Pierce loudly urged his teammates to double-team Li. Wells, heeding the leader's directive, promptly advanced to provide help defense as Li crossed the half-court line. The Celtics altered their defensive strategy. Gasol, seeing Pierce move up in the right block, hastened to position himself near the free-throw line for a reception. Li quickly passed from the logo area, and upon receiving the ball, Gasol feigned a handoff to Hill. As Gasol delivered a bounce pass, Artest, cutting sharply from the right corner, found himself in the paint, while Pierce, still directing the defense, turned to pursue him. Ultimately, he was a step too late, watching Artest score effortlessly under the basket. McCarty, stationed near the left baseline, glanced helplessly at Pierce. The opponent's ball movement was too swift for him to mount a defense. Observing the shift in the opponent's defensive strategy, Li ceased his individual defense and signaled a tactical change to the team as they transitioned back. The Celtics continued their offense through Pierce. When faced with difficulty in the post, he opted to receive the ball on the wing for several consecutive possessions. On the left wing, Pierce caught the ball, dribbled with his left hand, and powered through, leaning against Artest. After taking a significant step, he abruptly halted, executing a step-back jumper against the impending block. Thud! The basketball struck the backboard and fell through the net. Having accomplished a rare high-difficulty shot, Pierce, who had just called for a rebound, glared at Artest with a sense of bravado. Only luck earned you that score, softy. Artest disdainfully glanced at Pierce before dashing back to half-court, further provoking Pierce. You're a minor player. Show some respect. Since the game began, the two had engaged in a war of words. Pierce believed Artest had usurped his all-star position, and mutual disdain flourished. The Knicks altered their positioning again. Court Thomas proactively stationed himself in the left elbow area. As Li arrived at the right wing, the robust Artest swiftly maneuvered along the baseline, while Gasol positioned himself in the post, ready to receive the ball. After Liu delivered a pass, he immediately accelerated and cut in. Gasol, slightly twisting his body, promptly sent out a bounce pass. Anticipating the play, Atkins attempted to intercept the pass, striving to position himself ahead of Liu, yet his defense proved ineffective. With a deft scoop of the ball using his right hand, Liu executed a jump step, shielding himself against Atkins beneath the right side of the basket and skillfully banking the shot. The arena erupted in exuberant cheers once more, while Coach John Carroll, arms crossed, shook his head in resignation and called for a timeout. The Celtics substituted Ricky Davis in place of the ineffective Velsko. However, the timeout did little to rectify the Celtics' struggle to respond to the Knicks' plays. Their scoring was sporadic, with most attempts being forced under pressure. Following a series of missed shots by Pierce, Atkins took the initiative on offense, but his attempts from beyond the arc after pick-and-rolls also fell short. Capitalizing on several long rebounds, the Knicks executed a classic fast break. After collecting a rebound at the free-throw line, Liu hurled the ball forward without looking back. Grant Hill, having anticipated the play, swiftly darted past Davis to secure the ball. Noticing that the opponent had relinquished their defense, Hill surged past the three-point line and effortlessly executed a reverse dunk. It wasn't until the latter stages of the first quarter, after the Knicks made substitutions, that Atkins finally sank a three-pointer. Knight's last attempt in the quarter missed, leaving the score gap at 23 points. Back on the bench, Pierce was utterly numb. Unlike the regular season, he faced double teams, shooting 2 for 8, with 1 for 2 from three-point range and 2 for 2 from the foul line, totaling 7 points. Feeling he had done his utmost, observing the glazed look in their leader's eyes, the Celtics' atmosphere crew had little reaction. Everyone had grown accustomed to such scenes. The cheers in the arena were relentless. On the Knicks bench, the assistant coach imparted some reminders to the players about to take the court. In such a game, Ewing didn't need to motivate Gasol. He remained engaged alongside D'Antoni throughout. Barkley remarked that he believed retirement was imminent for Ewing, who seemed oblivious to the joy that victory brings. The gorilla, covering his mouth, quietly shared some recent news with Liu. Having not watched any television programs, Liu learned of the rumors spread by the loudmouth. I relish victory, Winning is far more enjoyable than losing. Ewing chuckled at Liu's murmur, agreeing wholeheartedly. It was far better to have daily praise than constant criticism. In the first quarter, Liu played for 11 minutes, shooting 6 for 6 and 2 for 2 from the free throw line, amassing 14 points, all from within the paint. In the commentary booth, witnessing the rotations from both teams, Rivers felt a pang of bitterness and continued to extol, "No miracles here. Liu dominated the game. The Celtics must swiftly amend their defensive strategy." End of chapter 327. The Burden of Depth, daily chapter. On the evening of April 17, 2004, at Madison Square Garden, commentator Kevin Harlan nodded along to Rivers' theoretical musings. With the outcome of the game already decided, the two entered a gossiping mode during the latter half of the third quarter. In a bid to emulate Jeff Van Gundy's analytical prowess, Rivers exerted considerable effort in dissecting the game tonight, demonstrating thorough preparation and articulating his insights with clarity. He noted that whenever teams face the Knicks, the number of possessions typically escalates to around 80. This phenomenon is not a matter of subjective intent, but rather an involuntary adaptation to the opponent's tempo. Compared to last season, the Knicks' possessions have actually decreased slightly. However, this does not imply a deceleration in their pace of play. Their formidable defense induces turnovers, subsequently leading to rapid counterattacks, and the team's discipline is often underestimated. With their rotational lineup performing admirably, Rivers spoke candidly, reflecting on his previous season coaching the Magic, where, despite suffering a 4-0 sweep, he diligently studied the Knicks. Yet, such a team is difficult to replicate. Basketball intelligence is a tangible asset, and many fleeting opportunities elude the majority of players. Much like the Nets under Kidd's leadership, an exceptional point guard not only comprehends the tactics he wishes to employ, but also possesses a keen understanding of the opponent's plays. After experimenting in the new season, the Magic faced injuries and consecutive losses, leaving Rivers without the opportunity to showcase his capabilities before being dismissed by management. Kevin Harlan, oblivious to the subtle bitterness in his partner's remarks, found merit in what the once-renowned coach articulated: poor ball handling. Atkins made a misguided offensive choice. At the top of the arc, after dribbling behind his back and switching to his right hand, Atkins attempted a quick crossover, only to be thwarted by Liu, who executed a face-to-face steal. As Liu regained possession, the arena erupted in cheers. With merely 2 minutes and 3 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Knicks were poised to initiate their rotation, biding their time for the opponent's timeout. During this stretch, Pierce ceased directing his teammates and ignored Artest, appearing visibly dispirited, with his enthusiasm plummeting under the weight of his deteriorating mindset. The Celtics, too, abandoned their double-teaming strategy, awaiting Coach Carroll's timeout, having reached their limit with the game. On the left wing, Atkins, unable to restrain himself, glanced toward his teammates, only to be met with indifference. In desperation, he advanced to apply pressure, persistently attempting to disrupt Liu's dribbling rhythm. As Liu held the ball in his left hand, he accelerated the moment an opponent closed in, swiftly drawing near the three-point line. The two became entangled as they approached the arc. Liu, exploiting his momentum, abruptly halted, executing a rapid behind-the-back dribble while simultaneously stepping back. Beyond the three-point line, he created ample shooting space, disregarding the diminutive defender's leap for a block, leaning back slightly before releasing a quick jumper. Swish! The three-pointer found nothing but net, igniting a chorus of cheers throughout the arena as ecstatic New York fans erupted in jubilation. At that moment, Liu had set a new playoff record, 61-88. Coach John Carroll, seated nearby, helplessly called for a timeout, the evening's contest proving agonizing to witness. In a remarkable display of athletic prowess, Liu achieved an astonishing 14 out of 14 field goals, including a flawless 3 out of 3 from beyond the arc and 4 out of 4 from the free throw line, culminating in a total of 35 points, 4 rebounds, 10 assists, and 4 steals without a single turnover. He has shattered the playoff perfect game record set by Larry McNeil in 1975. Furthermore, Liu is the first player in NBA history to maintain a perfect shooting record with at least 13 attempts in a playoff game. A truly extraordinary feat, Kevin Harlan, with a buoyant tone, recited the pre-prepared notes during halftime. Noticing his partner's silence, he felt compelled to add, "This is Liu, the finest player in the league. In my view, he remains the MVP of this season." Such biased commentary hardly raised eyebrows. Ever since the regular season statistics were released, Everyone was aware that Li's inability to secure the award was not a reflection of him or the Knicks. The Celtics performed decently in the second quarter, scoring 29 points. Yet the deficit only widened. This led to a lack of enthusiasm as the second half commenced, with everyone awaiting their substitutions. Back on the bench, Pierce sat silently, staring at the floor. With a performance tally of 5 out of 17 shooting, 2 out of 6 from the three-point line, and 8 out of 8 from the charity stripe, he amassed 20 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, and 5 turnovers. As the team leader, he and Atkins combined for 9 turnovers, with the Knicks capitalizing on fast breaks to maintain their lead. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Walter McCarty expressed envy, given the chance. He too would relish the opportunity to bask in such a victorious ambience. On the Knicks bench, the assistant coach continued to advise the players entering the game, while D'Antoni remained detached, merely clapping and smiling as he declared, "A perfect game. Tonight we have showcased an impeccable performance." Already changed into training attire, Li waved to the fans behind him before settling down to watch the game quietly. He played merely 33 minutes, encountering no significant challenges. With the opponents already resigned to defeat in the second half, he refrained from further aggressive plays. Gasol had also grown accustomed to the relaxed pace of the playoffs. Since joining the Knicks, the team had faced minimal challenges in the Eastern Conference. A few players engaged in hushed conversations, with Artest grinning broadly after winning the DPOY and delivering a crushing defeat to their opponents, a scenario he deemed perfect. In the commentary booth, Rivers seemed to reminisce about the previous year's playoff experience. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. "I believe Eastern teams cannot trouble the Knicks. They are performing even better this season, exhibiting greater maturity. While there may be some injury concerns within the bench, it will not impede the team's offense. The Knicks' rotation is exceptionally strong, which is particularly crucial in the playoffs." Observing the animated Stoudemire on the court, Kevin Harlan nodded discreetly and routinely inquired, "The series has only just begun. How should the Celtics adjust?" Rivers delivered a series of platitudes without a concrete plan. But as he contemplated the high likelihood of a coaching change following the Celtics' defeat, a thought struck him. Perhaps this is my opportunity. In the fourth quarter, the game transformed entirely into a showcase, with Stoudemire frequently executing thunderous dunks that ignited the atmosphere in the arena. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the fans, the final score solidified at 86-116, marking a resounding victory for the Knicks as they effortlessly secured Game 1. The Celtics, feeling the weight of a 30-point defeat, retreated early to the locker room, clearly displeased and with their pride diminished. Despite their record of merely 36 wins, entering the playoffs still demanded a semblance of dignity. Coach John Carroll maintained his composure, graciously shaking hands with D'Antoni and even remarking, "Your Knicks have performed exceptionally well, achieving 70 wins for 2 consecutive seasons. It's a record that may remain unbroken." Winning 73 games en route to a championship, should he replicate a 72-win season this year, D'Antoni would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of elite coaches. Once could be ascribed to fortune, but twice speaks to true prowess. Responding to the compliment with laughter, D'Antoni playfully patted his opponent on the back, confidently stating, "Success in the NBA is quite straightforward. Coaching a superstar suffices. However, Li is truly one of a kind. I merely facilitated a few minor adjustments." Carroll, contemplating D'Antoni's probable receipt of the Coach of the Year award, nodded in agreement, recognizing that aligning oneself with greatness is indeed the most effective coaching strategy. As Liu took his seat at the press conference, the New York media erupted in applause. Although it was merely a minor record, the media relished the moment, and in the days to come, they would undoubtedly amplify the narrative. After a flurry of mutual praise, a TNT reporter inappropriately posed a question. "Li, since entering the league, you have shattered numerous records. At this juncture in your career, it seems there are no challenges left. Do excessive victories cause you any distress?" Taken aback by the inquiry, Liu found it perplexing. "Distress from winning? No, I revel in victory. I cherish the feeling of triumph, and I loathe defeat. I am a professional athlete. In essence, basketball is my vocation. My role is to bring joy to the fans who support me and satisfy the team that compensates me handsomely, thereby achieving a mutual benefit. Unless the New York fans express a desire to see the team lose, victory remains our sole pursuit. Please refrain from inquiring about my retirement. My career has ample time ahead. Victory will never be a source of distress for me." After earnestly addressing the question, Liu broke into a grin and gestured towards the audience. Surely, no one genuinely enjoys losing, right? Perhaps you should interview the Knicks' opponents. They might offer a different perspective. Laughter erupted among the New York sports journalists, as it was well understood that nobody relishes failure. For professional athletes, basketball is a job. And Liu refrains from discussing notions of sportsmanship in front of the media, as such principles are the fundamental expectations of a professional athlete. Players must care for their bodies, adhere to training regimens to maintain peak performance, tend to the emotions of their fans, and remain accountable to the teams that invest significantly in them. Liu is on the verge of securing a supermax contract, garnering the support of the entire sports league in New York. Although he has an affinity for youthful blondes and maintains amicable relationships with numerous women, even rumored to have hosted extravagant parties, such trivialities hold little significance, for in the realm of competitive sports, results speak volumes. In a commanding performance, the San Antonio Spurs subdued their opponents, narrowly defeating the Houston Rockets with a score of 86-96. Tim Duncan exhibited extraordinary prowess, playing 40 minutes and achieving a remarkable stat line of 28 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks on 12 of 19 shooting, along with 4 of 6 from the charity stripe. Yao Ming, in 37 minutes of play, scored 14 points and secured 11 rebounds, with a shooting line of 6 of 14 and a perfect 2 of 2 from the free throw line. Prior to the game, Chinese sports media enthusiastically lauded Yao's potential, even citing the Spurs' previous lackluster finals performance as evidence. Many Chinese fans harbored immense expectations, overlooking the Spurs' formidable track record, firmly believing that the duo of Francis and Yao would dominate their adversaries. However, the outcome diverged sharply from fans' hopes. Francis managed only 17 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists on 6 of 15 shooting, while Mobley added a mere 10 points on 5 of 14 shooting. The Rockets were not able to overpower their opponents and were instead thoroughly suppressed. Yao found himself isolated, leading to the Rockets' first playoff defeat. Following the game, Sina Sports published an article extolling Yao's performance while also critiquing Francis and Mobley. As for Mike Brown, he has transitioned from a celebrated coach to one facing scrutiny. Hook has forecasted that Liu's tour of Asia will include visits to Beijing and Shanghai. Regardless of the media's fervent hype, the experiences of Wang Zizi, Botter, and Yao Ming have consistently illustrated to fans that navigating the NBA is a formidable challenge. The anticipation among fans has reached a fever pitch, as many yearn to witness the real Liu. In another playoff matchup in the Western Conference, seasoned veterans imparted a lesson to the newcomers, as the Lakers effortlessly triumphed over the Nuggets with a score of 84-99. Against the formidable inside duo of Marcus Camby and Nene, Karl Malone and Shaquille O'Neal decisively outperformed their rivals. Carmelo Anthony struggled, scoring only 16 points on 5 of 17 shooting, as the Lakers' perimeter defense stifled his efforts. Despite a somewhat sluggish start from Kobe Bryant and Gary Payton, the Lakers' dominant inside play allowed them to secure victory by the third quarter. After the game, Phil Jackson confidently remarked in an interview that the playoffs represent a completely different realm. While the opponents may possess considerable talent, their wealth of playoff experience is unparalleled. The seasoned players will not disappoint the fans, and the absence of home court advantage will not pose a challenge for them. Jackson's remarks subtly indicated his disregard for their rivals. Following their impressive 72-win season, New York media have frequently emphasized the Knicks' dominance and their home court advantage in the playoffs, while Phil Jackson has seemingly turned his attention toward the finals. The Eastern Conference matchup between the Pacers and the Bucks also proved to be one-sided, with the Pacers achieving a resounding victory, keeping Reggie Miller's championship dreams alive. On the evening of April 19th, Liu hosted his agent, Mark Bartelstein, at his residence in Manhattan. Mark successfully secured the Champions Center, Okafor Emeka Okafor, from the University of Connecticut, and also signed Ben Gordon. Although Kwame Brown failed to fulfill his potential, the well-seasoned Okafor, having been tempered by collegiate competition, is likely to find success. In a buoyant mood, enjoying a delectable steak, Mark shared some recent gossip. Mike is planning to travel to China under his own name, and your schedules conveniently do not overlap, especially since you have the finals to prepare for. The Hook intends to organize more events to promote your personal brand, which is indeed beneficial for you. Some may not appreciate that you disrupted Mike's career. Should the two of you travel together, it is uncertain what scenarios might unfold. Enthusiastic fans abound. including some Wall Street traders who are staunch supporters of Michael Jordan and show little interest in Liu. These individuals even disregard the Knicks, preferring the Bulls, embodying the pure winning obsession of the past. However, many of those older fans have since faded, while Liu's fervent supporters are predominantly youthful, having amassed a significant following of Win enthusiasts over the years. The two factions have clashed on various forums, yet Mike's fans have found themselves at a disadvantage. As the rookie Liu triumphed over Mike to secure a championship and subsequently achieved a remarkable 4 consecutive titles. In terms of accomplishments, Mike's most ardent followers can only contemplate the what-ifs, for in the realm of championships, Liu has surpassed Mike significantly. Liu is aware of Mike's general itinerary. After his trip to China in May, he will be preoccupied with matters concerning the Bobcats. He is reasonably satisfied with the Hook's arrangements, and, considering the events, he succinctly advised, ensure the organizers monitor ticket prices. We are not here merely to reap profits. Mark nodded, acknowledging Liu's exceptional professionalism, which is a reason many brands enjoy collaborating with him. While some NBA stars may exhibit a diva-like demeanor, often attending events with a sour expression, Liu has consistently maintained a humble approach over the years, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to both events and endorsements. For this, Mark felt fortunate, as the burdens of responsibility typically fall upon the agent. Reflecting on his player Kwame Brown's decision to no longer play for the Wizards, Mark sighed, professional athletes should not let emotions cloud their judgment. Has the Knicks considered Kwame? Liu shrugged, acknowledging that they had indeed discussed a trade with the Wizards. But the proposal involving big man right and draft picks was rejected. There is little I can do about this, but do not fret. Perhaps another team will recognize this promising rookie. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. On the morning of April 20th, following yet another loss by the Rockets, Chinese sports media grew increasingly despondent, with Sina sports news content primarily revolving around teammates in the CBA. After losing 2 consecutive games, Yao Ming delivered a lackluster performance in G2. With 8 out of 18 shooting, 6 out of 7 from the free throw line, totaling 21 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, and 4 turnovers. In a bid to soothe the emotions of the fans, Yao Ming willingly took the blame during an interview, stating, "This is my first experience in the playoffs, and the Spurs are a formidable team. There is much I still need to learn." Currently, issues regarding physical conditioning and insufficient competitiveness are pressing concerns for Yao Ming. The Spurs possess extensive experience in countering larger opponents, having frequently been subjected to assaults from perimeter players over the years. Coach Popovich has devised strategies to address such situations. The tactics employed by Coach Mike Brown, which involved entrusting the ball to Francis, proved utterly ineffective. The first round of matches predominantly showcased one-sided outcomes, with the Eastern Conference teams, the Pistons and the Nets, effortlessly overcoming their adversaries. Wade also suffered a harsh defeat at the hands of Kidd. The Nets, having reached the conference finals for 2 consecutive seasons, are undeniably strong, and as long as they do not encounter the Knicks, they find it relatively easy to dispatch newcomers. On the evening of the 20th, the Knicks were set to face their Game 2. During the 2 days of rest, the coaching staff did not implement any special strategies. As the disparity in strength between the teams was too great, a timely double team on Pierce would suffice. The Celtics, too, refrained from making grandiose proclamations before the game, and their opponents seemed to be merely going through the motions, exhibiting a lack of energy during the match. The New York fans in attendance were particularly jubilant. Indifferent to the identity of the opponent, when faced with a mismatch, they relished witnessing the helplessness of the adversary. Once the game commenced, each time Pierce missed a shot, a tremendous cheer erupted from the crowd. In Game 1, Pierce had been directing his teammates, but in tonight's contest, the 5 players on the court fell silent, devoid of communication. With 3 minutes and 21 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Atkins initiated a pick and roll at the top of the arc. With little time left on the shot clock, the diminutive guard, having just evaded Liu, took a quick jump shot from a distance beyond the 3-point line. The ball clanged off the backboard, ultimately rebounding into the hands of Kato Thomas. The miss was quite egregious, prompting a wry smile from Coach Carroll on the sidelines. "Let us go Knicks," Liu called out as he moved to receive the ball, rallying the crowd once more. Atkins had returned to half-court to establish a defensive position. His teammates had already lost their enthusiasm, and he no longer called for a double team. Soon, Kato Thomas settled at the top of the arc, while Liu, having crossed half-court, executed a rapid behind-the-back dribble with his left hand. Noticing Atkins squeeze through the screen, Liu swiftly pivoted on his left foot, effortlessly shaking off his defender. He reclaimed the ball with his left hand and accelerated past his teammate. McCarty's defense was merely superficial, with a shoulder drop. Liu surged into the paint, and faced with the help defense from Blunt, he deftly tossed the ball toward the upper right of the rim. Uncontested, Gasol leaped and caught the ball with both hands, emphatically slamming it into the basket. The arena erupted as the score reached a double-digit lead once more, and Madison Square Garden was filled with exuberance. On the commentary platform, Kevin Harlan glanced at the technical statistics and noted that this marked Liu's 5th assist of the night. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems Lee has switched to game mode this evening," delivering a series of exquisite passes since the onset. The Celtics' locker room appeared to be facing difficulties, as their energy on the court was noticeably lacking. Rivers observed as Pierce finally executed a step-back jumper from the right side, commenting, "Coach Carroll should call for a timeout at this juncture. There's no need for tactical explanations. He needs to ignite his players' desire." At this moment, the head coach indeed ought to rally the team, yet regrettably, in the subsequent plays, the Celtics continued to falter. Welshko and Pierce remained ineffective, and the score stagnated at 14 points. Conversely, the Knicks experienced a sudden surge. This offensive sequence continued from the previous play, with Liu effortlessly breaking through Atkins at the arc summit. As Liu approached the right side block with the ball in his right hand, Pierce, unable to resist, swiftly slid toward the right corner to impede him. Before the defense could fully converge, Liu promptly passed the ball to Artest in the right corner. The latter, upon receiving the pass and noticing Pierce collapsing towards the basket, adjusted his stance and confidently executed a jump shot. Swish! The three-pointer sailed through the net. With 14:29 on the clock, Artest celebrated exuberantly, pounding his chest and shouting at Pierce. A defensive miscommunication left Atkins helplessly glancing at Pierce, who remained silent as the Celtics continued their futile attempts. It wasn't until the final moments of the first quarter, with Ricky Davis entering the game, that the team managed to score again. Davis had just executed a long two-point jumper off a pick on the right wing, turning back. Grant Hill posted up against Davis on the left block, pivoting towards the baseline and finishing with a bank shot from the left lower quadrant, demonstrating exceptional defense. Both Pierce and Davis failed to penetrate the rim, and in the closing seconds, Atkins received the ball, only for the unmarked McCarty on the left wing to miss a shot. An errant three-pointer allowed Grant Hill to collect the long rebound, accelerating along the left sideline. And after crossing half-court, he swiftly repositioned himself at the arc's apex. The Knicks' counterattack was rapid. Their two big men had already sprinted toward the near baseline, while Liu first moved towards the arc before accelerating into a backdoor cut. Atkins executed commendable defense. But as Liu came to a sudden halt and retraced his steps to receive the ball, the diminutive guard managed to evade his defensive position. Upon receiving Hill's pass on the right wing, Liu feigned with the ball before stepping sideways with his right foot. Atkins instinctively retreated a step, only to watch as Liu launched a jump shot. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark, with 18:36 on the clock. As Atkins missed a long-range three-pointer in the final 21 seconds, the Celtics found themselves trailing by 18 points at the end of the first quarter. As Pierce walked towards the bench, he felt a twinge of regret. This match, devoid of resistance, left him feeling disheartened. What rendered him utterly speechless was the fact that the Knicks indeed employed double-teaming tactics against him, leaving him with no opportunities whatsoever. As the team's leader, Pierce was expected to offer his teammates words of encouragement upon returning to the bench. However, due to his frayed mindset, he fell into a state of silence. After a full first quarter, he achieved a perfect shooting record, going 5 for 5, including 1 for 1 from beyond the arc, accumulating 11 points, 2 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal, filling the stat sheet admirably. Scott Thomas also delivered an impressive performance, effortlessly scoring 8 points with a shooting mark of 4 for 6 on jump shots following screens. The arena remained lively, with many fans enjoying the game, swaying to the music and occasionally jumping up to wave in an attempt to catch the attention of the broadcast. Stoudemire, dressed impeccably in formal attire, sat on the bench, as his knee had been bothering him during recent practices. To err on the side of caution, the coaching staff had placed him on the injury list. "My body is in perfect condition. I felt fantastic upon waking this morning." Due to the competitive dynamics, every time Scott Thomas excelled, Stoudemire felt the pressure, as he too aspired to be in the starting lineup. Upon hearing the rookie's quiet complaints, Ewing immediately responded with seriousness. Mr. Scott's diagnosis is sound. You do not wish to undergo minimally invasive surgery during the playoffs, and the coaching staff will be prudent in their usage of you. Remember, your career has only just begun. All you must do is exercise patience. Gasol and Stoudemire were both under Ewing's guidance, and the Gorilla was quite pleased with these two towering players, believing they held great promise for the future. Liu also noted Stoudemire's recent grievances. Throughout the season, Cot Thomas had maintained his health, applying relentless pressure on the opponents, and Liu believed there were no issues with the current rotation. Pat is right. We feel no pressure in the first round. Health is paramount. Amare, just be patient. Hearing these words, Stoudemire glanced at Liu, who had returned to his seat, nodding with resignation while internally lamenting, how much longer must I remain on the bench? The chapter concludes here. I will take a day off. Today's gathering is likely to extend for a while, and I might not have enough time to write when I return home. After recently recovering from a cold, my writing speed has significantly declined, and I haven't stored any drafts during this time. Last month, I reached 310,000 words during the New Year period. I will strive to accumulate more to ensure this word count. Readers, please take care of your health. I have caught a cold twice after the pandemic, and my memory and energy levels have declined, perhaps due to aging. Tonight, I might succumb to indulgences, but during the new year, I shall abstain from alcohol and focus on writing. Chapter 328. The opponent actually resists. On April 21, 2004. The NBA announced the best manager of the season. Earl Grenfield of the Knicks successfully received this accolade. Following the announcement, some commentators found it absurd, questioning what significant moves Grenfield had made during the offseason. Although Raja Bell had displayed some impressive performances during the regular season due to his usage of the ball, overall, he was not markedly different from an ordinary rotation player. The new recruit has left a profound impression on the fans, primarily due to his relentless defensive efforts. Whenever he steps onto the court, discussions of offensive prowess become secondary. His defensive attitude is commendable. The veteran Mutombo, signed under a modest contract, has indeed managed to suppress the out-of-shape giant right. Although during the regular season, he was only able to play a maximum of 20 minutes per game. His standout performance consists of consistently delivering blocks, yet he occasionally falters in execution. This signing has notably enhanced the depth of the team's roster. However, the notion that the addition of these two players could lead the Knicks to replicate a 70-win season is met with skepticism from analysts. When the award was bestowed upon the Knicks, the Los Angeles Times made a sardonic remark, suggesting it might be a consolation for Lee, considering Kevin Garnett had allegedly swiped his MVP. In Game 2, with a decisive score of 85-100, the Lakers easily overcame the Nuggets, showcasing their dominance, which reignited the fervor of Los Angeles sports media. Such comments seem to be a preemptive jab at future adversary Garnett, as the Western Conference Finals have yet to commence. But the Los Angeles press is already on the offensive. New York fans, however, believe that Glenn Field was overdue for this recognition. With last season's 73 wins and this year's 72, the credit belongs to everyone involved. While Los Angeles sports media mocks their rivals for their mental games, New York fans take it earnestly. Following the matchup against the Celtics last night, some fans remained in the arena, brandishing signs in protest. Kevin Garnett, win a real trophy. As the Knicks built a substantial lead in the second half, the supporters donned Lee's home jersey and fervently waved their signs. The live broadcast even showcased these passionate fans, further igniting the atmosphere. The reason for the fans' demonstration with signs is that this marks the Knicks' final home game of the first round. If they do not act now, Garnett will be receiving his award in early May. The Celtics, overlooked and lacking energy throughout the game, repeated their Game 1 performance, quietly succumbing to defeat. As the Knicks players flew to the away game in preparation, General Manager Glenn Field, after receiving his award, cheerfully participated in interviews. In recent seasons, the management has scarcely taken action, akin to James Dolan indulging in concert performances, with everyone merely cashing in while enjoying life. Now resembling a rather portly figure, Glenn Field displayed humility in front of the sports media. The 72 wins are all thanks to Lee. In comparison, our contributions have been minimal. As the playoffs commenced, the Knicks management remained in a passive state, as this year's draft once again positioned them at the 29th pick. They merely symbolically invited a few players for tryouts, while other responsibilities revolved around preserving asset value and addressing Stoudemire's knee issues. regardless of whether this is a matter of compensation. Glenn Field's receipt of the award may have ruffled some feathers. Jerry West's departure from the Lakers to Memphis has indeed brought significant improvement to the team over the past 2 seasons. Leveraging his connections, he has even secured the seasoned coach Hubie Brown to lead the team. The seemingly reliable configuration still failed to propel the Grizzlies into the playoffs. Following the announcement of the awards, Jerry West publicly expressed his discontent regarding the unhealthy developments within the league. When winners take all, fans naturally become disenchanted. For smaller markets, the past few years have become increasingly arduous as players aspire to play in major cities. After the Knicks meticulously sifted through their options during the offseason, it was finally the turn of the smaller market teams. We all understand the implications of this. Players confident in their talents would rather contend within the Knicks than play in Memphis. One can secure exceptional young players at relatively modest prices, while the other must offer contracts above market value to entice players to join. Following West's remarks, many teams resonated with his sentiments, and some struggling franchises retorted, "We do not wish to lose, yet the team lacks genuine talent." On April 22nd, the NBA announced the Coach of the Year, COY, for the season. Mike D'Antoni of the Knicks undoubtedly claimed this accolade. Achieving a remarkable 70 wins for 2 consecutive seasons is unprecedented in history. Compared to Jeff Van Gundy, D'Antoni appears to wield greater authority. Prior to the conclusion of the regular season, Garnett had rallied in support of Coach Saunders. Yet with the Knicks securing 72 wins, the future MVP fell silent. After taking the helm of the Knicks, D'Antoni received this honor for the second time. Following an afternoon practice, he appeared quite pleased during an interview. Perhaps due to an unexpectedly manageable schedule, the little bearded coach seemed somewhat inflated with pride, stating, "In truth, I do not care for this award." Upon assuming the team, "I am more intent on ushering in a new dynasty for the Knicks. The Celtics once achieved an 8-peat, and I believe the Knicks possess similar potential." Let us not forget that Lee is merely 26. As long as he maintains his health, anything is possible. To utter such words in the Celtics' home ground carries a hint of provocation. The Boston Red Sox and the New York Yankees are true rivals, while the Celtics and Knicks harbor no significant enmity. However, the following morning, Boston Globe NBA columnist Dan Shaughnessy vehemently criticized the Knicks in his column, simultaneously calling upon the Celtics. As the star player, Paul Pierce must uphold the honor of the Celtics. Spurred by the Boston Globe and Boston Sports Radio, Celtics fans arrived early at the Fleet Center that evening. The game commenced at 7 p.m., and over 40 minutes prior, the arena was already filled to capacity. In Game 2, with a score of 86-113, the Knicks triumphed decisively. Liu played for 33 minutes, shooting 10 of 15 from the field, 3 of 5 from beyond the arc, and sinking all 7 free throws, amassing 30 points, 3 rebounds, 13 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, all without a single turnover. Having performed consistently over 3 quarters, Liu remained humble as they entered the opposing arena. To him, it felt merely like a formality, given that the adversary had seemingly surrendered. However, upon glancing at the newspaper early that morning, a flicker of intrigue ignited within him. As the Knicks took to the court, they were met with a chorus of boos from the Celtics fans in attendance. During warm-ups, Liu, clad in training gear, casually took shots and, after exchanging pleasantries with the team's scapegoat, approached Pierce. "I hear you're set to score 40 points tonight to defend your home court?" The usually reserved Pierce was at a loss for words. The interviews in the newspapers were fabricated, as he had never uttered such sentiments. As a core player, Pierce maintained his composure and, after a brief pause, confidently replied, "I don't care how many points I score, but I will win the game tonight." With that declaration, he adjusted his green headband and strode away from Liu. The Celtics, a stalwart team in the NBA, boasted a fervent fan base, and even before the game commenced, the jeers echoed throughout the arena. Both teams retained their starting lineups, and as they gathered at center court, Grant Hill amiably patted Pierce on the shoulder. With a significant lead, the Knicks were relaxed, and as the referee tossed the ball into the air, Gasol reacted swiftly, nudging it past the towering Blunt to half-court. Defense. With the fans rallying behind their team, Pierce seemed invigorated, vocally directing his teammates to mark their assignments. Artest, sprinting to the left corner, scoffed at Pierce's fervor. "Do you really think you can win this game?" Positioned near the left baseline, Pierce retorted sharply, "Who do you think you are? This is between me and Lee." In front of the home crowd, Pierce refused to display any signs of frustration, regaining his aggressive demeanor as the two exchanged barbs before the front-row fans, who cheered enthusiastically. The Knicks opened the game with their signature V-shaped offense, with Gasol and Court Thomas stationed at the elbow areas. Welshko did not follow Hill completely to the right corner, but, adhering to defensive strategy, remained near the right block, ready to assist as needed. Noticing Liu at the top of the arc, Atkins began vocally alerting his teammates, while Blunt, aware of Gasol's movement, quickened his pace to the three-point line. As Gasol settled on the left wing, Liu swiftly maneuvered the ball behind his back, transitioning to his left hand before slipping past his defender. With Atkins delayed, Blunt was forced to step up, but before he could crouch to contest, Liu suddenly lowered his center of gravity and executed a rapid crossover. Transitioning to his right hand in an instant, Liu weaved through the crowd, leaving Blunt in his wake. Near the right elbow, McCarty intended to slide over for help. But in the blink of an eye, Liu had breached the paint, forcing him to halt. Pierce was notably proactive, darting in to help at the basket. But before he could leap for a block, Liu already had the ball in hand. With 3 long strides, Liu soared, executing a one-handed slam dunk with authority. Bam! The basketball rim resonated loudly as Pierce came to an abrupt halt, standing in frustration at the lower left side of the hoop. A chorus of boos reverberated throughout the arena, although Celtics fans were aware of their team's defensive shortcomings. Witnessing Liu execute a dunk with such ease left some unable to contain their displeasure. Coach Carroll stood with his arms crossed on the sidelines, just as he had in the previous 2 games, refraining from grand proclamations before the match. Despite the clamorous demands from Boston's sports media to secure a home victory, Carroll remained unfazed, merely signaling tactical gestures to his players when it was their turn to attack. The cheers from the crowd nearly drowned out the discontented murmurs. As Atkins reached the top of the arc and promptly passed the ball to Pierce on the right wing. Immediately after his teammate received the ball, Atkins moved forward to set a screen, with the referee not calling a foul on the diminutive guard. Noticing the defensive tugging, Liu instinctively switched to guard Pierce. Clearly, Pierce aimed to exploit a weaker opponent, having been hindered by Arteist in the previous matches when executing screens with bigger players. He opted for a different approach tonight. Holding the ball in his left hand, he approached the top of the arc, continuing his lateral movement. On the Celtics side, McCarty swiftly positioned himself at the arc to create space, while Vilshko darted from left to right behind the baseline, leaving Blunt stationed near the right sideline. Ready to capitalize on any opportunity, Pierce dribbled at a steady pace, lowering his center of gravity before shifting to his left hand as he neared the three-point line, suddenly accelerating forward. Typically, forwards do not require elaborate maneuvers when facing guards. They protect the ball and bulldoze through to the basket. Pierce chose this straightforward method of attack. Anticipating his opponent's intentions, Liu adeptly defended, sliding backward while maintaining physical contact. As they collided, Pierce was forced to decelerate and ultimately opted for a step back, quickly gathering the ball. At the moment Pierce retreated, he exerted force with his shoulder, yet Liu remained unperturbed, swiftly lunging forward to swipe the ball. Just as Pierce raised the ball to his chest, he was caught off guard by Liu's decisive steal, eliciting a sharp gasp from the crowd. A number of fans in the front row, who had been cheering moments ago, were now met with a sudden shift in momentum, their jubilations transforming into jeers. The fallen ball did not prompt Pierce to complain to the referee. The steal was executed with precision, and he simply had underestimated the moment, believing he could create a shooting opportunity through physicality. With control of the ball, Liu observed Pierce's attempt to reclaim it, deliberately slowing his pace and signaling his teammates to spread out as they crossed half-court, just managing to beat the 8-second rule. In front of the home crowd, Pierce was determined to showcase his skills, switching to guard Liu while maintaining a cautious distance. Occasionally, he would step forward to disrupt Liu's dribble near his waist. Demonstrating excellent defensive fundamentals against a speedy guard, Pierce thrived amidst the fans' encouragement. Moving to the right wing, Liu, with the ball in his right hand, occasionally swatted away Pierce's attempts to reach in. As they tangled just outside the three-point line, Liu suddenly executed a between-the-legs dribble, shifting his body to the left front, prompting Pierce to sidestep and renew his efforts to disrupt. With a swift crossover step, Liu deftly evaded his opponent's slicing shot. As he momentarily hesitated while transitioning the ball to his right hand, Pierce instinctively moved closer. Manipulating his adversary's center of gravity, Liu quickly released the ball, took a significant stride forward, and then unleashed a powerful shot. Caught off guard as his defensive foot faltered, Pierce was compelled to pivot, only to witness Liu come to a sudden halt, prompting an instinctive defensive lunge from him. Before Pierce could close the distance, Liu executed a rapid in-and-out maneuver, swaying his body again to the left, completely befuddling Pierce. Intent on sliding backward once more, Pierce found his body at odds with his mind, and amidst the gasps of the crowd, he fell to the floor. Seizing the moment, Liu accelerated past him and effortlessly approached the lower right side of the basket. Facing the help defense from Blunt, he delicately lifted the ball with his right hand and executed a layup. As the basketball arced gracefully through the air, the towering players beneath could only gaze upwards, watching as the ball swished through the net. What a magnificent shot! It elicited awe from numerous Celtics fans, who marveled at Liu's precise movements, which, though methodical, gave the illusion of simplicity that anyone could replicate. Pierce, helped to his feet by a teammate, wore a dark expression, feeling that Liu had intentionally chosen to humiliate him after two clear opportunities to drive directly to the basket. Incensed, he shot a furious glare at Liu, who was raising his hands to rally the crowd. "Relax, buddy. Getting faked out just shows your commitment on defense. The fans appreciate your effort," Liu remarked with utmost seriousness, leaving Pierce momentarily perplexed. However, upon witnessing the Knicks bench erupt in animated cheers and gestures, he was once again irked by their enthusiastic support. Grant Hill noted that the Celtics seemed intent on wearing Liu down since the beginning, and he waved his hand. But Liu shook his head, signaling that there was no need for concern. Coach D'Antoni and his staff remained composed on the sidelines, unperturbed by the opponent's reliance on illegal screens to target their star player. Upon returning to their home court, the Celtics had the advantage of smaller guards who could still deliver high-quality screens. Atkins, standing at 180, used his sturdy frame to push and pull Artest away with ease. Tonight's officiating by Steve Javi seemed oblivious to such illegal screen actions. Once again at the top of the arc, Pierce reverted to his usual approach, holding the ball with his left hand while gradually increasing the dribbling intensity and shifting his body weight. Noticing that Liu remained unfazed, he suddenly accelerated, executing a quick change of direction through his legs, then shouldering the ball with his right hand for another strong drive. Liu, anticipating Pierce's offensive choice, simultaneously stepped back to the left while providing defensive resistance. As they collided, despite Pierce skillfully protecting the ball and deflecting interference, his lack of explosive power prevented him from breaking through the defense immediately. In that split second of being forced to halt, Pierce pivoted sharply on his left foot, switching to his left hand before gathering the ball and charging towards the basket with 3 decisive strides, demonstrating exceptional footwork and body control throughout his maneuver. As Pierce positioned himself directly in front of the basket, his left hand gripping the ball, he prepared to execute a sideways shot. In that moment, his eyes widened in surprise. Having adjusted his steps early, Liu leapt high into the air, awaiting his opponent. With his exceptional leaping ability, Liu maintained an impressive height even as Pierce began his descent. Tilting his body and pulling his arm down, Pierce barely managed to fling the ball towards the hoop, only to witness Liu soaring above him, delivering a thunderous block. The impact sent Pierce tumbling to the floor, momentarily losing his balance. After landing gracefully, Liu calmly shook his finger, eliciting a chorus of boos from the crowd. Scott Thomas seized the opportunity to gain possession of the ball just ahead of McCarty, while Grant Hill advanced to receive it, prompting the Knicks to initiate a rapid counterattack. Rising to his feet, Pierce gritted his teeth and charged alongside Liu. Grant Hill, accelerating along the left sideline, observed the unfolding play. Unlike the previous 2 games, the Celtics' defense appeared significantly more vigorous upon returning to their home court. The fans fervently cheered, urging a defensive effort. With no clear path to the basket, Hill halted on the left wing, then shifted laterally to the top of the arc. Noticing Liu had moved to the right wing, Gasol and Scott Thomas promptly halted and stationed themselves in the elbow areas. Seeing that Pierce had no intention of isolating against Atkins, he quickly deduced that Liu was preparing to cut for the ball. Pierce hastily tugged at Liu while loudly instructing his teammate, "Mark, switch." The towering Blunt, realizing Liu had evaded his defense thanks to Scott Thomas's screen, quickly repositioned himself. The ball traveled faster than the players. Hill swiftly delivered a cross-court pass, allowing Liu to receive it just as he reached the right wing. In that instant, Liu made minimal adjustments, angling his body and drifting towards the left sideline before executing a rapid jump shot. Blunt, still adjusting his footing to regain balance, was caught off guard by Liu's shot and could only turn to watch the ball. Swish. The three-pointer found nothing but net. The Celtics fans fell silent, captivated as Liu raised his left arm, displaying 3 fingers while leisurely retreating on defense. Blunt instinctively shrugged at Pierce, conveying that he had done his utmost. Attempting to contest that jump shot would have resulted in a foul. With a low grunt of frustration, Pierce clenched his fist, manifesting his dissatisfaction. The Celtics employed the same strategy on their next offensive possession, with Pierce again confronting Liu's defense at the top of the arc, bulldozing into the paint. However, this time he opted not to attack the basket directly. After faking Liu into the air, he executed a behind-the-back pass to find McCarty cutting to the basket. The pass was of mediocre quality, causing McCarty to bend down awkwardly to receive it, allowing Thomas to reapply defensive pressure. Meanwhile, Gasol took the opportunity to return to the paint from his position near the right baseline. Ultimately, McCarty's right-handed layup, aided by his defender, was met with Gasol's long arm, which successfully denied the shot. The basketball was just released when it was swatted away by a towering block. Unable to swiftly redirect the ball, McCarty could only watch as Liu dashed towards the free throw line to regain possession. Atkins, reacting with remarkable speed, did not wait for Liu to accelerate, but proactively stepped forward to commit a foul. Upon the referee's whistle, Coach Carroll on the sidelines immediately applauded, signaling that this was exemplary defense. In the TNT commentary booth, Kevin Harlan expressed his disapproval of such scenes, as a fluid fast break would be far more captivating. It seemed the Celtics were thoroughly prepared for the night, with their early offensive plays exhibiting keen precision. Partner Rivers quietly criticized the Celtics star players for their lack of effectiveness, to which he instinctively remarked, Pierce should capitalize on these opportunities. Forwards should at least draw a foul when matched against guards. Perhaps due to insufficient game experience, Pierce ought to play more intelligently. As the Celtics swiftly retreated on defense, they once again established their defensive matchups. Though the cheers from the crowd had noticeably diminished, the fans were beginning to feel the pressure. After the sideline inbounds, Liu quickly advanced past half court, noticing that Atkins maintained a considerable distance in defense and promptly signaled the play. Following a nearly identical strategy, the 2 big men held their positions in the elbow area. In the left corner, Artest accelerated from left to right, while Hill initiated movement from the right corner, cutting laterally to the right wing. As they began to shuffle their feet, Liu deftly passed the ball to Gasol in the right elbow, then feigned a move to receive it back. The Celtics' defensive attention instinctively gravitated towards Liu, allowing Hill to exploit an off-ball screen from Thomas at the left elbow and surge towards the basket. Receiving the pass, Gasol first pivoted his body, pretending to pass, then suddenly spun and lofted the ball toward the upper left of the basket. The defender, Vilsko, lost his positioning, merely watching as Hill soared into the air, snatching the ball with his right hand and emphatically slamming it into the hoop. Boom. An exhilarating alley-oop dunk. Oh, what a splendid collaboration. This is precisely why fans relish watching the Knicks play. In the commentary booth, Kevin Harlan let out a jubilant exclamation, clearly delighted, while Rivers also marveled, stating, "The disparity between the 2 teams is vast. Perhaps Coach Carroll should call for a timeout to disrupt the Knicks' momentum." Rivers, ever the strategist, began offering suggestions to the Celtics. But after Pierce's errant pass during a drive, he found himself at a loss for words. Bront, bending down to receive the ball near the right side of the basket, had yet to make his move when Liu swiftly intercepted him. In a semi-transition play, the same tactical coordination ensued. This time, Liu accelerated past half court, delivering the ball before immediately executing a handoff with Gasol in the right elbow area. Bront hurriedly slid to delay, while Atkins pursued from behind. With the ball in his right hand, Liu charged towards the basket, and as he neared the rim, he took 3 powerful strides and launched the ball high into the air. As Blunt leaped to contest the shot, he observed the basketball soaring backwards and realized too late that something was amiss. The ball and the players synchronized perfectly as Gasol, sprinting down the center, leapt and seized the ball with both hands, emphatically slamming it through the hoop. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd, directed at the triumphant Gasol. Coach Carroll refrained from calling a timeout, seemingly maintaining faith in his players' ability to self-correct. As the game progressed, the Fleet Center grew increasingly quiet, devoid of cheers and defensive encouragement. The DJ, despite his spirited efforts to rally the audience, was often met with a sea of disapproval. After Welshko helped the Celtics break the deadlock with a free throw, Blunt drew a foul in the paint. However, this scenario was far from what the Celtics fans hoped to witness. They yearned for their core players to rise to the occasion. They could accept a loss as long as Pierce performed admirably. Yet, within mere minutes, Pierce, entangled with Lee and wrestling with Artest in the low post, primarily facilitated passes. This offensive possession saw Pierce deliver yet another assist, as Blunt scored a layup beneath the basket, yet the boos persisted. "Come on, you ought to attack the rim," Lee cheerfully reminded Pierce, gesturing to his ears to indicate the crowd's jeers were directed at him. Pierce's lips twitched in silence. He believed his performance was adequate despite the double team he faced upon penetrating the paint. Even with the referee's leniency, the gap remained wide at 6:19. Having been repeatedly outmaneuvered by the Knicks' similar tactics, Coach Carroll found solace in the realization that his opponents were nearly all all-stars, quietly retreating to the bench. Atkins noted Pierce's sudden silence, recognizing that their leader was again struggling. Observing Lee at the top of the arc, he noticed all of the Knicks' big men stationed beneath the basket while the wings remained on the sidelines. With the ball in his right hand, Lee suddenly accelerated. Exploiting his opponent's leftward slide, he deftly executed a crossover and quickly retreated. Atkins, resigned, halted his pursuit, watching as Lee effortlessly launched a jump shot from beyond the arc. Swish! The three-pointer found nothing but net, igniting jubilant celebration from the Knicks bench. The Celtics once more directed the ball inside, where Gasol merely raised his arms in an attempt to interfere. Blunt, positioned at the lower left of the basket, turned and finished with a layup. However, this score failed to elicit cheers from the audience. A simple pick and roll at the top of the arc saw Lee maneuver behind the ball, accelerating towards the basket while attracting Pierce's help defense. Artest on the right wing received the pass instantly. Instead of sliding over for a timely contest, Pierce opted to preemptively position himself beneath the hoop, leading to another open three-pointer that swished through the net. Boo! With the score pushing towards a 20-point deficit, the discontent among the fans intensified. To many spectators, the Knicks appeared to be repetitively executing pick and rolls, with Lee consistently finding opportunities amid each straightforward handoff. The Knicks missed their three-point attempts, and the Celtics failed to capitalize on their chances for a counterattack. With 2 minutes and 2 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the substitute Ricky Davis made a three-point shot from the right wing. Immediately, in a semi-transition offense, Liu accelerated suddenly, executing a crushing drive from the left wing that resulted in a foul by Atkins. Observing Liu approach the free throw line, Kevin Harlan found the scene remarkably familiar, recalling that the previous 2 games had unfolded in a similar manner. Given the disparity in strength between the two teams, it seemed the Celtics had exerted their utmost. Pierce ought to step up to score. While his ball handling may be sensible, it fails to resolve the challenges confronting the team. Rivers expressed his profound disappointment with the Celtics' performance, lamenting that, as a traditional powerhouse, they had forsaken their team culture. Regardless of the opponent, they should exhibit vigor rather than succumb to a tranquil defeat. The disparity among role players was glaring, yet as Liu began to haphazardly shoot three-pointers that clanked off the rim, only the noise of the crowd remained. The spectators witnessed the Knicks' tactical evolution, transitioning from a disciplined approach at the beginning of the game to a chaotic free-for-all by the end of the first quarter. In transition offense, aside from maintaining formation, it often devolved into a scenario where whoever possessed the ball would attack the basket. As Gasol secured a rebound and pushed the ball forward, elegantly orchestrating a behind-the-back pass that led to Grant Hill scoring a layup, even DJ could no longer contain himself, and the cheers faded away. The faces of the Knicks players radiated delight, while Atkins's long-range three-point attempt fell short, inciting a chorus of boos throughout the Fleet Center. With a score of 36-14, the first quarter closed, devoid of suspense. Celtics fans could tolerate a loss, but Pierce's performance, 0 for 3, with no points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 turnovers, was unacceptable to many. A wave of discontent surged among the fans, turning the home crowd into a hostile one, with jeers growing increasingly vociferous. The Boston Globe's pre-game hype had elevated expectations, but after one quarter, the reality mirrored previous disappointments, leaving the crowd demoralized. In a full quarter of play, Liu excelled with 16 points, 2 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, shooting 5 for 7 overall and 2 for 4 from beyond the arc, which further provoked the ire of Celtics supporters. Draped in a towel while seated, Liu reveled in the lively atmosphere, unable to resist a bit of self-deprecation, no accolades. But at least there are whistles at Fleet Center. I suppose that's not too shabby. The Celtics traditionally enjoyed a significant home court advantage. Liu had previously experienced a different kind of treatment, but tonight, the referees were notably impartial with timely calls. Although Artest had become somewhat of a laughingstock, he still voiced his dissatisfaction upon hearing Liu's remarks. The referees continue to favor them. Those damn screens always leave me out of position on defense. Had the game been closely contested, encountering such psychological tactics with screens would likely have led Artest to deliver an early elbow to the opponent. Coach D'Antoni merely clapped his hands in front of the bench, uttering a few words of encouragement before returning to his seat to watch the game unfold. In the second section of the match, an unsettling scene unfolded for the fans of the Celtics as their starting lineup surprisingly faltered against the opposing substitutes. Engaging in a fierce struggle with the primary players indicated the opponent's resistance. Amidst the lineup changes, the diminutive Knight showcased commendable form tonight, successfully connecting with his teammates in several consecutive plays. Initially, during a fast break, Bell executed a trailing three-pointer from the right wing. Following a missed shot from Pierce, Knight set a screen in the left elbow area, effortlessly assisting Stoudemire for a powerful dunk. On the sidelines, the Celtics substitute center, Chris Mim, merely observed the action from beneath the right side of the rim. Meanwhile, Pierce, who was out of sync, seized every opportunity to attack Prince relentlessly. However, his shooting touch was woeful tonight. Whenever he muscled his way to the basket, he was thwarted by Prince's long reach. Additionally, Mutombo's defensive support quickly led the fans to witness Pierce guiding the Knicks in a series of successful fast breaks. The crowd erupted in boos as Pierce continued to clang shots off the rim, and with 5 minutes and 58 seconds remaining in the half, Liu re-entered the game, transforming the arena into a library of hushed anticipation. In his first possession back on the court, Atkins incessantly attempted to disrupt the play. With the ball in his left hand, Liu accelerated from the left wing, dribbled beyond the three-point line, and executed a sudden step back, evading the defense. He drifted to the left and released a quick jump shot. The Knicks bench erupted in preemptive celebration, hands raised high. Swish. The three-pointer found nothing but net. Atkins cast a helpless glance at the coach, who offered no guidance, leaving him to persist in the game with resolve. Ricky Davis showed no inclination to assist, fully committed to the offensive onslaught. With a step-back three-pointer against the defense, he drew the defense's attention before driving powerfully to the basket, and after a swift transition, Liu exhibited extraordinary activity on the court. With 5 minutes and 46 seconds remaining in the half, and only 68 seconds left on the shot clock, the Celtics prepared to inbound the ball. Artest closely guarded Pierce, pulling and tugging to deny him an easy reception, just as a 5-second violation loomed. McCarty hurriedly tossed the ball beyond the three-point line, attempting to free Atkins from his defender. In the rush, the pass lacked precision. Liu leaped high to intercept the ball before Atkins could react, nudging it forward upon landing. Immediately accelerating, he maneuvered past the trailing Atkins, racing across the half-court line to seize control of the ball. Despite Atkins' desperate pursuit, Liu skillfully evaded him with a graceful spin move as he entered the paint. With a final surge, Liu soared up, grasping the ball in his right hand and delivering a thunderous dunk from the left side of the rim. After witnessing Liu's spectacular dunk, standing beneath the hoop and celebrating with a series of chest thumps directed at the camera, Kevin Harlan chimed in with praise. Liu has taken command of the game. It seems he must have read the article in the Boston Globe. I admire his performance tonight. At this juncture, Rivers had already concluded that following this series, the Celtics would undoubtedly seek a new head coach, and he was determined to showcase his tactical acumen to the fullest. In the final offensive play for the Celtics, Pierce executed a step-back jumper from the right elbow, marking his first field goal in open play for the match. As the clock wound down, Liu's long-range three-pointer clanged off the rim, signaling the end of the first half. Within the Fleet Center, some fans seated at the rear began to vocally express their dissatisfaction. The series was on the verge of a 3-0 sweep, and the Celtics had failed to deliver any surprise for their supporters. With a dismal first-half performance of 1 for 9 from the field and 2 for 4 from the free-throw line, accumulating 4 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 turnovers, Pierce was met with a beer thrown by an agitated fan as he made his way to the player tunnel. Security swiftly escorted Pierce away, and while it was anticipated that the star player might confront the fan, to everyone's astonishment, he covered his face and wept quietly. Before even reaching the locker room, Pierce, leaning against the wall, seemed unable to contain his emotions, breaking down in tears. Coach Carroll, caught off guard by the turn of events, could only comfort his core players softly, saying, "Pow, the game isn't over yet." This remark left the Celtics players speechless. It was a bitter pill to swallow. With a staggering 34-point deficit, even divine intervention would not salvage the game. Unbeknownst to Liu, who remained oblivious to Pierce's distress, he returned to the locker room, still clapping and loudly encouraging his teammates. "Let us show that guy what we're made of in the second half. We've been excellent with our foul control. The fourth quarter will be garbage time, and you all know what to do." Artest, filled with fervor, punched himself twice and exclaimed, "I'll save my 3 fouls for him. Tonight, I'm going to make him regret it." Laughter erupted among the teammates, and then they rallied in support, dismissing any notion of decorum in light of the opponent's resistance. As the second half commenced, a composed Pierce once again faced the Knicks' hostility. Upon driving into the paint, he was met with double teams, and Artest ramped up his physical play, showing no regard for fouls. Liu and Grant Hill, who switched to defend, joined in on the relentless targeting of Pierce, pulling, colliding, and even launching offensive assaults against him. The referees continuously blew their whistles. And in a moment that drew sympathy from commentator Kevin Harlan, Pierce was felled by a direct block from Kurt Thomas. "It seems the Boston Globe has unwittingly incited the Knicks' competitive spirit," he remarked. Eventually, Coach Carroll, unable to watch any longer, called a timeout after another altercation between Pierce and Artest, bringing in the bench players as a form of capitulation. By the end of the third quarter, Pierce had managed merely 4 points on 15 attempts, with 5 of 8 from the charity stripe, and returned to the bench, covering his head with a towel to evade the cameras. The quarter concluded with a score of 21-29, and after 3 quarters, the Knicks held a commanding lead of 95-55. In 28 minutes of play, Liu showcased an impressive stat line of 35 points on 11 of 17 shooting, including 5 of 9 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 8 for 8 from the free throw line, alongside 5 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 steals, 1 block, and 1 turnover. With this, Liu once again achieved a double-double, prompting a radiant smile from Coach D'Antoni. The series had reached its conclusion. In the fourth quarter, both teams exhibited an intensity that compelled the referee to blow the whistle repeatedly, causing the game to drag on. Many Celtics fans seated in the rear could not endure such a match and opted to leave prematurely. Ultimately, the Knicks triumphed decisively with a score of 121-81, effortlessly securing the series lead. As the game concluded, the Fleet Center fell silent, with the Celtics players swiftly retreating to the tunnel. The most striking sight within the arena was the large banners overhead. D'Antoni glanced up and, with a smile, embraced Liu's shoulders, remarking, "Lee, records are meant to be shattered. Our home court needs more championship banners." The Celtics fans on either side exhibited little ire, seemingly resigned to their fate, and refrained from directing any hostility towards Liu and his companions. Although Liu felt that the recently awarded Coach of the Year had become somewhat arrogant, he nevertheless confidently proclaimed, "If the Celtics can achieve consecutive championships, so too can we." Back in the locker room, Pierce retained his towel overhead look. Astonished that his habitual bravado had led to such a situation, "I never claimed I would score 40 points. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 329. The Trophy Lost, Daily Chapter. On April 24, 2004, the NBA announced the recipient of this season's Sportsmanship Award, P.J. Brown of the Hornets. However, receiving the award did little to alter the Hornets' predicament, as they were on the brink of elimination by the Pistons. While their opponents had yet to secure a series lead, the Hornets struggled to score against an impenetrable defense, managing only 82 points in one game and 80 in another. Despite effectively controlling their turnovers, they still succumbed to defeat. In the words of Baron Davis, "We simply cannot make our shots." Since Liu had previously attributed the Knicks' losses to this reason, it had since been frequently echoed by many players. Not making shots had become the universal and dignified excuse for their defeats. Recently, the 6th Man of the Year award went to Antoine Jamison of the Mavericks, while the Most Improved Player was awarded to Zach Randolph of the Trail Blazers. As the announcement of awards continued, the time soon arrived for the Rookie of the Year. Although the Cavaliers' record was dismal, ranking last in the league, LeBron James had become only the 3rd player in NBA history to achieve 20-55 points in his rookie season. According to Cavaliers fans, this accomplishment was one that Liu had not attained, and thus James deserved the accolade. Previously, only Oscar Robertson and Michael Jordan had reached this milestone in their rookie seasons. The future looks bright for LeBron James. Having played 80 games, he averaged 21, 5 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 6 steals, 0, 7 blocks, and 2 turnovers per game, with shooting percentages of 41 from the field, 29, 0 from three-point range, and 73, 1 from the free throw line. LeBron James' rookie statistics were impressive, filling the data columns. As the award ceremony approached, Jeff Van Gundy and Cleveland's sports media rallied in support of James. Although facing imminent elimination, Nuggets fans and local sports media were likewise singing praises for Carmelo Anthony. The Nuggets had reached the playoffs for the first time since 1995, and Anthony had become a hero in the city. In this season, the rookie has distinguished himself as the first player since David Robinson in the 89-90 season to lead his team to the playoffs. Liu, however, fell short of this accomplishment, as the Knicks were already a perennial playoff team, boasting a roster full of stars at that time. In last night's simultaneous games, the Knicks triumphed over their opponents, and the Lakers mirrored this success. During Game 3, the veterans exhibited a steady performance, dominating the rookie and effortlessly securing a match point. Yet, the outcome of this game was not the most captivating aspect. Kobe made yet another appearance in Denver, igniting fervor amongst the crowd, many of whom held up photographs of a blonde woman, while chants referencing Shaquille O'Neal echoed throughout the arena. Disturbed by the commotion, Kobe entered a displeased state, finishing the game with 7 of 21 shooting, 6 of 8 from the free throw line, totaling 20 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 1 block, and 3 turnovers. Although Shaquille O'Neal shot 11 of 17, he struggled at the line, hitting only 5 of 15, amassing 27 points and 13 rebounds. The spotlight, however, shone on Gary Payton, who faced Andre Miller, managing only 3 of 13 from the field and 1 of 5 from beyond the arc, totaling a mere 7 points. Fortunately, Karl Malone performed admirably, shooting 9 of 18 for 18 points and 11 rebounds. After the game, the elder statesman voiced his discontent. "I felt disrespected tonight. The Nuggets fans should pay attention to the news. Kobe is a championship guard, and they ought not to treat him this way." Throughout the match, both Kobe and Shaquille wore grim expressions, while Carmelo Anthony sported his signature smile, prompting Kobe to refuse a handshake post-game and glare at the rookie, who had now entered his list of adversaries. ESPN seemed less concerned about the Lakers' victory and more focused on the treatment Kobe received and Phil Jackson's reaction. The veteran coach refrained from addressing the incident, instead smilingly offering platitudes. "The Lakers are finding their rhythm. I appreciate Peyton's performance. One game will not determine the series. He needs to be himself." Such a response confirmed rumors that Phil Jackson's relationship with Kobe had soured, as the championship coach appeared to harbor disdain for his player. For Chinese sports media, Yao Ming's inaugural playoff experience fell far short of expectations. After witnessing the Spurs being thoroughly dominated by the Knicks in last season's finals, it was anticipated that, regardless of the series outcome, at least one home victory would be secured. However, the Spurs, with their wealth of experience, mercilessly dismantled the playoff rookie. Following Game 3, Sina Sports has relentlessly criticized Francis and Mobley. Yao Ming, with an efficient 9 of 14 shooting for 22 points, could not achieve victory, leaving his teammates in the CBA. On the 24th, Liu faced criticism from the Boston Globe, which accused him of humiliating the Celtics during the match. The publication seized upon the moments where he showcased his dribbling skills instead of easily driving past his opponents, delivering sharp remarks that even chastised their own players. Atkins is merely Lee's plaything, and Pierce was reduced to tears like a child during the game. They are not the future of the Celtics. In stark contrast, the New York Times lauded Liu's performance, asserting once more that the Celtics are merely a team benefiting from a favorable era, while Lee is the true GOAT of modern basketball. And the Knicks stand as the most successful team of the 21st century. Although only 4 years have passed in this century, under such limited conditions, the Knicks indeed hold the title of the most successful team. With the series now devoid of suspense, Pierce even declined to be interviewed. Consequently, during the post-practice interview, Liu was frequently asked, "Who will claim this season's Rookie of the Year?" Player 2055 has indeed excelled, guiding a rebuilding team into the playoffs. Perhaps the league will present 2 awards, reminiscent of what Grant experienced. As Grant Hill strolled by in his training gear, he immediately concurred, stating records and achievements. Lee is correct. Fans will appreciate such outcomes. LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony both secured the Rookie of the Month awards during the regular season. However, both players have their shortcomings. The Cavaliers have struggled, and Anthony's reputation is somewhat lackluster, as the league seems to harbor reservations towards this individualistic player. Not every team strictly enforces dress codes, as many black stars still prefer Allen Iverson's hip-hop style. Consequently, David Stern has criticized the newcomers for their disregard of the rules. Artest expressed indifference towards James's statistics. Having faced him 4 times this season, he did not perceive him as particularly formidable, loudly proclaiming before leaving. There's no need to pay attention to these rookies. The next decade belongs to the Knicks. On April 25th, the NBA announced this season's Kennedy Citizenship Award. Reggie Miller of the Pacers was the recipient. This award recognizes contributions to the community, and the honor is well-deserved for Miller, who dedicated half his life to the Pacers. Following the addition of Steven Jackson, Coach Carlisle has revitalized the Pacers' offense. After effortlessly defeating the Bucks last night, the Pacers have secured a match point. Despite their impressive performance this season, ranking second in the East and matching the West's best records, most sports media continue to overlook the Pacers. Having faced repeated defeats by the Knicks in previous years, and with Lee Yu's team achieving 72 wins this season, analysts believe that even if the Pacers reach the conference finals again, the outcome would remain unchanged, leading to another sweep. After receiving this award, Miller proactively expressed his determination in front of sports journalists. "I will not concern myself with external evaluations. I know our team is stronger. For the championship, I am willing to sacrifice everything." These words commanded the respect of numerous sports journalists, all of whom understood that if this player chose to depart and join the Knicks on a veteran's minimum contract, a championship would undoubtedly be within reach. It is well known that the Knicks have a penchant for sharpshooters, and the season Miller perfectly fits that mold. On the evening of the 25th, at the Fleet Center, the Boston fans were not as eager to arrive early to support their team as they had been in the previous game. Following the experience of Game 3, the Celtics entered a collective state of silence, with only the Boston Globe still clamoring about a battle for honor. As the visiting team was introduced, a faint cheer arose upon the mention of Lee Yu's name. However, when the home team took the court, Pierce was met with a chorus of boos from a section of the crowd. Wearing a green headband, Pierce appeared listless, as though vitality had drained from him. During warm-ups, he engaged in only the most perfunctory shooting, refraining from interactions with his teammates, as though he merely wished to fulfill his obligations and expedite the conclusion of the game. Given the Knicks' aggressive targeting of core players, the Celtics' interior performance had been relatively commendable across the 3 games, with McCarty consistently scoring in double digits. Ricky Davis demonstrated similar scoring stability, though his defensive tenacity left much to be desired. Chris Mihm on the bench shared this lackadaisical defensive approach, as both players seemed to have carried their lethargic habits from the Cavaliers to their new team. Lee remained his usual self, casually engaging with the designated scapegoat on the court. He intended to exchange a few words with Pierce, but noticed that wherever he moved, Pierce subtly shifted away, embodying an unwillingness to converse. In the past, when Antoine Walker was still around, Pierce had feigned brotherhood. Now, as the series approached its conclusion, Lee was acutely aware that the two were likely to become bitter rivals. McCarty, not regarding Lee Yu as an outsider, leaned in and whispered, "Just the other day, Powell was doused with beer by fans, and he cried a bit during halftime." Celtics fans can be quite discerning. Lee widened his eyes slightly, initially thinking the Globe's report exaggerated, only to find it was, indeed, true. Reflecting on Pierce's unfortunate predicament, he quietly lamented, "I shall conclude tonight's game swiftly. After all, we are all brothers. Please convey my regards to him." McCarty chuckled awkwardly, sensing that Atkins was bound for misfortune, though it was of no concern to him. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Rivers passionately discussed the psychology of victory. Losing is not to be feared, for no one can succeed indefinitely. The team must learn from its failures. Regardless of the opponent's strength, the Celtics should exert their utmost effort, demonstrating an indomitable spirit before their home fans. As a championship-caliber team, the culture within the locker room is of paramount importance. Regrettably, as the series has unfolded, I have yet to observe the players' desire to fight. Kevin Harlan found merit in his partner's words, yet after a moment of reflection, he realized the stark disparity between a 72-win and a 36-win season. The Knicks' starting lineup boasted 4 All-Stars, while the Celtics could claim only Pierce as a once prominent All-Star among their 5 starters. Rivers' psychological victory strategy may prove effective against teams of comparable strength, yet the Knicks seem to dominate decisively, and Pierce appears to be utterly defeated. As the game commenced, Celtics fans felt an unsettling sense of déjà vu. After a day of respite, Coach Carroll and his staff seemed to have resigned themselves, making no adjustments. On the court, Pierce exhibited a lack of offensive desire, reluctant to engage with Artest's relentless defense. In desperation, Atkins had no choice but to unleash his shots, leading the Knicks in several fast break opportunities. With solid screens, Atkins executed a beautiful pull-up jumper from the arc, and the diminutive guard celebrated with fervent applause, vocally rallying his teammates on defense. The Celtics fans echoed his enthusiasm, loudly cheering for their defense. The Knicks swiftly advanced past half-court, and Liu, holding the ball in his right hand, faced no defensive challenge from his opponents. As he approached the left wing, he observed Atkins with his feet spread wide, earnestly adopting a defensive stance. Liu, adopting a serious demeanor, neared the three-point line, lowering his center of gravity, and executed a quick in-and-out dribble. With a deceptive move to the right followed by a swift drive to the left, Liu found the anticipated defense lacking, and in surprise, penetrated towards the basket. Atkins, rooted in place, displayed an expression of exasperation as he turned to watch Liu glide into the paint for a jump shot that found its mark. I admire the defensive attitude exhibited by Atkins. Among the Celtics, he is undoubtedly the most tenacious player. Rivers praised this defensive effort with his hoarse, gravelly voice, while Kevin Harlan expressed disbelief, noting that Atkins merely assumed a defensive posture. Though the score appeared relatively close at 146. With 7 minutes and 57 seconds remaining in the first quarter, it was evident that the Celtics were struggling to score once again. In the ensuing minutes, Liu experienced the essence of theatrical defense. Atkins consistently assumed a serious defensive stance, yet he was often left behind, succumbing to physical contact, and would dramatically fall to the floor with a shout. The home court officials, indeed, showed him favor, calling an offensive foul on Liu. However, as Atkins escalated his theatrics, the Celtics fans grew increasingly intolerant. Boo. After securing a defensive rebound, Liu waited for his teammates to surge past half-court before deliberately advancing over the midline. The Knicks maintained their usual V-shaped formation, with Atkins observing the movements behind him and opting to press up defensively. Holding the ball in his right hand, Liu exchanged a knowing glance with Gasol before accelerating forward. Gasol positioned himself at the three-point line on the right wing, while Atkins collided with him, once again dramatically falling to the ground. The towering Blunt initially intended to assist his teammate in obstructing Liu, but found himself halting his steps and shifting to provide help defense as Gasol moved down. On the right wing, Liu came to a sudden stop at the three-point line. The referee remained silent, and he promptly launched a jump shot. Swish. The three-pointer found nothing but net. The arena erupted in boos. Atkins' performance had indeed stifled Liu's flair. Yet the Celtics fans were eager to witness a different outcome than the usual collapse of their team. In the commentary booth, Rivers fell silent, while Kevin Harlan cheerfully remarked, "I am more concerned about Lee's current physical condition. He seems to have grown even stronger. The athleticism is simply unbelievable. Such robust physique coupled with exceptional agility." Liu raised an eyebrow at the sideline referee, who swiftly issued a quiet warning to Atkins. Fisher's defensive tactics had become antiquated. With the opponent collapsing at the slightest contact, Liu lost interest, prompting the Knicks to adjust their strategy. Gasol began to receive the ball more frequently in the low post or elbow area, while Grant Hill often handled the ball at the top of the arc, allowing Liu to spread out in the corner. Pierce had lost his composure, but Artest felt his defense was proving effective, and with Liu relinquishing ball control, the DPOY became increasingly invigorated. As the first quarter neared its conclusion, with Pierce's jumper from the right wing clanging off the rim, Artest seized the long rebound and charged forward. Celtics fans watched with trepidation as Artest awkwardly dribbled past half court, and the boos intensified. Pierce, attempting to catch up and immediately fouling, was taken aback when Artest executed a behind-the-back dribble, effortlessly evading the defense. Transitioning to his left hand, Artest surged into the paint, leaping with 3 mighty steps to deliver a one-handed slam dunk. Upon completing the dunk, Artest landed and shouted triumphantly at Pierce, who finally snapped under pressure and charged forward, pushing him, "Shut your filthy mouth." Before the referee could react, Pierce had already embraced artiste. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the two pushed each other, eventually tumbling into the baseline camera. Players from both teams rushed in, and the referee blew his whistle repeatedly. Frustrated Celtics fans, fearing chaos, began to hurl their snacks and beers. Liu restrained the still advancing Pierce while McCarty held back the increasingly agitated veteran. In the turmoil, Pierce received a punch, further igniting his emotions. When the referee finally escorted Pierce to the bench, he remained uncontrolled, vocally protesting. Ultimately, the referee pointed towards the player tunnel, and Pierce was ejected from the game. Throwing his headband onto the bench, he left without a backward glance, leaving his teammates in shock. The game had only just begun, and their leader had self-destruct. On the Knicks bench, artiste clapped enthusiastically upon seeing Pierce's ejection. Liu was equally surprised that Pierce would exit the series in such a manner, but witnessing the cheers from many fans, he began to understand what a dignified departure it was. Gasol, astonished that the crowd relished such a spectacle, heard the applause ringing out. The game had only just begun. Was this not a national broadcast? Upon witnessing Gasol's bewildered expression, Grant Hill turned to glance at the opposing bench and remarked with a smile, "It's a positive thing that we can return to Manhattan earlier." Hill, adept at deciphering his opponent's subtle thoughts, surmised that given the current state of both teams, a significant victory was highly probable, and Pierce was reluctant to endure another drubbing. Coach D'Antoni, arms crossed and wearing a look of disappointment, lamented the absence of the opponent's key player, knowing that Liu would certainly be slacking off, resulting in a diminished viewing experience for the VIP spectators. As the players returned to the court, the Fleet Center remained raucous. Coach Carroll, with a sense of resignation, opted to substitute in Ricky Davis, placing the burden on the sixth man to take charge of the game. Celtics fans had hoped that Pierce's departure would ignite a fierce spirit among the players. However, the outcome was quite the opposite. With a score of 33-19 at the conclusion of the first quarter, the Knicks rotation seized the opportunity to strike hard once more. Rondo relentlessly pursued Davis, while the newly entered Mutombo showcased his skills. Stoudemire, limited in playing time, seized every chance to attack the rim, and the Knicks rotation displayed an extraordinary level of enthusiasm. Halfway through the second quarter, the Celtics fans fell silent once again. After 6 minutes, the score stood at 47-25. In the commentary booth, Rivers refrained from mentioning his psychological victories. He noted, Pierce was overly impulsive. The Celtics had a chance to reclaim a game. Kevin Harlan, left speechless, recognized that trailing by double digits in the first quarter had sealed their fate. Liu, seated on the bench, had lost interest in entering the game. Without a core player, the match had lost its allure. Ewing watched with amusement, seemingly relishing the scene, and as he saw Liu start changing clothes, he teasingly remarked, "Not going back in. There are still many fans eager to see your performance. Play another quarter. Pierce is quite cunning." Liu understood his opponent's intentions, yet he did not favor such a scenario. Without Pierce, the disparity in the strength of the rotations was glaring. In the single quarter, the score was 30-14, and at halftime, it was 63-33, leaving the Fleet Center in silence once more. As the second half commenced, Liu continued to set screens, positioned in the corner, occasionally executing counterattacks, while the pace of the Knicks game visibly slowed. The Celtics still failed to capitalize on their opportunities, and Coach Carroll, with no viable adjustments left to make, gazed helplessly at the bench. By the end of the third quarter, the deficit had ballooned to 41 points. Stuck in a time loop, some Celtics fans could not help but cover their faces with their hands, enduring yet another humiliation. The appearance of Matt Barnes and Gadzuric signified that the outcome was already determined. With the reins loosened, the Celtics rotation ultimately could not push the score beyond 80, ending at 114-79. As the final buzzer resonated, only the Knicks cheer squad erupted in jubilant celebration. Liu, donned in training attire, warmly embraced the Celtics players in a gesture of camaraderie. Ricky Davis, rather than succumbing to disappointment after the loss, greeted others with a smile, saying, "Lee, when you come to Boston, remember to text me in advance. Don't be shy, we are brothers." McCarty, observing this scene, couldn't help but smirk, realizing that he was not the only one seeking to align himself with the prominent figures. On April 26th, the Knicks, Lakers, and Spurs all advanced to the semifinals. The score in the matchup between the Nets and Heat reached a staggering 31, and Kidd would soon reunite with Liu. The first round of matches exhibited a one-sided affair, which was not what the commentators had hoped to witness. The NBA was aware of the fans' interest during this time and continued to promote the Rookie of the Year award prior to the announcement. On the 27th, the NBA announced the Rookie of the Year for the 2003 to 2004 season. Carmelo Anthony of the Nuggets had triumphantly secured the honor. Upon the announcement, Cavaliers fans erupted in outrage, incredulous that the chosen one had lost the award. The trio on the TNT program quickly followed the trending topic, steering clear of discussions about the previous night's game. I believe the selection was justified. Anthony's award was well-deserved as he had emerged as the hero of the Nuggets, leading them into the playoffs. Charles Barkley firmly supported Anthony, noting that his statistics were comparable to those of LeBron James, and that being able to stand firm in the Western Conference and reach the playoffs was a significant advantage. Kenny Smith was taken aback that the league had not shared the honors, and he began to speak well of James. In 2055, LeBron James delivered a historic performance. I believe he should have received the award. This season, he had achieved scoring feats of 30 and even 40 points. Hearing his partner's reasoning, Charles Barkley immediately interjected. We all know the context under which James amassed those statistics, while Anthony faced formidable competition in the Western Conference. This is not merely a scoring issue. We have no reason not to select the player with the superior record. At this moment, Ernie Johnson chimed in, expressing his agreement. Back in the day, Iverson and Lee underwent similar competition, and ultimately Lee won due to his exceptional personal performance. This situation bears some resemblance to this year. I respect the analyst's choice. The trio concluded with a score of 21, with Kenny Smith conceding, while fans in Cleveland felt that Anthony had stolen the trophy that rightfully belonged to James. In his first season as head coach after taking over the team, Jeff Van Gundy had seen James miss out on a significant award. The bald-headed young coach, overflowing with enthusiasm, stated in an interview following the announcement, "Many have yet to recognize just how remarkable LeBron James truly is. While we can secure victories in some games, they are ultimately inconsequential to us. Our sole aim is to accumulate talent. LeBron should have received this award, as the Cavaliers are capable of much more." Having already flown to Manhattan, James was not surprised about losing the trophy. He planned to watch the showdown between Liu and Kidd and, during an interview, displayed no emotion, calmly stating, "I do not care about this award. I have grander aspirations." Coach Van Gundy is indeed correct. The Cavaliers must accumulate talent. And I too need to continue refining my physique. I extend my best wishes to Melo and hope to face him on a grander stage. The commencement of every endeavor is invariably remarkable. Whatever Van Gundy articulates, LeBron executes, for the chosen one possesses profound trust in the championship coach. Upon returning home yesterday, Liu also noted the significant controversy stirred by the Rookie of the Year. The Knicks opted for a 2-day respite, allowing players to self-regulate their physical condition. Thus, Liu found himself idling away time. Regarding the remarks from the Cavaliers coaching duo, Liu refrained from offering an opinion. Instead, during an interview with the New York Times in the morning, he diplomatically expressed regret for LeBron, stating that claiming a trophy in the Eastern Conference is no simple feat. "I believe my physical condition is splendid, and in the coming years, the Knicks will continue to dominate the East." A journalist from the New York Times opined that the Cavaliers would not suffer, as the league is likely to grant them a top pick, swiftly pivoting the conversation to the draft. In response, Liu merely smiled, provided a brief answer, and departed for Tina Fey's celebration. Rookies are just that. I wish them all the best. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 330. Reunited friends on April 28, 2004, as the Timberwolves swept the Jazz to advance to the Western Conference semifinals. The NBA began to generate buzz for the MVP award. Commissioner David Stern recently lauded Kevin Garnett's performance in an interview, stating that Garnett is a transcendent athlete whose impact on the game is immense. It is delightful to witness the Timberwolves' performance this season. A few years prior, due to the repercussions of under-the-table contracts, the league had stripped the Timberwolves of their draft rights. Following this penalty, the team did not falter. Rather, they emerged even stronger. Garnett became the face of the franchise, drawing a substantial fan base with his rugged playing style, prompting the owner to invest in bolstering the team, culminating in their achievement of the top seed in the West. Without an MVP, one cannot be deemed a superstar. After clinching the first round, the Timberwolves began preparations for the upcoming awards ceremony, igniting fervor among the fans. The sports sections of both the New York Times and the Los Angeles Times have recently adopted a sarcastic tone. The former accuses Garnett of usurping Liu's accolades, while the latter mocks the Timberwolves, deeming them ineffective. San Antonio sports media has also chimed in, suggesting that Tim Duncan is more deserving of the honor. Having reached the finals twice, Duncan has thus far only garnered a few All-NBA selections, with Liu Yu consistently overshadowing his MVP aspirations. This season, as the team undergoes reconstruction, the Timberwolves have assembled a trio of stars. Liu Yu once led the rebuilding Knicks to the top of the Eastern Conference, though the team's circumstances were more favorable then. Grant Hill was not in peak condition, yet his experience remained invaluable. Duncan, however, has been unfortunate. Both Parker and Ginobili were novices, and the players brought in to fortify the roster merely served to fill salary cap space. Bowen, though seasoned, faced stringent officiating this season. The Spurs' performance has not been lacking. However, Duncan's luck has been dismal, either being suppressed by the Lakers or facing Liu Yu's formidable strikes. On the afternoon of the 28th, the Knicks resumed their regular training at the behest of Coach D'Antoni. In the words of the iconic figure, a record of 72 victories leaves no room for failure. If they aspire to establish a dynasty, this season must not be marred by losses. At the Tarrytown Training Center, the Knicks engaged in tactical drills. However, Stoudemire had to halt his practice after a brief session due to lingering issues with his knee. On the training court, Liu led the substitutes against several starters. Artest was tasked with guarding Liu, while Mutombo voiced his frustrations. "Damn it. Ron, don't elbow me." At the top of the arc, Artest maneuvered around a screen, closing in on Liu. As their bodies collided, Liu abruptly stopped, feigning a move backward with a shoulder shimmy. Seizing the opportunity when Artest paused, Liu swiftly pivoted and accelerated once more. In the left blocking area, as Liu shook off his defender, the interior player, Kato Thomas, rushed to provide help defense, raising his right arm and circling in the paint. Gasol, positioned near the basket, was drawn in by Liu's movement. In a split second, as Liu broke through to the lower right of the rim, he flicked his wrist, delivering a concealed pass. Mutombo caught the ball in his right hand, attempting a layup, only to be thwarted by Gasol's long reach, who disrupted the shot. Damn. Oh, the basketball ricocheted off the rim, and Gasol's defense earned him applause from the sidelines. The substitutes were exceptionally spirited, with Liu primarily facilitating during the scrimmage. The player who capitalized on scoring opportunities would earn more playing time. Both sides exchanged plays, yet scoring remained elusive. Only the assistant coaches, vociferously urging everyone not to play recklessly, broke the silence. It wasn't until Liu initiated a V-cut offense, executing a pick and roll at the three-point line, that he evaded his defender and Drew Hill's help defense. In the left corner, Rujabel received the pass and immediately launched a jump shot, sinking a three-pointer. "Yee!" Rujabel exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. The intensity of the Knicks' practice rivaled that of a playoff game. Artest scratched his head, revealing his struggle against guards who possessed explosive speed and robust physiques. Currently, he was considered a heavy forward, and he found himself outmatched by Liu, highlighting a gap in agility. D'Antoni clapped his hands, directing Prince, Tashawn, switch positions with Ron. "You'll guard Lee. Everyone, focus on spacing for the offense." Prince remained silent, as the coaching staff feared Artest might become overly emotional during the game, leading to foul trouble, especially when tasked with guarding the opposing team's core player. Despite such a role resembling that of a mere utility player, Prince held no grievances, being merely a sophomore rookie himself. Of course, the rookie harbored his own ambitions. Exceptional defense could indeed earn him the trust of the coaching staff, and the Knicks were not lacking in scorers. Daily practices revolved around Liu's relentless drills, compelling the big men to delay and necessitating the forwards to rotate for help defense. Fortunately, everyone had grown accustomed to this dynamic, striving to showcase their abilities and capture the coach's favor. At the conclusion of the afternoon training session, D'Antoni and several members of the coaching staff exchanged smiles and applause and encouragement before preparing to return to the office to review game footage. The atmosphere was buoyant when Grant Hill suddenly mentioned the invitation he had received. "The U.S. national team has invited me to participate in this year's Olympics, and I intend to formally accept the invitation." Having previously earned a gold medal with the U.S. team in 1996, Hill's acceptance surprised Liu, who remarked, "If memory serves, Larry Brown is currently the head coach of that team, and I harbor reservations regarding his coaching abilities." Hill shrugged off Liu's skepticism, expressing his preference for Coach Krzyzewski. Given his Duke University background, many are concerned about safety, leading several to decline their invitations. The team requires seasoned veterans, and I possess international competition experience. The others congratulated Hill on his acceptance, which positioned him as the captain of the U.S. men's basketball team, a significant honor. Gasol chimed in, grinning, "This time we have the chance to face each other at the Olympics. Spain can defeat you." The last Olympics, the U.S. team nearly lost the game. In 2000, Houston had also been selected for the national team, marking the beginning of a decline in the dominance of U.S. basketball after that Olympic Games. Liu had no intention of accepting the invitation, as both the Knicks and the Hawks preferred he not play excessively. Arteist, however, wished to partake in the Olympics but had not received an invitation and was reluctant to self-nominate. "Why hasn't anyone sent me an invitation? I am also interested in securing an Olympic gold medal. Ron, why not participate in boxing instead?" Grant would soon become a hero for the U.S. team, which was a commendable achievement. Participation in the Olympics required a month in Athens. What amusing diversions awaited there. The atmosphere grew lively as everyone began to cheer and shower praise upon Hill. Holding the ball, Liu recognized that his teammate was likely blinded by the media's adulation when he heard the term hero. Nevertheless, regarding such a personal choice, Liu could only extend his support, for Hill truly embodied the essence of America. A hero? On April 29th, 2 games were played that day, with both the Kings and the Nets having secured match points, rendering the series nearly devoid of suspense. Upon returning home to Terrytown in the evening, Liu took the rare opportunity to watch the Nets game. The mischievous Scarlett, disregarding her mother's counsel, had been secretly spending time with Liu, showing little concern for the New York media's gossip. The young girl grew bolder in her antics, especially as the weather warmed. Dressed lightly at home, she munched on snacks while snuggling up to Liu, gossiping. "I remember the news about him. Kid's domestic violence against his girlfriend caused quite a stir." Scarlett tilted her head back, giggling. At that time, she had not yet come of age and had not unlocked any peculiar knowledge. "I like your roughness." The girl wrapped her arms around Liu's neck and began to whisper, her soft lips seeking kisses. Leaning back on the sofa, Liu remained indifferent to the girl nestled in his embrace, casually toying with her as she chatted playfully in his ear. Before leaning down to kiss the enchanting girl, "Why did you decline Woody Allen's invitation? It seems your mother must have put in considerable effort to secure such an opportunity." With a wistful glance, Scarlett reluctantly propped herself up from Liu's embrace, her hands continuing to move restlessly. She touched her chest before softly murmuring in a somewhat husky voice, "I sense their intentions are not pure. I do not wish to undress." Having just come of age, she had already shed her clothing twice for art films, and the young woman acutely perceived the intentions of the lecherous onlookers. Liu surveyed the blend of innocence and maturity that characterized Scarlett, and he couldn't help but slowly unfasten her garment, revealing her fair skin, before placing a blindfold over her eyes. Observing her increasingly rapid breaths, he chuckled and remarked, "Scarlett, there is no need to seek my approval. I have watched you grow up." The girl, bending closer, did not cease her actions. Rather, she embraced Liu tightly and whispered in his ear, "I know. I simply enjoy this way of life." Soon, both of them gasped softly, engaging earnestly in their activities. Liu encircled her waist, resting his head on her shoulder as they watched the match on television. The sensation of her soft skin did not detract from Liu's viewing experience. The Heat's momentum had waned, and in the semifinals, he would face his old friend, Kidd. It was the 3rd season. On April 30th, sports commentators began to discuss the previous night's game, where the Mavericks and Kings had engaged in a defenseless contest once again. The Kings narrowly triumphed over their rivals with a score of 118 to 119, eliminating the Mavericks by a significant margin. In the final minute, the Kings fell into a scoring drought, with Mike Bibby, Chris Webber, and Christie all missing their shots. Yet, the Mavericks failed to seize their opportunity, although Nowitzki scored consistently. He ultimately missed a crucial jump shot. In the past 2 games, both teams had reached 90 possessions, but the Mavericks' flamboyant offense could not outmatch the Kings' Princeton style. Coupled with the situation surrounding Nash's contract, various indications suggested that the Mavericks were on the brink of disbandment. On TNT's program, the trio discussed this unique series, with Nash as a top guard in the league, naturally being compared to Liu. Charles Barkley expressed his discontent with the Mavericks' tactical approach, asserting after reviewing the statistics, the disparity between Nash and his opponents lies in defense. In this series, Bibby, who faced off against him, averaged 23 6 points per game, with shooting percentages of 48, 3 from the field, 52, 2 from beyond the arc, and 87, 0 from the free throw line. Considering these fundamental statistics, Nash was unable to contain his opponent, allowing Bibby to deliver an exceedingly efficient performance. Kenny Smith also expressed disappointment, noting that Nash averaged only 13.6 points in this series, failing to maintain his regular season standard, with a shooting percentage below 40 at 38.6. The Mavericks' style of play bore some resemblance to that of the Knicks, with their possession counts and average scores being quite similar. Chuck was correct. Defense was where the true gap lay, as the Mavericks ranked 28th in defense, allowing their opponents an average of 108 points per game. Meanwhile, the Knicks set a historical record for net points, demonstrating even greater dominance than the 72-win Bulls. I have long held the belief that Nash surpassed Kidd in the role of point guard. However, I now wish to retract that opinion. For Jason Kidd is indeed the one who comes closest to Lee. Earl Johnson, upon witnessing the two partners aligning in their views, promptly shifted the conversation by stating, "I believe that the trade made by the Mavericks during the offseason has disrupted the team's chemistry." As Kidd encounters Lee once more, perhaps this matchup will allow the Nets to conjure a miracle. The broadcast begins to display footage of Kidd attending the press conference after last night's game. "This is my third encounter with the Knicks, and the entire team has been eagerly anticipating this day. From our previous encounters, we have gleaned invaluable experience, and we shall no longer falter. My promise to the Nets fans remains steadfast. I will assist the team in securing the championship." When a reporter from TNT inquired about how to defend against Lee, Kidd responded with a grave demeanor, "In this league, no one can truly contain Lee, but I can make scoring difficult for him. I am not Paul Pierce, and the Nets will not allow opponents to score as the Celtics did. One must possess an indomitable spirit to triumph in this league. I am grateful for the unwavering support of my teammates. This year, the Nets shall not experience defeat." The camera returns to the studio, where Charles Barkley nods in agreement, simultaneously critiquing Pierce's evasion of interviews. "The Celtics are the most lackluster team I have ever seen. It seems they wait for defeat in every game." As a core player, Pierce fouled himself out during the game. Should he be traded next season, I would not be surprised. "I have confidence in Kidd's leadership of the Nets. They are far more seasoned this season." Kenny Smith, observing his partner extolling Kidd, could not resist interjecting, "Chuck, do you favor the Nets in the Eastern Conference semifinals?" Charles Barkley instantly shifted his stance, becoming an ardent supporter of the Knicks. "No, the Knicks will advance to the conference finals. Hey, let us not forget they achieved 72 victories. Lee will not be restrained by Kidd." On May 1st, no games were scheduled, and the matchups for the Eastern and Western Conference semifinals were finalized. Knicks versus Nets, Pacers versus Pistons, Timberwolves versus Kings, Lakers versus Spurs. Tomorrow night, the Western Conference semifinals will commence, with the Lakers and Spurs once again meeting, drawing considerable attention from fans. The Nets arrived discreetly in Manhattan, unnoticed by the New York sports media. Recent newspapers have been abuzz with gossip regarding Scarlett's refusal to collaborate with the renowned director Woody Allen. The New York Times released a photograph of Scarlett and Lee sharing a kiss while shopping in Tarrytown, rendering the news of Lee's close friend more captivating than that of the Nets. Kenyon Martin, disliking the feeling of being overlooked, could not restrain himself from complaining to his leader after checking in that afternoon. "These guys are ignoring us. Tomorrow night, I will make them pay." Meanwhile, Kidd was engrossed in the gossip. Although he too basked in the spotlight, there remains a distinct difference between cheerleaders and movie stars. Upon hearing his younger brother's complaints, Kidd finally lifted his head and remarked, "Being overlooked can indeed be a blessing. Allow me to orchestrate tomorrow night's game." Richard Jefferson, having made significant strides this season, was all ears to his leader's words, and the atmosphere was charged with agreement. Although Lawrence Frank was the head coach of the Nets, at merely 33 years of age, he was rather passive in his approach. When Kidd dictated the game plan, the entire Nets squad rallied in support, leaving the coach to merely call timeouts and dispense motivational rhetoric. Observing the coach's lack of strong reaction, Kidd silently nodded. This year, there was no coaching staff to constrain him, and he was determined to execute the game according to his own vision. "I refuse to keep losing." That night, the game unfolded in a manner that astonished commentators as the Lakers' F4 faltered, succumbing to a score of 78-88. Despite leading by 3 points at the end of the third quarter, the Lakers were overwhelmed by a surge from the Spurs, who seized victory with unrelenting momentum. In the fourth quarter, The Lakers' backcourt suffered a series of blunders, committing 10 turnovers in that single period. Gary Payton's performance was dismal, finishing with a mere 1 for 8, accumulating only 4 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists alongside 2 turnovers. Malone fared slightly better, shooting 3, 4, 10 for a total of 10 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 turnovers. Shaquille O'Neal struggled at the line, hitting 8 of 14 from the field and only 3 of 13 from the free throw line, concluding with 19 points, 13 rebounds, 2 assists, 5 blocks, and 4 turnovers. The only bright spot was Kobe Bryant, who shone brightly with 10 of 26 shooting, 2 of 6 from beyond the arc, and 9 of 10 from the charity stripe, delivering a stellar performance of 31 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 4 turnovers. Though this was merely an away game, and a loss was not unexpected, Phil Jackson nonetheless criticized Kobe post-game. Some players always strive to elevate themselves above the team, disrupting the existing offensive structure. Naturally, the players would not counter the head coach, and Kobe, accustomed to such remarks, remained confident in his interview. The Spurs' perimeter defense won't faze me. I will continue to take my shots. I am confident in leading the team to victory, regardless of any opinions from the head coach or O'Neal. Kobe's stance during the interview was unwavering. I will keep shooting. Tim Duncan excelled, facing the Lakers' interior defense with a remarkable 13 for 18 shooting and 4 of 11 from the free throw line, amassing 30 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks, and 7 turnovers. After the game, Popovich fervently advocated for his star. Duncan is the finest big man in the league, consistently maintaining an MVP-caliber performance. On the evening of the 2nd, at 7:30 p.m., with just half an hour until the game commenced, Madison Square Garden was already filled to capacity. In the ESPN commentary booth, Al Michaels seemed somewhat unaccustomed to the arena's atmosphere, as New York fans derisively mocked Garnett, showing little regard for tonight's adversary. It appeared that the fans were quite displeased with Lee not securing the MVP award. Otherwise, this would have been a moment to witness the award ceremony. Upon hearing his partner's words, Doug Collins immediately quipped, "If Lee were to win again, some players would likely feel despondent. Being too exceptional can sometimes be a burden. I believe Garnett winning the regular season MVP is indeed a positive outcome. In the upcoming season, a greater number of players will strive for accolades, a prospect eagerly anticipated by fans." This morning, the NBA officially announced the crowning of this season's MVP. Kevin Garnett of the Minnesota Timberwolves has been awarded the Most Valuable Player title for the regular season. The formidable Garnett was overcome with emotion upon receiving the news, bursting into tears, a poignant moment in his illustrious career. Following the introduction of the home team players, 2 individuals began to gossip about the latest developments, while the audience continued to express their discontent. From commentators to spectators, the sentiments of the Brooklyn Nets were largely overlooked until the game commenced, when a confrontation erupted during the first possession, drawing the fans' attention back to the court. After a successful jump ball, the New York Knicks initiated their first offensive play with remarkable simplicity, an elbow screen on the left side of the free throw line, as the ball handler, Lou, accelerated through the defense. Before Kenyon Martin could effectively react, Lou swiftly delivered a bounce pass to Kurt Thomas, who aimed to execute a powerful dunk, only to be unceremoniously knocked to the ground by the trailing Martin. As the referee remained oblivious, Thomas quickly regained his footing and charged towards Martin, resulting in a tussle between the two. "Whoever attempts to dunk, I shall ensure they land on the floor." After being pulled away by teammates, Martin continued to shout, prompting Lou to chuckle and tease, "You still have 4 fouls to spare. Don't act as if you are above fouling." The crowd responded with boos. Surprised by the Nets' aggressive start, Jason Kidd, observing that Thomas had calmed down, clapped his hands, signaling his teammates to focus on defense. After an early foul, the Knicks prepared to inbound the ball. Lou received a pass on the left wing and immediately set the play in motion. "Let us go Knicks." The cheers resonated throughout the arena, invigorated by the apparent resilience of their opponents. Artest swiftly maneuvered along the baseline, leaving only Gasol positioned near the left side of the basket. Observing Lou shield the ball, he promptly set a screen. As Gasol established his position on the left wing, Lou, holding the ball in his left hand, suddenly exerted force, swatting Kidd's arm away and executing a quick dribble. Kidd, reacting promptly, re-engaged his defense. Attempting to squeeze past Gasol, as Liu shifted directions. In an instant, Liu switched the ball to his right hand, pivoted sharply around his defender, and accelerated through the opening. Faced with the imposing Jason Collins stepping up to assist defensively, Liu made a second burst of speed, discreetly nudging Collins's thigh to gain leverage. With this newfound momentum, Liu darted forward, effortlessly slipping past the towering defender. Kidd, in pursuit, nearly collided with his teammate, caught off guard by Collins's sudden halt. With little time to reposition, Liu leapt off his left foot, cradling the ball in his left hand as he swiftly executed a layup. The ball struck the backboard and gracefully descended through the hoop. As Liu leaned forward and swiftly executed his move, Kidd was left with no choice but to halt his progress. They were mere moments away from successfully trapping their opponent. A resounding cheer erupted throughout the arena as Liu's assertive layup served as his retort, demonstrating his determination to score beneath the basket. When Kidd received the ball from the baseline, Liu immediately advanced to disrupt him. With a sudden, forceful swipe, Liu attempted to steal the ball, but Kidd quickly pushed him away, and the two became entangled as they crossed the mid-court line, with the referee remaining silent, indicating a lenient officiating style for the night. Upon crossing the half-court line, Kidd passed the ball, guiding Liu towards the left wing. The towering Collins, positioned near the right elbow at the free throw line, turned his body and, while taking a step forward, executed a handoff to the right corner where Kittles was poised to spring into action. At the moment of the pass, Collins discreetly shifted his position, momentarily delaying the defense from Hill. As he maneuvered his body, Collins subtly bent his hips, enhancing the quality of his screen, preventing Hill from slipping through in time. Gasol was taken aback by the decisiveness of Kittles' shot. After receiving the ball, he barely adjusted before abruptly stopping at the arc to unleash a jump shot. The ball struck the back rim, and as the long rebound ricocheted, both Liu and Kidd sprang into action almost simultaneously, leveraging a slight positional advantage. Liu collected the long rebound as he approached the left side of the restricted area. Kenyon Martin vocally urged his teammates to retreat on defense, displaying remarkable energy since the onset of the game. With Kidd's interference, Liu's advance was measured. In a similar tactical approach, the Knicks positioned two big men at the elbow, prompting Liu to switch directions and carry the ball in his right hand to the right wing. Before he could initiate a screen, Kenyon Martin proactively approached, joining forces with Kidd to double-team Liu. Caught Thomas, who received Liu's pass in the elbow area, faced disruption from Collins, and before he could shift the ball, Martin was back in pursuit. After a horizontal pass to Gasol, the Knicks squandered their optimal offensive opportunity. At this moment, Grant Hill on the left corner accelerated toward the wing, immediately receiving Gasol's pass. Shaking his body to the right, Hill dropped the ball into his left hand before executing a crossover to penetrate. Although Kittles anticipated the move, he was still overpowered in the drive. Maintaining his defensive stance, Hill swiftly maneuvered the ball behind his back during his progression, covering two large steps to position himself directly in front of the basket. With a powerful leap, Hill confronted Martin's returning defense. Instinctively, he sidestepped the block, attempting a bank shot that, unfortunately, ricocheted off the rim. In a second leap, he secured the rebound, and Kenyon Martin, frustrated, let out a roar, eliciting a crescendo of boos from the audience. On the Knicks bench, Ewing, clad in training attire, loudly admonished the team to elevate their physicality. The Nets, once again, executed a similar strategy. On the right wing, following a handoff, Kittles found himself still closely guarded. Yet Hill maneuvered past the screen, persistently driving toward the basket. Gasol quickly collapsed toward the paint, and as Kittles soared just before the rim, he collided with the defense. In that instant, the referee's whistle blew, while Hill, positioned behind, delivered a volleyball-style rejection, swatting the ball away. Upon witnessing the referee's signal a foul against Gasol, the New York fans in attendance expressed their displeasure with a chorus of boos. On the floor, Kittles, who had fallen, waved his fist as he was helped up by his Nets teammates, with Kenyon Martin enthusiastically patting him on the head in encouragement. With two free throws executed flawlessly, Kittles played a pivotal role in leveling the score for the Nets. This set the tone for the match, as Kidd consistently beckoned his teammates to double-team Liu, while Kenyon Martin, seemingly invigorated, tirelessly supported the defense within the paint. After several exchanges with neither team scoring, both Collins and Cato Thomas were each called for a foul. As the Nets initiated another offensive play, Kittles, as per usual, passed the ball after crossing half court, directing Liu to the right wing. The Brotherhood understood that Li Yu's defensive awareness was commendable. Thus, from the outset, he maneuvered along the perimeter, resolutely avoiding the corner to deny Li Yu any opportunity to retreat into the paint. Jefferson, launching from the right corner, angled outwards, and upon reaching the left elbow, executed a seamless handoff with Kenyon Martin. Still beyond the three-point line, Jefferson made a series of threatening moves, leading Kenyon Martin to feign a screen before breaking off towards the left baseline. With deft footwork, Jefferson managed to elude Arteist, who was a half-step behind, compelling him to pursue vigorously while attempting to contest. Accelerating with a right-handed shot, Jefferson swiftly entered the paint, noticing that Kato Thomas had already provided help defense under the basket, prompting him to leap and pass. Kenyon Martin, positioned near the left baseline with no defender in sight, took a jump shot that rattled off the rim. The crowd erupted in a cheer, causing a slight twitch at the corner of Kittle's eye, as it was undeniably a prime opportunity. Securing the defensive rebound, Kato Thomas held the ball momentarily, not rushing to attack, and only passed it to Li Yu when he approached for support. "Let's go Knicks." After more than 3 minutes without scoring, the volume of the New York fans crescendoed, their chants resonating throughout the arena. While receiving the ball in the backcourt, Li Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Kato Thomas, swiftly gesturing a tactical signal. Gasol hastily positioned himself near the left baseline, while Arteist and Hill stationed themselves on the wings. Kidd, guarding, noticed movements behind him after crossing half-court and promptly alerted Kenyon Martin. Kato Thomas, having crossed half-court, established himself at a considerable distance from the three-point line. With the ball in his right hand, Li Yu accelerated past half-court, approached a screen, and then abruptly halted, executing a swift behind-the-back dribble. In an instant, as he switched to his left hand, Li Yu performed a subtle in-and-out move, causing Kidd to freeze momentarily. With a quick change of direction under his legs, Li Yu transitioned to his right hand, lowered his shoulder, and surged forward, closely adhering to his teammate's body, thereby evading Kidd's grip entirely. Receiving a timely cue, Kenyon Martin was left bewildered by Li Yu's movements, unsure of which direction to slide. As he attempted to slide left to provide a screen, it was already too late. Just as Kenyon Martin shifted forward, Li Yu capitalized on the moment to push the ball and change direction, effortlessly breaking through the opposing defense. Avoiding a rash pull or tug, Kenyon Martin inadvertently allowed Li Yu to penetrate into the paint. The towering Collins instinctively provided help defense under the basket. Leaping up to contest the shot, in front of the hoop, Li Yu leaped into the air, defying the looming block before him. Soaring high, he broke through the defense, and with a commanding presence, he seized the ball in his right hand, executing a powerful slam dunk. The sound echoed through the arena as the referee blew the whistle, coinciding with the resounding clang of the rim. Li Yu had successfully completed an impressive dunk. Upon landing, he stumbled slightly, while the towering Collins gazed in disbelief at Li Yu, who was roaring triumphantly at the camera. Fans in the front row behind the hoop rose to their feet, cheering joyfully, and in the commentary booth, Michaels echoed their excitement. OMG, how did he do it? Above the arena, a replay of Li Yu's astonishing basket displayed his head surpassing the rim, prompting another wave of awe from the crowd. His extraordinary talent was undeniable. Li had undergone a remarkable transformation since entering the league. Just look at how robust he had become, rivaling that of forwards, a testament to the immense effort he must have invested. The success of a superstar is never a matter of luck. It is underpinned by countless hours of hard work. Doug Collins suddenly adopted a sycophantic demeanor, seizing the moment during Li Yu's free throw to share a nostalgic anecdote about his coaching days with Mike, emphasizing the dedication of his players. Kidd gestured to the bench, and upon receiving the signal, Coach Frank immediately called for Rodney Rogers to enter the game, substituting the foul-plagued Collins. The Nets lineup shifted to one big man and four smalls, with Kenyon Martin now occupying the center position. After successfully converting the additional free throw, Li Yu remained at the line, continuing to guard, while subtly warning Kidd, "Your small lineup will soon lose this game. You're not a deity. How can you predict the outcome?" Kidd retorted, frowning as he received the ball at the baseline, a response he had anticipated. As the two exchanged words in the backcourt, Li Yu retreated to midcourt, noticing Rogers attempting to set a screen. He signaled to his teammate, Court Thomas, to tighten the defense. As Li had foreseen, Rogers feigned the screen before quickly pivoting to the left wing, where Kidd deftly executed a behind-the-back pass to find his teammate. Observing Thomas's half-hearted attempt to disrupt, Rogers quickly adjusted and launched a jumper from the left wing. The ball clanged off the rim, bouncing long. But Liu once again outmaneuvered Kidd to secure the rebound near the free throw line. The Knicks' offense simplified. As Liu crossed half court, Gasol instinctively positioned himself in the left low post, calling for the ball. Despite Kenyon Martin's staunch defense behind him, Liu moved with remarkable speed, lofting the ball perfectly over Gasol's head. The latter caught it, and, with a swift motion of his right hand, released the ball with force, backing down twice before swiftly pivoting toward the baseline. Gasol momentarily held the ball aloft in a feigned motion. Martin struggled to maintain his balance. Yet Gasol capitalized on the brief hesitation, effortlessly releasing a shot that found its mark. In the subsequent plays, Kidd finally recognized Gasol's prowess in low-post offense, as Martin's defense began to falter. Meanwhile, Rogers, who had entered the game as an offensive threat, failed to capitalize on his opportunities, missing an open three-pointer and subsequently misfiring on a pull-up jumper after driving to the basket. Kenny Martin executed a mid-range jump shot from the left sideline, yet it did little to alleviate the team's scoring drought. Arteist intercepted Jefferson's pass, converting it into a fast break opportunity. In an attempt to thwart the Knicks' momentum, Kidd committed a foul on Liu. On the sidelines, Coach Frank observed the Knicks steadily increasing their score, feeling a sense of urgency as he glanced toward the bench, ultimately deciding against substituting in Aaron Williams. D'Antoni, arms crossed, watched the unfolding events with a bemused expression. As the Knicks mounted their offense, Gasol received the ball in the left block, pivoting with his back to the basket. Liu, stationed at the perimeter, feigned a cut toward the baseline before swiftly sidestepping to reposition himself. In the instant Kidd was momentarily shaken off, Gasol executed a lateral pass, delivering the ball precisely to Liu, who, with Kidd behind him, angled his body and successfully made a layup right before the hoop. The score surged to a double-digit lead, igniting a fervor in Madison Square Garden. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the New York fans, Kidd reluctantly signaled for a timeout, recognizing the precariousness of the situation. As Gasol approached the bench after scoring 6 consecutive points, he celebrated with Liu, pumping his fists in elation. During the timeout, Kidd engaged his teammates in fervent discussion, with Coach Frank providing additional insights. Observing the circumstances, commentator Doug Collins subtly remarked that substituting in Rogers might not be the wisest decision. Against the Heat's interior defense, their smaller lineup might go unpunished, but the Knicks were a different story, particularly with Gasol's impressive performance this season. Cot Thomas's rebounding prowess was also reliable. It was time for Kidd to assume the offensive mantle. Although Michaels primarily focused on the NFL, he had commented on numerous games this season, noting that Kidd's offensive reliability seemed dubious. We are witnessing a different style of play from the Knicks. They can respond even against staunch defense. Following the timeout, rather than stepping up offensively, Kidd witnessed Kittles sink a series of difficult three-point shots. The pace of the game suddenly quickened, with Grant Hill also responding with several penetrations to the basket for the Knicks. After scoring 8 consecutive points, Kittles attempted another challenging three from the right wing, only to miss. With Gasol securing the rebound and swiftly passing the ball, the Knicks launched another fast break. Kidd, unwilling to concede free throws, resorted to discreetly clutching Liu, who accelerated towards the right wing, maintaining control of the ball without losing speed. As Kidd contested him, Liu executed a rapid spin move into the paint, evading Kidd's defense. He noticed the recovering Kenny Martin leaping high beneath the basket, his body drifting leftward. Liu elevated his shot, releasing the ball with his left hand. As the basketball arced over Martin's fingertips and nestled into the net, the arena erupted in another chorus of cheers. Wow! After landing, Martin turned to face the hoop, forcefully slamming his hands together in frustration while casting a resigned glance at Kidd. Their eyes met, and Kidd muttered under his breath, "Damn, how could that even go in?" As the match neared its conclusion, both Kidd and Liu instinctively accelerated the pace, each unleashing furious strikes. Subsequently, Kenyon Martin was knocked to the ground by Corta Thomas. Kidd promptly pulled Kenyon Martin away, as they trailed by double digits, necessitating a composed demeanor. Regaining his composure, Kenyon Martin furiously sank both free throws. Sensing a moment of relaxation among the Nets, Liu suddenly surged forward from the baseline, evading Kidd, and approached midcourt, executing a last-second horsebow shot. As the basketball soared toward the hoop at half-court, the Nets players instinctively gaped in disbelief, while the Knicks fans recognized the trajectory and erupted in unison. Wow! Liu, positioned at the center circle, turned early, raising his arms in celebration. The lights illuminated as the ball swished through the net, prompting Kid to shake his fist in frustration, increasingly feeling the absurdity of the situation. With a double-digit lead, Coach D'Antoni could hardly contain his joy on the sidelines, relishing the perfection of the quarter. Kid and Liu played the entirety of the first quarter against each other. Kid recorded 0 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 turnover, while Liu scored 12 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal, with shooting stats of 4 for 5 from the field, 1 for 2 from three-point range, and a perfect 3 for 3 from the free throw line. At Madison Square Garden, fans waved a genuine MVP sign, bouncing and repeatedly chanting Liu's name. The double-digit advantage sent the crowd into a euphoric state. Doug Collins, at the commentary booth, sensed the electric atmosphere and, glancing at the stats, couldn't help but remark, the Nets have showcased remarkable defense, yet Kid must refine his shooting. Among active players, no one approaches Lee. I believe he is the greatest point guard in history. Chapter 331, Life and Career, Daily Chapter. On the evening of May 3, 2004, at Madison Square Garden, New York fans witnessed the Nets' fierce resistance. Perhaps due to their previous 2 years of being swept, the Nets displayed a palpable intensity in their play tonight. After the first quarter set the tone of the game, under Kid's leadership, Kenyon Martin spearheaded the charge, resolutely denying the Knicks any easy scoring opportunities. Unlike the Celtics, who capitulated in the first half, the Nets maintained their defensive tenacity even while trailing. A sluggish Collins, unable to keep up with Liu, resorted to pulling and tugging, failing to block the drive to the basket, ultimately opting for an aerial foul. Consequently, Collins accrued 5 fouls over 3 quarters, with only 13 minutes of playtime before being substituted. Frequent whistles disrupted the game's flow, much to the displeasure of the New York fans, who believed that trailing by 20 points warranted a surrender performance. In the fourth quarter, the Nets merely replaced a player with Rodney Rogers, continuing to gamble on this forward shooting. The outcome was disappointing. After entering, he missed 2 consecutive shots, compelling Kid to shoulder the offensive burden. With just 3 minutes and 16 seconds remaining, the outcome had long been decided, yet the majority of the Nets' starting lineup remained, as Kid resolutely refused to concede defeat. At the ESPN commentary booth, Doug Collins extolled the Brooklyn Nets' competitive spirit, asserting that regardless of the outcome of this playoff series, the team has undeniably showcased their fervent desire for victory to their fans. He expressed confidence in the team's future success, citing Jason Kidd as a capable leader. Amidst the accolades, at the top of the arc, Kidd, aided by Kenyon Martin's screen, swiftly advanced with the ball. Under the pressure of a trailing Lee, Kidd abruptly halted in the paint, executed a lateral step, and attempted a rightward jump shot that clanged off the rim. Martin, striving for the rebound, overexerted himself, resulting in a clash with Gasol that drew the referee's attention once more. The whistle pierced the air. Upon receiving his 6th personal foul, a visibly frustrated Kenyon Martin wiped his face with his jersey and strode towards the bench with his head held high. Booing and jeering echoed throughout the arena. What arrogance in defeat! Most fans relished the sight of the opponent's dismay, and Martin's lackluster performance, paired with his bravado as he exited, was decidedly unwelcome. With the score at 73-99, the game had lost its suspense, yet Kidd continued to counsel the recently substituted Aaron Williams. The Nets had managed only 37 points in the first half, while allowing the Knicks to score 52. Although the Nets exhibited commendable effort, they struggled to respond effectively. And despite a third-quarter score of 18-27, they persevered into the fourth. Michaels, hearing his partner lavish praise on the Nets' spirit, found it difficult to interject, as he perceived a stark disparity between the core players of both teams. Lee, double-teamed, refrained from excessive shooting. Instead, he deliberately slowed the game's tempo, judiciously distributing the ball. He occasionally exploited the Nets' defensive lapses, scoring through fast breaks and one-on-one situations. Kidd, facing no double team, found Lee's defensive strategy to be one of conceding perimeter shots while attempting to sever passing lanes, with opportunities for easy scoring. Kidd's stats stood at 4 of 13 from the field, 1 of 5 from three-point range, and 4 of 6 from the free throw line, totaling 13 points, 5 rebounds, 1 steal, 8 assists, and 4 turnovers. Upon witnessing Lee receive the ball at the baseline, Michaels subtly commented on the scoring potential of the Nets, suggesting that Coach Frank ought to prepare for the upcoming games. emphasizing the necessity for the Nets to convert those critical scoring opportunities. Jefferson, confronted by Artest, had not replicated his previous series performance, and the team faced significant scoring challenges. As the fourth quarter unfolded, Jefferson became virtually invisible, shooting 3 of 12. With 4 of 7 from the free throw line, accumulating 10 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 turnovers. His foul count had also escalated to 5 early on, as he endured Artest's relentless defense, leading to a notably subpar offensive display. The New York fans in attendance expressed their discontent with the game, frustrated by the Nets' constant fouls and the prolonged duration of play, feeling that the sizable lead failed to provide the anticipated thrill. "Let's go Knicks." The arena reverberated with their furious cheers as the Nets' persistent fouling incited the ire of the crowd. Kidd, maintaining a stoic expression, noticed Lee's relaxed demeanor and felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, realizing that the opponent exhibited more patience than he had anticipated. Liu genuinely relishes such contests. The more his opponents resist, the more exhilarated he becomes. The margin of victory holds little significance for him. He delights in the arduous process of triumph. Having accumulated 5 personal fouls, Kidd has ceased his tight defense, gesturing for his teammates to engage in a more coordinated effort at the arc newly introduced. Aaron Williams follows Gasol to the top of the key, as Liu, with the ball in his left hand, shifts direction and uses a screen to evade Kidd. Williams, who is late to close in, endeavors to disrupt Liu's rhythm with a physical confrontation. Liu accelerates laterally, leaning against Williams in an attempt to shake off his defender, while Gasol swiftly cuts down the lane. As Kidd switches his defensive assignment, he intercepts the passing lane, unable to break through the delayed defense. Liu halts abruptly at the right wing, unleashing a powerful shot with his right hand, quickly executing a crossover step back. Williams hurriedly adjusts his center of gravity, instinctively sliding to the left as he sees Liu once again maneuver beneath his legs. Upon completing his move, Liu feigns a burst of speed, deceiving his opponent into shifting his balance, before swiftly gathering himself and retreating beyond the three-point line to launch a rapid jump shot. Swish. The three-pointer swishes cleanly through the net. The New York fans in the arena erupt in joy. The score becomes irrelevant as everyone yearns to witness their opponent's futile rage. Williams casts a resigned glance at Kidd, slightly shrugging. He has indeed given his all, yet on this night, Liu's performance against a smaller competitor is nothing short of astonishing. Coach Frank, arms crossed on the sidelines, contemplates substitutions, but Kidd insists on playing the full game. In the ensuing minutes, Kidd maintains an enthusiastic demeanor, vocally directing his teammates. However, the Nets' scoring options are woefully inadequate. Their struggles with offensive rebounds and low-post attacks yield a lackluster success rate, granting the Knicks opportunities for transition plays. As the final buzzer sounds, the Nets refuse to concede easily. The crowd jeers at the Nets for their lackluster performance. Despite losing by 29 points, Kidd remains unfazed, clapping in encouragement for his teammates as he briskly strides toward the players' tunnel. It is evident that the opposition is determined not to allow the Knicks an effortless victory. But Liu remains undeterred. Aside from the tedium of free throws, he is thoroughly satisfied with the evening's contest, channeling the spirit of Grant Hill. He seems unprepared as he encounters minor issues finishing at the rim. Upon returning to the bench, he humorously remarks, "I nearly forgot how to play in the playoffs. The Nets reminded me." Kidd did well. Kidd has seemingly transformed into Coach Kidd, as Grant Hill jests about Kidd calling his own timeouts, eliciting a round of chuckles from the others. Coaching styles vary. The Knicks coaching staff typically sets the overarching strategy, while Liu orchestrates the game. Conversely, the Nets have become entirely reliant on Kidd's guidance. In an interview with ESPN, Liu praises the performance of his opponents, stating, "This is the match I anticipated." Statistics cannot encapsulate Kidd's impact on the game. Their defense was outstanding tonight. With arms akimbo, Liu succinctly outlined his opponent's defensive strategy. When asked about the trajectory of the upcoming series, he replied with a smile, "The Nets are formidable. Their overall defense is exceptional. Yet it will not hinder the Knicks from securing victory. I relish competing against spirited adversaries, as it brings forth the best in me." After playing for 38 minutes, he achieved an impressive record, 22 attempts with 13 successful shots, 5 out of 9 three-pointers, and a flawless 10 out of 10 from the free throw line, culminating in 41 points, 5 rebounds, 11 assists, 2 steals, and 1 turnover. Liu's remarkable performance, with a double-double of 40, significantly overshadowed Kidd. Following the interview, he continued to wave at fans. He is not an impulsive young man. He finds joy even in such competitive encounters. On the morning of May 4th, the New York Times published a column mocking the Nets' game strategy, suggesting that the rookie coach's delusions of a defensive triumph over the Knicks were unfounded. Coach Frank, post-game, had little to say, as Kidd had complete control of the match. All he could do was refine the player's performance. Meanwhile, most sports media gathered in Minnesota, as the league formally honored Kevin Garnett. Dressed impeccably, Garnett received the trophy at a press conference, enthusiastically punching himself twice, hoisting the trophy high, and exuberantly shouting. It was evident to all that Garnett was overwhelmed with emotion during his subsequent speech. Tears welled in the eyes of the hardened athlete as he expressed gratitude to his family, teammates, coaching staff, and fans. After a heartfelt acknowledgement, his entourage also began to shed tears, prompting Garnett to passionately declare, "For me, basketball is not merely a sport. It is not just a job. Basketball is like air. I rely on it every day. This is the essence of basketball for me. It is my life." The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause, as Garnett's words carried a hint of provocation. After all, Liu had been candid with the media, consistently emphasizing that he is a professional athlete and basketball is simply a job he adores. Upon concluding his speech, with tears glistening in his eyes, Garnett pressed his lips together and raised the trophy once more, letting out another fervent roar. The sight of this tough man in tears prompted numerous sports journalists to capture the historic moment with their cameras. Just a few days later, Garnett would celebrate his 28th birthday, marking what would be his most cherished birthday gift. Many sports journalists quietly calculated his age, realizing that Garnett is only slightly older than Liu, suggesting a promising future ahead. Different players possess distinct personalities. Liu exhibits a maturity that belies his age, a fact that captivates many sports media outlets. In his second professional season, he led the gritty Knicks to triumph over the Bulls, earning the respect of the seasoned players on his team, an achievement most rookies cannot claim. Former Knicks players often speak highly of Liu. Championship guard Sprewell frequently mentions him. Garnett's character contrasts sharply with that of Liu. He exudes passion for basketball, and although he battles fiercely on the court, even confronting rookies, his prowess justifies his MVP accolades. As the clock approached 8 p.m., with only half an hour until the game commenced, the Target Center was already filled to capacity. As the home team players were introduced, the cheers from the crowd grew increasingly fervent. Fans of the Timberwolves passionately chanted for Garnett, eager to witness their beloved star receive well-deserved accolades. Clad in his training attire, Garnett was the last to enter, and a synchronized chant of MVP, MVP, MVP resonated throughout the arena. Thumping his chest, Garnett fervently waved his left arm in acknowledgement of the fans, his smile betraying his overwhelming joy. Commissioner David Stern, equally captivated by the vibrant atmosphere, stood in the center of the court, beaming as he took the microphone and declared, "Thank you to the fans of Minnesota. Tonight, we shall together witness the birth of yet another MVP." Unlike the grandiloquent introductions reserved for others, Garnett's pinnacle honor remained the MVP. Fortunately, the crowd remained undeterred by this, erupting in cheers once more as Garnett accepted the trophy from the commissioner. Overwhelmed with emotion, he lifted the trophy high, exclaiming, "Ye." Following a heartfelt expression of gratitude, Garnett earnestly assured the fans, "I will never leave the Timberwolves. I will not join another team for the sake of a championship. I love Minnesota. Basketball should not solely be about titles, and I shall repay your support with my unwavering loyalty." The Timberwolves had risen powerfully this season, and Garnett's heartfelt words brought tears to the eyes of some emotionally charged fans. The atmosphere was profoundly touching. However, on this milestone night, the Kings offered no favors. Mike Bibby, with an impressive performance, scored 14 points in just one quarter, shooting 5 of 7 from the field, including 3 of 4 from beyond the arc and 1 of 2 from the free throw line. Although the Timberwolves managed to equalize later in the game, Garnett and Sprewell delivered lackluster performances in the fourth quarter. Gasol and Bibby continued to score. Ultimately, the Kings' role players outperformed. The Kings secured a commendable away victory with a final score of 104-98. Gasol excelled with 40 points, shooting 15 of 25 overall, including 7 of 11 from three-point range and a perfect 3 of 3 from the free throw line. Garnett, however, struggled, making 6 of 21 shots, with 16 points, 18 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, and 6 turnovers. The newly crowned MVP faced relentless double-teaming and ultimately tasted the bitterness of defeat. On the other hand, the champion guard Sprewell, despite a dismal performance with 2 of 14 shooting and only 5 points, remained confident in his post-game interview. Losing a home game is not a catastrophe. We will win on the road. My championship experience tells me that remaining calm is the key to victory in these moments. I am thrilled to see Kevin receive his award. I know he detests losing. Yet this is the playoffs, and I will leverage my championship experience to help him through this challenge. In the home team's locker room, Gasol remained notably low-key while Sprewell vociferously engaged with the media. Upon returning to the locker room, Garnett felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The mention of championship experience caused his lips to twitch. Choosing to disregard Sprewell's smug demeanor, Garnett steadied his emotions. The team requires his leadership. We will certainly reclaim the initiative. On the morning of the 5th, sports commentators not only discussed the MVP's defeat, but also expressed their disdain for the matchup between the Pistons and the Pacers. The Pacers, hosting at home, witnessed a record low in viewership for this game. The Pistons struggled with a mere 73 possessions, coupled with a staggering 17 turnovers, which contributed significantly to their loss. The Pacers maintained a rapid pace, reaching 83 possessions, yet faltered against the staunch defense, failing to convert their attempts. Such circumstances could also be interpreted as a reflection of the star player's inadequacies. The venerable Reggie Miller played for 32 minutes, shooting 1 for 7 and contributing only 6 points. Steven Jackson, who bore the brunt of ball handling, went 6 for 22, including 1 for 6 from beyond the arc, and made 4 of 5 free throws for a lackluster 17 points. Jermaine O'Neal managed 7 of 20 shooting and 7 of 9 from the charity stripe, leading the team with 21 points and securing 14 rebounds. The entire Pacers squad barely surpassed a 30 shooting efficiency, nearly skewing their own home rim. On the Pistons side, Hamilton scored 23 points on 10 of 20 shooting. Billups added 18 points on 6 of 13 shooting, while Wallace, who fans had high hopes for, managed a mere 4 points on 1 of 7 shooting. Coach Carlisle, now a figure of the past, had a bit of a contentious relationship with Larry Brown, who took over. Despite the loss, Brown remained undeterred, confidently stating post-game, "The Pistons played a perfect game. We simply made too many errors. Yet I am pleased with the team's defense. Our objective is to secure an away victory. This will be a lengthy series, and my players are well prepared." The New York Post opined that the upcoming Eastern Conference semifinals would be a clash of the mediocre, with several articles sarcastically mocking both teams for their brutish style of play. The New York Times, uninterested in the two underperformers, seemed to have prepared a press release in advance, declaring this morning that the selection process needs reform, highlighting the significant disparity between the new MVP and Lee. With Lee not receiving the award, New York fans felt that the celebration had been disrupted, prompting the print media to cater to fan sentiments and ramp up their output. In the morning's TNT program, the trio warmed up for the evening's Game 2 between the Lakers and the Spurs. When discussing the absence of any Lakers players in the MVP candidacy, Charles Barkley humorously remarked, "This is the consequence of joining a championship contending team in the twilight of one's career. I have experienced this when I was with the Rockets. We failed to meet the fans' expectations, and the current Lakers find themselves in a similar predicament. They ought to have secured more victories." Kenny Smith, rarely witnessing his partner's admission of camaraderie, immediately smiled and remarked, "Are you implying a championship, Chuck? We all understand that sometimes victory requires a touch of fortune." Charles Barkley, donning a serious expression, refuted the notion of luck. "No, the sole reason for not clinching the championship is simply our lack of capability. When I won the MVP with the Suns, the team was well equipped, and I often pondered that if I could score more or defend a few crucial plays, the championship might have been mine." Observing their conversation veering off course, Ernie Johnson quickly interjected to steer the discussion back. "Do you think the Lakers can secure an away victory? Gary Payton underperformed last game, but he might rebound strongly tonight." Kenny Smith hesitated to evaluate the seasoned veteran, exchanging glances before resorting to pleasantries. "I trust Payton's experience. He will adjust his game accordingly." Prior to the game, most analysts favored the Lakers, citing the Spurs' lack of star players. To everyone's astonishment, that evening, third-year player Tony Parker exploited Payton's weaknesses. The SBC Center erupted as the first quarter concluded with the Spurs leading by 16 points. Duncan, heading to the bench, affectionately patted Parker's head, radiating joy. With an impressive 11 of 7 shooting, including 2 of 4 from beyond the arc, Parker scored 16 points, while Payton failed to register a single point. Phil Jackson was somewhat bewildered, not anticipating Payton's dismal performance against a rookie. As the game progressed, the Lakers began to feed the ball to Shaquille O'Neal, while Kobe also took on more responsibility. Despite a strong third quarter of 23-12, the Lakers faltered offensively in the final quarter, ultimately succumbing to defeat. The Spurs triumphed with a score of 85-95, extending their series lead to 2-0. Over 41 minutes, Parker shot 13 of 23, amassing a team-high 30 points, along with 2 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 1 turnover. Duncan contributed with 24 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 block, and 4 turnovers on 7 of 13 shooting and 10 of 14 from the free throw line. Meanwhile, off the bench, Ginobili added 15 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 1 turnover on 6 of 8 shooting, showcasing the potential of the GDP trio. Having secured 2 home victories, Duncan was in high spirits and confidently stated in a post-game interview, "I enjoyed tonight's game. Tony and Manu are underrated players, and I believe the Spurs have successfully rebuilt." Fans in San Antonio reveled in the victory, while a disappointed O'Neal exited early through the players' tunnel. With 32 points, 15 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 block, and 3 turnovers from 15 of 21 shooting and 2 of 7 from the free throw line over 44 minutes, O'Neal felt he had given his all. At the press conference, he could not suppress his grievances. "This is not our standard. On a stage like the semifinals, we cannot afford to fall behind by double digits from the outset. Upon returning home, we will recalibrate our approach. The series has only just begun." Kobe Bryant made 7 of 17 shots, contributing a commendable 15 points, the second highest on the team, along with 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers. His willingness to pass to Shaquille O'Neal clearly demonstrated his desire to secure victory. Similarly, in 44 minutes of play, Karl Malone shot 5 of 8, amassing 13 points, 9 rebounds, 1 block, and 5 turnovers. Gary Payton continued his lackluster performance, hitting only 3 of 10 shots for a mere 7 points. After 2 consecutive underwhelming outings, Phil Jackson seemed reluctant to utilize Derek Fisher further, calmly stating post-game that 2 games do not define a player, and he believed Payton, as a seasoned veteran, would adjust his physical condition. On the morning of May 6th, the Lakers' disappointing display brought delight to New York fans. Although it was Thursday, some mischievous individuals arrived early at the subway station near the arena. Many New York fans felt that the Spurs were likely to eliminate the Lakers decisively, and with a sense of nostalgia, they anticipated the return of familiar faces. After a 2-day respite, the Knicks prepared systematically for their upcoming game. In Game 1, Pau Gasol excelled, shooting 10 of 18 and sinking 6 of 8 free throws, culminating in a remarkable stat line of 26 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, 2 blocks, and 3 turnovers. Following a morning film session at the Tarrytown Training Center, Gasol was surrounded by sports reporters. When asked about the evening's game, he confidently remarked, "Although I am a technical player, I am not afraid of physicality. I will leverage my physical advantages to support the team in the paint." A reporter from the New York Post, uninterested in Eastern Conference teams, seamlessly transitioned to discussing the finals. "Pau, which team would you prefer to face in the finals?" Gasol responded, "While the teams in the Western Conference are formidable, I personally hope to encounter the Lakers. I maintain this view, though it remains my personal desire." Meanwhile, Liu was preoccupied with contract negotiations regarding a lifelong agreement, a matter of mutual interest that was still under discussion. His agent, Mark Bartelstein, was diligently following this lucrative opportunity, as the tangible allure of financial gain outweighed the pursuit of championships. As the afternoon approached, Liu was set to warm up at the arena, and many reporters hastily surrounded him and Mike D'Antoni upon their arrival. D'Antoni cheerfully patted Liu on the shoulder before swiftly departing. A TNT reporter eagerly posed a question. "Lee, Kevin Garnett believes your basketball attitude is problematic. What are your thoughts on this?" Liu appeared puzzled, showing little interest in others' award ceremonies or Garnett's statements. Soon, reporters began to embellish Garnett's comments during the MVP award ceremony. mocking Li Yu's perceived mercenary approach to basketball. Aware of the reporter's propensity for sensationalism, Li Yu shook his head in resignation and succinctly replied, "Every player has a different basketball philosophy. Kevin is an exceptional player, and I admire his passion for the game. His perspective is valid, but I play for the fans and for victory. I have expressed this viewpoint for quite some time." The ticket prices for the Knicks have been steadily escalating each year, rendering it increasingly challenging for many fans to attend games at Madison Square Garden. Therefore, I shall strive to maintain my physical condition and participate in all 82 games as my tribute to the fans. Throughout my extensive career, I may not always sustain my passion, yet as a professional athlete, I remain committed to bringing victories to New York supporters, for this should be the most cherished gift. Numerous journalists concur with Li Yu's perspective, and an ESPN reporter provocatively inquired, "Li, do you believe the Timberwolves will clinch the championship? It seems they have no hope of securing a title in the next decade. The reasons are all too apparent, are they not?" Li Yu raised an eyebrow, displaying an expression that suggested mutual understanding, while the New York sports media applauded, proclaiming that the future belongs to the Knicks. As Li Yu departed from the throng, ready to relish the moment, some sports reporters continued to deliberate on Garnett's remarks. A beat reporter for the New York Times disdainfully commented, "If one day Garnett seeks to join the Knicks for a championship, New York will not welcome him. Losers often dwell on trivial matters. New York only desires victory." Chapter conclusion. Chapter 332. The core disparity on the evening of May 6, 2004, at 8 p.m., as the game commenced. The New York fans at Madison Square Garden began to vociferously boo the Nets' defense. With 5 minutes and 9 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Jefferson's foul in the left block sent Li Yu to the free throw line. Just past the halfway mark of the quarter, the Nets found themselves in the penalty situation, with Kidd furrowing his brow. As the game continued to deviate from his expectations, Li Yu stretched his shoulders. His form-fitting attire, crafted by Under Armour, provided some degree of muscle protection. Although he had not engaged in deliberate training over the past few years, he had grown increasingly robust with age, rendering such physical confrontations of little consequence to him. A foul merely presents an opportunity to score. I advise you to allocate more effort towards offense. As the point differential is poised to reach double digits swiftly, approaching the free throw line, Li Yu gestured towards Coach Kidd behind him, commenting on the futility of relying on defense to alter the game's outcome. "We are indifferent to the results of away games." Kenyon Martin, stationed near the paint, retorted with his head held high. Li Yu smiled, recognizing that his adversaries were increasingly inclined to discuss matters beyond mere victory and defeat. After Li Yu successfully converted both free throws, the arena erupted once more in chants for defense. Defense. The Nets had started strong, with Kenyon Martin no longer experiencing the shooting woes that plagued him in Game 1. Kidd received the ball at the baseline, prompting Li Yu to advance and apply pressure. As Kidd shielded the ball and swiftly pivoted, he switched to his left hand and accelerated past the defense, crossing midcourt. Jefferson hurriedly cut across from the right wing in an attempt to receive the ball, yet Artest relentlessly pursued, denying his opponent an easy catch. At the top of the arc, Kidd, noticing his teammates had failed to create an opportunity, quickly turned, switched to his right hand. And as Kittle sped from left to right along the baseline, he accelerated outward towards the three-point line. As Kidd delivered the pass, Hill executed a swift defensive maneuver, ensuring he remained close to his mark. Receiving the ball, Kidless feigned a shot, yet failed to deceive the defender's focus, promptly placing the ball in his right hand and stepping forward to penetrate. At this juncture, only the towering Collins and Gasol stood beneath the basket. As Kidless approached the paint, he pivoted sharply against the defense. Gasol adjusted his position to assist, and Kidless intended to pass the ball to Collins, positioned at the lower left of the basket. However, at the moment of release, Hill intercepted the ball with precision. Seizing control, Hill propelled the ball forward, prompting both Li Yu and Kidd to spring into action, inadvertently delaying the transition speed. Crossing midcourt, Li Yu expertly controlled the basketball with his left hand, accelerating past his defender and driving straight to the rim. As Li Yu surged forward, the closely guarding Kidd could only resort to subtle pulls, yet he was still overpowered into the paint. With the ball cradled in his left hand, Li Yu charged toward the basket, forcefully colliding with his defender, causing Kidd to lean back slightly. In pursuit of a block, Kidd leapt but was a fraction too late. In midair, Li Yu grasped the ball with his left hand and, with a quick tilt of his body, executed a layup. Despite Kidd's valiant effort to maintain his balance and contest the shot, he ultimately struck Liu's arm, resulting in a foul. The whistle blew as the ball struck the backboard and gracefully descended into the net. The arena erupted in cheers, with fans below the basket raising their fists at Kidd, fully aware of the subtle infractions. Upon landing, Liu wore a smile, gently tapping his chest in an acknowledgement of the moment. Observing Kidd still engaged in a discussion with the referee, he playfully remarked, "The gap is quickly widening to double digits. It's your turn to take the shot." Kidd glanced at the scoreboard, remaining silent, well aware that each misstep was catastrophic for the Nets. In the TNT commentary booth, Kevin Harlan marveled at Liu's return to the free throw line, exclaiming, "What a formidable transition offensive capability." Li's ball handling is exceptional. Once defenders lose their positioning, they are almost certainly conceding points. By the end of April, Rivers, thanks to his astute tactical acumen, successfully secured the position of head coach for the Celtics. In high spirits, he responded to his partner's observations with, "The Nets must minimize their errors. The battle among elite guards hinges on the finest details. I hope Kidd can take control of the ball. The team needs him to spearhead the offense." Following Liu's successful free throw, the gap narrowed further towards double digits. The Nets similarly relied on fast breaks. However, the Knicks began the game with fewer three-point attempts, opting instead for aggressive drives to the basket. As they crossed half-court once more, Kidd immediately passed the ball to Kenyon Martin, who positioned himself at the right elbow, attempting to deliver a handoff to Jefferson. On the right wing, Jefferson attempted to shake off Artest, but was unable to do so. At that moment, Kenyon Martin suddenly pivoted sharply, leading the ball forward with his right hand. With long strides, he barreled toward the basket, accelerating into the paint as Cato Thomas lost his defensive position. Without hesitation, Martin took flight, drawing a foul and disrupting the offensive play. The referee blew the whistle once more, and Kenyon Martin stumbled, casting an angry glare behind him. Yet, the fans in the stands erupted in cheers. Cato Thomas raised his hand to signal, then stood by the paint area, awaiting the opponent's free throws. Both shots were made, and as Martin retreated on defense, he repeatedly swung his fists, while Kidd vocally directed his teammates to complete their defensive assignments. At the top of the arc, Liu, holding the ball in his left hand, began to decelerate. Kidd maintained a defensive distance, mirroring Li's pause. With a dribble between his legs, Li shifted the ball to his right hand, momentarily hesitating, lowering his center of gravity to feign a drive. The dragging motion caused Kidd to instinctively step forward, and Li swiftly changed direction beneath his legs, quickening his dribble rhythm, his body swaying left before abruptly pivoting forward. Kidd initially slid to his right, but quickly adjusted his defensive stance, stepping rapidly to the left in an attempt to delay the defense. As Li accelerated past, he expanded his stride at the moment of contact with Kidd. Losing his defensive position, Kidd loudly alerted his teammates under the basket. Yet, as Li approached, he prematurely gathered the ball and, after establishing himself in the paint with two powerful strides, leaped off his right foot. Li, cradling the ball in his right hand, soared before Kenyon Martin, releasing the ball high with a swift throw. Kidd, positioned beside him, could only instinctively reach out in an attempt to disrupt, but to little avail. Martin, striving to contest the shot, could only watch as the basketball arched over his fingertips, landing amidst the cheers that erupted around him. Oh! The ball struck the backboard before cascading into the net. Observing Li directing his teammates to retreat on defense, Kidd felt an unshakable awkwardness. Under high pressure, the same hand, same foot layup attempt drew a loud call from Coach Frank, urging his players to remain patient. Defense. Amidst the rallying cries for defense, the Nets' offensive ball movement proved ineffective. Jefferson found himself at the left elbow, receiving the ball, while Kenyon Martin set a screen, feinting right before darting left. As he held the ball in his left hand, Jefferson accelerated through, realizing he had not shaken off Artest. He leaned into the defense, executing a deceptive move before suddenly passing backward. The pass was overly forceful, causing Kenyon Martin to fumble as the ball sailed over his head. Seizing the opportunity, Cato Thomas nudged the ball forward. At the top of the arc, Liu regained control and charged ahead, with Kidd once again gritting his teeth in pursuit. Cheers reverberated throughout the arena as Li, while protecting the ball, glanced behind to gauge the movement of Kittles, who was rapidly closing the distance. In the paint, Li, while driving through the defense, executed a left-handed behind-the-back pass. Kittles, now adjacent to Li, could only watch as Grant Hill, sprinting in from behind, caught the ball in the paint. With a jump, he secured the ball in his right hand and delivered a one-armed dunk with authority. Witnessing Hill celebrate with a triumphant fist pump, Kevin Harlan could only exclaim, "So fast." This is the Knicks' forte in fast-break offense. The Nets could ill afford such mistakes, as the deficit widened to 11 points once more. After crossing half-court, Kidd immediately engaged in a pick-and-roll with Kenyon Martin at the right elbow. Following an acceleration, Kidd deftly flicked the ball backward, with Martin stepping just inside the three-point line. Receiving the ball near the right flank, unchallenged, Kenyon Martin effortlessly executed a two-point jumper. With 4 successful shots out of 6, Martin had already amassed 8 points, accounting for half of his team's total score. As the first quarter approached its conclusion, both teams began to struggle with missed shots and free throws. Gasol, operating from the left low post, caught Collins off guard, leading to an inevitable foul and a trip to the charity stripe. Subsequently, Jefferson aggressively penetrated the paint, forcing Artest into a foul as well. The exchange between the teams was spirited, yet the game lacked fluidity, with free throws failing to match the excitement of field goals. After the tip-off, Kidd had taken only 1 shot. This time, he received the ball on the baseline, advanced past half-court, and, noticing Liu still positioned inside the three-point line, promptly signaled for his teammates to set a screen. Before Martin could approach the three-point arc, Kidd unexpectedly unleashed a quick shot from deep. Bang. Although he trickily used defense, the ball ricocheted off the rim. With time running out in the first quarter, Grant Hill seized the long rebound and surged forward. Kittles refrained from committing any further fouls. Despite his rapid retreat, he was still overpowered by Hill, who banked in a layup. With a score of 16-28, Kidd's long-range three-pointer fell short, and the Nets trudged toward the bench with sullen expressions. Many fans were dissatisfied with the game, citing excessive fouls and a sluggish pace. During the timeout, a vocal segment of the crowd began to express their frustration. The uproar indicated the fans' discontent, while in the commentary booth, Kevin Harlan reveled in the atmosphere, cheerfully inquiring of his partner whether the Nets' fouls would impact the Knicks. Rivers glanced at the statistics and remarked thoughtfully, "For a superstar like Lee, who possesses no technical deficiencies, free throws are essentially gifts." This season, he had indeed joined the prestigious 180 club. While the Nets' defense was commendable, their offense failed to respond in kind. Kidd needed to shoulder more offensive responsibilities. He could not rely solely on his teammates to deliver crucial shots. Having played the entire first quarter, Kidd had gone 0 for 3, scoring no points but dishing out 4 assists. In contrast, Lee had shot 4 for 6, with 1 three-pointer missed, but 5 successful free throws, totaling 13 points, 1 rebound, 3 assists, and 1 steal. One player relied on teammates for scoring while also orchestrating the offense, nearly achieving half the team's points himself. Rivers' commentary suggested that Kidd needed to score more. There was still time left in the game. On the Nets bench, Coach Frank felt an eerie sense of familiarity with the game. He acknowledged the role players' commendable performances, but found Kidd's struggles to be a source of concern. "We must slow down the game's tempo. Maintain patience and do not let the score disparity affect us. The game has just begun," he urged, addressing his players. He reiterated the importance of winning through defense, continuing to offer motivational words. Kidd was acutely aware of his shortcomings. Had he contributed a mere 6 points, the deficit might have been within a manageable 10. Reflecting on this, Kidd tossed his towel onto the seat and stood up determinedly, ready to seize the moment and outmaneuver the opposing players. As the second quarter commenced, the idle D'Antoni observed the Nets lineup with a slight frown. In the backcourt, we have Kidd and Lucius Harris, while the frontcourt consists of Rodney Rogers, Kenyon Martin, and Alonzo Williams. The Nets are indeed determined to give their all during their first offensive play. Kidd executed a pick and roll on the right elbow and aggressively drove toward the basket, drawing a foul from Mutombo. In the second quarter, the Knicks opted for extensive substitutions, pairing Knight and Raga Bell in the backcourt, while the frontcourt featured Prince, Stoudemire, and Mutombo. Knight, facing Kidd, found himself at a disadvantage. After just over 2 minutes of play, D'Antoni decided to call a timeout. With the score narrowing to 22-30, the Nets players celebrated with high fives, prompting a chorus of boos from the New York fans. Liu stood up to pat the frustrated Knight, as he, too, was set to enter the game early. "Amare, be attentive to the timing of your cuts. The opponent will collapse on Lee, and your task is to finish strong after receiving the ball." D'Antoni emphasized patience, reminding that the opponent wouldn't consistently falter. And when opportunities arose, they must shoot promptly. "We possess a height advantage. I expect to see more offensive rebounds," he declared, pointing at the tactical board. Confident that as long as Liu was on the court, the potential of the lineup could still overwhelm their adversaries. Upon resuming play, the New York fans rallied once more, chanting, "Let's go Knicks." Liu swiftly received the ball and crossed half court. Upon reaching the left wing, Ragabell slipped past the baseline, while Stoudemire quickly stepped up to set a screen. Kidd, aware of the movements behind him, kept his eyes on Liu while loudly alerting his teammates. Before his teammates could establish their positions, Liu deftly dribbled between his legs, switching to his left hand and immediately lowering his shoulder to accelerate. With no unnecessary movements, he leaned into Kidd, bursting past him to gain half a step. Kenyon Martin sensed the urgency and rushed to assist Kidd. Trapped between the two defenders, Liu, now with the ball in his left hand, circled toward the basket. Mutombo, stationed at the right elbow, remained immobile, while Stoudemire had already surged forward. Williams shouted a warning, but it was too late. Arriving at the lower right side of the basket, Liu flicked his wrist, and Stoudemire leapt high as he received the pass. Uncontested, with his right hand grasping the ball, Stoudemire unleashed a ferocious dunk. The rim reverberated with the impact, and the stunning slam reignited the atmosphere in the arena. Kenyon Martin glared at the exuberant Stoudemire, muttering under his breath. The score shifted back to a double-digit lead at 22-32. In the second quarter, Kidd scored for consecutive points, seemingly rediscovering his shooting touch. During the Nets' next offensive play, he executed another pick with Kenyon Martin at the right elbow, driving toward the baseline with the ball in his right hand. Rather than passing, Kidd halted abruptly near the right baseline and executed a stylish step-back jumper over Liu's defense. The ball clanged off the rim, but Mutombo secured the rebound, prompting Liu to sprint forward in response, accelerating the pace of play. Kidd's rapid offensive rhythm forced the Nets to scramble back on defense. Fortunately, the defensive intensity remained high. As Liu arrived at the right flank, the opponents successfully matched up defensively. The same tactics were employed, with Ragabell and Prince swiftly positioning themselves in the corners. Mutombo stood still near the left baseline, while Stoudemire moved up to set a screen. On the right wing, as Liu shifted laterally with the ball in his right hand, Stoudemire immediately accelerated towards the basket. Kenyon Martin quickly moved to delay, while Kidd followed closely, cutting off the passing lane. Confronted by the defensive switch from the taller opponent, Liu suddenly halted and executed a jump dribble. Noticing the opponent's right foot was forward, he raised his right arm, confidently creating space. Liu then lowered his center of gravity, feigning a burst towards the basket. Just as he intended to slide back, Kenyon Martin felt a sudden chill beneath him. With a flick of his wrist, Liu sent the basketball directly through Martin's legs. Wow! The flashy maneuver ignited cheers from the fans as Liu quickened his pace, not allowing the opponent any time to react. After swiftly gathering the ball from the free throw line with his left hand, he disregarded the side defense and executed a rapid jump shot. Swish! The mid-range shot found its mark. Kenyon Martin's face flushed with anger as he glared at Liu, receiving only a mocking smile in return. "Take that." The emotionally charged Kenyon Martin was restrained by Kidd, feeling humiliated by the beneath-the-legs play. Coach Frank, on the sidelines, urged his players to remain composed. Defense. The New York fans grew energetic, relishing the opponent's desperation. Kidd, not forcing the offense, quickly passed the ball to Rogers in the low post. Upon receiving the ball, Rogers spun around to face the basket. Prince maintained a defensive distance, and as soon as he saw the opponent's right hand holding the ball, he accelerated to the left. Battling through the defense, Rogers aggressively drove towards the paint, but his right-handed layup hit the rim. Underneath, Kenyon Martin and Stoudemire tangled for the rebound, which Mutombo ultimately secured. Amidst the cheers, Liu pushed the ball up court, crossing half court and reaching the top of the arc, where Stoudemire had already established his position. With a high pick-and-roll, Liu, holding the ball in his right hand, executed a wide behind-the-back move, driving past the oncoming Kenyon Martin with the ball in his left hand. Stoudemire quickly rolled to the basket, while Kidd continued to chase Liu closely. Near the left wing, just beyond the three-point line, Liu abruptly stopped, pulling the ball back with his left hand while his head and shoulders followed suit, creating a deceptive feint. Both Kenyon Martin and Kidd instinctively halted their steps. Seizing the opportunity as the double team failed to materialize, Liu quickly pivoted forward, pushing the ball with his left hand to change direction. By the time they reacted, Liu, with the ball in his right hand, had squeezed past Kenyon Martin and was already at the free throw line. With Kidd still in pursuit, Liu charged into the paint, launching himself skyward in front of the basket. Stoudemire blocked Williams beneath the hoop, leaving the opponent to watch as Liu, with his left hand, seized the ball and emphatically slammed it down. Boom. The powerful dunk electrified the arena. Wow. From breakthrough to slam dunk, the arena reverberated with exclamations. And in the final moments, numerous fans rose in exhilaration, shouting with fervor, "My God! Unbelievable! Lee has effortlessly pierced through the double team of the Nets." His speed was astonishing. Kidd was utterly unable to contain Lee. Kevin Harlan echoed his admiration, while Rivers cast an envious glance at D'Antoni, who was exuberantly celebrating with his arms raised. A fleeting thought crossed Rivers' mind. A championship team must allow its players to express themselves. On the three-point line, Kidd and Kenyon Martin exchanged glances, rendered speechless, uncertain of what to say. It was as if basketball were an extension of Liu's being. His sudden movements deceived them all. Lee celebrated with his teammates before noticing the despondency of his opponents and instinctively offered encouragement. "Don't worry, guys. You still have time. Even Buddha has his wrath." Kidd shot Lee a glare upon hearing those words. Fortunately, Harris redeemed himself in this possession, catching a pass on the right wing, faking before executing a right-handed jump shot that swished through the net. Raja Bell raised his hand, signaling it was his fault. The opposing screen was aggressive, failing to provide timely coverage. The same strategy ensued. Amidst the cheers of New York fans, on the left wing, Stoudemire set a deceptive screen and quickly descended. Observing his teammates' premature help defense, Kidd swiftly switched to cut off the passing lane. Facing a delayed Kenyon Martin, Liu, ball in left hand, bulldozed forward with a powerful shoulder dip. Sliding backward to the right, Kenyon Martin braced himself, attempting to upend Lee. With a firm defense, Lee broke into the left block, executing a cross step and halting abruptly, maintaining possession with his right hand while continuing to sidestep. Although Kenyon Martin adeptly adjusted his center of gravity and attempted to defend closely, upon seeing Lee's right wrist flick, he instinctively paused, assuming it was a bounce pass. The ball rebounded off the floor and returned to Lee's hands. Oh! The crowd erupted once more as Lee, leveraging the basketball's bounce, caught it in the left elbow area and gracefully launched a jump shot. Once again, Kenyon Martin, striving for defense, lost his balance and fell directly into Lee. Squeak. The whistle sounded as the ball went in, a steady mid-range shot, while he slid along the floor, celebrating with a triumphant fist pump. Kenyon Martin, pulled to his feet by his teammates, was left utterly exasperated, his expression laden with disbelief, seemingly pondering how Lee performed such feats. Incredible. Lee once again displayed his exquisite ball-handling skills. Tonight's game saw several of Lee's individual plays rank among the top 5 highlights. Amidst the rough-and-tumble nature of errant fouls, Liu still managed to deliver magnificent offensive plays, and Kevin Harlan was nearly at a loss for words. As Lee stepped to the free throw line, the delighted New York fans joyously chanted, "MVP, MVP, MVP." Rivers, seemingly caught up in the atmosphere, reminisced about Lee's splendid drives tonight, exclaiming, "Behind these spectacular shots lies the foundation of tedious training." I fail to comprehend why some individuals would disparage Lee's attitude towards basketball. There exists no player within the league who can emulate his style of play. Undoubtedly, Lee has devoted immense effort to the sport. With a score of 24-39, Liu successfully converted a free throw, further widening the gap. Seizing the opportunity presented by the free throw, Coach Frank substituted in the starting lineup and reminded Kidd to appropriately accelerate the pace of the game. With a double-digit deficit, Kidd refrained from controlling the tempo as he did in Game 1. Instead, relying on more off-ball screens, Jefferson continuously contributed to the net scoring. Prince refrained from complaining to the referees and, upon noticing the opponent's double team on Liu, exploited the vacant right wing to respond with a three-pointer. Following a failed defensive effort by the big man, the Nets altered their defensive strategy, opting for a more aggressive perimeter trap, prompting Liu to release the ball earlier. The back-and-forth exchanges transformed the match into the spectacle that New York fans had eagerly anticipated. In the Nets' offensive play, after a series of passes, Kidd found himself unmarked on the left wing and successfully sank a three-pointer. On the defensive end, Kittles assisted in guarding Liu as he penetrated the left side of the restricted area. while the unguarded Ratchabel capitalized on the opportunity to score a three-pointer from the left corner. Kidd made a strong drive to the basket, but his attempt was disrupted by Liu, allowing Kenyon Martin to secure a putback. Conversely, Stoudemire's aggressive attack under the basket fell short. Yet Mutombo managed to nudge the ball in. As both teams continued to score, the noise from the Nets bench gradually diminished, and rather than narrowing the gap, the deficit slightly increased. As the second quarter drew to a close, with the Knicks starting lineup returning, their scoring momentum remained unabated. Conversely, the Nets began to falter following free throws. The big man Collins missed his second attempt, and Gasol claimed the rebound. Grant Hill advanced to receive the pass, and the team rapidly crossed half-court. Liu arrived early at the right corner, noticing Hill stationed on the left wing. He first feigned towards the ball, then swiftly accelerated along the baseline. Beneath the basket, Liu utilized Gasol's screen to briefly shake off Kidd and propelled himself towards the perimeter. Kodo Thomas at the free throw line executed an off-ball screen, allowing Liu to elude his defender. At the arc's apex, Liu pivoted to receive the ball, casting a glance away from the basket before executing a quick jump shot. Kidd, who was trailing closely, could only halt his advance as the cheers of the crowd filled his ears. With a score of 37-54, after half a quarter of play, the gap continued to widen. In the waning moments of the half, Jefferson's jumper from the right wing was blocked by Arteist, prompting the Knicks bench to erupt in exclamations. As they began to celebrate an anticipated victory, Madison Square Garden buzzed with excitement, while Kidd, walking towards the players' tunnel, wore an expressionless face. And Coach Frank could only pat his thigh in consolation. After a complete first half, Kidd recorded 8 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, and 1 turnover from 2 of 8 shooting, including 1 of 4 from beyond the arc and 3 of 4 from the free throw line. Liu, on the other hand, achieved 27 points, 3 rebounds, 7 assists, and 1 steal from 9 of 13 shooting, including 1 of 3 from long range and a perfect 8 of 8 from the charity stripe. The disparity between the two players was starkly evident, and at the commentary booth, Rivers no longer held back, bluntly declaring the Knicks as the victors. If Kidd continued to perform at this level, the Nets were destined to lose. In moments when a team's offense falters, it is imperative for the key players to shoulder the responsibility. Despite facing multiple double teams, Liu broke through the opponent's defense, while Kevin Harlan recognized the disparity between the core players of both teams. In a bid to maintain morale, he could only offer Liu kind words. The Nets' dismal free throw performance, converting only 5 out of 10 attempts, underscored the significance of details, yet he remained hopeful for their chances. As the third quarter commenced, with Jefferson seizing control of the offense, Arteist showcased his prowess as the Defensive Player of the Year. Not only did he consistently force the opponent to miss, but he also executed 2 face-to-face steals. Observing Arteist's rapid advance after reclaiming the ball on the right wing, culminating in a one-handed slam during a fast break, Coach Frank could not help but cradle his forehead in disbelief. Within mere minutes, Arteist transformed into the star of the court, exuberantly shouting while pulling at his jersey after the dunk. Seemingly overwhelmed, Kidd and Kenyon Martin began to falter, allowing Liu and Grant Hill to retaliate with their own dunks, inciting an unrelenting wave of cheers from the crowd. A surge of 122 points propelled the score gap toward 30, and as time elapsed, the Nets' fragmented offense struggled to bridge the divide. With 2 minutes and 18 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Coach Frank called for a timeout, intent on preparing for the upcoming game. Liu, reluctantly substituted, felt a tinge of regret. Having just found his shooting rhythm, his three-point performance that night had been mediocre, 11 for 17 from the floor, 2 for 5 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 8 for 8 from the free throw line, totaling 32 points, 4 rebounds, 10 assists, 2 steals, and 1 turnover. Although he achieved a double-double, he rated his performance a mere 9 out of 10. I knew the Nets were no match for us. Their offense is simply inadequate, he remarked after receiving a towel from Ewing, who began to critique the team's preparation. The Gorilla had motivated Gasol extensively in the lead-up to the game, and the victory proved to be easier than anticipated. Their defense was commendable, significantly better than that of the Celtics, and activating their physical condition ahead of time was undoubtedly beneficial. Liu wiped the sweat from his brow haphazardly, choosing not to dwell on the outcome. The Nets exhibited considerable tenacity, and Kidd's defense remained impressive. It was rare to see Liu perspiring, which provided a sense of accomplishment for the coaching staff, validating their game plan. As the third quarter concluded, The score stood at 55-82, and the final quarter descended into garbage time. On the bench, kids silently observed the atmosphere as the score continued to climb, with both teams exhibiting minimal defense. The margin was too vast for any miracles to unfold. Kenyon Martin effectively managed his fouls that night, yet the jovial atmosphere around him was disheartening. Unable to contain his frustration at the stoic kid, he murmured, "We're playing too soft. We should show them what we're made of." Returning home, "I will not allow us to lose like this again." "Martin, Game 3 is on Saturday," Kid merely replied, causing a twitch at the corner of Martin's mouth as he realized that the exuberant New York fans would soon be out in full force. 3 years had passed. The recollection of each encounter with the Knicks, where the home crowd often turned into an away one, provoked Kid to furiously toss his towel. The atmosphere among the group was one of silence, with everyone hesitant to speak. Jefferson, contemplating the upcoming home game, couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. "Damn New York." This chapter concludes here. I apologize for taking a day off. Writing has proven to be challenging, and my inspiration is utterly lacking, primarily due to the bustling presence of family at home, which has made me feel somewhat uncomfortable. A heartfelt thank you for your support through paid reading. It nearly led to an embarrassing moment, as certain segments would be difficult to explain. I am grateful to my editor for rescuing me. As my writing struggles continue, I hope for your understanding. Had I known, I would have kept my aspirations of writing a novel to myself, as it seems that writing discreetly, like last year, is indeed the wisest course. Chapter 333, The Anti-Li Alliance. On May 7, 2004, ESPN SportsCenter reported that Liu single-handedly dominated the highlights of the previous night's game with 5 spectacular plays. For fans, each viewing of Liu's highlights brings a sense of delight. Indeed, given the excessive fouls committed during the game, the highlights often surpass the experience of attending the match live. The Knicks' victory came as no surprise. Yet Jason Kidd's lackluster performance in consecutive games has led to a significant decline in his reputation. Despite the Nets showcasing commendable defense, they suffered a substantial defeat in Game 2. Some Nets fans expressed their disappointment, attributing the loss to Kidd's inadequate scoring ability. Had Kidd managed to score 30 points, the outcome could have been entirely different. Post-game, Coach Frank provided Kidd with some excuses, attributing his performance to injuries experienced during the season's latter stages. "I hope New Jersey fans will come out to support us in the next game. The Nets will strive to protect our 2 home games." Typically, it has been Kidd who called for fans to attend games, but after experiencing 2 consecutive seasons of home games turned into away games, he has grown disillusioned with the local fan base. Following the defeat, Kidd remained silent, declining interviews, as the significant loss seemed to have brought him face-to-face with reality. On the 7th, the Pistons and Pacers were also set to face off in Game 2. Due to the previous game's record-low viewership, commentators began to speculate once more. Fans' indifference is understandable, as both teams lack star players and struggle offensively, rendering any pre-game hype ineffective in garnering attention. In the morning, ESPN prepared for the evening's match, concluding that the Knicks' dominance was to blame for the lack of interest. With 4 All-Stars and a superstar like Liu in a major market, audiences were naturally drawn to the Knicks games. Data analyst Hollinger articulated the disparity between ordinary players and Liu in his column, noting that even Michael Jordan's peak seasons could not compare to Li's style of play. Currently, no active player approaches Li's level of performance. Such articles inadvertently ruffled the feathers of some players, leaving Kevin Garnett, the MVP, feeling somewhat awkward, as he sensed he was being subtly criticized. By the afternoon, the Knicks were preparing to head to the away game, with a relaxed demeanor among the team as they looked forward to Game 3 on Saturday. "Every time I visit the Continental Airlines Arena to partake in a game, I am enveloped by the electrifying atmosphere of the home court. In the playoffs, facing the Nets feels akin to returning home." Mike D'Antoni and his coaching staff appear unfazed by the pressure, although the Nets exhibit commendable defense. Their offensive capabilities are rather lackluster. The Knicks are not merely a team reliant on jump shots, when the opposition seldom executes fast breaks. Leveraging the individual prowess of their stars enables them to dominate the Nets. Before boarding the bus, the players engage in brief interviews. Liu also grants an interview to the New York Times, but the focus drifts away from the series outcome and instead fixates on the newly crowned MVP. Following Garnett's receipt of the MVP award, local sports journalists in Minnesota have rallied, vocally condemning the Knicks for allegedly stifling the evolution of basketball. Perhaps long-standing grievances among various teams have reached a boiling point, as many regional sports media outlets join in the chorus, criticizing Liu's Excel basketball for ruining this era. With ratings plummeting, both Liu and the outspoken New York media bear the brunt of the blame. Amidst complaints from sports media, the young fans of New York have been notably vocal online, some engaging in map-based tirades, flaunting their championship superiority. Regardless of the opposition's grievances, the retort emerges. What champions are you to cast judgment? As the weather warms, Liu resumes his casual attire of t-shirts and jeans. Before boarding, a crowd gathers around him, their curiosity piqued as they implore him to channel his inner Yuan Fong. Li, have you been following the recent news? Is the league's declining viewership connected to the Knicks? A reporter from Yahoo Sports, disregarding the glances of others, boldly poses the question on everyone's mind. Indeed, a singular dominance can affect certain markets. However, Liu remains indifferent to viewership statistics. His influence no longer reliant on game outcomes, and thus has little interest in shouldering blame. I believe the decline in viewership relates to the inability of most teams to deliver the type of games fans anticipate. Many have watched big men dominate in the low post for years, yet such styles have never been particularly popular. Attendance figures speak volumes. Madison Square Garden consistently ranks at the top in ticket sales. Upon hearing Liu's response, a reporter from TNT seizes the opportunity to pivot the discussion, provocatively inquiring, the inability to deliver the games fans expect, does that imply the players' skills are inadequate to support the team's offense? Liu nods in agreement, naturally responding, it is indeed related to player capabilities. Basketball is evolving, and players must consider fan preferences. What players need to do now is refine their skills and consistently secure victories, which will naturally draw fan support. Some reporters engage in hushed discussions, clearly noting that Liu's remarks echo Charles Barkley's critique of star player performance. ESPN reporters find it challenging to counter his assertions, recognizing the validity in his claims. In the Eastern All-Star game, Iverson and McGrady had long since retired, while the aging Pierce led his team to a 36-win season, only to be swept in the playoffs. The Brooklyn Nets boasted the talents of Jason Kidd and Kenyon Martin, while the other two teams in the semifinals lacked star power, leading to a natural decline in viewership. Liu, who had made his stance clear, waved to the crowd as he prepared to board the bus. An ESPN reporter, upon realizing the moment, hurriedly inquired, Li, which team do you believe the Knicks will face in the Eastern Conference Finals? Li responded with a smile, I have no idea, but the outcome is already predetermined. No matter who it is, they cannot defeat us. As Li boarded the bus, murmurs of discussion began anew among the onlookers. Was the drop in viewership solely due to the Knicks' dominance, or was it truly a reflection of the players' lackluster performance? A reporter from the New York Times, a staunch supporter of Li, chimed in, Li is correct. Fans yearn to see star players in action, yet they cannot lead their teams to the playoffs, which is fundamentally a matter of capability. Instead of incessantly lamenting the championship teams, those repeatedly facing defeat should reflect on why they cannot secure the championship. This statement left the crowd momentarily speechless. They felt that New York had merely benefited from fortuitous circumstances and were now deflecting blame. Had Li been selected by another team, it would be the loquacious New York media grumbling incessantly. That evening, the two teams in the Eastern semifinals subjected fans to a match characterized by a severe offensive drought. With a score of 72-67, the Pistons secured a hard-fought victory on the road, bringing the series to a 1-1 tie. Viewers at home were left astonished by the paltry scoring, which failed to exceed 70 points. Among the players, Hamilton of the Pistons excelled with 23 points, shooting 8 of 14 from the field and 7 of 8 from the free throw line. For the Pacers, the veteran Reggie Miller shouldered the offensive burden, scoring 21 points on 5 of 13 shooting, including 10 of 10 from the charity stripe. The contributions from other players were dismal. Rasheed Wallace managed only 10 points on 4 of 19 shooting. Jermaine O'Neal scored 16 points on 6 of 18. And Billups added a mere 6 points on 1 of 7 shooting, while Jackson scored 13 points on 5 of 20. Perhaps many viewers switched channels after the first half, leading to a new low in ratings for this game. Head coach Larry Brown exhibited little concern for the ratings. Having secured a road victory, he exuded confidence, stating, "This was a perfect game for the Pistons. We have achieved our objective." The team collectively recorded 19 blocks, and although the Wallace duo struggled offensively, They combined for 9 blocks defensively. The Pacers did not slow their offensive pace, reaching 80 possessions, yet they simply could not convert their attempts. Coach Carlisle refrained from criticizing his players and calmly remarked in the post-game interview, "In this league, you will inevitably encounter nights like this. In the upcoming games, we shall secure a road victory." On Saturday, May 8th, after enduring the defensive showdown of the previous night, fans expressed their dissatisfaction with the lackluster performance. Analysts found it equally challenging to comment, as it would be inappropriate to suggest that both teams were merely inept. Tonight, not only will the Knicks face off against the Nets in Game 3, but the Kings will also officially clash with the Timberwolves in Game 2. Ever since the New York Times mocked Garnett as a thief, this formidable player has been seething with frustration. With the MVP trophy now in his grasp, Garnett has shed his pretenses. During an afternoon interview, he openly addressed the media, using vivid expressions and intense gestures to convey his dissatisfaction. The Knicks roster has contributed to a decline in viewership for the Eastern Conference games. The arrogant New York media, perpetually self-assured, fails to comprehend the essence of basketball, relying solely on cold statistics to evaluate a player's prowess. Lee is indeed remarkable, but he is not a deity. I believe Michael Jordan is the greatest of all time. He never played for the sake of statistics. Basketball should embody a purer essence, and I shall demonstrate this through my performance. The Minnesota Star-Tribune, as the largest local newspaper and the 10th largest in the nation, has consistently provided extensive sports coverage. With Garnett's recent MVP achievement, they have engaged in a subtle rivalry with the New York Times, expressing satisfaction with Garnett's statements. "Kevin, we all support you. It's time to lead the team to a championship." In contrast, the New Jersey Herald, the largest newspaper in New Jersey, has recently critiqued Kidd while fervently praising Lee. The shift to becoming fans of Lee can largely be attributed to the overwhelming number of Knicks fans in the area, in pursuit of higher circulation. The New Jersey Herald has made compromises in recent years. Last night, the Eastern Conference semifinals recorded a new low in viewership, prompting several opinion pieces in the New Jersey Herald to assert that, compared to their peak, the individual prowess of NBA stars has significantly diminished. Regardless of the defense they face, star players should deliver superior performances. Imagine, would Michael Jordan ever be stifled by the Pistons' defense? Lee exemplifies this, consistently meeting fan expectations regardless of the defensive pressure, which is why we support him. The logic of the fans is simple. As long as a player possesses enough talent, they will garner support. As spectators, we merely wish to witness more exhilarating games. The largest newspaper in New Jersey has become an unabashed admirer of Lee, leaving Kidd with nothing to say. Early in the morning, after reading the paper, Kidd fell into a silent state, and during the team's warm-up in the afternoon, he remained mute. While the leader held his tongue, Kenyon Martin firmly joined the anti-Lee faction, seemingly in agreement with Garnett's sentiments. "This is our home court. Do you wish to continue losing? It has been 3 years. I will not allow this to persist. We shall retaliate. Our defense is stronger. Richard, showcase your toughness to the home fans." As Martin spoke, he called out to Jefferson, who was quietly stretching. As a rookie, Jefferson initially felt a surge of adrenaline from his teammates' words, only to calm himself afterward. In Game 2, he struggled, shooting 3 for 13 and scoring only 10 points. While facing Arteas' defense, he committed 4 turnovers. Jefferson, unlike Kenyon Martin, did not raise his voice but rather stated quietly, "I will do my utmost to assist the team." Noticing Martin's apparent dissatisfaction, Kidd ceased his dribbling and spoke earnestly, "Forget the previous games. Pay attention to my signals. We need to adopt a different defensive strategy and treat every possession with utmost seriousness. Do not let the fans down. This is a match we cannot afford to lose." Upon hearing their leader's words, the Nets players promptly expressed their agreement. However, a subtle sense of unease crept into their minds, as they remembered it was Saturday. At 7:30 p.m., with half an hour remaining before the game commenced, a throng of New York fans clad in the Knicks away jersey number 1 had already filled the arena. Although the front rows were dominated by Nets supporters, the Continental Airlines Arena was still saturated with Knicks fans. During the playoffs, Jay-Z, a minor shareholder of the Nets, typically occupied a front row seat. And tonight he was accompanied by his girlfriend, Beyoncé. Despite their romantic relationship, they seldom displayed affection in public, prompting the cameras to frequently capture the two stars. As a devoted fan, Beyoncé publicly proclaimed her allegiance to the Knicks, and although she sat beside her boyfriend tonight, She wore a jersey featuring player Lee's away colors. While one sported Kid's number 5, the other donned Lee's number 1, symbolizing the atmosphere at the Nets' home court, which had been thoroughly infiltrated. Even though Lee wore the Knicks' blue away jersey, upon their entrance, he waved to the fans as if he were at home, greeting friends in the front rows. This behavior instantly evoked unpleasant memories for Kid on the opposite side of the court. Coach Frank, clad in a formal black suit, appeared somewhat nervous as a rookie coach. G3 could not end in another defeat, for the next game would be a matter of honor. Despite having much to say as a laid-back coach, Frank recognized that the Nets' success hinged on the performance of their star player. Kid, you must manage the turnovers effectively tonight. As the game approached, Coach Frank incessantly relayed instructions to Kid. Observing the rookie coach's anxious demeanor, Kid merely nodded, aware that returning to their home court provided them certain advantages. When the game commenced at 8 p.m., the Nets exhibited a slow start. Contrary to the expectations of commentators, Kid did not immediately enter scoring mode, but continued to orchestrate the offense. Kenyon Martin emerged as the primary offensive force, frequently driving straight to the basket after setting screens. Even in instances where Gasol managed to avoid contact, the referee still blew the whistle. Consequently, Cortez Thomas found himself in foul trouble early on. While the frequently shooting Kenyon Martin undeniably became the hero of the night. As the second quarter unfolded, with the pairing of Stoudemire and Mutombo entering the fray, both teams engaged in a fierce battle. With just 1 minute and 2 seconds remaining in the first half, the crowd erupted in cheers as Kid sank an open three-pointer from the right wing. The score was now 52-49, narrowing the gap to 3 points for the Nets. At the commentary desk of the TNT broadcast, Kevin Harlan commenced his praises for Kid's performance. Although it was the first time he engaged in competitive basketball this game, Kid thoroughly activated both Jefferson and Kenyon Martin during the first half. Coupled with his adept management of turnovers, they displayed a remarkable improvement tonight compared to the previous 2 games, with statistics showing 1 out of 7 from the field, 1 out of 4 from beyond the arc, and 3 out of 4 from the free throw line, totaling 6 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 turnover. Rivers glanced at the data and momentarily found himself at a loss for further commendation. Spotting Liu receiving the ball at the baseline, Rivers deftly shifted the topic, remarking, "The atmosphere here might have affected the Knicks players, as Artest has also found himself in foul trouble tonight. They must remain composed in the second half. Let's go Knicks." The home crowd's displeasure with the referees incited a furious outcry from the New York fans, whose voices surged to nearly drown out the DJ's music. Liu strolled across half court, and despite the Nets closing in on the score, he exhibited little sense of urgency. The officiating was particularly stringent this evening. To avoid foul complications, the Knicks substituted their rotation in the final 2 minutes of the half. Stoudemire promptly positioned himself on the right flank to initiate a pick and roll, while Kid, noticing the movement behind him, promptly signaled to Kenyon Martin. As Liu, holding the ball in his left hand, accelerated laterally at the moment his teammates settled, the Nets resolutely switched their defense. Kenyon Martin braced himself, lifting his right arm to closely guard Liu, exerting force outward. Having realized that such blocking would not draw a foul, Kenyon Martin's actions grew increasingly aggressive, nearly enveloping Liu. "Referee sucks." The officials remained unresponsive, prompting a collective chorus of insults from the New York fans. At the top of the arc, Liu, accelerating laterally, could not shake off his defender. Seizing the moment while the opponent was still sliding, he abruptly halted, executing a rapid dribble with his left hand. Kenyon Martin instinctively reached out to disrupt him, yet the ball slipped past his fingertips as Liu swiftly executed a between-the-legs change of direction, transitioning to his right hand while intensifying his speed. Without granting the defender ample reaction time, Liu immediately lowered his shoulder and surged forward, their bodies nearly entwined. A subtle leg-holding maneuver flickered briefly. The referee, still unable to discern the situation, watched as Liu accelerated past Kenyon Martin's left side. The latter, rooted in place, could only loudly alert his teammates to assist defensively. Watching as Liu drove straight to the basket, positioned directly in front of the hoop, Liu leapt after taking 3 long strides, executing a grand circular motion with the ball to evade the oncoming help defense from the towering Collins. Soaring toward the basket, Liu grasped the ball with his right hand, gliding toward the left lower side of the hoop, where he confronted Kid's assistance from the left sideline. In midair, as he angled his body to shield against the defense, Kid's attempted block merely grazed his shoulder, and observing his impending descent, Liu casually tossed the ball toward the backboard. With a resounding swoosh, the whistle blew, the ball striking the board and then swishing through the net, igniting a jubilant eruption from the crowd at the Continental Airlines Arena. The Nets wore solemn expressions. It was clear they could no longer remain in this hostile territory. The referee's call seemed pointedly decisive, fully aware of what the fans wished to witness, and they appeared to favor Liu considerably. As Liu stood at the free throw line, a chorus of shouts erupted throughout the arena. MVP, MVP, MVP. With the successful free throw, the point differential widened once more. Liu signaled to his teammates to retreat on defense. On the other side, Kidd swiftly advanced past half court, initiating a pick and roll with Kenyon Martin in the left elbow area. The quality of the screen allowed Kidd to evade Liu's pursuit, while Stoudemire made a poor choice in positioning, resulting in a penetrative pass that pierced through the defense. Following a momentary delay, Kenyon Martin accelerated towards the basket but was intercepted from behind by Liu, causing him to stumble and lose control of the ball. Fortunately, the referee promptly blew the whistle, sending Martin to the free throw line. A wave of boos resonated throughout the arena as Liu incurred his second personal foul. On the sidelines, D'Antoni briefly expressed his grievances to the officials before clapping his hands to urge his players to maintain composure. Kenyon Martin, having benefited from the call, hurriedly approached the free throw line in silence, only to see his first attempt clang off the rim, prompting a collective sigh from some Nets fans. When he missed his second free throw, jubilation erupted from the Knicks bench. Mutombo secured the rebound, and Liu, not rushing to advance, shook his fist in frustration. This was a prime opportunity to narrow the gap. As he approached the right wing, holding the ball in his right hand, Liu noticed that Kidd had not called for help in double teaming. He swiftly changed direction, switching to his left hand to accelerate past Kidd. As he neared the three-point line, Kidd closed in defensively, prompting Liu to execute a behind-the-back dribble, transitioning to his right hand while feigning an explosive drive. Observing Liu lower his shoulder, Kidd hastily adjusted his body weight and desperately slid to the left, simultaneously attempting to swipe the ball with his left hand. Having baited his opponent's momentum, Liu again performed a behind-the-back retreat, quickly stepping back. Realizing something was amiss, Kidd leapt to contest the shot, but his timing was premature. Liu leaned back slightly, unaffected, and as his opponent descended, he released a smooth jump shot. Swish! The three-pointer found nothing but net. With this, Liu tallied 6 consecutive points, bringing the gap tantalizingly close to double digits. As the star player continued to score, the previously discontented New York fans erupted in joy, their chants of excitement echoing throughout the arena. Upon landing, Liu exchanged a light tap with his teammate, appreciating the clean defense exhibited in that possession. However, Kidd's expression grew increasingly grim. Liu's scoring spree was a testament to his prowess, and he could already envision the critiques awaiting him at the post-game press conference. The final offensive attempts from both teams in the half resulted in missed shots, leaving Jefferson and LaFrance lamenting the lost opportunities, as both had shown commendable form throughout the game. The Nets' 49 points marked the highest halftime score in the series, as both teams retreated to the locker rooms. Commentator Kevin Harlan remarked once again, "Lee's offensive acumen is remarkable. He effortlessly finds opportunities. No matter how the Nets adjust, they cannot contain him. This is the very reason for their deficit in the series." Rivers, having spent the majority of the season as a commentator, resonated with this sentiment. This is what a superstar embodies, unconstrained by rules or tactics, consistently delivering the performances that fans yearn for. The Nets have evidently fallen into a downward spiral. Kevin Harlan, ever the commentator, would not delve into the officiating during the half, instead opting to ride the wave of gossip, inquiring, "Doug, what do you believe is the reason behind the decline in viewership for this round of the Eastern Conference semifinals? Has the emergence of the Knicks impacted the league's development?" Rivers, keen to avoid offending anyone, responded with diplomatic platitudes. The success of a team is not solely reliant on its star players. The playoffs rigorously test a team's depth. He dismissed the notion that the Knicks were responsible for the dwindling viewership, noting the enthusiastic response from the live audience, who were clearly enjoying the game. Lee's remarkable achievements, of course, stemmed from diligent training, and there is no justification for criticizing a superstar for attaining too much success. In competitive sports, the formidable deserve greater respect. Harlan found himself at a loss for words. Naturally, the fans were enamored with the Knicks, as most hailed from New York, swaying to the music. In stark contrast, the Nets supporters remained largely silent. Jay-Z, initially rallying the crowd with spirited gestures, soon settled into a quiet observation by the second quarter. In the visitors' locker room, Artest was vocally berating the referees, claiming that every time he attempted to interfere, a whistle was blown against him. This incited a fierce response from Jefferson, who, with 5 successful shots out of 9 attempts, including 2 out of 3 from beyond the arc and 4 free throws out of 6, amassed a commendable total of 16 points. I knew they would target me in the away game. Those damned referees must have received instructions. Whenever viewership dips, they manipulate the game. Can't they employ a different tactic? Having played in the league for several years, Artest had come to understand the nuances of officiating. The referees ensured that Lee remained on the court, using their whistles to undermine the Knicks. Whenever the point differential threatened to reach double digits, the Nets invariably managed to earn free throws, much to Artest's frustration, as he preferred a more aggressive approach to vanquishing his opponents. There's no point in complaining to the referees, as we cannot alter their decisions. In truth, we excel in fast-paced play and offensive exchanges. Regardless of the officiating, we possess a significant advantage. One must learn to enjoy the game. Lee, seated on the bench and hydrating, offered a few words of comfort to the irate Artest. Gasol, in his inaugural season in the NBA, experienced the peculiarities of home court officiating, where his fouls went unwhistled. Conversely, tonight's scenario was a stark contrast, prompting Gasol, powerless to change the situation, to jest, "Perhaps this will boost tonight's viewership. Honestly, I too am not fond of watching another round of the Eastern Conference semifinals. The fans' disinterest," he mused, stemmed from both teams lacking players of Lee's caliber. This is the NBA, distinctly different from European basketball. Grant Hill also recognized the league's anti-Lee sentiment, noting that an increasing number of teams were emphasizing sportsmanship in recent years. Reflecting on this, he quipped, "Pow is right. If the league were to feature more star players like Lee, it might indeed alleviate the viewership issue. I find myself somewhat perplexed by the current situation, as many individuals have begun to advocate the notion that championships hold little value. Have they lost their minds?" The atmosphere in the stands erupted with laughter, while Cortez Thomas shook his head in disbelief. Of course, championships are significant. The Knicks engage in collective advertising campaigns each year. Although these may pertain to food products and the contracts are not substantial, they still provide a source of income for role players. Furthermore, with the distribution of championship revenue each season, playing for the Knicks guarantees even those who merely wave towels, like Matt Barnes, earn more than their counterparts in other team support squads. Aside from the notoriously boastful championship guard, Sprewell, who parades his accolades, the Knicks players quietly amass their fortunes, showing little interest in seeking rivals. During halftime, the atmosphere in the two teams' locker rooms was starkly different. After imbibing a hearty dose of motivation, the third quarter commenced, and the Nets maintained their usual strategy, with Kidd orchestrating the offense. In the first offensive possession, after a series of screens, Kenyon Martin failed to find an opportunity. The Nets resorted to passing the ball around the perimeter, and when Kidd received an open pass on the left wing, he did not hesitate to take a jump shot, which clanged off the rim. Securing the long rebound near the left block, Liu seized control and accelerated forward. Upon crossing the half-court line, sensing the Nets' swift retreat, Lee intentionally slowed his pace. Kidd was still directing his teammates to establish defensive positioning, trailing Lee as he moved towards the left wing, maintaining a respectful distance. With just 2 steps away from the three-point line, Lee, holding the ball in his left hand, executed a simple between-the-legs dribble. In the moment he switched to his right hand, he suddenly gathered the ball and launched a shot. Kidd instinctively widened his eyes and turned to watch the basket. As he beheld the ball swish through the net, the arena erupted once more in cheers, with Kevin Harlan exclaiming in a lively tone, "What an astonishing shooting range!" Lee continued his impressive performance from the first half, marking his 5th three-pointer of the game. With a score of 61-49, the deficit finally reached double digits, prompting Coach D'Antoni to rise from his seat and join the fans in celebration. Pushing the tempo, Kidd advanced past half-court, where Kenyon Martin set a zipper screen for Kittles near the baseline on the right side. Quickly popping out to the right elbow, Kittles received the ball and, with his left hand, executed a smooth drive to the basket. Grant Hill maintained his defensive stance, adjusting his footwork to follow the opponent as he leaped high in an attempt to block the shot. In midair, attracting the attention of Cortez Thomas down low, Kittles delivered a behind-the-back pass. Upon receiving the ball, Kenyon Martin soared to attempt a thunderous dunk. Quartet Thomas quickly pivoted to contest, but despite his efforts, Martin's dunk struck the rim, sending the ball soaring high. Gasol secured the rebound and promptly unleashed a powerful pass. Liu, positioned beyond the arc, received the ball and, seamlessly executing a behind-the-back maneuver, accelerated along the right sideline with the ball in his right hand. Kidd swiftly slid over, closely guarding him while attempting to draw a foul. In a swift maneuver, Kidd, caught off guard by Liu, felt a sudden chill beneath him as Liu executed a seamless through-the-legs dribble, propelling himself sharply to the left. With remarkable agility, he shifted the ball to his left hand and accelerated once more. A collective gasp resonated through the arena as Liu effortlessly evaded his defender and crossed the midcourt line. Kidd's face flushed with determination as he pivoted to pursue, only to realize that Liu had intentionally slowed down. On the left wing, Liu came to a sudden halt, cradling the ball. He feigned a shot, prompting Kidd, caught in the moment's excitement, to leap alongside him in an attempt to block. As Kidd soared past, his eyes widened in disbelief as Liu calmly adjusted his stance and released a smooth jump shot. Swish! Another three-pointer. The fervent New York fans erupted into jubilant cheers, ecstatic at Liu's sizzling performance beyond the arc. Having made his sixth three-pointer of the night, Liu flashed a subtle smile at Kidd. Though the third quarter had only just commenced, the point differential had already swelled to 15, compelling Coach Frank to call a timeout in a bid to disrupt Liu's blistering shooting streak. The Nets coaching staff aimed to momentarily halt Liu's fiery rhythm. As Liu made his way to the bench, he waved to the fans, eliciting another wave of applause. Upon settling into his seat, he couldn't help but shake his head, contemplating that postgame, any lackluster viewership might unjustly be attributed to him. Ewing, having just shared a celebratory high-five with teammates, returned to Liu's side, flashing a triumphant grin. The MSG ratings are just fine, they're merely envious. Chapter Conclusion Chapter 334, The Super Team, Daily Chapter, on the evening of May 8, 2004, at the Continental Airlines Arena. The Knicks and Nets bore witness to a basketball contest devolving into a fierce battle. A formidable team never relinquishes a contest easily. Unlike the hapless Celtics, the Nets had reached the conference finals for 2 consecutive seasons, their mentalities starkly different. Even a cornered rabbit can bite. After the point gap widened to 15 in the third quarter, the Nets shattered their defensive composure. Kenyon Martin ignited a different style of play. In the latter part of the third quarter, he aggressively pulled down Artest, who was driving to the basket on the defensive end, and retaliated on offense with a fierce elbow strike against Quartet Thomas. Kenyon Martin's audacious maneuvers quickly provoked a response. He was met with a flying knee from Liu on defense, igniting his fury. Subsequently, on offense, he was met with a crushing block from Quartet Thomas. In the final minutes, a flustered Kidd, missing shot after shot, lost his composure. During a fast break, he collided with Liu at midcourt, and both players tumbled to the ground. Although the referee blew the whistle, chaos ensued as Liu's shot from the left wing clanged off the rim. Kidd seized the long rebound and initiated a fast break, only to be shoved out of bounds by the recovering Liu. Jefferson was nearly at the baseline when he was forcefully shoved aside by Artest, sparking a heated exchange that quickly escalated into shoving. Kenyon Martin charged to the baseline to assist Kidd, but was unexpectedly blindsided by Quartet Thomas, nearly losing his footing on the hardwood. As the fervent Nets fans in the front row urged him to rise, Kidd observed the players jostling beneath the basket and hurriedly approached to restrain Kenyon Martin. With the ball in his right hand, Liu crossed half-court and noticed that Kidd maintained a defensive distance, promptly realizing that the opponent intended to switch defenses. "Shut your foul mouth, bitch," he thought. "Do you believe your all-star position came without merit?" Aside from the vulnerable K.J. Knight, who was susceptible to powerful strikes from the adversary, the other rotation players faced no such dilemma. The towering Collins, seeing Mutombo shifting to set a screen, was left with no choice but to defend tenaciously. The moment he shifted his feet, Kenyon Martin could foresee that Liu would surely toss the ball towards the upper left of the basket. Hesitation would lead to a loss of position, and by the time Kenyon Martin positioned himself directly in front of the basket, Liu had already leaped, effortlessly sending the ball soaring into the air. After receiving the ball along the baseline and advancing over half-court, Kidd swiftly passed it to the right elbow, where Kenyon Martin received it, facilitating a handoff to Jefferson, who was sprinting from the right corner. With a near 20-point deficit, the New York fans erupted in excitement. The initial line of defense was consistently breached with ease, and Kenyon Martin's positioning in the help defense was perpetually flawed, rendering the situation nearly insurmountable. As for Lee, he was more robust than one might recall. Accruing 4 personal fouls was hardly a prudent action. After receiving his 4th foul, coupled with the break between quarters, Kidd regained his composure. The athletic power forward, undeterred by the physicality he endured throughout the half, continued to vocally express his frustrations even as he was pulled back to the bench. In a moment of anxious desperation, having just completed a pass, Kenyon Martin accelerated downcourt, failing to provide any effective screen. Both Kenyon Martin and Artest were particularly agitated, and as Jefferson tightly embraced his teammate, a sudden altercation nearly erupted between them. On the sidelines, Coach Frank watched as Liu and his teammate exchanged celebratory high-fives, momentarily losing his emotional grip. Jefferson consistently scored over him, and Artest sought opportunities to vent his pent-up frustrations. If, after a significant portion of the game had elapsed, the deficit remained insurmountable, then a late respite would be of little consequence. While analysts in the commentary booth dissected the unfolding drama, it was regrettable that in the 4th quarter, as Kidd planned to alter his strategy, he once again found himself confronted by Liu. The Nets were indeed fighting valiantly, necessitating no substitutions, while the starting 5 remained intact. In contrast, the Knicks methodically executed their rotations. To reverse the tide of the game, it was crucial for Kidd to step up. The Nets needed to convert those open jump shots while also properly accelerating the pace of play. The likelihood of a comeback was diminishing, and Kenyon Martin had completely surrendered to his emotions, seeking an outlet for his frustrations regardless of the outcome. The referees had already sidelined Liu, allowing the star player to avoid ejection, thereby fulfilling their duty, while other circumstances were likely to enhance viewership ratings. Meanwhile, Artest, held by Grant Hill, had also calmed down, merely expressing his displeasure with the officiating that night. "Let us go, Knicks." The New York fans in attendance were vociferously expressing their discontent. The reminder to maintain civility and sportsmanship long forgotten. Who do you think you are? Depart from New York, and you become nothing. The arena resonated with the fervent cheers of the New York supporters, causing Kidd, stationed at the logo, to involuntarily twitch. Kevin Harlan, however, failed to discern any spirit from the Nets. He merely perceived that the opponents were crumbling under pressure. At the top of the arc, Kidd endeavored to maneuver past Lee's dribble, but Mutombo's effective screen thwarted his timely pursuit. The raucous atmosphere did not dampen the spirits of the commentators. Rivers even joined in with loud admiration, proclaiming, "I am enamored with their performance tonight. The outcome is inconsequential. What matters is the team's desire to win." Having led the Nets to consecutive playoff berths, Kidd has cultivated a new culture within the team. Coach Frank, with his arms crossed, could only hope that the Knicks screens would prove inadequate, allowing Kidd to complete his defensive efforts. Despite trailing significantly, the game was far from over. With a dismal shooting performance, Kidd was acutely aware that if both primary scorers were sidelined, the series could be prematurely concluded. Stoudemire, roaring with fervor, directed his enthusiasm towards Kenyon Martin. Hearing his teammates' call, Martin hesitated. After several encounters, he had gained a deeper understanding of Stoudemire's intentions. The towering Collins, despite his late arrival, had limited impact, as Lee effortlessly bypassed him with sheer speed. Boom. A thunderous alley-oop, slam dunk. 86-70. The deficit remained within reach, yet the Nets' performance left the fans in despair. It was evident that the Knicks were undeterred by such a challenge, with Gasol and Thomas effectively curbing the Nets' attempts to penetrate. Stoudemire, having waited patiently, sidestepped near the left baseline, leapt high into the air, seizing the ball with both hands and denying his opponents the chance for a second defensive effort, forcefully slamming it into the basket. As the team leader, Kidd's statistical output was underwhelming this evening, yet he epitomized sportsmanship. Collins, reluctant to commit a foul, could only watch as Lee drove to the basket, instinctively alerting Martin to be mindful of defensive support. With most players having accrued 4 fouls, the third quarter was marked by interruptions, rendering the spectacle less than appealing, yet the atmosphere grew increasingly electric. Jefferson, with the ball in his left hand, had not yet gained momentum for a drive when Prince, unobstructed, closed in for defense. Although the opponent had a half-step advantage, Prince utilized his long arms, deftly swiping the ball from behind Jefferson. At the moment of the fumble, Jefferson had yet to regain control, while Prince, seizing the opportunity, dashed forward. In a fast break, Witnessing Prince accelerate away, Jefferson could only halt in frustration, slapping his thigh. With the ball in his right hand, Prince soared for a spectacular slam dunk. As the score gap widened to 20 points, the Continental Airlines Arena erupted with fervor. The New York fans cheered and shouted, "You will never defeat the Knicks." Soon, this chant was accompanied by more civilized expressions, but the taunts grew louder, and the Nets fans began to retaliate. Before the baseline inbound could occur, a scuffle broke out in the stands, leading to a bout of fisticuffs between the two factions of supporters, prompting security personnel to rush in. The game resumed, and the Nets fans continued to cheer for their team, yet Kidd once again disappointed their expectations by relinquishing the ball before crossing half court. This moment encapsulated the essence of the match. Kidd merely stationed Liu on the flanks, watching as his teammates executed their plays. Following Kidd to the right wing, Liu noticed Collins facilitating a handoff to Kittles at the left elbow and promptly called for Stoudemire to position himself inside. Upon receiving the pass, Stoudemire made a decisive move, driving towards the basket. Kittles played with unusual determination tonight, cutting straight through the middle. Stoudemire, alerted, positioned himself perfectly in front of Kenyon Martin to intercept the passing lane while leaping high to contest. Rather than pass, Kittles opted for an acrobatic maneuver, switching the ball to his left hand midair and, despite losing his balance during contact, managed to fling the ball toward the hoop. Martin desperately tipped the ball towards the front court, but as Mutombo retreated to the basket, he tipped it again. Stoudemire, after landing, jumped once more to secure the defensive rebound. With limited opportunities squandered, Kittles found himself sprawled on the court as the Knicks initiated a counterattack. Liu, upon receiving the ball, accelerated past the mid-court line and swiftly passed to the running Lackluster in the right corner. Though Kittles chased fervently from behind, Lackluster made no adjustments. Launching the ball without hesitation, swish, the three-pointer sailed through the net. On the Knicks bench, the crowd erupted in approval, with Matt Barnes dramatically tossing his towel into the air. Witnessing the score balloon once more, the Nets fans fell silent while the raucous arena echoed only with the jubilant celebrations of New York supporters. Kidd now endeavored to hasten the pace of the offense. After a pick and roll with Martin at the right elbow, he accelerated towards the basket, ball in hand. However, the quality of the screen faltered, allowing Liu to deftly slip past and catch up to Kidd's side. As they moved forward, Kidd sensed Liu closing in again, and as he spun around abruptly, he discreetly passed the ball to Martin, who was cutting down the middle. Perhaps fatigued, Martin failed to attack the rim directly upon receiving the pass. Instead, he took a step to gather himself before leaping to dunk. Yet, he was a beat too slow, and as he reached for the rim, he was met with a resounding block from the help defense of Mutombo. The two collided in midair, both collapsing to the ground. Martin lost his balance and fell to the right side of the hoop, while Mutombo staggered to a seated position along the baseline. Oh! The spectacular block elicited gasps from the crowd as Liu, having kept Kidd behind him, leapt high to seize the rebound just as the ball ricocheted off the rim. Landing, Liu turned his back to Kidd and smoothly flicked the ball behind him with his right hand. Without regard for his teammates, the basketball soared across the midcourt, where Prince seized the opportunity, deftly intercepting the ball ahead of Jefferson and then accelerating past the half-court line. Although Stoudemire had just lost his defensive position, he charged forward with the ferocity of a tiger, striding towards the basket. Prince, noticing the movements of his teammate behind him, leaned against his defender and skillfully tossed the ball towards the backboard. Jefferson, sensing something amiss, had yet to turn when he was suddenly met with an overwhelming force. Stoudemire leapt high into the air, snatching the ball with one hand, and, while colliding with Jefferson, emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. Boom! The transition dunk was executed flawlessly. Jefferson, nearly falling to the ground, stumbled against the basketball hoop and, upon turning, was met with Stoudemire's furious shout, prompting him to rush forward, seeking an explanation. Prince reacted swiftly, wrapping his arms around Jefferson from behind, and with the assistant referee stepping in, a confrontation was averted. On the sidelines, Coach Frank was anxiously pacing, loudly urging his players to maintain their composure. They needed to close the gap in scoring as soon as possible. Frustrated, Jefferson turned back only to commit a turnover in the offensive possession as Prince intercepted his pass with ease. At the lower left of the basket, after completing the steal, Prince launched the ball forward. Kidd, attempting to intervene, failed to prevent Liu from receiving the pass, and both teams rushed across the half-court line. with the Nets managing to establish their defensive positions in time. On the left wing, Liu, holding the ball in his left hand, slowed his pace. Stoudemire had just moved towards the line when Liu suddenly executed a between-the-legs dribble, swiftly changing direction. To counter the potential drive, Kidd maintained a defensive distance, allowing Liu to execute his moves with remarkable fluidity. The sudden acceleration of his dribbling rhythm forced Kidd to instinctively slide to the right. However, with only half a step gained, the still energetic Liu barreled towards the basket, shouldering through the defense. Approaching the paint, he leapt with both feet, colliding with Kidd, who was unable to perform a proper block. Kidd staggered slightly backward, watching as Liu effortlessly lifted the ball with his left hand for a delicate layup. Thud! The basketball struck the backboard and swished through the net. 97-70. Coach Frank S. face turned pale as he helplessly called for a timeout. You all need to push harder. Liu cheerfully patted the fuming Kidd on the back, finding the contest rather amusing. Shit, Kidd muttered under his breath, watching Liu's retreating figure before returning to the bench, where he threw his towel onto the floor in frustration, visibly despondent. Losing Game 3 meant the series was slipping away. A 0-3 deficit made a comeback seem a mere dream. Kenyon Martin also fell silent, his head bowed in defeat. For Liu, breaking through defensive lines had never posed a challenge. To effectively limit him, a secondary line of defense was crucial. Despite the coaching staff's repeated emphasis, Martin's lack of experience and apparent deficiency in talent resulted in him often being out of position during defensive plays. Consequently, once Kidd was breached, the Nets' interior defense was frequently exposed, leaving them with no alternative defensive strategies beyond committing harsh fouls. Jefferson and Kidd remained silent, with the score gap approaching 30 points, rendering the contest almost devoid of suspense. After all, the Nets struggled offensively, finding it challenging to score even 24 points in a single quarter. On the Knicks bench, the disengaged D'Antoni recognized the match was secure, passing the playbook to his assistant coach. With a smile, he offered encouragement before initiating the tactical retreat, as they were on the verge of advancing to the conference finals. Following the timeout, the Nets did not relinquish their fight. Kidd endeavored to hasten the pace of their offense, yet fatigue from the physical confrontations led to increasingly errant shots and some robust inside plays. The Knicks also relaxed their defense, and both teams found themselves in a back-and-forth exchange, while Nets fans could only watch as time slipped away. With 2 minutes and 21 seconds remaining in the game, Lee received a handoff pass from Gasol on the right wing and, with remarkable precision, sank another long-range three-pointer, igniting a thunderous cheer from the Continental Airlines arena. The Nets called for another timeout, and Kidd returned to his seat, burying his face in his hands, seemingly in disbelief at the impending sweep. In the commentary booth, Kevin Harlan found the match captivating and, glancing at the statistics, remarked, "When Lee is on fire and can make those difficult three-point shots, the Nets have no answers. I believe tonight's game will leave fans thoroughly satisfied." This is what everyone anticipated. Rivers seemed to be struck by this, noticing the Nets cheer squad and contemplatively stated, "To compete against superstars, one must assemble a luxurious roster." The Nets had much work ahead. They needed to find a scorer for Kidd, allowing the players to excel in their strengths, which represented the correct strategy for team building. Harlan chuckled at his partner's words and jest, "Do you think the Nets should find an all-star partner for Kidd? P.S. only 31. Still in the prime of his career. That wouldn't be a wise move." Rivers understood his partner's implication that a peak all-star player should not actively seek collaboration. Yet he held a differing perspective. The Knicks possess 4 all-stars, and this year, they have 2 players among the best defensive team. To contend with such a squad, ample star power is essential. With differing viewpoints, they chose not to delve deeper into the topic as the timeout concluded. In the final 2 minutes, the Nets bench players did not exhibit much energy, and the referees ceased to blow their whistles as the game time quickly dwindled. With a final score of 114-92, the arena resonated with cheers, transforming once more into a home for the Knicks. Wow! The team had secured match point, having witnessed an exhilarating game. As the euphoric New York fans celebrated loudly, the Nets players exited early towards the tunnel, while Lee, dressed in training gear, waved to the fans before joining Craig Sager. As a sideline reporter for TNT, Sager had recently been attentive to viewership concerns, and upon noticing Lee's damp hair, he quipped, "If every game showcased you in such form, we wouldn't have to worry about the ratings." In a remarkable display of skill, Lee achieved a playoff career high of 43 points, contributing significantly to his team's advancement. With an impressive performance spanning 40 minutes, hitting 15 of 24 shots from the field, 7 of 12 from beyond the arc, and 6 of 7 from the free throw line, while also recording 6 rebounds, 12 assists, 1 steal, and just 1 turnover, he expressed satisfaction with his double-double. When asked about the formidable opponent, the Brooklyn Nets, Lee responded earnestly, acknowledging their strength and expressing delight in facing such competition in the semifinals. He emphasized that the outcome was secondary, stating, "This is our 3rd playoff encounter, and I relish the challenge posed by such a tough adversary. If circumstances allow, I hope to face the Nets again next season." Craig Sager speculated that Kidd would prefer not to face Lee again, prompting a question regarding expectations for the upcoming conference finals. Lee smiled, aware that the Knicks were likely to encounter another strong defensive team. Staying healthy is paramount. This year, we shall claim the championship. On Sunday, May 9th, sports media reflected on the previous night's game, delving into Rivers' insights on countering super teams. The consensus among analysts on ESPN was to seek another superstar and construct a complementary roster around that talent. However, Stephen A. Smith stood alone in dissent, remarking, "Ladies and gentlemen, we must recognize a crucial fact. In the annals of NBA history, no one plays like Lee. He can score from 26 feet out and skillfully maneuver to his sweet spots with exceptional ball handling. Most importantly, Lee is physically robust. He is no longer the slender rookie he once was, unafraid of contact, with a shooting percentage exceeding 70% in the paint. Even a decade from now, there will be no superstar like Lee." In the studio, Tim Legler, who had recently joined the program during the playoffs, attempted to interject. Smith glanced at him, smiled, and said with deliberate calmness, "Do not question my conclusion, Legler. You are an excellent three-point shooter, but Lee's game is different. He excels in off-the-dribble shooting. You should appreciate the distinction. No one plays like Lee." Legler, a former three-point contest champion, acknowledged his prowess yet recognized the collective nature of basketball. "Of course, I understand. However, the Nets are merely responding to their issues." Kidd's performance of 3 for 14, yielding only 12 points, despite 12 assists, is insufficient for a core player aiming to win. "I firmly believe the Nets must consider a change in their core roster to advance further." Host Stuart Scott, sensing a shift in discussion, interjected to steer the conversation back. "We are discussing how the Nets can triumph over the Knicks in this series." Smith chuckled, realizing that Legler, a newcomer to the program, was no match for him. He leaned back, raising his voice to assert, "This season, no one can defeat the Knicks. Lee is unstoppable. And Coach D'Antoni has unleashed the team's potential. We shall witness the Knicks once again dominating the league." In last night's concurrent matches, the Timberwolves managed to secure a victory, bringing the score to 11. The trio of stars showcased commendable performances, yet the post-match discussions were rather subdued. In the first quarter, the Kings could only muster 12 points, with Chris Webber hitting a dismal 1 out of 7, contributing a mere 2 points that set the tone for the game. Kevin Garnett excelled, achieving 28 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, 6 blocks, and 4 turnovers from 16 attempts, though despite his leading score, there was little discourse on his MVP-worthy display the following day. As he prepared to head to the away game, Garnett granted an interview, expressing disdain over the analyst conversations regarding the formation of a super team to rival the Knicks. "True superstars do not require collaboration with others to claim a championship. Only the weak will opt for shortcuts. I will never abandon the Timberwolves for a title." His remarks ruffled many feathers, particularly among the Lakers, who felt they were being ridiculed. That evening also featured Game 3 between the Spurs and the Lakers. When questioned about similar topics, Shaquille O'Neal did not outright dismiss the idea, especially considering he had recruited 2 aging veterans during the offseason, hoping to leverage their presence to defeat their adversaries. During warm-ups, O'Neal was particularly focused, aware that they could not afford another loss. In an interview with the Los Angeles Times, he responded simply, "I do not know the definition of a super team. The Lakers have had many all-star players in the past, but I do not consider us a super team." When asked if the Lakers would recruit more young all-stars in the future, O'Neal ambiguously stated, "I only desire a championship. Collaborating with star players would be beneficial. I will not hesitate to share the ball, as I recognize my youth is behind me. I wish to seize this final opportunity for more titles, and I am willing to make sacrifices." Having faced numerous challenges, O'Neal is perhaps the most aware of Lee Yu's capabilities. In contrast to Garnett's display of fortitude, O'Neal seems to be contemplating a more expedient route. A reporter from the Los Angeles Times felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at O'Neal's comments. Yet the Lakers had their own tough-minded player. Kobe Bryant, with head held high during his interview, dismissed the notion of a super team. "I am not interested in sharing the ball. For I am the best shooting guard in the league. There is no need to form a super team. I can lead the Lakers to a championship on my own." That night's game proved Bryant's words prophetic as he once again overwhelmed the Spurs' perimeter defense. 7 of 13 from the field, 4 of 7 from beyond the arc, and 4 of 8 from the free throw line, efficiently accumulating 22 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 5 turnovers. O'Neal, too, demonstrated his dominance in the paint, scoring 28 points, grabbing 15 rebounds, dishing out 5 assists, blocking 8 shots, and committing just 2 turnovers on 11 of 13 shooting, with Payton and Malone also contributing. The F4 collectively shone, leading the Lakers to reclaim a victory. On May 10th, after a brief respite, the Brooklyn Nets faced the New York Knicks in Game 4. In this prestigious contest, Jason Kidd struggled to find his shooting rhythm, and with a decline in defensive intensity, the venue transformed into a home court for the Knicks by the end of the first quarter. The significant deficit of 34-21 foreshadowed an impending sweep for the Nets. During the intermission, Kidd remained silent, refusing interviews and avoiding communication with the coaching staff, enveloped in a state of introspection. The cheers reverberating in the arena were disconcerting for him, and reflecting on recent discussions among analysts left him ambivalent. Was the notion of a super team truly without merit? On May 11th, 2004, the NBA announced its all-defensive teams for the season. The first team comprised Liu, Jason Kidd, Ron Artest, Kevin Garnett, and Ben Wallace, while the second team included Kobe Bryant, Doug Christie, Andrei Kirilenko, Tim Duncan, and Theo Ratliff. Following the announcement, some fans expressed dissatisfaction, with San Antonio's sports media arguing for Bruce Bowen's inclusion. This season, Bowen's defensive prowess suffered due to the league's stringent crackdown on tripping, earning applause from many players who supported the decision to curb such tactics. Vince Carter, in multiple interviews, affirmed that the league had made the right choice in banning Bowen's style of defense. No one desires an abrupt halt to their career due to injury, particularly in such a fiercely competitive league, where a single injury can drastically alter one's trajectory. Consequently, Bowen's omission did not ignite widespread debate, save for local media in San Antonio lamenting the decision. Conversely, Kobe's selection to the second team raised eyebrows, as he had only participated in 65 regular season games due to legal issues in Denver. Recently, ESPN optimized defensive efficiency ratings, introducing per 100 possessions comparisons. Liu and Kidd ranked 12th and 38th, respectively. Imposing a minimum appearance threshold of 60 games would propel Lee into the top 10, while Kidd would secure a spot in the top 20. The upper echelons of the defensive efficiency rankings were predominantly occupied by centers and power forwards, with very few backcourt players represented. Artest positioned 18th, and excluding those who played fewer than 10 games, he would still make the top 15. Duncan, despite being overlooked, demonstrated remarkable defensive efficiency, ranking second among players with over 70 appearances, a position that should have surpassed Artest. Ultimately, buoyed by the Defensive Player of the Year accolade, Artest earned a place on the all-defensive first team, while some selections on the second team, notably Ratliff and Kobe, appeared somewhat undeserving. Kobe ranks 178th on the list, and even with the inclusion of specific conditions regarding appearances, he fails to secure a spot in the top 100. This morning, the sports section of the New York Times featured columns that mockingly criticized the coaches who rely on impressions, suggesting that had the Lakers not garnered such exposure, these coaches would never have included a player ranked 178th in the all-defensive team. This reflects the ineffable impact of defense that statistics cannot capture, and one wonders if the voting coaches have actually watched the majority of the Lakers games. Chinese sports media also voiced discontent on behalf of Yao Ming, as he finds himself ranked 35th in the defensive efficiency standings, while Theo Ratliff, ranked 116th, is selected for the all-defensive second team. If a player of such caliber can be honored, surely Yao Ming deserves the same recognition. Kobe has been an anomaly in recent year selections for the all-defensive team, consistently falling outside the top 100, yet being selected each year. However, as Lakers fans would assert, ESPN's statistical rankings seem to be biased against Kobe. Regardless of the discussions surrounding it, the announcement of the list cannot alter the outcome. Even in the realm of impression-based evaluation, Kobe's graceful style and self-presentation warrant his inclusion in the all-defensive team. Such is his prowess. Last night, the Eastern Conference semifinals Game 4 concluded with the Knicks defeating their opponents 112-89, thus ending the series. They achieved a sweeping victory over the Nets, advancing to the conference finals for the 8th consecutive year, equaling the record set by the Celtics. From 1959 to 1966, during which the Celtics secured 8 consecutive championships. The time span is so distant that young fans have little recollection of it. Given that this was an era of primitive basketball, many New York fans tend to overlook the Celtics, allowing the Knicks to emerge as the most dominant team in modern basketball. New York fans have begun to celebrate their team's return to the finals prematurely, while the other two teams in the Eastern Conference semifinals find themselves overshadowed. Tonight, the Pacers and Pistons will also face off in Game 4, with the Pistons currently leading the series 2-1. A mere defense of their home court will grant them match point. Simultaneously, the Lakers and Spurs are competing, with their star players drawing more attention to the matchup. Last night's Game 3 between the Timberwolves and Kings was a roller coaster, with a former Knicks player saving the day. Championship guard Latrell Sprewell sank a critical shot in the final minute of overtime, while Trenton Hassel blocked PJ's three-pointer in the closing moments. The Timberwolves triumphed 114-113 on the road, regaining control of the series. Having made the all-defensive first team and leading the series 2-1, Kevin Garnett appeared exceedingly confident during a morning interview. Without needing the media to provoke him, Garnett readily offered his own vow: "We will swiftly conclude this series. The conference finals are not our destination." An ESPN reporter seized the opportunity to question Garnett about the recently announced honors. "Kevin, do you believe Kobe should be included in the all-defensive second team? He ranks 178th, the lowest among the 10 players." Keenly aware of the advantages presented by Excel, Garnett responded without hesitation to the inquiry, stating, "I believe that some players who perform better deserve opportunities. Gasol has been underestimated. His defensive prowess surpasses that of Kobe. If Kobe were to depart from the Lakers, based on his defensive performance this season, he would undoubtedly be excluded from the all-defensive team. However, we remain unfazed by such matters. Our singular goal this season is the championship, and we shall overcome all adversaries." Observing Garnett, who passionately shouted slogans while raising his fists, the sports journalists nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Here we go again." After being swept out of the playoffs for 3 consecutive seasons, the Nets fans were understandably disheartened. On the 12th, following a day of reflection after the loss, Kidd composed himself and assured fans during an interview, "I will not abandon the Nets. In basketball, winning and losing are merely outcomes. I cherish the pursuit of the championship." During the offseason, he expressed a desire for the team to continue bolstering its roster, believing they were merely a step away from the title. The balding Kidd, however, did not seem to grow stronger. It was palpable to the New Jersey sports media that he felt a sense of helplessness when questioned. Being swept once may be deemed coincidental. Twice could be seen as an anomaly, but enduring such a fate thrice inevitably indicates a deficiency in player capability. Kidd, with a serious demeanor, failed to recognize that many in the sports media had lost faith in him. Year after year of empty promises had worn thin. Last night, after the Lakers protected their home court with a 90-98 victory over the Spurs, the series score stood at 2-2, setting the stage for a decisive game. Basketball players must ultimately let their performances speak for themselves. While Kidd faltered and lost trust, Kobe erupted once more in a pivotal game, eliciting cheers from Los Angeles fans. With a shooting line of 15 for 27, including 2 for 4 from beyond the arc and 10 for 13 from the free throw line, he amassed 42 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block without a single turnover. Kobe dismantled the Spurs' perimeter defense and garnered unanimous praise from Los Angeles sports media. Prior to boarding a flight for the away game, Kobe discussed the all-defensive team issue, asserting, "I simply do not care about those trivial statistics. How many championships have those players with better stats won? In basketball, I understand how to achieve victory. Numbers do not reflect the contributions I make to the team. I do not wish to elaborate further. I am undoubtedly one of the finest perimeter defenders in the league." Furrowing his brow, Kobe expressed his disdain. Within the Lakers, apart from the elder statesman Malone, most players clustered around O'Neal, a situation to which Kobe remained indifferent. Phil Jackson may harbor disdain for him. Yet the Lakers' aspirations to win still hinge upon his contributions, a fact that brought a sense of pride to Kobe. Noticing that an ESPN reporter sought to pose a question, Kobe turned away, inciting considerable frustration among the journalists, who could be heard cursing as the Lakers departed, a champion who merely rides on coattails. Year after year receiving accolades that do not reflect his merit, what right does he have to act superior before us? Lee, on the other hand, graciously accepted our interviews, perhaps oblivious to his own standing. After concluding their game against the Nets, the Knicks returned to Manhattan, greeted by an enthusiastic crowd of fans. With another series of Eastern Conference semifinals still underway, the coaching staff granted the players a respite. The recent election season has also sparked a flurry of activities in New York. According to the latest polls, the Democratic candidate, Kerry, is leading in New York State, and the president is scheduled to visit the city at the end of the month for campaign rallies. This opportunity has prompted various social elites to voice their opinions. Liu remained a detached observer, steadfast in his belief that monitoring the Federal Reserve's movements is of greater importance than focusing on the president. On the afternoon of the 12th, Liu attended an exhibition at the Metropolitan Museum alongside Mirinda and Jean. Residing nearby certainly had its advantages, as he received invitations annually whenever time permitted. The afternoon's event primarily attracted staff and their families from New York City Hall, along with high-ranking officials from the police department and several social luminaries. Young ladies adorned in elegant gowns engaged in cheerful conversations. Unlike celebrities, ordinary individuals exhibited less desire for attention, resulting in fewer journalists and a gathering filled with familial gossip. Mayor Bloomberg attended the event with his daughter, Georgina. Recent reform measures have stirred considerable controversy, particularly the increase in bus fares, which faced substantial opposition, alongside the challenges of insufficient police salaries amidst an expanded law enforcement presence. At the conclusion of a rather mundane lecture, lacking any artistic inclination, Liu found himself aimlessly wandering with Bloomberg after posing for photos with the young ladies. Georgina, clad in a refined black gown, mischievously circled her finger on Liu's hand when her father was not looking, but before she could throw a flirtatious glance, Mirinda whisked her away. The museum boasted numerous sculptures, yet Liu struggled to discern their value. As he approached a window, Bloomberg finally remarked, "Lee, have you considered relocating the headquarters of Axe Capital to Manhattan? We could offer tax incentives." The mayor expressed his desire for Goldman Sachs to move to ground zero, intending to reintroduce investment banking institutions following the reconstruction of the World Trade Center. In a bid to restore the economy, he also proposed substantial tax exemptions for investment banks. Many began to criticize Bloomberg for exacerbating income inequality in Manhattan. However, the mayor remained unfazed, focusing solely on the data. Most individuals in the finance sector are somewhat superstitious, and Bobby was no exception. Relocating is no trivial matter, especially since everyone was thriving in Greenwich. We are not a large investment bank like Goldman Sachs. Greenwich is also quite favorable, as there are more fund institutions there, making it easier to acquire information. Liu politely declined. Bloomberg shook his head and sighed. "I hope to bolster the police force in New York. I also support our officers in conducting stop-and-frisk procedures, as the data indicates this will reduce crime rates." At the right moment, you too can share your perspectives, Lee. This is a win-win initiative. We will integrate more Asian individuals into the police department. The data suggested higher crime rates among Black and brown communities, and Bloomberg, who trusted the statistics, endorsed the actions of the New York police. Each year, Liu generously donates to the New York Police Department, resulting in an increasingly secure community for him. The treatment of Asian individuals, however, is merely a secondary outcome. Even with an expanded recruitment, it ultimately fails to address the core issues, as it is merely a job with modest pay. Liu nodded in agreement. This was not a daunting task for him. He recalled Scarlett's mother urging her daughter to publicly support Chris, and, after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "I am not fond of those around me participating in tedious electoral campaigns. Yet, I often find myself to be a magnanimous individual." Chris's campaign office in Manhattan has recently seen a flurry of activities. Bloomberg, aware of Liu's growing connections with certain individuals in the Elephant Party, wore a knowing smile. "Lee, an increasing number of celebrities will engage with and support the Donkey Party. But let us not dwell on that. Georgina is planning to run an equestrian club. She would surely welcome your support, as young people always have more to discuss." By the time they returned home after dinner, It was quite late. Seizing the rare opportunity to relax, the trio indulged in the moment. In the renovated bathroom, Jean was styling her hair. Leaning against the edge of the grand bathtub while Liu gently massaged her shoulders, occasionally caressing her smooth, fair skin. I nearly overlooked Scarlett's background. It is clear that someone has hinted at certain matters to her mother. Encouraging a girl under 20 to express her political inclinations is truly a misguided notion. Upon hearing Liu's words, Jean, perhaps recalling her own struggles with student loans at the age of 20, sighed contentedly and quipped, "Because she has received accolades. More young people have begun to admire her. It is as simple as that. When I was in New Mexico, I hardly considered political issues, in truth. Most ordinary young individuals, like myself, were preoccupied with loan concerns." Miranda embraced Liu from behind, her once ample figure now transformed, showering him with kisses while her hands remained busy. After a playful bout, both of them nestled in Liu's arms, breathless, with Miranda playfully tracing circles on his chest, occasionally teasing him with a smile. The young girl has matured. Perhaps she will harbor more thoughts. This could very well be a beauty trap. Influenced by Liu, Miranda had begun to speak some Chinese. Her articulate pronunciation of the phrase beauty trap elicited a soft chuckle from him as he held her soft, voluptuous hand. Noticing Liu kissing Jean on the opposite side, Miranda smirked mischievously and soon joined in, initiating the evening's playful contest. The water rippled with laughter and gasps, signaling the intensity of the playful rivalry. Having played only 4 games in the Eastern Conference semifinals, Liu was brimming with energy and dedicated to rigorous practice in preparation for the division finals. On May 13th, the NBA announced the best lineups for the season. The first lineup consists of Yao Ming, Kobe Bryant, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, and Shaquille O'Neal. The second lineup includes Jason Kidd, Sam Cassell, Ron Artest, Jermaine O'Neal, and Ben Wallace. The third lineup features Baron Davis, Michael Redd, Peja Stojakovic, Dirk Nowitzki, and Yao Ming. Following the announcement of the best lineup, Chinese sports media naturally sang praises for Yao Ming. Sina Sports promptly reported, "Yao Ming has been selected for the best lineup. The Rockets are poised to target the championship in the next 3 years." In their article, it was suggested that Francis was no longer worthy of Yao Ming, and some insider information hinted that the Rockets would welcome a true superstar. Chinese fans were filled with anticipation, believing that the Rockets would eventually secure the championship. However, the omission of Tracy McGrady from the lineup left him quite displeased. Despite an early fishing trip, McGrady chose not to vacation but rather to receive treatment locally in Orlando, as his back injury severely impacted his performance this season. Houston also faced concerns regarding his knee, with injuries proving to be more serious than anticipated. Fans of the Magic were closely monitoring the 2 ailing players, and the Orlando Sentinel, as the second-largest daily newspaper in Florida, predominantly featured articles about the Magic's developments. Concurrently with the announcement of the best lineup, the Orlando Sentinel broke the news that McGrady felt disappointed with the team's management. This article left Magic fans astonished. Just last season, he was the second-best player and had declared to fans that he would never leave after making the playoffs. Was he now faced with a swift backlash? After his morning treatment, McGrady did not deny the report during an interview and took the opportunity to voice his grievances regarding the selection of the best lineup. "The analysts lack respect for me. This season, I averaged 28 points per game, and aside from Yao, I am the best scorer in the league. Yet I was not selected for the best lineup. I don't know the criteria for selection. Some players chosen simply do not compare to me." The 13th happened to fall on a Thursday in TNT's program. While reviewing the previous night's game between the Timberwolves and the Kings, also discussed the best lineup selections. In response to McGrady's complaints about his omission, Charles Barkley seized the opportunity to express his views. "I don't understand why McGrady is complaining about not being selected. He indeed averages 28 points, but his shooting percentage is merely 39.9, and he failed to lead the Magic to the playoffs. If McGrady can be included in the best lineup, then Allen Iverson has every reason to complain about his exclusion. These players are oblivious to their shortcomings. Their inefficient performances are the reasons their teams cannot progress further. If aesthetic play could secure a spot in the best lineup, then why should we still consider individual statistics and team performance?" Kenny Smith is primarily concerned with whether Tracy McGrady will depart from the Orlando Magic. After his partner concluded his analysis, he shifted the conversation, stating, "From what I gather, the prognosis regarding Houston's knee injury appears rather bleak. if he aspires to re-enter the playoffs and vie for the championship. McGrady may indeed opt to leave and join a team with championship potential. Earl Johnson, equally intrigued by the rumors, joined in the gossip, remarking, "We all know that the Knicks' dominance in the Eastern Conference is difficult to dismantle. Perhaps joining a Western team would be a prudent choice. With the draft imminent, the Magic may secure a favorable pick, and should they select a promising rookie, McGrady might be inclined to remain." Mentioning the draft invigorated Charles Barkley, who lauded Jeff Van Gundy's choices. Coach Van Gundy has evidently made the right decisions, correctly strategizing for the team before the season commenced. Should the Cavaliers secure the first overall pick, they could soon bolster their roster with an exceedingly talented big man. Barkley was referring to Okafor, to which Kenny Smith boasted of his own insider information. Continuing with a tactical flourish, agent Mark Bartelstein has stated in interviews that Okafor will only accept a core player role, even if the Cavaliers attain the first pick. Acquiring this exceptional big man will not be a straightforward endeavor. After all, LeBron James is the team's core player, and this season he has been named to the all-rookie first team, showcasing his immense talent. Following the setbacks with Kwame Brown, Bartelstein has become increasingly cautious, ensuring that any rookie he represents secures a core player position. As the draft approached, he disclosed certain insights to familiar journalists, to which Okafor readily acquiesced, expressing no desire to play second fiddle. Most of the all-rookie first team consists of absolute core players, with Wade, Anthony, and James firmly establishing themselves within their teams. Bosh and Henrik are also on the brink of becoming team leaders. In this context, as this year's highly touted rookie, Okafor is understandably reluctant to settle for a subordinate role. After pondering for a moment, Charles Barkley quickly identified another candidate, confidently asserting, "If not Okafor, then there is Dwight Howard, who has demonstrated remarkable talent in high school competitions. Scouts have lauded him highly, and he would be a commendable choice to bolster the big man position." Earl Johnson reflected on the Cavaliers seemingly nearing the completion of their rebuild and could not help but commend the championship coach, regardless of the draft outcome. "I have faith that Coach Van Gundy will find success with the Cavaliers. Time is on their side, and I believe many fans would relish seeing the Knicks' reign come to an end." Recently, LeBron James and his agent, Goodwin, have been residing in New York. Accompanied by his close friend, James witnessed the Knicks eliminate the Nets, and Game 3 left a lasting impression on him, as he saw in Liu a glimpse of his own future technical trajectory. In the inaugural season of his career, LeBron James exhibited an elegant style of play, influenced by his physical condition and the weight of his idolization. However, after witnessing Liu's relentless physical dominance over Kidd in Game 3, as he bulldozed through the Nets, LeBron came to a profound realization: a robust physique is the key to commanding the game. On the 13th, LeBron and his agent, Goodwin, journeyed to San Antonio to witness the critical showdown between the Lakers and the Spurs. Jeff Van Gundy advised LeBron to observe how championship teams play, a suggestion the bald-headed coach made, which LeBron accepted with enthusiasm. That evening's pivotal battle starkly contrasted with the style of the Knicks, causing LeBron to furrow his brow from the sidelines as the Lakers consistently suppressed the Spurs. However, in the second half, Kobe struggled, and by the fourth quarter, the Spurs managed to reclaim the lead. With just 2 minutes remaining, both teams confronted a scoring drought. In the final 119 seconds, a critical shot by the faltering Kobe allowed the Lakers to regain the advantage. With 54 seconds left, Duncan executed a lateral dribble to the free throw line, contorting his body to sink a shot amidst two defenders, igniting a frenzy in the SBC Center. The San Antonio fans erupted, releasing their pent-up excitement as Duncan celebrated with a triumphant fist pump, and the Spurs beamed with joy, leaving the Lakers with a mere 4 seconds to respond. The victory seemingly secured. In the dying moments, Kobe and Shaquille had no opportunity to receive the ball. When the sideline pass reached Fisher in the left block, everyone presumed the Spurs were on the verge of clinching the series. Yet, Fisher's swift toss transformed the series trajectory as the basketball swished through the net. He jubilantly raced back to half-court, igniting frenzied celebrations among the Lakers. With a score of 74-73, the Lakers triumphed in a last-second victory. On the Spurs bench, Bowen appeared utterly stunned, and the fans were in disbelief as the hard-fought victory slipped away, many instinctively gaping in shock. The SBC Center fell suddenly silent as Duncan, hands on hips, scrutinized the scoreboard while glancing at the referees, awaiting the final confirmation of the basket's validity. which ultimately elicited a cacophony of boos from the crowd. As Goodwin and LeBron exited, Spurs fans hurled invectives in their direction. In stark contrast to the game, LeBron pondered, "How does it feel?" Goodwin, with his striking dark eyes and slender build, immediately inquired upon their return to the hotel, eager for LeBron's insights. The Lakers and Spurs lacked opportunity. Their basketball philosophies remained mired in the past. Coach Van Gundy's words resonated. "I must play like Lee, dictating the game, leveraging defense to spur more fast break opportunities and create easier scoring chances." As LeBron reflected on the match, Goodwin removed his jacket, pointedly adding, "Data, LeBron. You need more impressive statistics. In the realm of the NBA, if one cannot secure a championship, one must strive to produce impressive statistics to garner the admiration of fans." Consider Tim Duncan. Apart from his selections to the All-NBA teams, he has not amassed a plethora of accolades. The rationale is quite straightforward. His statistics fail to capture the attention of sports commentators. Upon hearing his agent repeatedly advocate for a focus on filling the stat sheet, LeBron quietly nodded in agreement, as this aligned perfectly with his own philosophy. On May 15th, following the Pistons' victory over the Pacers the previous night, the landscape of the Eastern Conference Finals became decidedly clear. With an exceptional defensive performance, the Pistons found themselves half a step onto the floor of the Eastern Conference Finals. This series has taken on a rather dismal tone, as offense falters and defense comes to the fore. Larry Brown employed extensive zone defense, fully utilizing the defensive prowess of the Wallace duo. Though the Pistons struggled offensively, the Pacers faced similar challenges. Many fans have turned their attention away from both teams. The games have proven arduous to watch, filled with missed shots, fouls, and a sluggish pace, rendering the viewing experience almost torturous. As the Pacers attempted to dismantle their opponent's zone defense, they managed a mere 4 successful three-pointers out of 21 attempts, with a shooting percentage below 20%. Consequently, as the series neared its conclusion, some commentators jest that Lee's three-point shooting alone surpassed that of the entire Pacers team. While the commentators' jests hold little significance, head coach Larry Brown's spirits soared as the conference finals beckoned him. Simultaneously, the Timberwolves, victorious in a pivotal clash, also engaged in a defensive struggle. With an impressive performance from championship-caliber guard Sprewell, who scored 13 out of 21 attempts, the Timberwolves secured match point, accumulating 34 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 4 turnovers. Sprewell, during an interview the following morning, began to boast, "This is merely the Western Conference semifinals. I know how to win." The more critical the game, the more it tests a star's ability. Like Lee, I am a player for the grand occasions. Garnett couldn't shake the feeling that Sprewell was mocking him. As in this crucial game, he managed 9 out of 21 attempts, tallying 23 points, 12 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 3 blocks, and 8 turnovers. Without a championship guard, the outcome of the match seemed uncertain. That evening, back on their home court, the Lakers offered no respite to the Spurs. With a resounding score of 76-88, the Lakers once again advanced to the Western Conference Finals. The Spurs struggled significantly, despite their efforts to accelerate the pace of the game. Their inability to score remained a glaring flaw. Their shooting percentage barely reached 30%, with only 3 successful three-pointers out of 24 attempts, nearly distorting the basket at the Staples Center. Kobe performed admirably, shooting 10 out of 20 for a game-high 26 points, while Shaquille O'Neal contributed with a double-double of 17 points, 19 rebounds, 2 assists, 5 blocks, and 4 turnovers. Although the Lakers' victory was largely attributed to Kobe's performance, post-game, Phil Jackson praised Peyton's contribution. "This is the essence of a veteran's influence. Peyton completely neutralized Parker tonight, and his impact transcends mere statistics." Parker recorded a performance of 4 out of 18, contributing 9 points, 1 rebound, 3 assists, 1 block, and 6 turnovers. Although the venerable Colonel Sanders expressed personal sentiments, his words were undeniably commendable. The Lakers advanced to the conference finals, much to the delight of sports media in New York. On Sunday, the 16th, the New York Times published several columns in advance, predicting that the Knicks would triumph over the Lakers in the finals, delivering a lesson to the thieves. That evening, the defensive showdown between the Pacers and the Pistons left fans astonished. With a score of 65-69, Reggie Miller's championship dreams were once again shattered, as the Pistons secured their place in the Eastern Conference Finals with a decisive score of 42. At the Palace of Auburn Hills, The cheers continued unabated after the game, as Pistons fans remained indifferent to external opinions, simply reveling in their victory. Coach Larry Brown was equally elated, embracing his coaching staff, and during an interview, he could hardly contain his excitement. The Pistons embody pure basketball, and we shall demonstrate to the world that team basketball can still achieve championship glory. On Monday, the 17th, at 10 a.m., at the Franklin Field of the University of Pennsylvania, Liu appeared in the audience, clad in a light blue suit, holding a DV camera and wearing another camera around his neck. He attended Ivana's graduation ceremony, accompanied by the Trump family. Ivana refrained from conversing with her ex-husband, instead reminiscing about their struggles with her two sons. The reality show The Apprentice had achieved resounding success on NBC, and Donald Trump, in high spirits, paid little heed to his ex's whims. Red and blue decorations fluttered throughout the venue, making the graduation ceremony particularly lively, with many attendees casting glances toward Liu. Some audacious youths cheekily shouted, "You are fired." Trump, shaking his head and chuckling, remained unfazed, greeting those around him and exclaiming loudly, "The most beautiful girl in the entire hall is my daughter." His frequent spotlight-seeking left Liu feeling somewhat exasperated. And as the former president began his address to the graduates, the audience finally quieted down. After indulging in the thrill of being a television star, Trump casually remarked upon taking his seat, "Lee, would you like to join my show? I guarantee it will boost your popularity." Liu forced a smile, sensing that immersing himself with this family was not the wisest decision. "You know, I'm an athlete. A cameo might be acceptable, but Ivana is more suited for this show." End of chapter. Chapter 336. The Futility of Defense. On May 20th, 2004, ESPN, as the broadcaster for this year's Eastern Conference Finals, began to warm up for the impending conference showdown. The previous night, the Western Conference semifinals culminated in a thrilling Game 7, where, thanks to Gasol's 2 free throws in the final 168 seconds, the Timberwolves emerged victorious in the series. Garnett's memorable block in the closing moments also left a lasting impression. But as the Eastern Conference Finals approached, analysts began to deliberate on the Pistons' performance. In recent episodes of ESPN's NBA Countdown, the accomplishments of Coach Larry Brown have been revisited. As the head coach of the men's basketball team for this year's Athens Olympics, the venerable strategist commands considerable respect. However, after a few days of discussion, most analysts find it challenging to provide a definitive evaluation. The league's most formidable defensive team faces off against the team boasting the most potent offensive arsenal. In terms of regular season performance, the Knicks hold a distinct advantage, but the playoffs present a different narrative. The Pacers have performed admirably this season, yet they were entirely stifled by the Pistons in the semifinals, not just in 1 or 2 games, but in most. Scoring over 80 points proved to be a formidable challenge. In the Eastern Conference semifinals, the Pistons averaged a mere 75.2 points per game, while the Pacers managed an average of 72.7 points. The plummeting viewership can largely be attributed to the team's inability to deliver an exciting spectacle. When a game is marred by excessive missed shots, fouls, and free throws, devoid of standout star players, and characterized by mundane scoring, it is no wonder that fans lose interest. ESPN is particularly concerned that the viewership for the Eastern Conference Finals may also suffer, and in recent days, they have endeavored to promote the matchup. Albeit with some awkwardness when discussing the Pistons, they simply lack the flair. In the semifinals, Hamilton emerged as the Pistons' primary scorer, averaging 43 minutes on the court, with 23.7 points, 4.5 rebounds, 3.8 assists, 0.7 steals, 0.2 blocks, and 2.5 turnovers per game. His shooting percentages were 47.4, 22, 2 from three-point range, and 86.5 from the free throw line. Hamilton's performance was rather unremarkable, and the statistics of the Pistons' other players were even more dismal. The once-celebrated All-Star Rasheed Wallace averaged 12.8 points, 8.0 rebounds, 1.5 assists, 1.3 steals, 2.3 blocks, and 2.3 turnovers. His shooting percentages stood at 35.6, 20 from beyond the arc, and 75 from the free throw line. As for Billups, he averaged 12.7 points, 3.3 rebounds, 5.7 assists, 1.3 steals, and 3.7 turnovers. His shooting percentages were 30.8, 25, 9 from 3, and 85.3 from the charity stripe. The underwhelming statistics of these three core players left analysts struggling to find a point to praise. As even the supporting cast failed to exceed 8 points, there was truly nothing to commend. The Pacers' defense has indeed been commendable this season, ranking third in the league during the regular season, allowing an average of 85.6 points to opponents. However, the Nets are not far behind, positioned fifth, with the top teams being defensive stalwarts. Yet, the other semifinal presented a contrasting scene. After several days of game analysis, ESPN could only begrudgingly commend the Pistons, stating, "Coach Larry Brown has crafted a historically exceptional defensive team." New York fans were incredulous, following the omission of Hill and Gasol from the All-NBA teams. Younger fans have begun to voice their discontent. There is a prevailing sentiment that the voting sports media is intentionally biased against New York. While Hill's statistics have declined and Gasol's numbers may be inflated, the consensus among New York fans is that both players deserved at least a spot on the All-NBA third team. Today happens to be Thursday, and TNT's program has not been as courteous as its peers. Charles Barkley has once again raised the issue of star quality, asserting that in basketball, no amount of defense can truly contain a genuine superstar. We all recognize this truth. Had Michael Jordan been held to under 20 points, I would have long secured a championship. If defense could reduce Lee's scoring to 20 points, the Knicks would never have achieved a four-peat. I stand firm in my belief that many stars in the league today are overrated, their renown not matching their actual prowess. Beyond impressive highlight reels, many players are simply lacking. I regret to say that some cannot even compile a highlight reel. This latter remark particularly pertains to most of the Pistons players, who average just over 10 points, lacking flair in their gameplay, and thus do not contribute to any dazzling offensive highlights. Kenny Smith feels that his partner has offended quite a few individuals, and even if this is true, it should not be voiced on air. In fact, since the league allowed zone defense, the limitations imposed on scorers have been significant. No sooner had he spoken than the director presented Lee's statistics from the semifinals. An average of 350 minutes played, 360 points, 48 rebounds, 103 assists, 25 steals, and 5 blocks, with a shooting percentage of 58.5, a three-point percentage of 47.8, and a free throw percentage of 92.3. Upon seeing these figures, Kenny Smith could only smile helplessly, as they affirm Barkley's perspective quite accurately. Although TNT is responsible for broadcasting the Western Conference Finals this year, Irvin Johnson has also expressed keen interest in the other side's conference finals. When both partners fell silent, Johnson remarked with a smile, "No need to discuss individual statistics. The outcome of the game is what truly matters." I believe the Pistons still have a substantial chance of securing an away victory. This season they have showcased exceptional team basketball. In the studio, Charles Barkley shook his head repeatedly, displaying disdain for the so-called team basketball. If the Pistons maintain this offensive state, there is no suspense in the game. To my eyes, they are merely a Nets team with stronger interior strength. The Pistons will not pose a challenge to the Knicks. Following a significant drop in viewership during the Eastern Conference semifinals, the NBA has noticeably ramped up its promotional efforts this week. Fortunately, the Knicks currently guarantee viewership. Despite many fans claiming to be weary of Lee, comparisons often breed appreciation, and after surveying the league, they ultimately find themselves captivated once more. After a span of 13 seasons, the Pistons have once again reached the conference finals, and regardless of external opinions, the fans in Detroit are elated. With the fervent support of their fans, the Pistons traveling to New York are filled with zeal. Although Chauncey Billups and Ben Wallace possess championship rings, their roles as supporting players during their time with the Knicks left them feeling unfulfilled. After years of striving, returning to the conference finals, their emotions upon arriving in New York are markedly different. However, upon arriving in Manhattan a day early, the members of the Pistons swiftly sensed the arrogance of the local fans. The New York sports media exuded an air of superiority, offering scant coverage of the conference finals. In recent days, the New York Times has published numerous articles with a similar core message: the championship belongs to the Knicks. Reports on the Pistons were far outnumbered by those concerning the Lakers. The fans displayed little interest in the Pistons, a team devoid of star players. Naturally, the New York media catered to their preferences by amplifying the presence of the Lakers. Rasheed Wallace, uncomfortable with being overlooked, simmered with frustration during the afternoon warm-up. Did they think victory was assured? This is the playoffs. Anything can happen. Perhaps having been overly praised by the Detroit Free Press, Rasheed found the neglect disconcerting. In Detroit, they were heroes, but in New York, the Pistons seemed to have been relegated to inconsequential roles. Following their triumph over the Pacers, the most popular article in the Detroit Free Press proclaimed, "It's time for the New York Knicks." The local sports media had elevated the Pistons to lofty heights, claiming they could topple the second-seeded team in the East. Observing his boisterous teammates, Chauncey Billups maintained a calm demeanor, casually dribbling the ball and smirking. This is New York. They have always looked down on their Eastern Conference rivals. Coach Larry Brown placed great emphasis on the importance of away games. As the players engaged in light banter, he promptly interrupted, reminding them, "Stay focused and do not lose concentration. External opinions cannot sway the outcome of the game. Your task is to execute the game plan we have devised. Remember, we play for one another." Upon hearing the coach's words, Richard Hamilton and Ben Wallace abandoned their gossip, acknowledging that the true leader of the team was the coach, and they would heed his guidance. As the Knicks arrived to warm up at the arena, Pau Gasol and others were still engrossed in discussions regarding the optimal lineup. Gasol felt perturbed that his statistical decline had led to his exclusion from the All-Star roster. He believed that the league's star-making machinery should not be his burden to bear. In contrast, Grant Hill remained unfazed by such matters. Having experienced a drop in performance, he shed the weight of expectations, focusing solely on securing a championship and then dominating the Olympic stage during the offseason. Mike D'Antoni kept his remarks to a minimum, merely taking the opportunity during warm-ups to remind Liu, "The opponents will undoubtedly employ extensive zone defense. Lee, you know what to do. We need to hit those outside shots early. The opponents favor a zone defense and have prepared for a week. Liu was well aware. Rest assured, coach. Relying solely on defense will not defeat us." D'Antoni smiled, sensing that Liu was in good form. Following a brief period of impulsiveness during the game against the Nets, he had returned to a state of calm. As the clock struck 8 p.m., New York fans had already flocked to the arena. They paid little mind to their opponents that evening, as ordinary fans often gauge a team's strength by the number of All-Star players. With only one former Knicks player known for his defensive prowess making the All-Star cut, the Pistons roster did not impress the New York crowd. As Liu made his entrance, the arena erupted with cheers. At the ESPN commentary booth, Nessler, still sporting his slicked-back hairstyle, acknowledged the challenge of narrating this playoff series. The electrifying popularity was palpable. The rejuvenated Knicks seemed poised to embark on a new era of dominance. Bill Walton, in agreement, noted that only the Lakers could rival the Knicks roster. With a remarkable 72 wins, he posited that this season, the Knicks' prowess surpassed all expectations. Last year's championship felt almost effortless. And while this season presented some hurdles, the team had achieved a remarkable synergy. The Pistons were equally formidable, marking a pinnacle clash between two great teams. As the game approached, the Pistons retained their starting lineup, with Chauncey Billups and Rip Hamilton in the backcourt, and the frontcourt featuring Chris Wilcox, Rasheed Wallace, and Ben Wallace. Moments before the tip-off, Coach Larry Brown sat composed on the bench, exuding confidence. On the other side, Mike D'Antoni, while modest during pre-game interviews, adopted a more strategic demeanor as the game loomed. As both teams gathered at center court, Ron Artest exuberantly greeted his opponents, reveling in his selection to the All-NBA team and his Defensive Player of the Year accolade. This year marked the zenith of his career. "Are you ready to lose? You stand no chance," he exuberantly challenged, bouncing about while directing his energy toward Ben Wallace, who merely responded with a disdainful glance. After exchanging pleasantries, Liu returned to his half of the court, and the raucous noise of the crowd soon transformed into chants of encouragement. "Let's go Knicks." Rising to his feet, he waved a large orange towel, aware that with the postseason upon them, the number of games was limited, prompting fans to invest their enthusiasm wholeheartedly. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and the emotionally charged Pau Gasol reacted swiftly, tapping the ball back to his side of the court. As Liu received the ball, the Pistons quickly retreated to their half, as anticipated by the coaching staff, initiating a 3-2 zone defense right from the start. Billups closely guarded Liu, while Williams and Hamilton stationed themselves on the wings, maintaining their defensive positions while surveilling potential plays. Rasheed and Ben Wallace crouched under the respective baskets, having previously executed an impressive 19 blocks in a single game against the Pacers. Liu, protecting the ball with a sidelong stance, gestured for his teammates to adjust their positions. Soon, Grant Hill sprinted towards the left corner near the baseline. Meanwhile, Gasol moved swiftly to the free throw line, while Kurt Thomas shifted to the right corner. The Knicks demonstrated rapid adjustments in their positioning, but the Pistons remained unfazed, continuing to communicate and uphold their defensive integrity. As his teammates repositioned, Liu promptly passed the ball to Artest on the left wing, cutting into the lane and accelerating toward the baseline. Under the zone defense, the Pistons maintained their structure. However, Billups noticed Hill's movement toward the arc. Sensing a shift in momentum, Hill received the ball at the top of the key, while Gasol advanced to set a screen, allowing Liu to dash toward the right corner. Kurt Thomas positioned himself firmly near the right baseline, providing an off-ball screen for Liu. With Billups' loud reminder, Ben Wallace swiftly switched to guard Liu, then darted towards the right corner. Hamilton, who had been stationed on the right wing, immediately slid over to assist in defending against Hill's screen. Although the Pistons appeared to execute a flawless defense, as Gasol faked a screen and accelerated downwards, Thomas unexpectedly sidestepped to use his body to obstruct Rasheed Wallace, altering the entire scenario. Hill, initially intending to pass to the corner, approached the right wing and abruptly leaped to fling the ball. Billups, maintaining his defensive stance, could only turn and watch as Gasol received the ball in the paint, effortlessly delivering a one-handed slam dunk. Boom. The thunderous dunk succeeded. Rasheed Wallace and the obstructing Kurt Thomas grappled together, frustratedly watching as Gasol roared at the camera after completing the dunk. The fleeting opportunity was seized by the Knicks. For the fans, it was merely a blur of quick movements on the court, culminating in Gasol's dunk. Most spectators were there for the spectacle, yet a dunk is undeniably a fine play, prompting the crowd to wave their towels and return to their seats, erupting in exuberant cheers. Wow. Billups, receiving the ball along the baseline, was met with tight defense from Liu. The Knicks' defensive strategy was straightforward, man-to-man coverage. As Liu dribbled past half-court, he remained oblivious to the movements behind him, persistently interfering while keeping close. Hamilton swiftly glided from left to right along the baseline, utilizing Rasheed Wallace's screen to pop out to the left block. Artest maintained his defensive position, and the cautious Billups refrained from passing immediately, as Hamilton maneuvered towards the top of the arc, shielding the ball with his body. He moved to the left wing, where Billups quickly tossed the ball to Wallace, who was posting up in the left low block. As the Pistons' primary interior scorer, Wallace enjoyed a matchup advantage. Upon receiving the pass, he immediately released the ball with his right hand, delivering a powerful drive. Thomas, exerting effort to defend, collided with Wallace, who initially twisted slightly forward before pivoting on his left foot towards the baseline. The deceptive move proved effective, as Wallace, upon completing the turn, gathered the ball and, facing the block, leaned back slightly to execute a quick jump shot. Bang! Despite the high release point of the straight-arm jump shot, the initial attempt clanged off the rim. Utilizing his height advantage, Gasol was quick to tap the rebound, snatching it ahead of Ben Wallace and successfully regaining possession on a second jump. The Pistons rapidly retreated on defense, with only Billups stepping forward to disrupt Liu's advance. The echoes of the crowd celebrating the opponent's miss reverberated throughout the arena. Liu, however, was unhurried in his progression, glancing at the opponent's defensive positioning before signaling a tactical gesture, differing from the previous play. Upon confirming that the opponent had not altered their defensive formation, Grant Hill crossed half-court and positioned himself near the left baseline. Gasol had already stationed himself near the free-throw line, while Artest chose not to sprint towards the right corner, but instead remained on the right wing, awaiting the pass. As Liu crossed half-court, the Pistons maintained their zone defense with 3 players stationed. After a half-court pass, Artest did not rush to initiate an offensive play. He waited for Hill to once again pop out to the top of the arc before delivering a cross-court pass. This time, Liu, cutting without the ball, chose not to utilize his teammates' screens and suddenly darted towards the left corner. As Hill maneuvered laterally to the left wing, drawing Hamilton's defense, he quickly shifted direction. In an instant, he lowered his shoulder and accelerated, while Billups, who was vocally urging his teammates, hurriedly slid over to help defend, albeit a moment too late. Shaking off Hamilton, Hill effortlessly broke through the help defense, advancing to the paint directly in front of the basket. Seizing the moment as Rasheed Wallace shifted, he leapt and released the ball. The basketball soared towards the left corner, where Liu caught it, raising it in a feigned motion. Hamilton, reacting quickly, sprinted to contest, nearly tumbling into the spectator area behind him. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Liu deftly executed a jump shot. Swish! The three-pointer found nothing but net. Following the opening play, the Knicks executed an exquisite combination, igniting jubilation on the bench. Coach Larry Brown appeared increasingly tense, as his zone defense seemed ineffective. The anticipated scenarios diverged greatly from the realities of the game. Liu no longer frequently initiated screens, but instead stationed himself in the corner, serving purely as a finishing option. This situation had not arisen during the regular season. In recent years, Liu had consistently held the ball, thriving on pick-and-roll plays and racking up impressive statistics. Instinctively rising from his seat, Coach Larry Brown vocally urged his players to adapt their defensive strategy. The discipline of the Pistons was commendable. Upon hearing the coach's reminder, they steadied themselves. After crossing half-court, Billups immediately signaled for Ben Wallace to set a screen. Keenly aware that the Knicks seemed to have entirely relinquished their defense against Wallace, Billups hoped to create an easy scoring opportunity for his teammate through a simple pick-and-roll. Without Liu's prompting, Billups, with the ball in his left hand, began to move laterally, but was met with a significant delay from Gasol. The Knicks had indeed abandoned Wallace, yet Gasol's obstruction caught Billups off guard, causing him to collide with the towering player, prompting loud complaints from Larry Brown on the sidelines. Billups could not rely on his explosiveness to push through. Instead, he slowed down and stopped the ball. Before he could protect it closely, Liu, pursuing from behind, deftly swiped at the ball with his left hand. Under the dual pressure, Billups immediately lost possession, and the arena erupted in cheers. After securing the steal, Liu, controlling the ball with his right hand, surged forward, while Billups, now behind the three-point line, was forced to halt his pursuit. In a 1-on-0 situation in the front court, Liu leapt high into the air, his head level with the rim, effortlessly executing a switch behind his back. In midair, he extended his body, grasped the ball with his left hand, and forcefully slammed it into the basket. Boom! The thunderous dunk reverberated through the arena, and the stunning behind-the-back finish instantly ignited the crowd's excitement. As Liu maneuvered at the baseline, engaging his shoulders, the fervent fans in the front row could hardly contain their excitement, vigorously pumping their fists. When the Pistons prepared to execute a baseline play, some fans shouted, "New York does not welcome ugly basketball." Away with team play. Rasheed Wallace, poised to inbound the ball, initially sought to familiarize himself with its feel, but was nearly incensed by the taunts behind him, as he vocally protested to the referee regarding Larry Brown's previous call. It was only after a loud reminder from Brown that Wallace managed to quell his rising anger. The so-called physical contact and tough basketball often stem from leniency on the part of the referees. Noticing the officiating style of the evening, Billups ceased to set screens for Ben Wallace. As he crossed the half-court line, Billups, utilizing Wallace's pick, briefly evaded Liu. Holding the ball in his right hand, he feigned a drive, drawing the defense of Quartet Thomas. Before the help defense could settle, Billups deftly flicked his wrist, delivering a pass to the awaiting Wallace, who occupied a sweet spot at a 45-degree angle on the left wing. Without hesitation, Wallace launched a jumper. Bang! The long rebound ricocheted off, and Liu swiftly assessed its trajectory, securing possession in the left elbow area before pivoting and charging forward. Wallace immediately committed a foul, disrupting the Knicks' transition offense. "Damn," Wallace muttered under his breath, already penalized with a foul at the outset. Due to prior injuries, this marked his first encounter with the Knicks since joining the Pistons. In his days with the Trail Blazers, Wallace had been known for his lack of discipline and occasional loafing. However, upon joining this new team, he was determined to secure a championship and appreciated the camaraderie within the squad. He clapped enthusiastically as he sprinted back to defend, urging his teammates to adjust their defensive strategy, prompting the Pistons to revert to man-to-man coverage. As they initiated an out-of-bounds play, Liu suddenly accelerated, charging past the defense while controlling the ball with his left hand. The Pistons had just settled into their defensive positions, with the big men still lingering near the baseline, flanked widely by two wings. Reaching the arc, Liu abruptly halted, executing a swift crossover dribble, taking advantage of Billups' left-hand interference to pivot gracefully. In that fleeting moment, as he secured the ball with his left hand, Liu lowered his center of gravity, leaning into his defender before exploding past him. Billups could only attempt to slide and provide some resistance as they crossed the free-throw line. Suddenly, Liu came to a complete stop, unleashing a powerful shot. He sought to reclaim his footing against Billups, who lost his balance, watching helplessly as Liu switched the ball to his right hand, completely evading his defense. Both Wallace and Ben could only observe as Liu effortlessly executed a layup directly in front of the hoop. Swish. The two-pointer was flawlessly executed. The crowd erupted in exhilaration, igniting the arena once more. Prior to the game, sports media had lauded the Pistons' defense, leaving some New York fans anxious. However, witnessing Liu's effortless scoring, their spirits lifted, and their cheers grew louder. The Knicks hastily retreated on defense, leaving Liu to continue his pursuit. As the Pistons exchanged passes, Hamilton, after two successive cuts, ultimately missed a jump shot, prompting the commentator, Nestler, to remark, "It seems the Pistons' defense has not been particularly effective. If they merely focus on man-to-man defense, they are no different from other teams." The Knicks executed a swift transition offense. Liu dashed past half-court, swiftly maneuvering to the left wing, followed by a powerful drive akin to a tank, charging towards the basket while shouldering off Billups, attracting Wallace's help defense. Liu leaped from the left side of the basket, snatching the ball with his left hand and tossing it behind his head. The trailing Cot Thomas received the pass and leapt up, only to be yanked down by Wallace. Hushed. After falling into a passive state right from the start, the anxious Wallace regained his composure only after receiving his second personal foul. Observing Larry Brown signaling for Oker to enter, Rasheed Wallace approached the bench, returning to his seat and violently discarding his headband onto the floor. Despite having triumphed over their opponents in the semifinals through defense tonight, the very defensive prowess they prided themselves on proved ineffective, leaving Wallace glaring, increasingly frustrated. During the free throws, Cot Thomas discreetly gestured towards the Pistons bench, inciting Wallace to rise in anger, only to be forcibly seated again by Larry Brown. "Rasheed, calm down. This is the conference finals. The game has only just begun." Adjusting his glasses, Larry Brown patted Wallace on the back, unconvinced that the Knicks would maintain their scoring spree. With the score at 0-11 and the Pistons still without points, Bill Walton subtly remarked, "With a double-digit deficit, I believe Coach Larry Brown requires a timeout. They should reconsider their game strategy. The Knicks are not a conventional team." After witnessing the wide-open Ben Wallace commit a turnover in the paint, resulting in a steal by Liu, the commentators sensed the game was slipping away. Billups, having committed a foul, was met with a chorus of boos from the New York crowd. In the following minutes, the Pistons still failed to score until 6:12 remained in the first quarter when Ben's shot in the paint finally broke their scoring drought. At 2:18, D'Antoni could no longer contain himself. He stood up, crossing his arms, and strolled to the sidelines, casting a glance towards the Pistons bench. Noticing that Larry Brown stubbornly refrained from calling a timeout, continuously shouting, D'Antoni chuckled and shook his head, finding the game easier than he had anticipated. In the latter half of the quarter, the Pistons exhibited their tenacious defense, frequently committing fouls and conceding free throws. With a significant lead, Liu resumed his position in the corner, patiently awaiting his opportunity. Utilizing the same strategy as at the start, the Knicks achieved remarkable success, with Gasol aggressively attacking the basket. By the end of the first quarter, Madison Square Garden erupted in jubilation, with the New York fans cheering fervently. At 14:32, although fouls disrupted the rhythm of the game, the Knicks maintained an 18-point lead. During that brief span, Liu, stationed in the corner, scored 15 points quietly, hitting 5 of 7 shots, including 1 of 3 from beyond the arc, and going 4 for 4 from the free throw line. Upon returning to the bench, the Atmosphere crew excitedly celebrated with high fives for Liu. As Liu settled into his seat, a smile graced his face as he waved to the fans behind him. However, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with his shooting form. Indeed, practicing before the game had proven unwise. Chapter 337, Ordinary Offensive Tactics. On the evening of May 20th, 2004, Coach Larry Brown entered a state of contemplative silence much earlier than usual. As was the case during the regular season, once the first quarter began with a deficit, the players felt an irresistible urge to hasten their pace in an attempt to close the gap. The most noticeable shift was the emergence of impatience in their offensive strategy, forsaking rational play in favor of a more frantic approach, where core players resorted to shooting at will. During halftime, Larry Brown repeatedly emphasized the necessity of maintaining patience and defensive intensity. Yet, as the third quarter commenced, the team found themselves in a scoring drought, leading the Pistons to resort to reckless plays. With 4 minutes and 3 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Rasheed Wallace, in a fit of impatience, fumbled the ball as he forcefully drove to the basket, leaving the Pistons bench in silence. With more than half the quarter elapsed, the Pistons had only managed a meager 10 points. The Knicks' defense had collapsed into the paint, rendering such hasty attacks largely ineffective. The crowd erupted in cheers, reveling in the misfortunes of their opponents, and the New York fans were particularly jubilant. As the Knicks advanced, Liu crossed half-court and moved towards the right corner. Noticing the defensive cohesion had dissipated, his counterpart, Billups, opted for man-to-man coverage, while Hamilton and Williams similarly abandoned their zone defense. Meanwhile, Rasheed Wallace and Ben Wallace failed to reposition themselves timely, instead fixating on Liu's movement towards the corner. At the top of the arc, a simple pick-and-roll unfolded. Hamilton successfully navigated the screen, attempting to closely guard Hill. When Gasol received the ball at the free-throw line, he found himself unmarked. As the two towering figures in the paint remained stationary, allowing Gasol to sink a mid-range jumper effortlessly. In the commentary booth, Bill Walton began to preemptively offer excuses for the Pistons' impending defeat, suggesting that against an opponent like the Knicks, they ought to adhere to their pre-game strategy. The players on the court should exhibit greater intelligence. Ben Wallace needed to sustain his first-half performance and should be more involved in ball handling. In the first half, he had been unguarded, shooting 4 for 9 and scoring the team's highest at 12 points. Compared to his fellow teammates, Ben had clearly emerged as a pivotal scorer for the Pistons. However, as the third quarter unfolded, in a state of anxiousness, the team's disarray resulted in Ben receiving fewer opportunities to shoot, forcing him to focus solely on rebounding. During this offensive play, on the right wing, Corliss Williamson found himself open. Upon receiving the ball, his three-point attempt clanged off the rim, compelling the team to retreat. Nessler concurred with his partner's assessment, observing Liu leisurely dribble the long rebound across half-court, and added, "This is not the rhythm of a Pistons game. They are playing far too hastily." Although Billups remained vocally engaged, directing his teammates as Liu crossed half-court, he could not conceal his frustration. In the right elbow area, Gasol received the ball, immediately pivoting his body, feigning a handoff pass. After the ball was passed, Liu first feigned a move towards the top of the arc, then suddenly accelerated in a reverse run, evading the closely guarded Billups, and made a direct drive to the basket from the right wing. Utilizing his height advantage, Gasol, turning for a backboard attack, lifted the ball above his head. The moment Liu shook off his defender, he swiftly tossed the ball towards the basket. Billups could only watch as Liu approached the paint, leaped into the air, grasped the ball with his right hand, and executed a graceful one-handed dunk. Oh! Amidst the cheers, Coach Larry Brown called for a timeout, making the outcome of the game seem inevitable. Forced into man-to-man defense, Rasheed Wallace and Ben Wallace strayed from the basket, allowing Liu to score effortlessly multiple times without the ball, indicating a complete failure of the defensive strategy in the third quarter. Back on the bench, panting, Rasheed Wallace grew increasingly distressed upon seeing the score, continually glancing at the coach, seeking to regain confidence. Billups remained silent, experiencing a peculiar treatment tonight, as every screen with Ben was met with a double team. Hamilton, unmasked, felt somewhat dejected. The referees had shown him leniency, yet he managed only 5 of 14 from the field and 7 of 8 from the free throw line, accumulating 17 points by the end of the third quarter. The Knicks' perimeter defense took turns guarding him, rendering Hamilton unable to consistently score for his team, as responses to the ball lagged behind. Noticing that 3 key players were looking towards him, Larry Brown found himself at a loss for the motivational words he had intended to share. Ultimately, he picked up the tactical board and nonchalantly laid out a strategy to cease fixation on victory or defeat, maintain patience, and seek opportunities for effortless scoring on the offensive end. With fixed screens in play, Hamilton received the ball in the lateral zones to complete his attacks, while the big man operated in the low post. Rasheed Wallace relied on his personal abilities to contribute points for the team, coupled with Billups' individual ball handling attacks. Most offensive possessions for the Pistons were dominated by these 3 players. Larry Brown devised some isolation plays for Williams, but the bench remained silent, their expressions revealing confusion. Is this the way to catch up when facing such a large deficit? On the Knicks bench, Stoudemire and others were eager to enter the game. Yet Coach D'Antoni remained cautious, refraining from altering the lineup. As the conference finals approached, the coaching staff began extending the playing time of the starting lineup, which left Stoudemire somewhat disgruntled. The impact of his knee injury further diminished his minutes. Observing the starting lineup return to the court, cheers erupted in the arena. Stoudemire, stretching on the bench, quietly expressed his discontent, remarking, "With such a significant lead, substitutions should have been made long ago. I've only played 6 minutes." Mutombo glanced at the rookie beside him. His own playing time had also been reduced tonight, yet he accepted the coaching decisions with grace, believing there would be opportunities to shine in the remaining quarter. Watching the unfolding situation, Stoudemire shook his head slightly. He disdained playing in garbage time, as it did not align with his identity. During the second quarter's rotation phase, the Knicks allowed their opponents to launch a counterattack, with the Pistons scoring 25 points in that quarter alone. Coach D'Antoni was displeased with such defensive performance, and Kurt Thomas absorbed Stoudemire's rotation minutes in the third quarter. For the fans in New York, the presence of Li Yu on the court, showcasing his occasional dazzling skills, makes the ticket price worthwhile. The local media has yet to give voice to Stoudemire, as he is still young and destined to secure a starting position in due time. Similarly, Prince, who finds himself on the bench, must step up his game at home, while Artest seldom faces foul troubles. Artest interfered with Hamilton's reception and nearly executed a block at the free throw line. Observing Artest's fervent defensive effort as he sprinted past half court, Prince, seated on the sidelines, rose to applaud alongside his teammates. Given the competitive environment of the Knicks, Prince, who aimed to quietly contribute, found it necessary to showcase himself more, as the lack of playing time left him to express his presence from the bench. However, Prince is not particularly adept at this, falling short compared to the seasoned towel waver Matt Barnes. A disciplined team exerts relentless defense regardless of the score. Though Billups felt disheartened, he continued to apply pressure defensively. At the arc, facing the accelerating Li Yu, he swiftly slid to the right. As Li approached the three-point line, he momentarily lost his defender with a behind-the-back dribble, executing a rapid succession of crossovers. Recognizing the increase in dribbling speed, Billups rushed forward to disrupt the offensive rhythm. Hamilton, positioned on the right wing, hesitated as the coaching staff had not instructed a double-team strategy, prompting him to remain stationary. After a series of swift behind-the-back dribbles, when Billups lunged for the ball, Li Yu seized the moment, accelerating as he switched to his right hand. As Billups slid left, Li executed a crossover step back, transitioning to his left hand and promptly advancing the ball. Billups, caught unprepared to interfere as he supported his defensive foot, saw Li Yu reset his steps, lower his shoulder, and burst past the defense. Rasheed Wallace and Ben Wallace, initially intending to collapse defensively, found themselves forced to converge prematurely as Li traversed the free throw line, taking off with a forward lean and executing a left-handed layup directly in front of the basket. Swish! The two-pointer found its way into the net. Nestor, who had not commented on many Knicks games this season, gasped at Li's frequent successful shots from the free throw circle tonight, exclaiming, "My God! How many points has he scored from this spot tonight?" Compared to previous seasons, this appears to be a novel offensive approach. Bill Walton, observing Li no longer guarding, recognized that the Knicks intended to ease their intensity. Hearing his partner's astonishment, he echoed, "The Pistons' interior defense is utterly helpless against such an offensive display." Unfortunately, tonight, the deity did not favor them. This is Li, only 26 years old, continuously refining his basketball prowess. I disdain the reports from the Los Angeles media. Look at Li's physique and his diverse offensive techniques. Anyone familiar with the game understands the immense effort he must have invested to achieve this. With a decisive and vigorous offensive, the atmosphere among the Knicks supporters erupted into a frenzy of celebration. Matt Barnes pointed at the bewildered Chauncey Billups, then covered his face with both hands, bouncing with excitement while shouting joyously. Witnessing such a professional display of jubilation, Prince, who could only applaud, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, realizing even flattery had become a spectacle. Rasheed Wallace, meanwhile, found the game exceedingly frustrating. He was plagued by foul troubles in the first quarter, and, despite finding his rhythm in the second, the deficit continued to widen. As the second half commenced, Wallace made 2 elementary receiving errors. Suppressing his frustration, he finally scored with a turnaround jumper from the low post on the left side, letting out a roar of exhilaration. However, he quickly noticed his teammates' despondency. As they retreated to half court, he bellowed, rallying everyone to focus on defense. Li Yu positioned himself on the left wing, while Kurt Thomas stepped up to set a screen, prompting an irate Wallace to immediately mark him. Before his teammates could settle, Li Yu, with the ball in his right hand, suddenly faked a movement to the right front, swiftly changing direction. The instinctive Billups slid left, inadvertently losing his defensive stance. While Thomas failed to navigate the screen in time, lowering his center of gravity and raising his right arm, Wallace quickly closed in, intently tracking Liu's movements. As Liu approached the three-point line, he feigned a shot, prompting Wallace to step forward. In a flash, Liu dropped his center of gravity, aggressively accelerating with a shoulder drop. "Damn it," Wallace muttered, hastily sliding towards the basket as Liu gained a significant positional advantage. With an extended stride, he approached the left block and executed a rapid spin. As Liu brushed past him and arrived beneath the basket, Wallace instinctively leaped to block the shot. Simultaneously, Ben Wallace soared high in front of the rim, attempting to execute a block. In midair, confronted by both defenders, Liu curled his body, cradling the ball while evading the defense. Gliding to the right lower side of the basket, he lowered his right arm and deftly tossed the ball towards the backboard. In a flash, Liu evaded the block and completed the shot, causing the crowd to gasp in astonishment, followed by a roar that nearly shattered the arena. The basketball struck the backboard and spun down into the net, leaving Ben and Rashid Wallace in stunned silence as they exchanged glances. Liu, having landed after his effort, was quickly lifted by his teammates. On his way back on defense, he patted Ben on the back, saying, "Great help defense. You were so close to stopping me." Wallace, momentarily at a loss for words, reflected on their encounters over the years, which seemed no different from the Knicks intra-squad scrimmages of yore. Tonight, despite Liu's poor shooting from beyond the arc, he found success with various layups and shots in the paint, dismantling the Pistons' defense. Coach Larry Brown quietly returned to the bench, taking his seat and resigning himself to the impending conclusion of the game. Although a quarter remained, he knew all hope was lost. His players' performance was simply abysmal. As the third quarter concluded, on the Pistons bench, Darvin Ham and Eldon Campbell remained spirited, fervently applauding and encouraging their teammates. "It's all right. The series has only just begun." Despite the daunting deficit of 55-86, the starting five of the Pistons found little solace in their teammates' reassurances. Upon returning to the bench, Liu had already donned his training attire, ready to clock in for the evening after 3 quarters. The fans behind him incessantly chanted his name, as the match had left them yearning for more. Liu consistently introduced fresh elements to the game. The assistant coaches resumed their strategic discussions, reminding the rotation players to maintain their focus. Nate, the diminutive player, had spent less than 3 minutes on the court, nodding vigorously at the reminders. Ewing expressed satisfaction with Gasol's performance that night. Although his inside scoring was mediocre, his mid-range jump shots were notably accurate, 7 out of 13 from the field, 6 out of 8 from the free throw line, totaling 20 points, 10 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal and 1 block. Observing the double-double in the statistics, Ewing nodded, leaning towards Liu to whisper, "I don't recall you favoring floaters to conclude your attacks." The gorilla had yet to witness this additional practice during their regular training sessions, and sensing the curiosity in Liu's eyes, he raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "Pat, isn't this a fundamental skill? Every guard should master this offensive technique." As the game transitioned into garbage time, despite proclaiming his disdain for such moments, Stoudemire put forth a commendable effort once he took the court. Both Ratchabel and Prince maintained their intensity, capitalizing on the favorable momentum. Even in garbage time, Hamilton remained on the floor, seemingly attempting to find his rhythm. However, the presence of the starters instead ignited the Knicks' collective spirit. Lynch Hunter aimed to control the pace of the game, but with his teammates misfiring, the Knicks launched successive fast breaks, swiftly slipping from his grasp of the match. Although Darvin Ham exhibited unwavering determination, scoring proved elusive, with only Oker and Campbell managing to contribute a few points. Confronted with a less agile interior lineup, Stoudemire exploited several possessions, showcasing his physical prowess. In the commentary booth, Bill Walton was taken aback as the margin widened. He shifted the topic, stating, "Coach Larry Brown should consider a change in strategy. The Knicks will not be hindered by a zone defense, as they are the team with the fewest back-to-the-basket plays in the league. In the forthcoming game, their pressing concern would be to resolve offensive issues, as relying on fouls to stifle the opponent's transition game would only lead to free throws awarded." Nessler, oblivious to his partner's diversion, earnestly inquired, "How should the Pistons adjust in the upcoming matches? It appears there is a significant disparity between the two teams." This question momentarily stumped Walton, who instinctively stroked the white stubble on his chin, ultimately responding with a terse, "They need to convert more response shots. I believe the Pistons will make timely adjustments. The one-sided nature of the game led Nestler to glance at Li Yu's statistics. 33 minutes played, 13 out of 20 from the field, 2 out of 6 from beyond the arc, 7 out of 7 from the free throw line, totaling 35 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, 1 block, and no turnovers. With an impressive shooting percentage of nearly 80% from the field, Nestler could not help but marvel. Who could rival the Knicks? The referees seldom blew their whistles, and time seemed to fly by amidst the jubilant cheers of New York fans. The final score settled at 77-114, marking a resounding victory for the Knicks over the Pistons. Billups exited the player tunnel early, with a dismal performance of 3 out of 11, failing to connect on any of his 2 three-point attempts, accumulating merely 6 points. 1 rebound, 3 assists, and 3 turnovers. This disheartening stat merely continued his lackluster showing from the Eastern Conference semifinals. Rasheed Wallace, with a sullen expression, also hastened towards the tunnel, having boasted boldly before the Detroit media, only to face utter embarrassment that night. He recorded 4 out of 11, went 0 for 4 from beyond the arc, and managed to score 12 points, alongside 5 rebounds and 3 turnovers. Such a performance left him in silence post-game. On the Pistons side, Ben Wallace exhibited commendable offensive prowess, shooting 6 out of 13, hitting 3 of 4 free throws, and amassing 15 points, 12 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, and 4 turnovers. Upon arriving at Madison Square Garden, Ben Wallace was surprisingly met with no boos from the New York crowd, as if the fans had developed amnesia, leaving him feeling invisible. Since joining the Pistons, he had indeed reaped honors. Yet falling short in the Eastern Conference semifinals for 2 consecutive years made him acutely aware of the absurdity of his Knicks career. I do not regret making this choice. As he walked towards the player tunnel, he observed the jubilant fans celebrating on either side, resolutely tearing off his headband to reveal a determined expression. Meanwhile, Li Yu, engaged in an interview with ESPN, appeared unfazed by the emotions of the Pistons players. For him, the tenacious defense was less effective than the whistle of a sixth man. This was a victory anticipated. Li, we noticed that you frequently employed floaters in your offensive plays tonight. Is this your hidden secret weapon? Hearing this, Li Yu chuckled softly, responding earnestly, No, it is simply because my shooting touch from the three-point line was lacking tonight, prompting me to opt for floaters. In truth, I prefer resolving my offense from beyond the arc. We all know that 3 points are more than 2, making it a more efficient choice. Perhaps in the next game, I will choose to take a plethora of 3-point shots. I relish the challenge. The surrounding staff perceived Li Yu as somewhat pretentious, yet felt powerless to counter his assertion. The ESPN reporter, however, was quite pleased with his response, ready to craft yet another piece. Congratulations, Li. We hope to witness an even more spectacular performance from the Knicks in the next match. I extend my gratitude to the readers for their continued support. Apologies for the brevity today. It seems the impending workday has affected my flow. I shall adjust my state of mind. End of chapter. Chapter 338, Outdated Basketball Philosophy, Daily Chapter. On May 21, 2004, ESPN's morning program reflected on the previous night's Eastern Conference Finals. In comparison to the recent semifinals between the Pistons and the Pacers, the viewership for the Eastern Conference Finals began to rise again. The ratings appeared to indicate that fans were indifferent to whether the games were closely contested. As long as there were superstars on the court, they would choose to watch. The fervor surrounding the narrative that the Knicks have tarnished this era has waned, with some analysts earnestly asserting that fans have grown weary of Li Yu's commentary, only to be met with a swift rebuttal. Game 1 presented little to analyze. Through the years, it has become evident that teams digging themselves into a first-quarter hole invariably succumb to defeat, and instances of a comeback in such situations remain elusive. In even-numbered years, TNT broadcasts the Western Conference Finals, and the anticipation surrounding this round is palpable. After all, Kevin Garnett has emerged as this season's MVP, and the Lakers boast a formidable F4 lineup, which, despite their advancing age, does not deter most fans. As the teams advance to the conference finals, the window for recuperation is scant, with matches scheduled every other day. The Timberwolves enjoy home court advantage, and the Minneapolis Star-Tribune boldly champions the underappreciated Timberwolves, declaring they will reveal their fangs. As the largest newspaper in Minnesota, its influence pales in comparison to that of the New York Times, and its lack of flair leaves many fans more eager to witness the Lakers' performance. Several prominent New York newspapers have long clamored to teach the thieving Lakers a lesson. While the Los Angeles Times has been preoccupied with gossip about Liu's apparent disinterest in basketball, it seems that such headlines aim to trivialize Kobe's transgressions, suggesting that everyone is merely a young rogue. As the conference finals unfold, the loudest voices emanate from both sides, with fans reveling in the drama. While Kevin Garnett remains tragically overlooked, confident in his ability to dominate the aging Malone, Garnett recently stated in an interview, "This season, I am the finest big man in the league. I hold the Lakers in high regard. They are a championship-caliber team. Yet, basketball is not merely a contest of reputations. The Timberwolves are underestimated, and I shall lead my team in this series to demonstrate our prowess." Garnett, exuding confidence on his home turf, recognizes this as an opportune moment for the Timberwolves to seize the initiative. In the morning broadcast on TNT, the host geared up for the evening's contest. And unlike the Eastern Conference Finals, there were no concerns about viewership. Excitement was abundant. The trio of commentators refrained from delving deeply into tactical discussions, instead focusing on Gary Payton's statistics during the Western semifinals, an average of 38. For minutes played, 9. 0 points, 3. 2 rebounds, 5. 2 assists, 0. 8 steals, and 1. 7 turnovers per game, with shooting percentages of 33. 9. 25. 0 from three-point range, and 73. 3 from the free throw line. Upon reviewing these figures, most fans would find it hard to believe this was Payton's performance against the Spurs. Despite Parker's inconsistent showing in this series, he has still averaged 16.7 points with a shooting percentage of 38. 1. Comparatively, Parker's performance outshines Payton's in terms of statistics. Rather than criticizing the veteran, Charles Barkley, unusually reticent, offered a tactful observation. "I believe Payton can adjust his performance in a timely manner. We have faced off many times, and I know him well. He has yet to showcase his true capabilities in the semifinals." Data does not lie. Gary Payton has indeed underperformed significantly. In response, Kenny Smith offered a candid assessment. Throughout the lengthy regular season, the Lakers' key players have frequently been sidelined, which has taken a considerable toll on Payton's physical condition. Facing Gasol in the Western Conference Finals, I believe it will be challenging for him to regain his form. During the regular season, Gasol has exhibited remarkable prowess. As Garnett noted, he has been underestimated. Similarly, Karl Malone's statistics have declined, yet the veteran has faced no criticism, as injuries are unpredictable. Earl Johnson, noticing the reluctance to discuss the veteran's performances, swiftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "Among the 4 teams in the conference finals, no backcourt player has managed to contain Lee's performance. The Pistons' aggressive defense seems to have posed no challenge to the Knicks. Do you believe the Knicks can successfully defend their title this season?" Upon hearing this question, both men fell silent. Ultimately, Charles Barkley shrugged and remarked with resignation, "Perhaps Lee will continue to dominate this era." When Shaquille O'Neal arrived at the Target Center for warm-ups, he exuded confidence regarding this round of playoffs, reverting to his characteristic sardonic tone during the interview. "I relish sending MVPs home. I do not believe the Timberwolves' interior defense will trouble me. I have yet to unleash my full potential in the playoffs. Gary's performance will only improve." Such is the wisdom of experience. In the semifinals, O'Neal averaged 22.5 points and 14.5 rebounds per game. His shooting percentage was an impressive 63.5, although a free throw percentage of 43.5 indicated a slight decline at the charity stripe. An average of 14.2 attempts per game is not O'Neal's limit. Amidst the interviews, everyone trusts the veracity of the Shark's words. Most reporters circled around O'Neal, while the 2 veteran Lakers had lackluster statistics in the semifinals, clearly past their prime. As for Kobe, since he declined an interview with ESPN, many sports journalists have ceased to engage with the Lakers' primary scorer. More importantly, Phil Jackson has made his stance clear. He harbors disdain for Kobe and speaks on behalf of O'Neal, naturally creating considerable tension between the two. Clad in training gear, Kobe remained indifferent to the gazes of onlookers. Even if isolated, he did not care, for the Lakers needed him. In light of Payton's struggles, Kobe's role has become increasingly vital, and even the Colonel must begrudgingly allocate him ample playing time. Observing the throng surrounding O'Neal, Kobe discreetly scoffed, feeling a pang of displeasure. "This is my team." That evening, the Timberwolves fans displayed fervor with a score of 120, fervently cheering for their home team. The first half saw both teams locked in a stalemate, but as the third quarter commenced, the Lakers unleashed a surge, leaving the Timberwolves in despair. ultimately losing 97-88. The Target Center became exceedingly boisterous following the conclusion of the match. Gary Payton struggled offensively, shooting 2 for 7 for a mere 7 points, while Fisher from the bench upheld the Lakers' perimeter shooting. In a remarkable display, Fisher achieved 5 out of 9 shots, 4 out of 5 from beyond the arc, and contributed 14 points off the bench. Following a victorious match, his elation was palpable. Shaquille O'Neal's performance was nothing short of extraordinary, as he recorded a stat line of 27 points, 18 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 blocks, and 2 turnovers on 16 attempts with 9 successful free throws. As he strode down the players' tunnel post-game, O'Neal exclaimed loudly, "No one can contain me." His stellar performance bolstered his demands for a lucrative contract from the Lakers, affirming his status as the league's premier center, even as he nears the twilight of his career. Meanwhile, Malone netted 17 points and 11 rebounds from 8 of 13 shots, while Garnett secured a double-double with 16 points and 10 rebounds on 7 of 15 shooting. The MVP did not overshadow the veterans, leading Garnett to face the media with a resolute promise, "We will win Game 2. On May 22nd, the Lakers celebrated their away victory, eliciting delight from New York's sports media. With just over a day to recuperate, the Pistons found it challenging to make significant adjustments. However, most sports reporters seemed indifferent, posing routine questions and briefly covering the opponent's updates without delving deeper. Following the confirmation of Grant Hill's participation in the Athens Olympics, some reporters sought entertainment after Game 1. While warming up at Madison Square Garden, Hill was confronted by journalists. Faced with their incessant inquiries, he appeared somewhat exasperated, as it was evident that some questions lacked sincerity. "Grant, do you believe Coach Larry Brown's tactics are flawed? It is rumored that you favor Coach K for the head coach position of the U.S. men's basketball team. Is this due to concerns regarding Coach Brown's leadership? Can the Knicks continue to dominate their opponents? And Grant, will you achieve a triple-double tonight?" With the Pistons' star power lacking, the focus shifted to scrutinizing Larry Brown. Hill, feeling the pressure, maintained his composure and offered diplomatic remarks. "Coach Larry Brown is exceptionally talented, and I support him in his pursuit of the U.S. men's basketball team head coach position. The Pistons are also a formidable adversary, and I will not overly concern myself with my statistics." As Hill departed in his elegant black attire, many sports journalists felt a lingering dissatisfaction, eager to uncover any discord between the team captain and the coach, as such news would surely captivate the audience. In Game 1, Hill recorded a near triple-double with 16 points, 8 rebounds, 10 assists, 1 steal, and 3 turnovers from 6 of 13 shots. ESPN reporters reminiscing about the evening's game expressed their disinterest, with a few muttering, "Why did the Pistons reach the conference finals? If they faced the Pacers, there would be far more coverage." Yahoo Sports reporters echoed similar sentiments about the Eastern Conference Finals, lamenting a lack of star power outside of the Knicks. The Eastern Conference's perimeter all-stars were merely pretenders. McGrady and Iverson's stats paled in comparison to Lee's. As a few individuals broached the subject, the conversation gradually devolved into indiscriminate criticism. If only the star players could advance to the playoffs, writing a piece would be significantly easier. In the past 2 years, Corliss Williamson had even been awarded the 6th Man of the Year, a player who could be deemed a star for the Pistons. However, he has been utterly silent during these 2 seasons, drawing little attention from sports journalists. Hamilton's style of play has proven unappealing, and Rasheed Wallace has failed to exhibit the flair characteristic of a former All-Star. The absence of star players and impressive statistics has rendered many sports media outlets bereft of justification for their praise. Conversely, Larry Brown has garnered considerable attention, currently emerging as the true star of the Pistons. When Liu made an appearance at the arena, the majority of sports media clamored to flatter him. ESPN journalists, eschewing inquiries about the game's outcome, instead posed a question regarding his awareness of the previous night's game and which team might become the Knicks' opponent in the upcoming finals. In truth, Liu had not watched the game at all. Since Ivana returned to Manhattan, he had been preoccupied with ball-handling drills. Both teams are formidable, and regardless of which one makes it to the finals, the Knicks are unlikely to succumb to their adversaries. The coaching staff has crafted a meticulous game plan for us. However, my focus remains solely on the conference finals, as we must continue to protect our home court. In his earnest analysis of the game, Liu delivered a series of grandiose statements that seemed to satisfy everyone present. Yet, the Los Angeles Times reporter was less than content, having noticed Liu's apparent indifference towards the Lakers. It is said that Lee has been residing in Manhattan since attending Ivana's graduation. I find it hard to believe he is diligently training every day, retorted a reporter from the New York Post, who quickly countered with, Lee prefers to train in the mornings. Players require their personal space. Have you ever seen a player lingering in the training facility at night? Kobe Bryant, known for his late-night training sessions, is a testament to the dedication of pure basketball athletes. The issues in his relationship with Vanessa may explain his late nights away from home, but let us not indulge in misguided sentimentality. He merely had nowhere else to go due to an unlawful intrusion. The exchange of barbs resumed, with many teams recently discussing the concept of mental basketball, a topic initiated by the Los Angeles media. This season, the Lakers' primary players have experienced a decline in statistics, prompting the Los Angeles Times to engage in elaborate flattery to bolster their narrative. Both sides dismissed each other's rhetoric, while the Knicks appeared on the verge of overwhelming victory. Discussing mental attributes seemed less relevant than securing a championship, as New York fans revel in triumphs by considerable margins. On the evening of the game, just before the 8 p.m. tip-off, in the Knicks locker room, Stoudemire felt somewhat disheartened due to the lack of substantial directives from the coaching staff. Despite a significant victory in Game 1, Stoudemire had anticipated a greater role, yet his playing time had diminished yet again. The increasingly cautious D'Antoni seemed entrenched in a strategy of relying heavily on his starters. During the rotation phase, the playing time of role players decreased, as the coaching staff aimed for a three-quarter performance, allowing core players to rest while role players filled the remaining minutes. Do not be careless. Maintain focus during the game, for we must secure victory on our home court. The opponents may persist with their zone defense, so observe their positioning closely and ensure timely ball movement. Play intelligently, making effective use of the two corners. Constantly sketching out passing routes on the whiteboard, D'Antoni reminded everyone, seemingly unfazed by the emotions of the bench players. As the critical moments of the game approached, the coaching staff placed their trust in the starting lineup. Everyone was well aware of the head coach's reminders. Even though the opponents could utilize their quicker lateral movement to assist each other and expand their defensive coverage, the ball travels faster than the player. With prompt and judicious ball distribution, opportunities to outnumber the defense would invariably arise. Several assistant coaches pulled Gasol aside for a brief consultation, emphasizing that the same tactic could not yield results repeatedly. It was time for Liu to change strategies after squatting in the corner. As the moment for the home team players to enter the court drew near, Stoudemire lingered behind, feeling somewhat disgruntled. The tactical demands were overwhelming for a second-year rookie, making it challenging for him to fulfill the head coach's expectations. Adjusting his headband, Stoudemire silently lamented, "Surely, we could play with greater ease." Liu supported the coaching staff's arrangements, and the Knicks needed to cooperate. In stark contrast, the situation with the Pistons was entirely different. As Larry Brown asserted his authority, "I need to see you engage in more proactive sliding defense, while maintaining your defensive positions and expanding your coverage. You can accomplish this. The game lasts 48 minutes, and after the last match, you should be mentally prepared. Falling behind is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is losing your fighting spirit. As players of the Pistons, I will not tolerate any negative emotions. Champions are never born easily. Fight like men." The zone defense strategy had been meticulously honed by Larry Brown since taking over the team. He firmly believed in its effectiveness. Adjusting his glasses and tugging at his tie, he turned to Billups and said, "Slow the game down. No more elementary mistakes. Victory belongs to us." The head coach entrusted him with significant responsibilities, and Billups nodded vigorously, signaling his understanding. Soon, the players formed a circle, letting out a rallying roar to boost their morale. As the team leader, Ben Wallace accompanied the others down the player tunnel. The noise resonated in his ears, and he began to silently pray for the Knicks to struggle in their shooting. At 8 p.m., as the game commenced at Madison Square Garden, most New York fans had ceased their taunts directed at the opponents. They were indifferent to the Pistons' lesser roles. Without superstar players to contend with, the New York fans felt boredom instead. Thus, following Gasol's successful tip-off, the atmosphere in the arena was markedly more vibrant than in the previous match. "Let's go Knicks." Amidst the cheers, the Pistons opted for zone defense in the first possession. In the ESPN commentary booth, Bill Walton observed the players' positioning and subtly remarked, "This defensive system should not significantly impact the Knicks. I harbor reservations regarding their perseverance. The Knicks shall not fall into their defensive traps." Nestler observed Liu, who had swiftly advanced past half-court, promptly directing his teammates to position themselves. He added, Li does not solely rely on talent to play. As the cerebral force on the court, he consistently unravels the opponent's defensive lines with ease. Following the instructions, Gasol had already dashed to the right corner. Liu executed a swift cross-court pass to Artist on the wing, who, without pausing, rapidly relayed the ball to Gasol in the corner. After completing the pass, Artist made a decisive cut towards the basket. Noticing that Ben Wallace maintained his defensive stance, failing to present an opportunity, Artist accelerated towards the left corner beneath the rim. At this juncture, Liu, distanced from the three-point line, received a return pass from Gasol. He promptly sent the ball to Grant Hill, exhibiting remarkable speed in ball movement. Hill, too, did not halt, moving away from the three-point line to deliver the ball to the left corner at the earliest opportunity. The Pistons' perimeter defense shifted accordingly, yet Williams, in his effort to guard Hill's drive, remained static in his defensive position, not following the ball to the left corner. Rasheed Wallace, seeing Artist receive the ball, aimed to rush to defend, only to be deceived by a passing feint that caused him to halt momentarily. After faking a pass to the perimeter, Artist slightly adjusted and executed a swift jump shot from the left corner. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark effortlessly. Having scored a three-pointer at the outset, Artist, who bore greater responsibility for finishing tonight, jubilantly shouted, while his entourage in the stands waved their towels in enthusiastic approval, cheering loudly for defense. The call for defensive support resonated throughout the arena as Liu continued to lead the defense, applying pressure and impeding the opponent's advance. On the sidelines, Coach Larry Brown observed Billup's cautious ball handling as he approached the 8-second mark to cross half-court, reminiscent of his former protege, Iverson. In contrast to Iverson's impassioned style of play, Billups exhibited steadiness and superior tactical execution. However, when faced with Liu, he mirrored Iverson's demeanor. The Knicks persisted with their man-to-man defense, as Hamilton swiftly maneuvered from right to left along the baseline, yet failed to receive the pass upon reaching the left block. Similar to the Pistons' defensive strategy, the Knicks favored exerting pressure on the opponent's perimeter. Williams found himself entangled with Grant Hill, preventing him from easily receiving the ball on the left wing. Unable to seize an offensive opportunity, Hamilton again shifted laterally before immediately sprinting towards the right wing to create space. As Billups drifted towards the left wing, Williams made an off-ball cut, hastily running to the right corner. Rasheed Wallace continued to demand the ball in the left low post, while Corta Thomas's relentless half-court defense denied the opponent any easy passing opportunities. Billups, protecting the ball with a side stance, refrained from making a hasty pass. Instead, he prudently called for Ben Wallace to set a screen at the perimeter. As with the previous game's defensive strategy, faced with Gasol's sudden advance, the prepared Billups swiftly delivered a bounce pass into the paint, finding Wallace in the key. Kurt Thomas appeared to defend two opponents simultaneously. Yet as Hill returned to the basket from the right baseline, Ben Wallace charged into the fray without hesitation. Confident in his shooting touch, Wallace gathered the ball in the paint and lofted it high with his right hand, subsequently executing a powerful dunk. As Thomas struggled for position against Rasheed Wallace, Hill effortlessly secured the defensive rebound, casually bringing the ball across half-court. Approaching the left wing, he noted that the opposition was still in a zone defense. With three players congregated at the top, Hill deftly passed the ball to Liu at the arc, then accelerated off the ball, swiftly making his way to the right corner. Upon receiving the pass, Liu sidestepped towards the left wing, immediately feeding the ball to Thomas in the left block. Catching the ball within shooting range, Thomas found Rasheed Wallace forced to step forward, applying tight defense. With no opportunity for a direct jump shot, Thomas promptly returned the ball. After receiving it on the left wing, Liu quickly dribbled to the left, while Hamilton and Billups closed in for defense, squeezing Liu. Before the double team could take effect, Liu feigned a drive and swiftly passed back to Artist near the arc. At that moment, Williams found himself in a one-on-two situation, noticing Artist's feigned pass to the right corner, which prompted him to shift in that direction. Seizing the moment, Gasol suddenly elevated from the right baseline, swiftly moving to the vicinity of the free throw line, prompting Wallace to alert his teammates to apply pressure. Artist promptly delivered a pass, but Williams quickly moved in to assist defensively. Gasol, undeterred by the opponent's defensive maneuvers, focused on the opposite side and swiftly sent the ball towards the left sideline. Liu anticipated the pass, while Thomas's off-ball screen momentarily delayed Hamilton. By the time Wallace realized the unfolding situation, it was too late. Upon receiving the pass, Liu Yu made no adjustments, launching a three-pointer from beyond the arc swish. The three-pointer found nothing but net. The seamless and rapid ball movement resulted in an effortless scoring opportunity, much to the delight of the New York fans, whose cheers for the defense grew louder. As Billups caught the ball along the baseline, he involuntarily glanced at the head coach, questioning the effectiveness of the game plan against such a vulnerable zone defense. Larry Brown, arms crossed, observed the players' expressions and immediately raised his hands in a calming gesture, signaling for everyone to steady themselves. During the Pistons' offensive play, the initiation still came from Hamilton, albeit this time from a different angle. With a solid screen from Wallace at the right baseline, Hamilton managed to shake off Artest, receiving the ball at the right elbow. Hamilton's shot was impeded by Liu Yu, resulting in a less than optimal pass from Billups. After catching the ball, Hamilton was forced to adjust, and his jump shot was slightly delayed, allowing Artest to successfully interfere with the attempt. The ball bounced off the rim, and Gasol adeptly secured the defensive rebound as Liu Yu moved in to receive, while the entire Pistons team retreated rapidly on defense. The team maintained their zone defense, keenly observing Grant Hill as he swiftly penetrated from the left flank towards the right corner. Larry Brown on the sidelines promptly raised his voice in admonition. The Pistons held their defensive positions, deliberately allowing Hill to slip by. After Liu Yu completed a cross-court pass, he also vociferously directed Artest. Without hesitation, the latter obeyed the call and sent the ball flying towards the right corner. Simultaneously, to thwart any defensive efforts by Ben Wallace, Gasol executed an off-ball screen near the right baseline. Upon receiving the ball, with no one contesting him, Grant Hill adjusted his stance and launched a jump shot, swish. Another three-pointer sank through the net. Madison Square Garden erupted in cheers as Grant Hill, beaming with joy, celebrated with a triumphant fist pump. Liu Yu clapped in encouragement, knowing that as long as the opposition persisted with their zone defense, the Knicks would exploit the corners throughout the game. The cacophony of cheers was piercing. Less than 3 minutes into the match, the Pistons found themselves trailing by double digits. Larry Brown's demeanor turned grave as he continued to signal for a tighter defense. The old-school coach never wavered from his strategic blueprint. Billups, receiving the ball along the baseline, appeared increasingly tense, furrowing his brow as he caught it. "Bro, your basketball philosophy is outdated. Relying solely on defense will not secure a championship." Liu Yu approached Billups with playful interference, reminding him with a grin as the latter dribbled across half-court, his resolve wavering. He passed the ball to Wallace, attempting to exploit low-post defense, but Williams, upon receiving a pass on the right wing, was promptly stripped by Grant Hill. In desperation, he resorted to a foul, raising his hands in protest as he was met with a chorus of boos from the New York fans. Billups glanced at the head coach, hoping for a timeout or guidance, but none came, prompting him to curse under his breath as he prepared to fall back on defense. Noticing Billups' expression, Liu Yu chuckled softly while inbounding the ball, reiterating, "Larry Brown's basketball philosophy is obsolete, bro. A great point guard must take command of the game." Thank you to the readers for your subscription support. End of chapter. Chapter 339. Times have changed on May 22, 2004, during the Eastern Conference Finals Game 2. The Pistons encountered significant difficulties once again. Coach Larry Brown firmly implemented a high-pressure defense, restricting Liu Yu from initiating pick-and-roll plays. This esteemed coach was confident that the Pistons could stifle the Knicks' offense with their exceptional rim protection. While they steadfastly adhered to their defensive strategy, their offense repeatedly faltered at the outset. However, Hamilton and Wallace began to generate points through pick-and-rolls near the elbow. With 3 minutes and 0.1 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Coach Brown could no longer remain composed. The game was unfolding far worse than he had anticipated. During an offensive possession, Hamilton attempted to maneuver along the baseline, but failed to find an opportunity for a catch-and-shoot. Ultimately, the ball ricocheted to the left elbow, where he executed a handoff with Wallace. The substitute, Rashad Bell, relentlessly pursued him, crowding him as Hamilton received the ball. After a series of missed shots, the Pistons increasingly relied on localized 2-on-2 plays for their offense. After Wallace delivered his pass, he immediately drifted to the left wing, arriving early at the three-point line. Court Thomas, noticing that his teammate had not lost position, instinctively followed suit to provide assistance. As Hamilton dribbled near the free-throw line and felt defensive pressure beside him, He abruptly stopped with the ball in his right hand, then swiftly returned the pass and accelerated towards the three-point line. Lagabell had no time to complain and continued to pursue vigorously. Receiving the return pass, Wallace executed a seamless handoff while setting a screen, delaying the defense before immediately shifting to the elbow area. With the ball in his left hand, Hamilton drove straight to the basket, while Lagabell, slightly delayed, saw his opponent suddenly stop near the left sideline, feigning a shot. Instinctively, he leaped to contest the shot. Evading the defense, Hamilton paused momentarily, exploiting the time difference to twist his body and successfully made a mid-range jump shot. The repeated handoffs, though simple, proved remarkably effective. The crowd erupted in boos as the opposing team scored multiple times in succession. Despite trailing by double digits, Hamilton's continuous responses elevated Wallace's spirits, prompting him to exuberantly shout and celebrate with his teammates. As Wallace retreated to half-court, his adherence to the defensive strategy faltered. Observing Court Thomas moving early to set a screen beyond the three-point line, he adjusted his defensive position accordingly. Despite the head coach's frantic shouts from the sidelines, the players on the court had abandoned their zone defense by the end of the first quarter, with Billups even initiating defense from the midcourt. Sensing movement behind him, Billups clung tightly to his assignment, attempting to slip past the screen. Lee, with the ball in his right hand, did not wait for his teammates to settle. Leaning into the defense as if to accelerate, then swiftly changing direction, Billups, nearly intercepting the ball, lamented the missed opportunity, only to realize that his defensive path was obstructed by Court Thomas. The dazzling maneuver ignited the arena, and an energized Wallace suddenly noticed his teammate out of position. He rushed forward, attempting to impede Lee. In the moment Lee evaded his defender, he did not immediately break through but hesitated slightly. Seizing the opportunity while Wallace lunged at him, he lowered his shoulder and accelerated. Witnessing Lee's burst of speed, Wallace quickly adjusted his body weight, positioning himself near the three-point line on the left wing. Lee abruptly halted, disrupting his opponent's balance. In that brief moment of hesitation, Lee suddenly extended his stride, taking a large step forward that collided with Wallace's frame. With little time to react, Wallace could only watch as Lee, following the collision, swiftly retreated. As Lee stepped back towards the left sideline, Wallace once again lunged to contest, leaping high in an attempt to block the shot. However, as Lee released the ball, he drifted leftward and elevated the arc, causing Wallace, in his desperate attempt to block, to watch helplessly as the basketball soared past his fingertips. In his fervent effort to contest, Wallace completely lost control of his body, struggling to turn, and ultimately collided with Lee, resulting in both of them falling simultaneously near the sideline. Lee, on the dance floor. In the ESPN commentary booth, Nessler observed Lee use continuous feints and, seizing the moment when the referee's whistle blew, exclaimed, "OH. He got it. Wow." The cheers nearly shattered the arena. Wallace, witnessing Liu being lifted off the ground, was instantly devoid of emotion, as the Pistons faced a daunting task of possibly needing to chase down 2 possessions due to that infernal three-pointer. Standing beside the paint, Wallace could no longer contain himself and muttered a few curses to vent his frustration. MVP, MVP, MVP. As Liu approached the free throw line, the chants erupted once more. Following the successful additional free throw, Larry Brown on the sidelines instinctively glanced at the scoreboard. 14-28. The gap had suddenly widened again. When the Pistons mounted their next offense, Hamilton swiftly glided from left to right behind the baseline. At the arc, Billups, hindered by Liu's defense, failed to deliver the pass in time. He quickly pivoted to his left hand and finally fed the ball to Hamilton, who had moved towards the free throw line. Upon receiving the ball, Hamilton immediately released it with his left hand, attempting to leverage the collision against the pursuing Laguerre. Inside the paint, he executed a left-handed layup. Hamilton sought to draw a foul through physical contact, yet the referee remained unresponsive. Larry Brown, agitated, vocally protested to the sideline official, "Hey, that's a foul. You can't pretend you didn't see that." Unsteady, Hamilton failed to hear the whistle and sought clarification, but Gasol, who had secured the rebound beneath the basket, promptly tossed the ball to Liu. Upon receiving the pass, Liu accelerated along the right sideline, while Billups shouted for his teammates to fall back. Also moving swiftly on his feet, the Pistons substitute, Oker, lagged in the transition. As Liu reached the right wing, the opposing players had just crossed midcourt. Near the three-point line, holding the ball in his right hand, Liu suddenly came to a halt, explosively dribbling the ball and smoothly pulling it through his legs. With a sudden stop, Billups quickly adjusted his footing, and Liu, now upright, executed a rapid crossover dribble, once again accelerating with a shoulder drop. He halted abruptly and leapt towards the left rear, while Billups struggled to maintain his defensive stance. Liu, undeterred by the defense beside him, charged ahead. As Oker retreated into the paint directly in front of the basket, Liu, closely guarded by Billups near the right lower quadrant, gathered himself for a powerful jump. In midair, he dislodged the defense, grasped the ball with his right hand, and swiftly launched it towards the backboard. Thud! The ball ricocheted off the board and through the hoop. Upon landing, Billups lost his balance and fell onto the floor beneath the basket, glancing at the baseline referee, opening his mouth but unable to utter a word. What an exquisite fast break offense. Lee's forceful layup garnered another 2 points. The Pistons' defense faltered, as the substitute Oker seemed unable to keep pace with the game's rhythm. In the commentary booth, Bill Walton once again remarked on the Pistons' substitutions, persistently asserting that even if Wallace's shooting was off tonight, he should not be substituted prematurely. The gap widened once more, and during the Pistons' offensive play, Billups quickly passed the ball to Oker in the left low post. The latter turned towards the baseline after a series of attempts to establish position against Gasol, ultimately drawing a foul with a shot. After successfully sinking both free throws, he managed to stabilize the team's situation, while the Knicks seized the opportunity to substitute, bringing in Mutombo and Stoudemire. Let us rally for the Knicks. Swiftly advancing past half court, Liu keenly observed that the opponents were still employing man-to-man defense. He promptly positioned himself against the closely guarding Billups, while protecting the ball with his body angled. Liu suddenly executed a rapid spin with the ball in his right hand. Stoudemire had already arrived at the three-point line, feigning a screen, and as Liu accelerated with the ball in his left hand, he followed suit, speeding down the court. Wallace, who was trailing closely, hesitated momentarily. Stoudemire's descent was swift, while his teammates appeared to maintain their positions. Positioned in the left elbow area, Wallace had just taken a step back, attempting to stay between Liu and Stoudemire, when, in the next instant, the basketball appeared before him. He hesitated, halting his movement. At the three-point line, Liu suddenly dribbled and changed direction, the ball landing before Wallace. With a deft motion of his right hand, he scooped up the ball, simultaneously shifting his body to the right front and executing a wide arc with the ball. Liu maneuvered his body past Wallace, driving straight to the basket, while Billups, trailing behind, nearly collided with his teammate. Upon witnessing Liu breach the right lower side of the basket, Billups called out to Wallace to swiftly slide and leap high. In midair, Liu sensed Wallace's movement. He pulled back his left arm holding the ball, while simultaneously evading backwards. In a split second, Wallace's right arm struck Liu's forearm. Yet the basketball soared towards the backboard, remaining relatively unaffected. With a sharp whistle, the ball swished through the net, hitting the board perfectly. Realizing he had incurred his second personal foul, Wallace furiously clenched his fist. Since the switch to man-to-man defense, Liu had relentlessly pursued him. Billups, in a state of exasperation, glanced towards the head coach, seeking guidance, but Larry Brown found himself equally at a loss. Standing at the free throw line, Liu smiled as he noticed Wallace retreating to the sidelines, certainly intent on exhausting the opposing team's primary scorer. With the successful additional free throw, the point differential widened once again. In the final 2 possessions, Williams drew a foul from Arteist, stepping up to the free throw line and sinking both shots to slightly reduce the gap. As Billups and Hamilton converged on Liu early, on the right flank, Ratchable's three-point attempt clanged off the rim, concluding the first quarter. The score stood at 18-33, still within a manageable range, yet the Pistons, heading to the bench, exhibited a palpable lack of spirit. Ultimately, Liu's consecutive scoring inflicted significant psychological damage on several players on the court. How should this game be played? Coach Larry Brown discerned the confusion brewing within his players. In his own defense, Liu occasionally squatted in the corner, directing his teammates to pass the ball, while the Knicks executed their plays methodically. In man-to-man defense, seizing opportunities, Liu relentlessly attacked Billups and Wallace, racking up points through free throws and field goals. The coaching staff of the Pistons, a few members merely providing motivational support, are not blind to the fact that Liu's speed and physical prowess far surpass that of his peers. The Knicks rely heavily on their superstar strategy. And in the first quarter, Hamilton scored 10 points, shooting 5 for 8, and was 0 for 1 from beyond the arc. Meanwhile, Billups struggled, going 0 for 3 and also failing to score a three-pointer. The Pistons' backcourt also scored 10 points, with Liu impressively shooting 6 for 8, including 2 for 3 from the three-point line and a perfect 4 for 4 from the free throw line, totaling an efficient 18 points. According to the statistics, Liu's performance was akin to that of two players combined. In the commentary booth, Nessler and Bill Walton were at a loss for words. During the latter part of the game, the Pistons should adhere to their defensive strategy, which had proven effective for a period. Nessler felt his partner had become indecisive. Having previously advocated for man-to-man defense, Hamilton performed admirably offensively, relying on his individual skills to carry the game, yet he required more support, and the Pistons needed to address their offensive issues. After analyzing the situation, both commentators ultimately offered little in the way of suggestions. On the Knicks bench, Liu took a towel from Barnes, briefly wiping the sweat from his brow. Defensively, Billups fell short compared to Kidd, reflecting a gap in experience. However, the Pistons' second line of defense was superior to that of the Nets. In terms of interior assistance, Wallace and Ben Wallace outperformed Martin and Collins significantly, with the primary disparity lying in defensive positioning. Liu also strategized carefully, needing to be vigilant about help defense during his drives. At that moment, Artest was quietly lamenting the opponent's screens, while the 2-on-2 situations involving Wallace and Hamilton proved challenging to defend. Provided the screens were of sufficient quality, Hamilton could find opportunities. Yet opponents would not consistently make difficult jump shots, necessitating swift movement to prevent timely defensive matchups. Seated before the others, D'Antoni did not offer many admonitions. Apart from expressing dissatisfaction with the limited transition offense, he was quite pleased with the game. During the rotation phase, the Pistons' backcourt featured Mike James and Lindsey Hunter, while the frontcourt consisted of Darwin Ham, Ben Wallace, and Oker. The Detroit Free Press referred to the Pistons' backcourt as the Bulldog Duo, which indeed posed significant challenges for the Pacers in the Eastern Conference semifinals. However, against the Knicks, the effectiveness on both ends was less than ideal, particularly in the absence of veteran leadership. The Knicks executed extensive rotations, maintaining a double-digit lead, which allowed their bench to hold out for at least 3 minutes. Unexpectedly, as the game progressed, both teams exchanged misses, with Ben Wallace recently blocking the diminutive Knights' layup attempt. The Pistons' transition offense faltered, and Oker's assertive move beneath the basket was thwarted by Mutombo's imposing rejection. Stoudemire made a strong drive to the basket from the left side, only to be disrupted by Ben Wallace. Subsequently, Ham's drive and dish resulted in a missed layup from Ben Wallace until Oker finally scored with a putback. Prince, receiving the ball on the right wing, faked out Ham and hit a long two-pointer, finally breaking the scoring drought. With 8 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the first half, both teams suddenly found themselves in a stalemate of missed opportunities. The Pistons are lacking a primary scorer, while the Knicks' diminutive Knight struggles to orchestrate effective offensive plays, often resorting to individual drives. At this moment, Ben Wallace showcases his Defensive Player of the Year prowess, effectively limiting Stoudemire's pick-and-roll attempts. On the sidelines, Coach Larry Brown perceives the game returning to a familiar rhythm. However, as he observes the widening score gap, the fleeting joy he felt dissipates. Coach D'Antoni refrains from calling a timeout, watching with a smile as both teams struggle with missed shots. The Pistons make the first substitution, reintroducing Hamilton to the fray. In the subsequent possessions, they repeatedly foul Stoudemire to disrupt his aggressive attacks, once again demonstrating their tenacious defense. Yet, both Ham and Ben Wallace unexpectedly falter on the offensive end, preventing the Pistons from capitalizing on their opportunity to close the gap. With 7 minutes and 2 seconds remaining in the half, as Stoudemire steps to the free throw line, both teams begin to re-establish their starting lineups. The score stands at 22-37. Nearly half the quarter has elapsed, and the game remains lively, with each side managing to score 4 points. Back on the bench, Rondo Bell is in a sour mood. Within the Knicks, everyone aspires to join the starting lineup. Lee leads the second unit, often providing his teammates with open opportunities, allowing them to effortlessly accumulate statistics. Stoudemire, too, is discontent, as the anticipated scoring spree has yet to materialize, instead being overshadowed by the performance of Ben Wallace. As the broadcast shifts to the benches, both teams wear grim expressions. With the return of the starting lineups, the atmosphere in the arena shifts. The New York fans no longer revel in the spectacle. joining the DJ in a resounding chant of defense. Wallace actively seeks the ball in the low post, abandoning the frequent high pick-and-rolls of the first quarter. Receiving the ball in the left low post, the Pistons spread out, allowing Wallace to leverage his right hand for consecutive drives, with Thomas closely contesting from behind. Despite making the correct defensive read, as Wallace turns towards the baseline, he capitalizes on a timing mismatch, faking his defender, prompting Thomas to immediately grab him and disrupt the offensive play. "Curse it. You can't contain me. You can only foul me," Wallace bellows as he strides to the free throw line. Thomas, hands on hips, chuckles and quips from beside the paint. "Buddy, you can keep playing isolation and lose to us by 20. I bet you'll lose by 25 tonight. I placed $1,000 on it. Go home and suck your thumb." Due to his height, Thomas finds himself forced to foul as Wallace pushes into the paint. Yet Wallace also finds himself discomforted by Thomas's crafty maneuvers. The two exchange barbs, quickly drawing a warning from the referee. The officials have been particularly vigilant towards Wallace in these playoffs, following a conflict in the Eastern Conference semifinals that displeased the league. In the heat of the moment, Wallace's second free throw clangs off the rim. As Gasol and Ben Wallace tussle, Thomas seizes the opportunity to secure an easy defensive rebound. As Wallace retreats, he continues to mutter under his breath, his frustration mounting upon witnessing some front-row fans erupt in laughter. The Pistons have once again altered their defensive strategy. As Liu dribbled past the half-court line, Williams immediately coordinated with Billups to initiate a double team. On the left wing, Artest received a pass from Liu, who was positioned far from the three-point line, prompting Ben Wallace to swiftly rotate for assistance. At this moment, Wallace found himself defending against two opponents under the basket, while Thomas quickly moved towards the free throw line, allowing Williams to switch seamlessly to cover. Artest, dribbling with his left hand while making a decisive drive, opted not to pass, but instead charged straight into the paint against his defender. Ultimately, his left-handed floater was contested by Ben Wallace, causing the ball to ricochet off the backboard and miss the rim. Gasol managed to touch the rebound, but before Wallace could leap again to secure the defensive board, a rapidly advancing Thomas snatched the offensive rebound from behind. Williams attempted to intercept the ball, yet Thomas remained composed, promptly tossing the ball back to the three-point line, where it found its way back into Liu's hands. Seizing the opportunity amidst the congestion under the basket where no defenders were present, Liu caught the ball and immediately released it with his left hand. Lowering his center of gravity in the face of Billups' defense, he executed a quick crossover dribble. In an instant, as he transitioned to his right hand, he maneuvered the ball behind his back while his body swayed to the left. Billups instinctively shifted to the right, and as Liu momentarily hesitated near the three-point line, he then made a sharp pivot. Billups, having interfered with the ball's trajectory, watched helplessly as it slipped past his fingertips. With the defense momentarily shaken off, Liu rose at the top of the arc, feigning a shot. Billups, realizing too late that Liu had not taken off, scrambled to adjust his position but was left with insufficient time. Taking advantage of the defender's proximity, Liu twisted his body and released a jump shot. The whistle blew. The basketball traced a gentle arc, striking the back rim with a resounding thud before falling gracefully into the net. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, and in the commentary booth, Bill Walton was momentarily speechless, instinctively exclaiming, "Incredible. Tonight, Lee's shooting from beyond the arc has been nothing short of spectacular," marking his second four-point play, which is undoubtedly disheartening news for the Pistons. Noticing Billups' silence, Isaiah Thomas could only sigh, remarking, "The Pistons need three-pointers. Relying solely on two-point shots makes it exceedingly difficult to close the gap." With the score differential soaring towards 20 points following Liu's successful free throw, the Pistons, struggling to score in the flow of play, once again charged towards the basket, aiming for free throws, yet also beginning to falter with turnovers. Hamilton, after running without the ball, attempted to draw a foul on Grant Hill with his decisive drive. However, after two fouls had been called, the referees ceased to blow their whistles. This time, as he plunged into the defense, his jump stop just in front of the basket was thwarted when Hill made a clean steal. Seeing their teammate lose possession, the Pistons hurried back on defense. But Liu's counterattack was even quicker. As he crossed the midcourt line, dribbling with his right hand and accelerating, he pressed through Billups' defense, driving straight towards the basket. In the right restricted area, Liu suddenly executed a behind-the-back dribble, transitioning to his left hand as he leaned into his defender. making a jump stop. Approaching the right side of the basket, Liu feigned a left-handed layup, causing Hamilton, who was chasing from behind, and Billups, who was beside him, to leap in an attempt to block the shot. In a dazzling display of athleticism, Liu executed a behind-the-back pass midair just as both players leapt. He deftly delivered the ball to Grant Hill, who, positioned directly in front of the basket within the paint, soared with both feet off the ground. With his left hand, he seized the ball and executed a powerful one-handed slam dunk. Following a missed shot, the likelihood of a swift counterattack loomed, yet despite numerous trips to the free throw line, Coach Larry Brown observed the widening gap in the score. After facing relentless double teams, Liu opted to pass the ball upon crossing half-court. Pau Gasol, receiving the ball in the low post, either handed it off to Hill for a cut towards the basket or initiated a one-on-one attack himself. The attempts at scoring from under the basket were met with limited success. However, as Gasol positioned himself on the right block, he swiftly turned to face the basket. Following a simple jab step, he executed a clean jump shot that found its mark. Hearing the cheers from the crowd, Ben Wallace, frustrated, slammed the ball down during an inbounds play. With just 1 minute and 17 seconds remaining in the first half, Chauncey Billups finally capitalized on a play, using a screen from Wallace to score his first field goal of the game from the right elbow. The Pistons bench fell silent, the atmosphere seemingly deflated, with even Larry Brown sitting stoically, devoid of his usual animated coaching. As the Knicks mounted their offensive, Billups followed Liu to the left corner. Noticing Gasol receiving the ball in the left post, Billups quickly shifted his focus back to Liu. With a burst of speed, he moved closer to the left wing, while Liu abruptly halted and retreated. Gasol, demonstrating impeccable timing, made the pass. Billups, raising his arms in an attempt to intercept, found himself outmaneuvered as Liu caught the ball near the left sideline, shielding it with his body and executing a quick jab step. Engaging in physicality, Billups raised his left forearm, trying to anticipate Liu's next move. Lowering his center of gravity, Liu noticed the absence of a defender. Without hesitation, he swept the ball and let it go with his left hand, executing a quick step back and drifting leftward for a jump shot. As the basketball soared through the air, Liu turned, already grinning as he retreated to defend. Swish! The three-pointer found nothing but net. Fans in the front row rose to their feet, applauding and cheering, while Billups stood frozen, hands on his hips, gazing at the hoop before eventually bending down to retrieve the ball from the baseline. Accelerating the pace of play, Hamilton received the ball in the right post and smoothly drifted leftward to complete a mid-range jumper. Turning back, a handoff play commenced, with Gasol delivering a pass to Liu, who attempted a long-range three-pointer that missed. As Billups leapt to contest the shot, he barely had time to celebrate when Liu suddenly sprang into action, retrieving the long rebound in the right post. Billups, momentarily slow to react, pursued him as Liu, holding the ball in his right hand, feigned a drive. Sensing the pressure behind him, Liu intentionally slowed down, leaned into his defender, then abruptly halted, taking a lateral step towards the baseline to execute a fading jump shot. In a moment of lost composure, Billups collided with Liu, sending him crashing to the floor. As he fell, he gazed up at the hoop, watching the ball swish through the net. Billups, wide-eyed, pounded the floor in frustration, shouting, "MVP! MVP! MVP!" With Liu converting the ensuing free throw, the roars of the crowd echoed throughout the arena once more. In the final moments, Wallace aggressively attacked the basket, drawing a foul from Gasol. After successfully sinking both free throws, the atmosphere on the court became devoid of emotion. Despite the Knicks only scoring 26 points in the second quarter, the deficit had swelled to 20. Hamilton, who had been efficient, managed only one field goal from 3 attempts in the second quarter, but secured 6 points from 4 successful free throws. As he walked towards the players' tunnel, he removed his mask in silence, having given his all. Upon returning to the locker room, both Wallace and Billups remained silent, seated without uttering a word. Although Big Ben grabbed 8 rebounds and delivered 2 blocks in the first half, he too felt disheartened as he returned to the locker room, having failed to score. Coach Larry Brown, observing the dejected expressions of his players, could only offer platitudes. He did not hesitate to call for timeouts, yet these pauses could not remedy the situation. As the second half commenced, Hamilton began to shoot continuously, while Billups made efforts to quicken the pace of the game. The intensity of both defenses waned, allowing Hamilton to accumulate points in succession. Seizing an opportunity, Liu also responded effectively. After hitting a jump shot from the left block, Hamilton hustled back to midcourt, vocally urging his teammates to defend. On the right wing, with the ball in his right hand, Liu accelerated forward, then executed a sudden stop and a behind-the-back dribble. The cries of his teammates fell on deaf ears, as Billup's restrained defense proved futile, allowing Liu to release a slightly leaning jump shot. Swish! Another three-pointer. The scorching form of Liu sent chills down the spines of the Pistons bench. As the game progressed, the once stalwart Billups began to foul, while the Pistons struggled with their shooting, ultimately relying on free throws to sustain their offense. The pace of the match quickened, and Wallace, running back and forth, found no opportunity to taunt, feeling the cheers in the arena grow louder. By the end of the third quarter, he numbly walked towards the bench, with the score at 56-87. As the final quarter descended into garbage time, the New York fans witnessed Liu beginning to change out of his uniform, erupting in loud chants of Clay Lee. Given the current trajectory of the series, it seemed unlikely that fans would see the Knicks play at Madison Square Garden anytime soon. In the commentary booth, Nessler lamented the missed opportunity, noting Liu's exceptional shooting performance and wishing to see more. What a thrilling game. Game 3 would move to the Palace of Auburn Hills, and after 2 consecutive heavy defeats, the Pistons would need to recalibrate. Although the game was not yet concluded, Nessler conceded the Knicks' victory, while Bill Walton glanced at the statistical sheet. 31 minutes played, 13 of 18 shooting, 6 of 9 from three-point range, 8 of 8 from the free throw line, totaling 40 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, and 1 turnover. Internally astonished, Bill Walton maintained a composed exterior, cheerfully stating the obvious: the Pistons must remain steadfast in their defense. Lee won't maintain such accuracy forever. Back on their home court, they should seize their opportunities. On the bench of the Knicks, Coach D'Antoni beamed with delight, briefly addressing the rotation before returning to his seat and whispering to Liu, "We need to take more three-point shots, Lee. Do not concern yourself with the opponent's fast breaks. Once we get running, our advantage will be even greater." Liu merely smiled and nodded, confidently affirming, "I understand, Coach. Given the opportunity, I will certainly attempt more shots." The two shared a light-hearted exchange, while nearby, Ewing shook his head in disbelief. Times have indeed changed. Thank you to the readers for your subscription support. Chapter 340. The feisty Detroit. On May 24, 2004, as the Pistons returned to Detroit, local newspapers convened a grand critique. The Detroit Free Press meticulously analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of both teams prior to the series, praising the Bulldogs' backcourt and the league's finest front-court combination before ultimately concluding victory. As the largest local daily, it wielded significant influence, with columnists collectively neglecting the Knicks' performance while fervently lauding their home team. Fans, swayed by this narrative, were left disheartened after 2 crushing defeats. Mickey Arbone, a columnist for the Detroit Free Press, has been vocally targeting Larry Brown these days, with his latest article this morning provocatively titled, "Technical Knockout." This encapsulated the summation of the first 2 games. The article was not mere fabrication. In Game 2, the Knicks attempted 27 three-pointers, making 11, resulting in a 40 shooting accuracy, whereas the Pistons managed a dismal 2 out of 11, failing to even reach a 20% success rate. The Pistons' strategy seemed to be stuck in the 1990s, constraining themselves. This article resonated deeply with fans, as the coaching staff made no adjustments, leading to an unequivocal loss. The Pistons suffered a 31-point defeat in Game 2, a scoreline that illustrated the disparity in level between the two teams, further disheartening the fans. Entering the 21st century, Detroit continued to grapple with economic contraction and urban decline. The 2000 census revealed a population dwindled to 950,000. The influx of African Americans had altered the local demographic landscape, resulting in a burgeoning popularity of basketball. Upon arriving in Detroit yesterday afternoon, the Knicks faced a backlash from some fans after checking into their hotel. Although Grant Hill had left due to injury, the fans still bore resentment towards traders, compounded by the earlier trade involving their beloved player. Each time the Knicks visited Detroit for away games, they would lodge at the local Marriott, situated some distance from the Palace of Auburn Hills, necessitating early preparations for warm-ups. As the temperature rose towards the end of May, Liu donned his usual jeans and white t-shirt for the away game, adding a blazer to present a more formal appearance. In Detroit, Liu enjoys only moderate popularity. The local African-American fans seem indifferent to him, save for a select few diehard supporters. This indifference, however, may serve as a blessing for Li Yu, as it allows him to rest peacefully without the burden of fan expectations. As the Knicks boarded their bus to the arena that afternoon, only a handful of sports journalists lingered nearby. A reporter from TNT, spotting Li Yu chewing gum and greeting his companions, quickly posed a question. Li, did you watch last night's game? If the Timberwolves make it to the finals, could that pose a challenge for the Knicks? Having retired early after a night of card games, Li had little interest in the slow-paced, error-laden match. This season, the Knicks have secured 72 victories, and no team is close to us. Regardless of the opponent, we will not be troubled, he replied. However, I was pleased to see Kevin win. The MVP should display his dominance, and I look forward to facing him in the finals. At that time, I can send him home early. A sight I believe the New York fans would relish. The accompanying New York reporters chuckled softly, having watched the previous night's Western Conference Finals, where the two competing teams were not even on par with the Knicks. Meanwhile, an ESPN journalist, keenly focused on the evening's game, seized the opportunity to inquire. With a 20-point lead, Li, will you continue your winning streak tonight? Will you make any tactical adjustments against the Pistons' defense? Of course, the Knicks will win the series. As for adjustments, I believe that is the opponent's concern. We have won 2 games decisively. We will not make any changes. Li Yu responded with a smile to the absurd question, noting that the coaching staff had not issued many directives in recent days. After a brief interview, the Knicks players appeared relaxed as they boarded the bus, prompting some sports journalists to mutter in discontent. If the Timberwolves reach the finals, viewership will undoubtedly suffer. Not everyone wants to see a 4-game series between the Lakers and the Knicks. The Lakers played terribly last night. I enjoy watching Garnett play. The opponent doesn't matter. Do you really think the Knicks will lose? They've achieved 70 wins for 2 consecutive seasons. A reporter from the Detroit Sports Journal noted that the Pistons had been largely overlooked, igniting a flare of frustration. This morning's issue featured extensive coverage of the Pistons' return to their home court and their strong counterattack. Yet, most analysts seem to have moved on from discussing this playoff series. On an ESPN program, Stephen A. Smith had even begun to advocate for Li Yu's candidacy for the MVP title. At the end of this season, we will witness the emergence of the greatest player in history. Listening to the subdued discussions around him, the Detroit sports journalist felt somewhat powerless to counter the prevailing sentiment. And all that remained was to hope that the Pistons could secure a victory that evening. At 7:30 p.m., with half an hour remaining before the game commenced, the Palace of Auburn Hills had already welcomed over 22,000 fans. This arena accommodates more spectators than Madison Square Garden, and with fewer local traders. A chorus of boos erupted as the Knicks took the court. Grant Hill faced fierce jeers from the Pistons fans, who showed no mercy towards what they deemed a traitor, with many supporters expressing their disdain vocally. The loudest boos were naturally reserved for Li Yu, as the New York media relentlessly mocked the opponents, contributing to a particularly hostile atmosphere for the visiting team. In cities like New York, Boston, and New Jersey, one often encounters a significant presence of Asian fans, a stark contrast to Detroit, where such devoted supporters were absent. As the Pistons took to the court, the home crowd erupted in spirited cheers, attempting to infuse the team with their fervor. Although Ben Wallace struggled in Game 2, he remains a beloved figure among fans as one of the team's star players, admired for his energetic presence as a shorter center. The raucous ambience compelled the ESPN commentators to raise their voices. What a daunting home atmosphere. I relished the energy displayed by the Pistons supporters. Upon returning home, the Pistons were expected to showcase their distinctive style. Bill Walton refrained from analyzing tactics or lineups, noting that neither team made changes. Thus, he focused more on the psychological aspect. Nessler seemed similarly inspired, remarking on the rarity of such unadulterated fan enthusiasm. Agreeing with his partner's assertion, I believe the Pistons can defend their home court. They are the most formidable defensive team this season, and they have yet to reveal their true capabilities in the 2 away games. Before the game commenced, Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace continuously motivated their teammates, while head coach Larry Brown fervently engaged his players along the sidelines. In contrast, the Knicks coaching staff remained quietly seated, with D'Antoni sporting a red scarf, seemingly unfazed by the chorus of boos directed at him. Once the game began, the Pistons swiftly shed their slow start tendencies from the previous 2 matches, aggressively attacking the basket even with a mediocre shooting performance, finding success at the free throw line. An unguarded Ben Wallace found his rhythm in the paint, consistently finishing with precision. Fueled by the home crowd's energy, every Pistons player exhibited determination, with Williams rediscovering his form, hitting several mid-range jumpers following screens. In the second quarter, Wallace finally found his shooting touch beyond the arc, successfully connecting on consecutive three-pointers in conjunction with Hamilton's pick-and-roll. Billups followed suit, responding with his own long-range shot. Abandoning their zone defense, the Pistons accelerated their pace, combining free throws with field goals to create a significant surge during the rotation phase. The quarter concluded with a score of 24-32, and at halftime, the Pistons led 54-59, igniting a fervor throughout the Palace of Auburn Hills. Over 20,000 fans vocally rallied behind their team, and as they approached the player tunnel, Wallace emphatically pumped his fists, invigorated by the electrifying atmosphere. As the playoffs progressed, it was rare for the Knicks to find themselves trailing at halftime. However, this circumstance did not dampen the overall morale, with only Artest expressing dissatisfaction with the officiating, while the rest maintained a steady emotional state. In the ESPN commentary booth, two analysts reviewed the technical statistics, with Nessler praising the performance of the Pistons' backcourt. "This is the Bulldog backcourt combination we anticipated." Coach Larry Brown made timely adjustments, and the Pistons finally showcased their offensive prowess. Throughout the first half, Hamilton shot 5 for 10 from the field, made 8 of 9 free throws, and accumulated 18 points, 1 rebound, 5 assists, and 1 steal. Billups went 3 for 8, with 2 of 3 from beyond the arc and 6 for 6 from the free throw line, finishing with 14 points, 2 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 1 turnover. Together, they scored 32 points, accounting for half of the team's total. The Pistons demonstrated formidable offensive strength in the first half, converting 17 of 19 free throws, while the Knicks quickly accumulated fouls. Bill Walton, hearing his partner's remarks, added, 3 turnovers in the first half. This is the key to the Pistons' lead. They executed the game plan flawlessly. Wallace, shooting 4 for 6 from the field and 2 for 3 from three-point range, netted 10 points, and upon returning to the locker room, he vocally urged his teammates, "Stay strong. The defending champions are nothing to be feared. If we defeat them, we shall be champions." Standing before his peers, Wallace clapped his hands enthusiastically, encouragingly, while Campbell, who had seen limited action in this series, chimed in, "Think of the fans supporting us. Let South protect our home court. The series has just begun." Lynchy Hunt also joined the veterans in vociferous encouragement, as the primary lineup had nearly played the entire first half, leading to considerable fatigue. They could only grit their teeth and persevere. When Larry Brown returned to the locker room, he was pleased with his players' condition, although this was not the pace he preferred. The outcome was favorable. "Remember, do not make unnecessary turnovers. Stay focused. We are just 24 minutes away from victory." With the series reaching this point, there was no need to devise new strategies. Both teams understood each other's strengths, and the battle would hinge on the details. Compared to the adrenaline-fueled Pistons, the Knicks had not made extensive preparations either. The excessive fouls had led to increased rotations, yet D'Antoni remained unfazed. He disregarded any deficit under 10 points. At halftime, the Knicks returned to the court early for warm-ups, only to be met with a chorus of boos from the home crowd. As the third quarter commenced, the once noisy arena erupted into synchronized cheers. Billups, who had performed admirably in the first half, was in high spirits. Facing Lee's defensive lead, he surged forward, using his body to shield the ball as he accelerated across half court. Upon returning home, the most significant change was the inability to aggressively interfere with cuts. The hand-checking rules largely favored the Pistons. Artest was the first to defend Hamilton, vigorously pursuing him. As he maneuvered to the left side after utilizing a screen, he found himself without a suitable passing opportunity. Billups, protecting the ball sideways, refrained from passing immediately and instead signaled for Big Ben to set a pick. As he approached the left wing, Billups sidestepped, prompting Lee to quickly close in on him, while Big Ben executed a swift roll. Gasol, cautiously managing his positioning after accruing 3 fouls, refrained from expanding his defensive area. As Billups, holding the ball in his left hand, seized an opportunity, he swiftly delivered a bounce pass. The ball found its way to Big Ben, who, upon receiving it in the center, merged seamlessly with the play. Facing the defensive effort of Cot Thomas, he leaned away to evade the guard and, switching to his left hand, executed a delicate layup from the lower left side of the basket. The basketball struck the backboard before ricocheting out, eliciting a collective sigh from the spectators. However, Hill, who had promptly positioned himself beneath the basket, secured the defensive rebound. Wallace, stationed in the right elbow area, vocally urged his teammates to retreat quickly to defend against the oncoming attack. Williams moved forward to delay the offense before sprinting back to the half-court. This evening, the Pistons had nearly surrendered their pursuit of offensive rebounds, prioritizing their defensive transition instead. As Hill dribbled along the left sideline past half-court, he refrained from immediate offense, waiting until both big men established themselves in the elbow area before passing the ball to Liu near the logo. Following the completion of the pass, Hill gestured for everyone to create space and swiftly dashed toward the right corner along the baseline. Liu, holding the ball in his left hand, advanced slowly, positioning himself on the left wing while Thomas set a screen. At the three-point line, taking advantage of Liu's lateral movement with the ball, Thomas swiftly rolled toward the basket. Wallace executed a timely switch, while Billups intercepted the passing lane, slowing down as he approached the elbow, turning to assess the situation. The two players displayed remarkable synergy. The towering Wallace raised his right arm to impede Liu's passing options, maintaining a strategic distance while attempting to disrupt the play. Confronted by the switch defense of Wallace, Liu initially moved sideways. Then, as he neared the sideline, he suddenly surged forward, lowering his shoulder to accelerate. Seizing the moment as his opponent retreated, Liu executed a rapid crossover, retreating to the left sideline while feigning a pass with his left hand. Wallace hurriedly closed the gap, but Liu once again accelerated, causing the big man to stumble in his attempt to keep pace. The crowd gasped as the Pistons fans witnessed the defensive breakdown. Billups, stationed near the elbow, quickly moved to double team, but Liu, sensing the defensive shift, adroitly dribbled between his legs and then swiftly retreated. Returning to the left sideline, beyond the three-point line, Liu drifted backward, rising to meet the challenge of two defenders leaping to block him, elevating his shot with a high arc and a slight lean back. Billups and Wallace, who had both leaped prematurely, could only watch as the basketball soared past their fingertips. Swish! The three-pointer found the net cleanly. A wave of boos reverberated through the arena. Yet Liu remained composed, stepping back to the baseline to continue his defensive stance. With the score at 57-59, the gap had narrowed, causing a ripple of tension among the Pistons players. Billups, receiving the ball along the baseline, proceeded with caution as he nearly exhausted the 8-second limit to cross half-court. Upon reaching the arc, he immediately executed a diagonal pass. Having slipped along the baseline and circled around, Hamilton, utilizing Wallace's screen in the elbow area, received the ball on the right block just as he shook off his defender. Despite Arteist's vigorous effort to catch up, he could only slow down as he neared, retracting his defensive actions, watching helplessly as his opponent drifted backward to make a jump shot. The score shifted to 57-61, prompting a swift response. Cheers erupted anew, and many fans rose from their seats, the single-digit margin intensifying the atmosphere of anticipation. After the baseline serve, Liu swiftly advanced across the half-court, arriving at the logo position when Williams unexpectedly stepped up to assist in defense, teaming up with Billups for a double team. This evening, Arteist struggled on the defensive end, his three-point shooting faltering. Rather than opting for a pass, Liu executed a rapid behind-the-back dribble, accelerating laterally with the ball in his right hand. Billups continued to slide to the left, while Williams shadowed him, both attempting to confine Liu to the right sideline. As he approached the three-point line with his lateral acceleration, Liu abruptly halted, pulling the ball back between his legs. Just before Williams could complete the double team, he switched to his left hand and surged forward. Billups had just lost his position, and the suddenly quickened Liu darted between the two defenders. Oh! Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Liu, with the ball in his right hand, took two large steps into the paint, directly facing Ben Wallace's looming block, and swiftly executed a floater. The basketball traced a magnificent arc before precisely finding its way into the net. The score tightened to 59-61, prompting Larry Brown on the sidelines to vigorously applaud, signaling his players to maintain their composure. The Knicks, seasoned in their experience, recognized the gravity of the moment and intensified their defense. Observing Billups struggle to shake off Liu's relentless defense during several accelerations across half-court, the noise in the arena grew louder. Unable to escape with sheer explosiveness, Billups, now at the top of the arc with the ball in his right hand, positioned himself defensively. In this critical moment, he refrained from calling for a pick from Wallace, patiently awaiting his teammates to create opportunities. On the left block, Hamilton had just received a pass from a teammate when he was immediately pursued by Artist. Instead of choosing to attack, he passed the ball to Wallace at the right elbow, then moved forward to receive a handoff from Hamilton. Artist opted not to fight through the screen, but instead circled around to block the opponent's path. Hamilton, moving laterally, was perfectly positioned as he dribbled to the free throw line with his left hand, quickly pivoting to return the pass. On the right wing, when Wallace received the ball, Porta Thomas raised his left arm to interfere. Instead of attempting a three-pointer, Wallace opted for lateral movement, using his left hand to pass the ball to Billups with a handoff. The Pistons' offense had gone in circles, ultimately returning the ball to Billups. The noise escalated, and sensing Liu's staunch defense, the Pistons fans seemed to feel the mounting pressure. Billups dribbled the ball with a series of quick steps in his right hand, but Liu remained unfazed, continuing to apply pressure and occasionally reaching in to disrupt. After a series of explosive dribbles at the top of the arc, Billups suddenly lowered his shoulder and slowed down, pushing Liu's arm away as their bodies collided, both intent on driving forward. As he neared the free throw line, Billups suddenly executed a behind-the-back dribble, briefly evading the defense, and as he gathered the ball near the free throw line, he quickly propelled himself into a jump shot. With a fluid sequence of movements, just as the basketball was about to leave his hands, Billups' eyes widened in surprise. Liu, who had risen beside him, appeared to have anticipated the defense, leaping high with readiness, and at the moment the ball was released, he forcefully slapped it away with his right hand. With a clean and decisive block, the Pistons fans gasped in awe as Billups stumbled upon landing, losing his balance. Observing Liu surge forward, seizing control of the ball and accelerating with fervor, Billups immediately gave chase from behind. With the ball in his right hand, Liu propelled himself faster, disregarding the defense behind him. Just beyond the free throw line, he leaped into the air, gliding momentarily before executing a powerful one-handed dunk. OMG, Lee has taken flight. The Knicks had leveled the score. Nestler instantly raised his voice, while Bill Walton, reveling in the spectacle, excitedly remarked, "The moment to test the mettle of the stars has arrived. Someone from the Pistons must step up and score." Billups grew increasingly anxious. Seeing Liu moving under the basket, he couldn't help but loudly caution his teammate Williams, "Bro, be careful." As Hamilton crossed half court with a low dribble, he struggled to find an immediate opportunity. Billups, sensing the urgency, hastened the offensive tempo, signaling for Wallace to demand the ball in the low post. After a cross screen under the basket, as Wallace received the pass in the left low post, Gasol quickly applied pressure. After positioning the ball in his right hand, Wallace executed a series of powerful shoulder bumps. Noticing that Cato Thomas was shifting to block his path, he pivoted forward, swiftly turning towards the baseline. Gasol adeptly anticipated the opponent's move, using his long reach to interfere with Wallace's straight-arm shot. The moment the ball ricocheted off the rim, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul for grabbing the rebound by Big Ben. Cato Thomas promptly applauded. After years of practice, his subtle maneuvers had become nearly undetectable. Big Ben grumbled, but upon hearing his teammates' calls, he quickly retreated on defense. The Pistons fans, realizing the precarious situation, erupted in cheers, attempting to rally their team with their fervent shouts. Conserving energy, Billups had retreated early to the vicinity of the logo, observing as Liu dribbled between his legs, leisurely crossing half court. He rolled up his shorts, intently tracking the ball's movement. As the opponent pressed up, Liu, holding the ball in his left hand, swiftly pivoted to protect it, moving towards the left wing. The Knicks maintained a V-shaped formation, and at that moment, a struggling Artist quickly darted across the baseline from the left corner. Concurrently, Cato Thomas rapidly moved to set a screen at the left elbow. As his teammates positioned themselves, Liu, closely guarded by Billups, suddenly pulled the ball back with a feint, then swiftly twisted forward. Billups, caught off guard and unable to navigate the screen in time, watched as Liu accelerated with a lowered shoulder. Wallace, noticing Liu's momentum, quickly retreated while raising his right arm in an attempt to disrupt the play. Crossing the three-point line, Liu executed a rapid in and out move, feinting to the right, then driving left. Wallace, showcasing remarkable anticipation, adjusted his footing and continued to slide back to the right. In motion, Liu abruptly changed direction in front of him, watching the ball vanish from view as Wallace instinctively shifted his weight. At the moment he switched to his right hand, Liu accelerated his dribble, swiftly changing direction again before seamlessly driving towards the basket. The speed of his successive changes in direction was so swift that by the time Liu took 3 long strides, Wallace finally reacted, hastening to reposition himself under the basket for a block attempt. Meanwhile, dampened swiftly dashed to the front of the basket, leaping high to provide timely assistance on defense. In the lower left corner of the basket, Liu, grasping the ball with his left hand, sensed the impending help defense, abruptly brought the ball close to his body, curling his form to glide to the opposite side. Just before landing, with a surge of power from his core, Liu twisted his wrist with his right hand, sending the basketball spinning off the backboard and into the hoop. Oh, the crowd at the Palace of Auburn Hills erupted in cheers as Liu scored 9 consecutive points, prompting coach Larry Brown to immediately call for a timeout. On the Knicks bench, the atmosphere was electric, with the cheer squad bouncing and waving towels, clapping hands with those at the sidelines. "Good job," Mike D'Antoni beamed, giving Liu a hearty pat on the shoulder. The most effective tactics were indeed advantageous, as all the flashy adjustments failed to disrupt Liu's rhythm. On the Pistons bench, the players wore serious expressions, feeling the weight of pressure as they fell behind. Larry Brown worked to maintain his composure, continuously gesturing on the tactical board. "Rashid, set a screen. The opponent can't disrupt your shot. We need points now." Hearing the coach's words, Wallace nodded vigorously. When Hamilton's offense stalled, it was his turn to take the lead. In the first possession after the timeout, the Pistons executed the coach's strategy with precision. At the top of the arc, a high screen was set, but Liu was unable to slip past the screen in time. Corliss Williamson disrupted Billups, who promptly delivered a bounce pass. On the left wing, Wallace caught the ball and without hesitation, made a long 2-point jumper. Wow! 63-63, the score was tied, and cheers echoed throughout the arena. Wallace, filled with excitement, pounded his chest and shouted repeatedly, trying to elevate the team's spirit. As they inbound the ball, the Knicks rushed across half court, employing the same strategy, with 4 players positioning themselves early. As Liu crossed the midline, Billups noticed the 2 towering players behind him begin to advance. Realizing this was a double-screen tactic, Billups quickly moved to apply pressure, calling for his teammates to provide timely help defense. Seizing the moment when the opponent moved forward, Liu, with the ball in his right hand, suddenly lowered his center of gravity, swaying his body to the right front while making a sharp change of direction. Billups, caught off guard, froze in place, unable to react defensively. With a distance still to the 3-point line, Liu quickly gathered the ball and executed a sudden jump shot. The Pistons instinctively turned to watch as the ball swished through the net, sending another wave of astonishment through the arena. "Oh, an incredible 26-foot three-pointer? Liu was simply unstoppable." At the commentary booth, Nessler exclaimed in excitement, focusing on Liu, while Bill Walton chimed in with admiration. The moment for the superstar to take over the game has arrived. Liu had clearly entered scoring mode. Seemingly spurred by the outrageous shot, the Pistons' offense became hasty. Williams, who had been efficient in the first half, caught the ball on the right wing and immediately made a decisive drive. Grant Hill maintained his defensive position, sliding swiftly as the Knicks' defense began to collapse. Approaching the restricted area, Williams executed a rapid spin move, arriving directly in front of the basket, and swiftly launched a left-handed layup. The basketball slipped from his grasp as Hill pivoted and leaped to deliver a block. Back on defense, Cato Thomas seized control of the ball and promptly passed it back to Hill, prompting the Knicks to launch a swift counterattack. The players on the court charged forward with determination. As Liu reached the right wing, he immediately backpedaled to receive the pass. With Billups closely guarding him, Liu held the ball in his right hand, performing a jump stop to create a bit of space. Seizing the moment when the Pistons' defense had just settled, he executed a swift crossover dribble, accelerating sharply to gain half a step. He drove straight to the basket, fiercely attacking while occasionally swatting away Billups' left arm, barreling into the right side of the hoop. Approaching the paint, Liu leaped, momentarily pausing in midair to fend off Billups before curling his body and gliding toward the left side of the basket. The towering Ben Wallace, who had jumped to block, could only watch as Liu deftly reversed the ball with his right hand, scoring effortlessly. The noise in the arena crescendoed to a fever pitch, with fans on the edge of their seats. The Pistons took their turn on offense after a couple of laps. Hamilton's jump shot from the right wing clanged off the rim, prompting a visibly anxious Larry Brown to bounce up and down on the sidelines. Securing the rebound, Gasol swiftly passed the ball to Liu, who surged down the left sideline, pursued closely by Billups. As Liu approached the left wing, a chorus of jeers erupted from the crowd, the Pistons players instinctively glancing toward the top of the arc after just completing their defensive assignments. Nearing the three-point line, holding the ball in his left hand, Liu suddenly dipped his shoulder and accelerated, taking advantage of Billups' backward retreat to execute a behind-the-back dribble. Slowing his tempo, he switched to his right hand, momentarily pausing as he noticed Hamilton hastening toward him, then feinting toward the right front. Billups instinctively slid leftward, allowing Liu to perform a rapid crossover step. In that fleeting moment when he created space for his shot, Liu gathered the ball and, amidst the gasps from the Pistons fans, exerted force beneath his feet, leaning slightly back for a quick jump shot. Billups, in a desperate attempt to contest, lost his balance and collided with Liu, sending him sprawling to the floor. The referee's whistle pierced the air just as the basketball swished through the net, and the Palace of Auburn Hills fell into an eerie silence before erupting in discontent. As boos filled the arena, the agitated fans unleashed their frustrations. Rising with a smile, Liu placed his left hand to his ear, adopting a listening pose. "Li, do not taunt the fans." The sideline official promptly ushered Liu to the free throw line while warning the front row spectators to maintain decorum. "Referee sucks." After successfully converting the additional free throw, the crowd erupted in a torrent of insults directed at the officiating, unable to accept the unfolding events. With the score now at 72-63 and the gap widening to double digits, Billups could no longer contain his frustration. Dribbling past half court, he quickly turned at the top of the arc, switching to his right hand while utilizing Wallace's screen to accelerate toward the basket from the right wing. Unlike in the first half, Cato Thomas did not exert himself in defense. He instead delayed, providing just enough resistance to force Billups to slow down. In the fleeting moment when the opponent slipped past the defense, Cato Thomas abruptly halted, creating space for the pursuing Liu. Despite Wallace's loud reminders from behind, Billups was already beyond the point of no return. As he approached the paint, he leaped, right hand gripping the ball, body leaning forward, releasing it towards the backboard prematurely. Positioned near the lower right side of the basket, Liu, having adjusted his footwork in advance, soared into the air and, before the basketball reached its apex, forcefully slammed it against the backboard with his left hand. Upon landing, he secured possession, prompting an immediate foul from Billups. The booing from the audience crescendoed as Liu advanced past half court, swiftly delivering the ball to Gasol in the right elbow area. After the pass, Hill darted past the baseline from the right corner, creating offensive space. Liu first accelerated towards the right wing, then suddenly came to a halt, feigning a retreat to the top. Seizing the moment while Billups paused, Liu ignited once more, driving straight to the basket. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Billups lost his defensive position and was unable to react in time as he watched Liu leap high near the lower right of the hoop. Although Gasol's high lob pass from the elbow was slightly elevated, it did not significantly affect Liu, who caught the ball in midair and, with a swift backward drift, forcefully slammed it into the basket. The arena erupted with a thunderous roar as he completed the challenging dunk, and upon landing, Liu pounded his chest and let out a triumphant yell towards the front row fans. With a score of 74-63, Coach Larry Brown once again called for a timeout, and the veteran players on the Pistons bench fell silent. The cacophony of jeers intensified, and in the commentary booth, Nestor acknowledged his emotions before exclaiming, "This is a superstar." Lee has altered the course of the game with his sheer ability. Lee dismantled the Pistons' defense with unparalleled speed, his robust physique rendering him impervious to confrontation. With an 11-point deficit, the Pistons still had a chance. Having scored all points in the third quarter, Bill Walton, after reviewing the statistics, could only deem it absurd. After the timeout, the Pistons finally broke their scoring drought with Wallace's free throws. Once the frantic double-team strategy commenced, Liu consistently delivered assists, and the Knicks showed no mercy, relentlessly responding with baskets and free throws. Realizing the referees were making calls, the Knicks voluntarily reduced their defensive intensity. And under Coach D'Antoni's direction, Liu accelerated the offensive tempo, leading to a rapid exchange of missed shots from both sides. Although Hamilton regained his shooting touch, continuously aiding the Pistons in scoring, Wallace even sank a three-pointer. After a frenzied half of the fourth quarter, the point differential remained unchanged. In the final attack of the third quarter, Hamilton was stripped by Prince, who had just come off the bench, resulting in a foul and subsequent free throws that sent the Auburn Hills Palace into a frenzy. Amidst the audience's jeers, Prince remained composed, confidently sinking both free throws. The quarter ended with a score of 36-16, and after 3 quarters, the Knicks led 90-75, with an impressive 10 of 8 shooting, including 4 of 3 from beyond the arc and a perfect 3 of 3 from the free throw line. Liu amassed 22 points in that quarter alone. On the Pistons bench, Larry Brown's potent chicken soup seemed to have lost its efficacy. Billups hung his head, fixated on the floor, oblivious to the coach's admonitions. The typically vibrant Wallace had grown subdued, perhaps exhausted from excessive sprints, his energy depleted, leaving him to breathe heavily in silence. Ben felt a surge of energy with nowhere to channel it. When he entered the game, he wished to utter something, yet his mouth opened in vain. As the fourth quarter commenced, neither team opted for roster rotations. Liu began to consciously regulate the pace of the game. With time slipping away, both teams resorted to missed shots and fouls, inciting the Pistons fans to a boiling point. With 7 minutes and 12 seconds remaining, Artest cheerfully initiated an inbounds pass, prompting fans behind the basket to hurl beer onto the court. The beer splashed at his feet, accompanied by the jeers of the crowd. "Fuck you, Artest. Wipe that ridiculous grin off your face, you ass-kissing fool." Infuriated by the insults and drenched in beer, Artest's temper flared, and he instinctively moved to confront the heckler. "Fuck you, you white pig." Both Liu and the baseline referee, also splattered with beer, noticed Artest's intent to swing at the camera and hurried to intervene. Before security arrived, a barrage of snacks was thrown onto the court by the irate fans, and the cacophony of anger grew louder within the arena. Players from both teams converged at the baseline, with Knicks players pulling Artest back to the bench. As security finally entered to escort the most vocal fans out of the venue, the game was abruptly halted, with 781 seconds elapsed in the half. The deficit had widened to 16 points, and the Pistons supporters understood the grim reality. If the Knicks seized the match point, the series would lose all suspense. Despite security's efforts, snacks continued to rain down sporadically from the stands. Liu's mind was flooded with memories. Glancing at the furious Artest, he promptly approached the scorer's table and advised, "Ensure the security personnel manage the fans. We have no desire for an impromptu boxing match." End of chapter. Chapter 341, Double Delight, Routine Chapter. On the morning of May 25th, ESPN recapped the lengthy Eastern Conference Finals from the previous night. The good news was that the game had achieved a record high in viewership. The bad news was that the NBA was preparing to impose fines, as the agitated Detroit fans had entirely disregarded the tenets of civilized spectating. In response to the league's call, fans attending the game at Madison Square Garden received a straightforward spectator guide upon entry, with the prohibition against throwing objects onto the court and at players constituting a fundamental rule. Within the Palace of Auburn Hills, home to over 20,000 fans, the atmosphere became increasingly unmanageable following the provocations of a few overly emotional supporters. Nevertheless, some sports media outlets expressed understanding, acknowledging that this marked the Pistons' return to the conference finals after 13 seasons, and such heightened emotions were to be expected. Philadelphia sports media, self-proclaimed rivals of New York, reveled in the chaos. The Philadelphia Inquirer, as the largest local newspaper, features several NBA columns that laud the passionate fans of Detroit, proclaiming that victory is not the sole objective. Instead, Detroit fans exemplify the most genuine love for the game. The Philadelphia sports journalists, having removed the traitor Stephen A. Smith, have unequivocally transformed into the leading voices against the league. The Philadelphia Daily News similarly extols the purity of basketball in Detroit, neglecting to mention the racially charged taunts from fans. After all, emotional outbursts are commonplace in arenas, and while the NBA may impose penalties, sports media merely revel in the drama. Different outlets exhibit varying biases. The New York Times offers a blunt report, GOT, accompanied by a photograph of Liu's one-handed alley-oop dunk, capturing the frustrated expressions of numerous fans in the left section of the stands. New York fans, upon perusing the paper, feel elated, particularly praising Liu's sleek black attire. Last night, during the away game, Liu donned a blue Knicks jersey complemented by a black compression shirt. His right arm was adorned with a black arm sleeve, while his left leg was encased in protective black stockings, topped off with black and orange sneakers, an intimidating ensemble indeed. Fashion enthusiasts are eager to revamp their own wardrobes, acknowledging the necessity of both leggings and black stockings. The New York Post, as per usual, wielded its signature sarcastic tone against rivals. Ball don't lie, a phrase famously uttered by Rasheed Wallace, who would bellow it at free throw shooters following controversial calls. In Game 3, despite benefiting from home court officiating and a halftime lead, the Pistons crumbled under Liu's explosive 22-point quarter, suffering a defeat of 112-93, bringing the series score to 3-0. New York fans have commenced their celebrations, anticipating their team's return to the finals. As ESPN transitioned into playoff coverage, the studio team, consisting of host Mike Tirico and guest Sean Elliott, engaged in lively debate. With the addition of Tim Legler and Stephen A. Smith, the discussion erupted into chaos. However, their discourse did not revolve around the series outcomes, as the Knicks had already secured their victory. Instead, they argued about the league's evolution. Elliott, a former Spurs player, expressed his disdain for the Knicks and indifference towards Liu, seizing the moment to critique. Undoubtedly, the Knicks' presence has impacted the league's progression. They can offer exorbitant salaries to players, and the luxury tax fails to hinder the emergence of super teams. The Knicks are likely to dominate the Eastern Conference for the foreseeable future. I can hardly imagine what it would be like for fans to witness the same matchups year after year. Legler, a sharpshooter for most of his career, then shifted the topic. I find it challenging to assess the current state of the league. Much like the Knicks' unconventional tactics, no one can predict what the future holds. However, one point on which I concur is that the current players' abilities have indeed diminished significantly. They are merely ordinary star athletes, with only a handful reaching the level of past MVPs. I do not question Kevin Garnett's prowess, yet it is evident that players like Lee and Shaquille O'Neal possess superior skills. Among those speaking, one shook his head in denial, while another wore a serious expression, attempting to mediate. When it was Stephen A. Smith's turn, he promptly delivered a highly subjective response. It is not the New York Knicks that are causing a decline in the league's viewership, but rather those players lacking talent who seek to excuse their inadequacies. I swear, the majority of fans genuinely enjoy watching Knicks games. Let us not forget that just last night we witnessed a new peak in viewership. Noticing Elliott shaking his head again, Smith raised his voice. I know what you want to say, but basketball does not lie. As an average fan, when I see Lee score 22 points in a single quarter against the Pistons' staunch defense, I cannot help but shout with excitement. After Lee amassed 50 points in total, I wanted to share my admiration for this superstar with my friends. This is the sentiment of the typical fan. They may not closely follow the NBA, but after witnessing Lee's performance, they ultimately fall in love with the Knicks. At this moment, Smith again tilted his head towards the Spurs legend opposite him, speaking with an air of superiority. Do you know why this is? It is quite simple. The Knicks won the game. Most fans are ordinary individuals from various professions. They derive joy from the victory of the Knicks. They revel in Lee's superhero-like individual performance. We should not discuss the Knicks championship, but rather question why other teams failed to clinch one. Why did Tim Duncan reach the finals twice without a championship, while Shaquille O'Neal ultimately secured a ring? Do not blame the opponents for their strength. Reflect more on the reasons for failure. This statement visibly irked Elliott, prompting Mike Tirico to adjust his glasses. Noticing the Spurs legend's flushed face, and swiftly changed the subject. Now let us discuss tonight's game. Upon returning home, can the Lakers regain their form? Legler remained silent, and Smith began his sarcastic commentary. Throughout NBA history, the partnership of rookies and veterans often results in extraordinary chemistry, leading to championships. Magic Johnson achieved this, and Lee alongside Patrick Ewing completed a four-peat, while certain stars have faltered. Clearly, some players are overrated. In a replay aired on TNT, a scene unfolded wherein the Knicks players were drenched in beer post-game. In contrast to the bickering on ESPN, Charles Barkley simply fanned the flames. If I were artist, I would have punched that bastard who threw beer at me. The Pistons are nothing but a bunch of softies. They allowed Lee to score 50 points with a shooting percentage of 60. Do not tell me this is the league's best defensive team. In a remarkable display lasting 42 minutes, he achieved an impressive record of 28 points from 17 attempts, including 6 successful three-pointers out of 11, and 10 out of 11 from the free throw line, culminating in a staggering total of 50 points, alongside 7 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks, and 2 turnovers. Not only did he deliver a double-double of 50 points, but Liu also secured a spot in the top 5 plays of the SportsCenter program. Despite Billups's efficient 26 points from 17 attempts and Hamilton's team-high 28 points from 18 attempts, Neither received any commendation post-match. The rationale was straightforward. The Pistons managed a mere 32 points in the second half, and during the pivotal third quarter, both players faltered significantly. The 25th's events fueled discussions among commentators, drawing increased attention from numerous online fans. As the most outstanding highlight star, Liu quietly garnered admiration amidst the lackluster performance of his opponents. It was not until the commencement of the Western Conference Finals Game 3 that attention shifted back to the ongoing match. The Lakers dominated the Timberwolves throughout, conclusively protecting their home ground and extending the series lead to 2-1. After several lackluster performances, Gary Payton finally shone, playing for 36 minutes with 8 successful shots from 11 attempts, including 2 out of 5 from beyond the arc, resulting in an efficient 18 points, 5 rebounds, 9 assists, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers. Karl Malone contributed 11 points from 12 attempts, and although his stats were modest, he effectively limited Garnett defensively. The newly crowned MVP scored 22 points, 11 rebounds, and 7 assists from 21 attempts, but after the loss, Garnett exited the player tunnel prematurely. Payton, having excelled, seized the opportunity in a post-game interview to assert confidently to reporters, "The Lakers are indifferent to those trivial critiques, for we are fully aware of how to secure victory." The incessant criticism had weighed heavily on Payton's spirits, yet he held his head high and proclaimed in his somewhat high-pitched voice, "You cannot fathom my thirst for the championship. The Lakers will continue to prevail, and this year we shall hoist the O'Brien Trophy." Kobe, having remained notably subdued following a heavily criticized performance in the previous game, recorded 22 points from 12 attempts, including 2 out of 6 from three-point range and 10 out of 11 from the free throw line, along with 2 rebounds, 6 assists, and 4 turnovers. After congratulating Payton, he noticed the indifference of the TNT reporters and promptly turned away. Currently, his relationship with the media is quite strained, with ESPN frequently engaging in veiled criticisms and occasional gossip about his personal life, fostering a growing disdain for sports journalists. Shaquille O'Neal, however, took pleasure in the veteran's performance, scoring 22 points from 10 attempts, with 17 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 blocks, and 1 turnover. Once again delivering a double-double, O'Neal, while embracing Payton as they made their way to the player tunnel, exuberantly declared, "We shall soon return the MVP home." The Lakers attempted 66 shots in this match, with 25 successful free throws out of 43 attempts. The game was characterized by fewer possessions and a higher frequency of fouls, rendering it less aesthetically pleasing. Post-match discussions among commentators predominantly revolved around whether Payton could sustain such an impressive level of performance. On May 26th, the NBA and the Detroit Pistons jointly announced penalties imposed on unruly fans, instituting a permanent ban on their entry to the Palace of Auburn Hills. The Pistons faced a fine of $20,000, and the fan who engaged in racially discriminatory taunts issued a public apology. The Detroit Free Press's coverage of the punishment was notably insincere, offering only a minimal account of the incident. During a midday interview, Artest mockingly derided the situation, stating that such losers resort to petty tactics, while in reality, they accomplish nothing but watching the Knicks triumph. Expressing his disdain for the environment, he added that he had no time to dwell on trivial matters as he needed to prepare for the finals. With the Knicks on the cusp of victory, Artest's demeanor stabilized. He spent a lengthy period on the bench during the fourth quarter, aided significantly by the team's impressive depth. Grant Hill experienced a complex emotional response, having once enjoyed a cherished tenure in Detroit early in his career, where he was beloved by fans. Now, however, many brandished signs labeling him a traitor. Yet, Hill chose not to engage in conflict with the fans, instead responding graciously after the league's decision. Fans' emotions can be influenced during games, and while I can understand the outbursts, they should not resort to racially charged remarks. Such comments have no place in basketball. I am delighted to see the Pistons competing in the conference finals. They are a talented team, and I believe Detroit will soon celebrate a championship. As Hill nears his role as captain of the national team, he refrained from making excessive statements. Following the Knicks' advancement to the finals, Hill is poised to receive increased media attention. After last night's game, Lou returned to the hotel, busy responding to messages from his circle of friends. While he projected a confrontational front to the media, most players privately sought his favor, recognizing the importance of connections in case of future adversities. Notably absent from this circle was Allen Iverson, the once celebrated All-Star guard, who found it challenging to forge a friendship with Lou. Before heading to the arena for warm-ups, Liu also participated in an interview, where he casually greeted the reporters, who focused solely on the game. Liu, this postseason, your playing time has exceeded 40 minutes for the first time. How are you feeling today? He responded with enthusiasm. I feel fantastic. After these 2 rounds, I feel as though my rusty body has been completely revitalized. I relish playing in competitive situations, though I must temper my actions when on the road. I enjoy the defensive challenges I face on the offensive end. Dressed in a black graphic t-shirt, Liu patted his chest vigorously, leaving the onlookers speechless at the sight of his sculpted physique. Rusty? An ESPN reporter, adept at flattery, chimed in with a smile. Liu, Gary Payton excelled in last night's game. If you encounter the Lakers again in the finals, what do you expect from him? Payton's performance sparked further discussions among commentators, who maintained high hopes for the season All-Star. Liu feigned deep contemplation for a moment before responding without reservation. I will confine his scoring to single digits. On the offensive end, I shall relentlessly accumulate points over him. I hold this veteran in high regard, yet the truth remains that his physical condition has significantly declined, and his defensive prowess is currently no match for that of Kidd or Billups. The reporter from the Los Angeles Times found himself at a loss for rebuttal, observing with a smile as Liu waved cheerfully while boarding the vehicle. Sensing the collective agreement among the crowd with Liu's statement, a few felt a twinge of frustration. Payton's form will surely improve. The fans in Detroit were not particularly fond of Liu, nor did they have much affection for the Knicks, but that did not imply they would refuse his signature sneakers. As the current leader of the sneaker game, cutting-edge materials and technology were heavily concentrated on Liu. The first generation of sneakers repeatedly raked in profits, relying on their dazzling colorways, which were a favorite among numerous black fans. Apart from the AJ line, Liu's vibrant sneakers sold remarkably well, prompting the brand to consistently caution him to tread carefully whenever political and racial issues arose. In this regard, Michael Jordan had set a precedent, and Liu followed suit by maintaining a low profile. Many black fans often lamented Jordan's silence on issues concerning their community, yet the vast majority envied the accomplishments he had achieved, though some black fans may not have been fond of Liu's complexion. After perusing the income rankings published by Vanity Fair and Forbes, they yearned for Liu's lifestyle. With substantial wealth at play, skin color became increasingly inconsequential, and numerous black women openly declared, Liu is the most attractive man in the world. Before the G4 match that evening, Larry Brown wore a long face during interviews. Abandoning his earlier bravado, we implemented numerous defensive strategies, but sometimes basketball does not unfold according to plan. I have witnessed Liu change the course of a game with his individual prowess. I thought we were prepared, yet as this series has progressed, I can only say there remains much for the team to learn. Without emphasizing a comeback in the series or aspirations for the finals, Larry Brown did not deceive the sports reporters. He was mentally prepared for defeat. Essentially, the Knicks' strategy in the last 2 games revolved around a defensive setup, fervently guarding while entrusting the ball to Liu. Although they faced elimination from the series, Larry Brown still harbored doubts about the coaching abilities of the ever-smiling rookie, D'Antoni. As the team's leader, Ben Wallace did not concede during interviews in the locker room. Miracles are crafted. I do not believe this series is over. We will maintain our defensive stance, and I hope to secure victory for our fans at home. The afro-haired Big Ben remained a cherished figure among Pistons fans and the local sports media, his rugged playing style perfectly aligning with the team's culture. In the Eastern Conference semifinals, facing off against O'Neal from the Pacers, Big Ben also performed exceptionally well, even limiting his opponent's shooting percentage to below 40. While the Pistons averaged only 75 points per game in the semifinals, the fans firmly believed that defense could lead to victory. As the Eastern Conference Finals progress, the fans in Detroit begin to question their previous basketball philosophy, sensing that Ben Wallace's somewhat lackluster offensive performance is hindering the team. During pick-and-roll plays, Chauncey Billups often finds himself double-teamed far too early, a significant factor being Wallace's struggles in finishing at the rim. After expressing their thoughts, the local sports journalists did not exhibit their usual exuberance, but instead nodded silently, refraining from further discussion on the matter. Wallace appears resigned to the possibility of defeat, opting not to discuss the outcome of the game in interviews, instead emphasizing that this is their first year working together. He reflects on the future, stating, "We don't play for the statistics. Within the Pistons, we all sacrifice for one another. Here, I experienced the purest form of basketball, reminiscent of my collegiate days." With a nostalgic expression, Wallace continues, "This is my inaugural season with the team, and our chemistry is improving. I firmly believe the Pistons will achieve success." The league's penalties did not dampen the spirits of Detroit's fans. As the game commenced at 8 p.m., the Palace of Auburn Hills echoed with boos and jeers, as civility in viewing sports seemed non-existent. Once the game began, the Pistons completely abandoned their zone defense, quickly double-teaming Lee. The well-prepared Knicks capitalized on numerical advantages, swiftly passing the ball to create easy scoring opportunities. Larry Brown, seated on the bench, did not call for a slowdown, and the game swiftly transitioned into the fast-paced style favored by the Knicks. With Richard Hamilton struggling to find his shooting touch, Wallace began to demand the ball more, confidently taking a three-pointer following a pick and roll. Each time a long rebound ricocheted, both teams launched fast breaks, exchanging spirited plays. Wallace found easy points inside, and after a simple pick and roll, Kurt Thomas successfully executed a jumper from near the free throw line. Hamilton, upon receiving the ball, quickly missed a shot, but Ron Artest, regaining his focus, snatched the rebound on the right side and initiated a fast break. After facing a double team midcourt, Lee promptly passed to the trailing Artest, who missed a jumper from the left side. Kurt Thomas recovered the offensive rebound near the free throw line, but his attempt at the basket failed. However, Pau Gasol managed to secure the rebound and scored on the follow-up, repeatedly trading baskets. As the shot clock approached 24 seconds, Billups made a bold three-pointer from the right wing. The Knicks continued their seamless ball movement, and Lee, receiving a pass from Gasol on the left wing, launched a sudden shot from beyond the arc in response. Despite the Pistons' efforts to increase their tempo, they found themselves unable to keep pace with certain possessions, and the point differential gradually widened. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 27-21, with the Pistons trailing by 6 points. Hamilton, who had performed exceptionally in the previous game, managed only 4 points on 1 of 5 shooting, with difficult jumpers all failing to find the mark. As the second quarter commenced, the pace escalated, pushing both teams into a frenzied exchange. Grant Hill has just executed a swift counterattack, scoring 2 points. Following a quick baseline inbounds, Billups utilized a simple pick and roll at the top of the arc, distributing the ball to the left wing where Wallace, with arms extended, successfully netted a three-pointer. Liu Kang drove towards the basket, drawing a foul and converting both free throws. Billups continued to push the pace, but after a pick and roll, his three-point jump shot clanged off the rim. With attempts including pick and roll three-pointers and aggressive drives, Billups fully embraced the pace of the Knicks' offense. Players from both teams darted back and forth, and the jeers from the crowd began to diminish, as the Knicks players were too preoccupied to pay attention to the fans. By halftime, the Pistons had taken 45 shots, yet the score remained at 52-43. The reason for the deficit was straightforward. The Pistons were unable to find the basket. During the halftime break at the ESPN commentary booth, Bill Walton once again lauded Liu, stating that the difference between superstars and ordinary players lies in their inability to be contained. "I am particularly impressed by the Pistons' defense. Their protection of the rim is exceptional. Unfortunately, Lee has the capacity to resolve issues from beyond the arc. He expands the offensive space, and some teams have yet to realize how formidable this can be. He alone can sustain the Knicks' offensive system, prompting alterations in the opposing team's defensive strategy. The Pistons lack a true superstar. They are talented, yet in critical moments, they need a player like Lee to take charge of the game." Frequently double-teamed, and with teammates performing efficiently, Liu Kang did not exert himself excessively in the first half. Nevertheless, such a performance still drew praise from Bill Walton. Nestler finally comprehended why the opposing commentator has established a foothold in the broadcasting realm. The essence of the playoffs lies in the ability to respond. If the Pistons continue to bolster their roster during the offseason, I believe they have a chance to clinch the championship. The two began to offer encouragement to the Pistons fans. As is customary, the Knicks are expected to intensify their efforts in the third quarter, likely bringing the series to a close. As the second half commenced, after just 4 minutes, the Knicks made the first substitution, bringing in Gable. D'Antoni paced along the sideline with arms crossed, and soon this substitution proved effective. After a few possessions, Liu found the unmarked Gable, who subsequently sank consecutive three-pointers, extending the lead to double digits. The Knicks' outside shooting had been subpar in this series, with tenacious defense preventing shooters from finding their rhythm. But as the intensity of the game waned, Gable struck first. Towards the end of the third quarter, Prince also entered the game and fired from the right corner, as the home team fell into a sudden scoring drought, prompting the Pistons fans to jeer once more. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the score was fixed at 82-63, with boos echoing throughout the arena. In the fourth quarter, the Pistons' starting lineup remained intact, yet the fans were discontent, finding it difficult to accept trailing by such a margin. In the commentary booth, Nessler was refreshingly candid, earnestly analyzing the game. This exemplifies the dominance of a 72-win team. Under Lee's leadership, the bench unit continues to deliver a fluid offensive performance. The general manager of the Knicks, Glenn Grunwald, rightfully deserves the accolades he receives, as many overlook the formidable depth of this team's roster. Conversely, the Pistons find themselves in a challenging position. Veterans Campbell and Lynch-Hunt struggle for playing time, and within the limited minutes afforded to him, Oker has also underperformed. The Pistons' rotation exhibits significant issues with their pick-and-roll defense. Bill Walton is no longer analyzing the game, yet he can distinctly feel the increasingly volatile atmosphere within the arena, as the crowd appears to be on the brink of eruption. As the latter half of the game unfolds, the bench unit takes to the court, and time seems to fly by. Ultimately, the Knicks narrowly defeat the Pistons with a score of 106-90, achieving a sweeping victory of 4-0 and advancing to the finals once more. The arena is filled with a cacophony of boos, while Liu, clad in training attire, celebrates with teammates approaching the bench, all wearing smiles as they prepare to ascend to the grandest stage once again. As the series concludes, the Pistons cannot exit through the players' tunnel just yet. They line up in front of the technical table to shake hands with the Knicks players in a show of sportsmanship. Liu, positioned at the front of the line, first embraces and consoles the visibly emotional Hamilton, having both emerged from the University of Connecticut and played under Coach Calhoun. They share no animosity. Billups and Ben Wallace, however, were somber expressions, managing only strained smiles as they accept Liu's gestures of consolation. Wallace, sporting a red headband and a displeased expression, seems incensed by the jeers from the crowd and, during their handshake, intentionally collides with Liu. The two bodies connect, prompting Liu to take a slight step back, yet he remains unfazed by the gesture, instead revealing a knowing smile. After shaking hands with the Pistons' atmosphere crew, Liu strides toward the players' tunnel without glancing back. The arena's cameraman captures the moment, rushing to film Liu's reaction. Wallace, feeling triumphant, smirks at the nearby camera, then turns to look back at Liu, eager to continue his bravado. However, he is soon interrupted by a collision with Arteist, followed swiftly by a punch. "F you." Matt Barnes, who is caught up from behind, shouts as he throws a punch and charges forward, while D'Angelo Zoric attempts to tackle him. Before the Pistons can react, Arteist feigns to break up the scuffle, shouting for calm while tightly restraining Wallace. The Knicks atmosphere crew rushes in, toppling Wallace to the floor. Chaos ensues as players from both sides become embroiled in the melee, with Wallace refusing to retreat, roaring as he attempts to rise amidst the fray. The sudden onset of overtime further incites the Detroit fans, who hurl snacks and beer onto the court, their shouts growing increasingly fervent. Players grapple with one another while referees rush into the chaos to separate the combatants, and the arena descends into turmoil. Liu, having reached the entrance of the players' tunnel, does not turn back. Instead, he flashes a smile at the camera before walking calmly into the tunnel, undeterred by the jeering fans on either side. The Palace of Auburn Hills was in disarray as security personnel rushed onto the court. In the commentary booth, Bill Walton erupted in laughter, undeterred by the ongoing live broadcast, exclaiming, "You boys were magnificent. I adore the Knicks' performance." The post-game press conference had been long anticipated. Yet the outburst of conflict following the match caught the league's staff off guard. When Chauncey Billups and Ben Wallace attended the press conference, their expressions were grave. Wallace, taken aback, found that no amount of shouting could shield him from the blows. Following the league's recent sanctions, another altercation erupted, and an ESPN reporter, eager to stir the pot, provocatively inquired, "Do you believe this conflict is related to your defeat?" We noticed Rashid Wallace appeared to make a provocative gesture. Billups shot a glare at the reporter, as if to say they were incapable of accepting loss. "I do not consider that to be provocative. Losing is not terrifying. This is our first season since the restructuring. We have reached the Eastern Conference Finals, and I am proud of my teammates." Reluctant to speak, Billups was not overlooked by a New York Times reporter. "Chauncey, you continued your performance from the semifinals in this series. What do you believe caused the Pistons' defeat?" The question darkened Billups' demeanor. Even if true, Such a blunt inquiry was unwarranted. We will meticulously review the footage. As Ben stated, this is our first season since the restructuring, and we are confident in our pursuit of the championship. In stark contrast to the treatment of the two, Liu received resounding applause upon his appearance at the press conference. The New York Post reporter eagerly asked, Li, having reached the finals again, will the Knicks usher in a new era of dominance? Li responded with a confident smile. Indeed, through 2 rounds of intense competition, we have found our rhythm. With 72 victories, the Knicks will continue to assert their dominance, and we shall hoist the O'Brien Trophy once more. Dressed in a deep blue suit, Li effortlessly embraced the accolades, his self-assured demeanor delighting the New York media. Engaging in a mutual admiration exchange, Li graciously accepted the praise, and he was not exaggerating. The high-intensity matches seemed to have brought about some physical transformation. While exchanging pleasantries and flexing his wrists, feeling the swell of his physique, Li secretly resolved, attribute enhancement. It appears further training is in order. End of chapter. Chapter 342, Rising Attributes, Daily Chapter, on May 27, 2004, with the evening's lottery ceremony underway. Madison Square Garden buzzed with excitement once more. The Cavaliers, having finished at the bottom of the league, had a 25% chance of securing the first overall pick. Upon arriving in Manhattan, Cavaliers general manager Jim Paxson and head coach Jeff Van Gundy could hardly contain their joy, as their top pick seemed almost predetermined. Joining the management was LeBron James, who, although missing out on Rookie of the Year, garnered unanimous praise for his all-around statistics. It is not that winning is impossible, but rather that it is simply unnecessary. Consider the unfortunate Magic team, which came perilously close to reaching the playoffs, only to have both Houston and McGrady suffer injuries. Numerous sports media outlets have been speculating about the Magic's impending rebuild for the next season. While the Cavaliers have accomplished their reconstruction in a single season, this is indeed the proper course of action for a team with championship aspirations. Before the evening's draft ceremony commenced, Jeff Van Gundy, in an interview, chuckled and remarked, I firmly believe that the Cavaliers will secure a favorable draft position. We are thoroughly prepared for the upcoming season. Our objective is to reach the playoffs, and I am confident that as experience accumulates, LeBron will ultimately realize his immense talent. Indeed, we intend to select another big man, transforming the Cavaliers into a formidable defensive team, and solidifying our team culture will undoubtedly assist us in our quest for a championship. Dressed sharply in a tailored black suit with a striking red tie, the authoritative Jeff Van Gundy exuded confidence. The surrounding sports journalists had no doubts about the championship coach's assertions. With LeBron on the perimeter and the addition of a big man in the paint, Ilgauskas could bolster the bench. The remaining roster spots merely require supplementary role players to complete the reconstruction, aiming for 40 victories, which would significantly enhance our playoff prospects. Thus, Van Gundy's statements do not seem overly ambitious. The Cavaliers are indeed progressing steadily toward their goals. Within the arena, numerous reporters congregated around the Cavaliers, while a significant number also surrounded the management of the newly established Bobcats. The current owner of the Bobcats is the renowned African-American billionaire Robert Johnson, who, after extensive negotiations with the league, secured the 4th overall pick in this draft. The former Charlotte Hornets sought to relocate primarily due to their owner being embroiled in multiple sexual assault scandals. Following nationwide broadcasts of the cases, local fan support for the team diminished further, and given that ticket sales could not compete with the NCAA, fleeing the situation became the best option. Robert Johnson, the wealthy owner of a black entertainment radio station, invested $300 million to establish the team, and with significant backing from local government, a new arena accommodating 20,000 spectators was officially completed last year. Bickerstaff currently serves as both the general manager and head coach of the Bobcats. Numerous sports journalists crowded around Bickerstaff, eagerly posing questions. Bernie, will you utilize your draft pick to select a player from the Knicks? Bickerstaff, exhibiting a decisive demeanor, candidly responded, of course. We are all aware of the strengths of championship teams. They possess an exceptional rotation. I will use my draft pick to select a player from the Knicks, as I believe this is a mutually beneficial move. A player joining the Bobcats will receive more playing time, while the Knicks will gain a trade exception. Pushing his glasses up, Bickerstaff displayed an expression that conveyed he was alleviating the Knicks' burden with his words. Many sports journalists are reveling in the misfortune of the Knicks, fully aware that this is a case of opportunism. However, The sight of the Knicks' struggles brings a sense of satisfaction to many. Prior to the commencement of the lottery ceremony, Bickerstaff boldly declared in front of the media his intention to select a player from the Knicks. The New York media, though displeased, found themselves powerless in the face of this declaration. This year, the Knicks' draft positions were predetermined to be 29th and 59th. And general manager Glenfield initially intended to ignore the provocations, but after enduring the jabs for too long, he felt a surge of irritation. Before the lottery ceremony began, Glenfield, in an interview, adopted a posture of support for the league, delivering eloquent platitudes. Playing for the Bobcats? We respect the players' choices and stand in solidarity with the league. Mr. Bickerstaff aptly noted that our players possess formidable talent, showcasing his keen insight. Lee had just returned from Detroit with a trophy, and perhaps this year we shall secure another O'Brien Cup. Best of luck to the Bobcats. I hope we cross paths in the playoffs next season. Glenfield, with an air of confidence, glanced toward Bickerstaff and then smiled, dismissing the notion of the other party riding the coattails of his team's notoriety. LeBron James, already settled in his seat among the Cavaliers' representatives, cast an envious glance towards the Knicks management. Before entering the league, sports reporters had swarmed around him, but after joining the Cavaliers, the headlines remained fixated on New York. Don't be anxious, LeBron. As we anticipated, the first pick will surely be ours. All you need to do is smile for the cameras. Jeff Van Gundy reassured the somewhat anxious James, who desperately desired the first pick, hoping for a profoundly talented teammate. I know, coach. It's just the 25 probability makes me a bit apprehensive. I can't bear to lose next season. Adjusting his white suit, James softly voiced his concerns, prompting laughter from Van Gundy and Paxson, who remained unfazed. As representatives from various teams took their places, James presented a composed smile for the cameras. Upon the announcement of the Bulls securing the third pick and the Clippers obtaining the second, James felt his heart race, soon hearing the exhilarating news. First pick, Cleveland Cavaliers. Struggling to contain his urge to celebrate, he noticed Van Gundy's triumphant smile and took a deep breath, nodding graciously to the surrounding teams. Thank God. Our luck is indeed remarkable. After the lottery ceremony concluded, James was quickly surrounded by sports journalists eager for insights. With two top draft picks joining forces, the Cavaliers' future appeared bright. LeBron, which player do you think the Cavaliers will select in this year's draft? Will the Cavaliers make the playoffs next season? Although he could not dictate the team selection, James was confident that the Cavaliers would choose an exceptional big man. I don't know, but I can hardly wait to dive into training. I trust the team's decision. Next season, the Cavaliers will definitely make the playoffs. James smiled with genuine joy, expressing his heartfelt sentiments, filled with anticipation for the future. On May 28th, in the vast room on the 56th floor of the Manhattan TP building, only Liu and Ivana were present. After the butler delivered breakfast, the reluctant young woman finally made her way to the bathroom. Having taken a cold shower, Liu, bare-chested, gazed at the sumptuous breakfast and curiously inquired, "My dear, where is your brother?" It is already Friday. After graduation, Ivana returned home, recently hosting her friends at the Peninsula Manor and occasionally attending soirees organized by Georgina. Unlike her brother, she was not under the stringent control of their domineering father immediately after graduation, although she would eventually join the family business. It was merely to claim her rightful share of the wealth. With her golden hair elegantly pinned up and draped in a robe, Ivana took a hearty bite of bread and, after sipping some juice, replied, "He has recently become infatuated with mixology and has neither gone to work nor returned home." Ivana felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with her brother's lack of ambition under their stepmother's influence, yet it did not dampen her spirits. She cheerfully offered him a piece of muffin, saying, "Try this improved muffin. It's not too sweet. Let us visit Aunt this weekend." Liu nodded while savoring the muffin, acknowledging the assistance she had provided regarding the loan. Contemplating the recent actions of a certain television star, he lowered his voice to ask, "Will your brother become the president of TP Mortgage LLC? That is not an enviable position. The real estate market may be decent, but success in mortgage financial services is not guaranteed." Ivana furrowed her brow, having thought it was a prestigious position, though she was not well versed in financial matters. Cuddling closer to Liu, disregarding her fallen robe, she earnestly whispered, "If he is not responsible for this business, he will have to go to the new apartment project, which could lead to more complications." After a brief explanation, Liu understood that there might be discrepancies between the marketing of the apartment project and actual sales, which could result in troublesome issues for the owners upon discovering them. Ivana quietly elaborated that she would likely become the project manager, as per their internal plan, marking the starting point for her and her brother. The silky softness in his embrace did not distract Liu. While playfully caressing her, he took advantage of her slightly labored breathing to temptingly suggest, "This is a promising project. Trust me, even if legal issues arise. You need not seek your father's assistance. Melinda can resolve those for you. I will cover the lawyer fees. Rest assured, you will receive accolades within the group." Giving Liu a passionate kiss, Ivana's spirits lifted once more, her soft form beginning to blush. Noticing it was still before 8 a.m., Ivana looked at Liu, who was engrossed in his breakfast, and burst into a fit of giggles, exclaiming, "Huh, I want breakfast."